fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains, led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. Whenever the pioneers gathered around the campfire, they talked of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness. And the story of his greatest adventure has come down to us through the generations. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. Otto's waiting on the trail ahead. We've got to hurry. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
St. Louis was a thriving city of contrast, where the culture and civilization of the East hobnobbed with the adventurous pioneer types who had been or were about to be exposed to the dangers and hardships of the vast, unbroken, and frequently lawless settlements of the western states. St. Louis was an important western railroad terminus, where arriving trains had become too commonplace to arouse interest or demand attention. No one seemed to notice that several cars on one train that pulled in after dark were shunted to a siding and left there while the engine moved away. The cars were just outside the limits of the city. The people in the cars were quiet, speaking only in tense, hushed voices.
Gentlemen, this meeting may determine the fate of the United States of America. I must impress one thing upon you. What is said or done in this railroad car is never to reach the ears of anyone outside. Hickok.
Yes, sir?
You're well known in St. Louis. Did you manage to get through the city without being recognized?
Yes, sir. The man who asked me to come here said to keep it a secret.
Cody, does anyone know you're here?
No, sir.
Before I tell you about the organized threat to the future and security of our country, I'll ask Mr. Calkins to call the roll.
Very good, Mr. Secretary.
One thing. Many of you frontier scouts don't know who I am. Let me explain so you'll fully realize the seriousness of this conference. I am the secretary to the President of the United States. When we're ready for him, the President himself will come from Washington. Now, let us have the roll call.
Hickok.
Here.
Cody. Here. Stewart. Here. Foster.
As the chairman called the roll, the soft light from oil lamps fell upon the faces of government officials, the stern faces of military leaders, and the weather-beaten faces of frontiersmen. The meeting brought these men together on the common ground of sincere love of their country and a grim determination to defend the country against all enemies.
and swift.
Thank you. I will now get to the subject as quickly as possible. We in Washington have information about a plot to overthrow that part of the government which applies to the states west of the Mississippi. A plot to form a new nation, a nation opposed to those principles upon which our country is founded. Behind this movement is greed and ambition. One man, unknown to all of us, who would make himself an emperor in a free land, threatens to destroy all things that you brave men have fought to save.
Well, what's known about this emperor? About his plans?
Still, very little. Most of what we believe is founded on suspicion and somewhat sketchy deduction. We have reason to believe that his plans are well along, and that he has built up a vast organization.
Are any of the members known?
No living members are known to us. We do, however, feel sure that some of them hold important posts in the government. There is no doubt that many have become influential in communities in the West. They seem to work from the inside, boring into the confidence of the people they plan to ruin. They are trying to gain control of scattered communities until they are ready to merge all these into a new nation or empire.
Hang it, Mr. Secretary, they can't do it. I know what sort of men we've got in the West.
Yes, Cody. But you reckon without consideration of the means those traitors employ. While they get control of the communities, other members of this legion spread poverty, famine, pestilence, and death. They destroy the faith of the people in the government.
Of that, we have some proof.
They teach hatred and intolerance. They arouse suspicion of public officials. They breed mistrust and spawn greed and false ambition. They promise wealth and riches. They're undermining the United States, and they must be put down.
You speak as though you knew a lot about them.
Some of their methods are known.
Any individuals?
No.
How can we fight people we don't know?
That is the problem. The problem assigned to us for solution by the president.
The way you speak, sir, anyone might be a member of this gang.
That is true.
They know us. They know we'll be their opposition, but we don't know them.
I'm aware of that.
They can shoot from ambush. They can lie and steal, murder, anything that's handy.
We can't do those things.
Our task is not an easy one.
And if we fail...
America fails. Gentlemen, we must not only suppress this outlaw legion, we must do it in a way that will go into history as an example for the future generations. A lesson to our children and their children.
If we could only be as unknown to them as they are to us.
That's it, Cody. If we could work in secret.
Oh, how I'd like to meet some of those traitors face to face.
You never will.
Work in secret. How can that be done? Disguise ourselves? No good.
Someone to help us. Someone to ferret out the members. The leaders.
It'd have to be someone we could trust.
Wait. I wonder.
Cody, there's one man.
One man.
Whom do you mean?
We're both thinking of the same man, but we don't know his name.
Don't know his name?
If he knew of
Don't
this...
even know where to reach him.
Whom are you talking about?
You may have heard of him, General, but I doubt if the Secretary or these other men will know the man we're talking about. He's known as the Lone Ranger.
Lone Ranger?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
What is his name, Cody?
I don't know.
I guess nobody knows his name. He's just called the Lone Ranger.
Tell me about him, Hickok.
Well, there isn't a man in the country who's handier with a rope or gun or who rides a finer horse.
Why, he seems to turn up any place he can be of help. And he never waits around for rewards. But I'd bet my neck he's been responsible for the capture of more crooks than any 10 men.
It's a broad statement, Cody.
I'll stand on it.
So will I.
He wears a mask. He rides a white horse. It's called Silver. Now, if we could only get him working for us, helping us.
I have heard stories of the fabulous deeds of this man. I don't believe them.
Nor I. What's more, I stoutly disapprove of seeking the aid of a man who refuses to divulge his identity.
Now, just 1 minute, Colonel. We're confronted with a situation that calls for all the aid we can enlist. If a man's loyalty to the flag is unquestioned...
Now, there's no doubt about that. The Lone Ranger has dedicated his life to the service of the West. He loves the West, and he'll do anything to help it grow.
We can't believe all these stories that we hear. You, Cody, and Hickok have a reputation that is second to none. I feel that you, too, can do far more than any masked man.
It wouldn't reflect credit on the Army if we seek out the help of a man who is masked.
Confound it, sir. The Lone Ranger has a reason for wearing a mask.
Do you know him personally, Cody?
No, sir. But I'd sure like to locate him and ask him to help us.
I object to
Now, look
any-
here. You men are really anxious to put down this plot. You'll get help where you can without asking too many questions.
Cody, now let's not discuss it further.
I say let's discuss it. Let's put the matter before the president.
If this man never takes rewards and apparently does no work, how does he live? He has to steal money.
That's a lie, and I'd like to ram it down your throat.
Gentlemen,
Well, he has some sort of a silver mine hidden away someplace. That's where he gets his money.
I still object to seeking help from this man.
Colonel, perhaps if
You pardon me, General, but I'm unmoved by any argument.
Then it's a good thing the decision doesn't rest with you.
Gentlemen, I'll speak to the president. I'll tell him just what you have told me and ask his approval.
Good.
Tell the president this is not unanimous.
I'll speak to him as soon as I return to Washington. Meanwhile, you might learn the location of this Lone Ranger.
We'll have to find him. Everyone who rides the western trails will have to spread the word among those we know can be trusted.
That's it, Cody.
count on my help.
We'll pass the word to all the ranchers.
They'll tell everyone we know that the Lone Ranger is needed.
We'll ride day and night.
We'll spread the word from here to the Rockies.
From Montana to the Rio Grande.
The meeting adjourned. The men moved silently through the shadows to their horses, then secretly left the city. The people of St. Louis, not suspecting that some of the nation's most important men had met there, went on with their recreations and amusements. The gambling halls and cabarets were filled with pleasure-seeking crowds that little realized how the fate of a nation might rest on the developments of the night's conference. But over in one corner of the largest of the cafes, the talk was grim and ominous. One of the men who sat at the table spoke in a voice that was barely above a whisper.
Before I say more, can you show me a mark of identification? Show me a sign.
The man spoken to placed his forearm on the table and drew back the sleeve of his coat. A tattoo mark was revealed on the inside of his wrist. It was small and black, and in the form of an arrow.
The Black Arrow. I'm satisfied. Are you suspected? No. I remain in good standing and attended the conference a short time ago.
What if you're seen in here without your Army uniform?
It would arouse no question. I would merely say that I thought it better not to wear the uniform in a place like this. I wouldn't want to reflect discredit on the uniform.
From you, Colonel. That's funny.
But wait before you laugh.
Well,
Those Westerners wanted to get the help of the Lone Ranger.
they did. Well, they must not.
I rejected the idea.
Good.
But he may be fighting us in spite of my objections. I argued as strongly as I could. But Cody and Hickok, I'm afraid, have the secretary won over. He's going to speak to the president while the Lone Ranger is sought for.
That's bad. That's bad. We don't know the Lone Ranger.
That's just the point.
As long as we have our spies on the inside, we can learn of plans that are made to combat the Black Arrow. We'll know who is working against us. But this Lone Ranger, we don't know him.
We must get him out of our way.
It is important that we know of this, Colonel. Knowing of it, we'll give the necessary instructions to take care of the Lone Ranger.
If the secretary convinces the president that the Lone Ranger should help, there is likely to be another conference here near St. Louis.
Between whom?
The president and the Lone Ranger.
Good. We shall plan accordingly.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The greatest Western scouts in the history of the nation were riding far and wide in an effort to find the Lone Ranger. The aid of this masked mystery rider was badly needed by the government. He was being sought for by the special order of the President of the United States. He alone, it was believed, could gather information that would help in breaking up a vast, well-organized plot to overthrow the government and set up a new empire west of the Mississippi. Far and wide the horsemen ranged, pausing only when they reached one of the scattered pioneers whom they could trust.
Jim, listen to me.
Cody, it's a long time since you've been in these parts.
Now keep this under your hat. Have you seen anything of the Lone Ranger?
Can't say as I have. Not for some time.
Heard anybody speak of seeing him around here?
Nope. What's up, Bill?
If you do hear of him, get a message to him.
Yeah, sure thing. What's the message?
Tell him to get to the Padre as fast as Silver can take him. The Padre has word for him.
Important, eh?
The most important message the Lone Ranger will ever get.
The Padre. He'll know who you mean?
Yes.
Well, step into the house, Bill. You can do with a mite of food and rest.
I can't stop now. But don't forget what I told you. Get up there.
Oh, she never rode harder than that for the Pony Express.
I'm looking for word about the Lone Ranger.
Ain't heard anything about him around here for some time.
And I got to keep her riding. Go on!
For days on end, pausing only to snatch a bit of food and rest, those Westerners raced on across the plains and valleys, swapping horses with friendly ranchers where their mounts became exhausted. Tirelessly, they pushed across mountains and through ravines, carrying the word, knowing that each time they stopped, the message would be spread in an ever-increasing circle from that stopping place. No one knew where the Lone Ranger could be reached, yet every man felt sure that somewhere, sooner or later, the famous masked rider would learn that he was needed. The Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto were camped in the woods not far from a small town. Tonto had gone into the town for a few supplies, while the Lone Ranger, taking advantage of a few days' rest, overhauled the saddle equipment and inspected the weapons. When Tonto heard that the Lone Ranger was needed so badly that an important message was waiting for him at a certain ranch, he leaped to the saddle.
Come up, Scout!
At last, the message was on the way to the Lone Ranger. Tonto halted the paint horse at a small camp in the woods as a tall man leaped to his feet.
What is it, Tonto?
Message for you. Men in town may talk. Me fix your saddle. You get ready to ride.
A message, Tonto? Who has the message?
We ride a long way. We get message from ranch.
Tonto tossed the saddle blanket, then the saddle across the broad back of the snow-white horse. Meanwhile, the Lone Ranger packed the saddlebags, adjusted his mask, and examined his guns. He gave a final tug on the cinch.
There. Now we're ready, Tonto.
You go to Bar J Ranch.
Bar J?
You not wait for Tonto. You go fast. Message plenty important.
Very well, Tonto. Hail Silver! Away!
The Lone Ranger knew the Bar J Ranch. He'd been there before and knew that anything that might be told him by Jeb Jackson could be relied upon. For many miles he raced until at last, streaked with dust, he reined up.
Jeb, I was told you wanted to see me.
I sure do. My sakes alive, but it must be powerful important. It was Bill Cody that was looking for you.
Bill Cody? Where is he?
Well, reckon he's still out somewhere, spreading the word that you're wanted.
Did he leave a message for me, Jeb?
Yeah, he did. He said that you was to make quick time and get to the Padre as fast as that white-legged horse could take you.
The Padre?
Says you know what he meant.
I do know. Thanks, Jeb. Come on, Silver.
Once more the Lone Ranger rode, pausing only when it would risk the life of the stout-hearted Silver to go further without rest. The panhandle was behind him. He dashed on a northeast slant across the narrow western strip of Oklahoma, the Kansas border. One more short rest, and then an all-day ride toward Dodge City and its lawlessness. Halfway between the border and the city, the tired man and exhausted horse came to the little mission where the Padre waited.
Hello, Silver. Steady, boy.
You come. I knew you would.
Padre, I was far away when I received the message. You have information for me?
My boy, I have a summons. It comes from the President.
The President?
He needs you. When I have seen you refreshed, I'll tell you the story. Then I will send a messenger to the city.
A messenger?
That new miracle of man's discovery, the electric telegraph, will take the president the message he is waiting so impatiently to hear.
Across the nation, from Dodge City to Missouri, Illinois, Kentucky, the message flashed faster than a man could wink an eye. Into West Virginia, into the sister state, from Virginia into Maryland, to the District of Columbia, Washington, the White House.
Mr. President.
A tired man, eyes hollow with lack of sleep, looked up at the secretary.
Yes, what is it?
You told me, sir, that no matter what the hour, I was to come to you when word was received.
Word?
The frontier scouts have reached the man we needed.
The man?
At this moment, sir, the Lone Ranger is riding toward St. Louis.
Go on, Silver. Faster, boy, faster. Oh, Silver! Away!
While the Lone Ranger rode out of the west, with Tonto following fully half a day behind, a fast train roared from the east. The leader of the nation went to keep an appointment with a tireless man whose energies were devoted wholeheartedly to the service of the country he loved. In St. Louis, where east met west, several cars of one train were shunted to a siding on the outskirts of the city, just as had been the case several weeks before. But this time the cars were not left there without an engine. The iron monster of the rails remained on duty, steam up, ready to leave at a moment's notice. It was after dark, and the vague forms of several men moved restlessly about.
I haven't seen him yet, Hickok. Have you?
No sign of him.
We had word that he'd be here. How we know him?
I've never seen him.
Fine assignment we've been given. Make sure of his identity before he's admitted to the cars.
Might match a draw with him. If he's what he's said to be, he'll outdraw either one or both of us.
After the trip he's made? Remember, he had twice as far to ride as we did.
That would slow him up some.
One thing I'm sure of, Hickok. He doesn't get past us till we know he's the right man.
You're right. We've got to be sure. Since the last meeting, I've learned quite a bit about the extent of this plot. It's big, Cody. Mighty big.
Yeah. Bigger, I'm afraid, than any of us realized.
Hear something?
Yeah. A twig snapped. That way, I think. Dark as pitch tonight.
Someone moving this way. There, see? It's a man walking.
Stand where you are, stranger.
Well,
What do you want here?
I'm expecting.
Mask, huh?
Yes. I had to skirt the city.
Did you walk?
Oh, my horse is over there. I thought it better not to ride too close to this train.
What's the name of your horse?
I might ask you the same.
What's your name?
I never use it. Who are you?
My name is Cody.
Cody. Bill Cody. I've always hoped to meet you.
You know Bill Hickok?
I've heard of him. Wanted to know him, too.
I've heard that there's only one man faster on the draw than I am, mister. I wonder if you're that man.
I didn't think there was anyone who could outdraw Bill Hickok.
There is. If you're going to keep any appointment tonight, you'll have to demonstrate. Slap leather.
He's got you, Bill. Not one, but two guns on you, Bill.
Put your guns away. Go on inside that there car. There's a man in there who's come a long way to meet you.
Very well. I'll leave my guns with you, gentlemen.
Hickok, the weeks that are coming are going to make history. You and me and the Lone Ranger.
Please come in here. The president is ready to speak to you. You'd better take that mask off and leave it with me.
I'd prefer to keep it where it is.
But you...
Now, this door?
Yes, but...
Mr. President?
What does this mean? Who are you? Who let you come in here with that mask on your face? Take it off if you want to speak to me.
Mr. President,
Did I not make myself clear?
You did, sir?
Upon the recommendation of men whom I can trust, I've come all the way from Washington to hear what you have to say. But I don't propose to listen to anyone who won't show me his face.
Mr. President, I'll tell you exactly why I wear this mask. Some time ago, there was a massacre of some Texas Rangers. 6 men were ambushed and shot. There were 6 graves, but only 5 of those men actually died. You see, sir, since then I've worn this mask. If my identity were known, my usefulness would be finished.
I understand.
Here, before you, I want to remove my mask.
Thank you.
There.
You know, your face is just what I thought it would be. What I hoped it would be.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, I understand that the future of our country is in danger.
The next few weeks may determine whether the United States will stand or fall. But let me point this out to you before we go any further. From the moment you leave here, your life will be in danger. You will have to work alone, without the aid of our soldiers. If you at any time find yourself in difficulty or danger, and you will have to fight your way out single-handedly. Do you understand that?
Yes, Mr. President.
Tonight, I'm not sure that the guards around this train can be trusted.
Cody and Hickok, sir?
They can be trusted. But there are others. As some of them might be members of the organization we must suppress. It is imperative that our enemies do not learn of the assignment I'm going to give you.
I see.
It is enough to me to know that you will take that assignment.
Whatever it is, sir, you may depend upon whatever help I can give.
Knowing you better from this conversation, I'm confident of that. Tomorrow night, when only the most trustworthy men are on guard, I will give you instructions that, well, they would discourage all but the bravest men.
Are you struggling to manage your data in Microsoft Access? Do you need help designing tables, creating queries, and generating reports? Look no further than Rob, the Microsoft Access expert with 20 years of experience. With Rob's help, you can learn the skills you need to master Access and take your data management to the next level. Rob's personalized approach to teaching ensures that you get the attention you need to succeed, and with his deep understanding of database management, you can be confident that you're learning from a true expert. So why wait? Sign up for Rob's Microsoft Access course today and start unlocking the full potential of your data. Contact Rob, email b@g3pl.com or call 615-420-2040 for more information.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. the early days of the West, when lawlessness and shooting held sway, a powerful and mysterious organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up, seeking to destroy the United States of America. The government tried by every method within its power to discover more about this outlaw organization, but to no avail. Until at last, the president himself summoned the masked rider of the plains to lead the fight against this mysterious foe, to help preserve the Union and make the western frontier safe for the pioneers. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. We're heading for St. Louis. The president wants to see us. Hello, Silver! Away!
Under cover of darkness, the Lone Ranger was holding a series of meetings with the President of the United States. The President was in a closely guarded railway train on a railroad siding just beyond St. Louis. Only a few trusted men knew of these meetings. Each morning before dawn, the masked man left the President and went to the prairie in the campfire Tonto tended. But now it was night again. The sun was down. Tonto accompanied the masked man toward another meeting.
You better not come any further, Tonto. From here on, I ride alone. There's a very close guard kept on the train. Soldiers all around. It's arranged that I meet the President's secretary beyond the guarded area, and he takes me through.
President want to see only you.
Only a few of those with him know about our meetings. I leave Silver a half mile from the train and go ahead on foot, carefully so I'm not seen.
Kimosabe.
Yes, Tonto?
This powwow heap important, huh?
Very.
What it mean? What happened in West?
Nobody is quite sure what's going on. I spoke to the President last night. There are vague rumors about an uprising in the West. A legion of badmen, outlaws, gunfighters. It's got something to do with a Black Arrow.
Black Arrow?
Last night, when I was in the special car, I was shown a Black Arrow. But we don't know what it means. Only that in some way it signifies treason and rebellion.
Oh.
Yes, treason and rebellion against the United States. And there's some vast evil force at work, Tonto.
West, wild country. Plenty room for bad things.
Keep a night watch, Kimosabe. Our camp is close to the overland trail from St. Louis to the west. Light no fire and keep your eyes open. If you see any suspicious travelers, take a closer look. It may just happen that you'll learn something. Above all, remember the Black Arrow.
Tonto watch till you come back.
The Army garrison is sounding taps, Tonto. Time for my meeting.
Tonto help too.
The President already knows he can count on you, Tonto. Adios.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
Swiftly, the great stallion galloped through the darkness toward the waiting train. When he was several hundred yards away, the ranger spoke to Silver.
Oh, boy. I need cottonwoods.
The masked man slipped the reins over Silver's head. Then he left the stallion and headed for the train on foot. He knew the great horse would be waiting for him when he returned. Using all his skill and trail lore, the masked man moved through the darkness like a gray ghost. He passed scattered groups of men. Once he was less than 20 feet from a campfire, but no one saw him. Finally, he reached the spot where he was to meet the secretary. In front of him, two men stood in the shadows. He could hear them talking.
Well, I asked you a question. Is this your post?
No, sir.
Orders were to keep away from the train unless summoned. Your name is...
Flint, sir. Flint.
All right, Flint. Back to your quarters.
Yes, sir. Well, I just came wandering down to the sea, sort of, that's all, sir. There's rumors around, sir. Is it true the president's on that train?
That's all, Flint. Back to your post.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
Flint. Second Company, Cheney's Grays. I'll make a note of that.
Mr. Secretary.
But who's that?
You're expecting me.
The Lone Ranger.
I was told the fewer people who saw me, the better.
Yes, but for a man to come within 2 paces without my knowing, it's amazing. I think the secret will be kept. But here, put this cloak around you. Keep your hat pulled down. I'll take you through the guards to the train, straight to the president.
In the darkness, covered with the cape, no soldier questioned the secretary's companion. In a moment, they were aboard the guarded train. The Lone Ranger stepped into a railroad coach fitted as a private car and toward a desk lighted by a single lamp. The man's face was in shadow, but there was no mistaking his importance and dignity. The Lone Ranger's voice was deeply respectful.
Mr. President.
Good evening. Very well, Fleming. You may leave us.
Yes, sir. I shall be outside the door.
Lone Ranger, when you first were summoned here, we discussed this.
The Black Arrow.
The Black Arrow. As you know, we take the gravest view of this arrow. We've heard rumors. We believe this arrow to be a symbol for a group of evil men who conspire to turn against their country and make themselves rulers of the West, who conspire to foster rebellion and secession among the pioneers so they may rob our country of the prairie land and the land across the Rockies.
Mr. President, my allegiance is yours and my country's. Tonto and I are at your service.
There are many scouts and brave men of the West who are willing to serve. Bill Cody, Bill Hickok, others. The frontier scouts whom I sent out to carry the word to you. But those men are known. They go unmasked.
Yes, sir. They would be identified at once.
Whereas you wear a mask. If necessary, you could mix with the outlaws as one of them.
I've done that before.
So I've heard. Lone Ranger, I know you wear your mask to aid your country. There are 2 or 3 in my innerst council who disagree. But I believe if anyone can carry out this mission, you are the one. I warn you, it's dangerous.
Tonto and I are used to danger, sir.
Good. Now listen carefully. Before you were summoned, the Army Intelligence Staff sent out 4 men, secretly and separately. They were Army men, but they did not wear Army clothes. They dressed as prospectors, cattlemen, gunmen. They were told to report what they learned. Not one of them has reported back. By telegraph wire, by letter of hand, or in person. Not one.
You think they are dead?
Dead or missing, I don't know. The last one to go was Major Connell. He posed as gunfighter. He meant to start out from Laramie. It will be your mission to find him or one of the other 3. Perhaps then we shall know how to proceed against this infamous Legion of the Black Arrow.
Mr. President, Tonto and I will do our best.
Here is a list of names. Memorize them and destroy the list. They are trusted and confidential aides through whom you can report to me. I shall be waiting. Goodbye and God speed you.
Keep traveling, Silver. We're heading for camp. We've got to see Tonto and tell him about our mission. Keep riding, old fella. Keep... Silver, that's Tonto. What's he doing away from the camp? Aye! Come on, Silver. Something must be wrong. Faster. Tonto, what is it?
Me watch overland trail, like you say. Me find man.
A man?
This one not on trail. Him creep through sagebrush. Tonto hear him and Tonto catch him.
Not on the trail?
Oh. Him stay off trail for reason.
Sounds like trouble. Was he stalking you? Did he have a gun?
Oh, him not have gun. Tonto not sure him outlaw.
You aren't sure?
No. That's why Tonto come to you. Man, him plenty sick. Him at camp now. Weak, tired out. Tonto put him on blanket. Come for you plenty quick.
Who is he? Did he say anything? Anything at all?
Oh, Tonto not know name. Man not answer. All him do is say 2 words. Over. Just 2 words.
Yes?
Him say, Black Arrow.
Black Arrow.
That's right.
Come on, Tonto. Hurry, back to the camp. I've got to see that man at once.
Get him up, Scout.
Hail, Silver! Away!
There, man. He's still on blanket where Tonto leaves him.
His clothes are in rags, Kimosabe. Look at his boots, nothing but patches.
Him travel plenty far.
And his knees. His pants are worn through, the skin's raw and torn. We've been crawling for days.
Him not have strength to walk.
He's nothing but skin and bones, almost a skeleton. How any man could keep going in his condition, I can't understand.
Here. This Indian medicine me fix. You make him drink.
Here, drink this. It's good for you.
No. Bad water.
Oh, we're your friends. It's good for you. Now, here, drink it. Now, who are you? What's your name?
No, can't talk. Mustn't talk.
Who is he, Kimo-san?
Oh, me not know. You look for name on clothes, find nothing.
Tell us, who are you?
No, mustn't tell. Tell nothing. Nobody. Where am I?
The Overland Trail near St. Louis.
St. Louis. Must get to St. Louis. Must get to...
Oh, wait. Don't try to get up. You're weak. You need rest and food.
Oh, can't rest. Been traveling for weeks, months. I must go on. Let me up. I must go on.
Listen to me. Tonto and I will help you. We'll take you wherever you want to go. Why, in your condition, you couldn't get 50 yards without collapsing.
Now you rest. Tonto give you medicine. You feel better soon. Then Tonto give you food. Little bit of time. Soon you'll be all right.
No time. Just hurry, make my report. Tell no one. Tell no one. Secret mission. Secret mission.
Tonto, did you hear that?
Secret mission.
This may be the very man we were to seek out. We may have stumbled across him without... Listen, can you hear me?
Secret mission. Must get to...
When Tonto found you, you spoke 2 words. You said, Black Arrow. The Black Arrow.
Black Arrow. That's it, Black... No. Secret. Say nothing. Say nothing.
Listen to me. We're friends. Is your name Major Connell?
You are friends? Yes. I am Major Connell.
Major Connell, the president is in St. Louis.
The president?
It's still a few hours to dawn. You rest for a while and eat some food. And when you're stronger, we'll take you to him.
President? Here. St. Louis. Oh, thank heaven. I can tell him my mission. Tell him what I know about the Black Arrow.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. With the aid of Tonto's Indian medicine and food, the exhausted Major regained some of his strength. It was still several hours before sunup when the Lone Ranger lifted him into Silver's saddle.
There, Major. Can you hold on to the saddle horn?
Yes, I think so.
I'll ride behind the saddle. Easy, Silver.
Me make blanket roll.
All signs of our camp are gone?
Tonto scatter fire. Bury ashes.
Good. We won't be coming back here. Well, we'll go slowly because of you, Major.
You're certain the president is here?
He's on a private train on the siding outside the city. When we get near the train, we'll leave the horses to Tonto, and I'll carry you to the train.
I think I'll be able to walk.
Major, you have a long story to tell. You'll need all your strength. All right, Tonto.
Get him up, Scout.
All right, Silver.
You might get through alone. Not with me. There's sentries.
It will be difficult, Major. The secretary isn't expecting me back this time. We'll have to get aboard and rouse him.
Halt! Who goes there?
Leave this to me. Major Connell, urgent.
Advance, sir, to be recognized.
All right, sentry. Walk your post. I know there have been definite orders to allow me through any time of the day or night.
Yes, sir. You may pass.
The sentry stepped aside. Helping the major along, the masked rider hurried to the train and into the car next to the president's.
This is the secretary's compartment.
He's awake now. I hear him. Yes, what is it?
Mr. Secretary, it's urgent.
The Lone Ranger. I thought you'd left on your mission.
I have someone with me, sir.
Someone with you? It's dark. I'll get a light.
No light, sir. We must be cautious.
Mr. Secretary, the Lone Ranger's brought me back. I must see the president.
Connell. Major Connell, is that you?
I must see the president.
Yes, gentlemen, at once. I'll wake him up immediately. The president is ready. Come.
The three men crossed to the next car, through the door and down the length of the car. And once again, the Lone Ranger found himself facing the desk with a shaded lamp, and the president behind it, his face in shadow.
Major Connell, we had feared for your safety. We welcome your return.
I am at your service, Mr. President.
You look as if you had been through a terrible ordeal.
Connell found him barely conscious, Mr. President, but he was still crawling towards St. Louis.
I understand. Major, do you feel strong enough to tell us what happened to you?
I'll rest much better when it's said, Mr. President.
You understand our need for haste?
Yes, sir.
Very well. Suppose you tell us in your own words, Major. If you feel weak, you may stop.
I'll be able to complete my report, sir. As you know, when I left, I discarded my Army uniform and put on Western attire. I rode to Laramie. I took the name of Burley and posed as a gunfighter and gambler. It took a while, but apparently my reputation was established. Because one night, about a week later, a group of men burst into my hotel room while I lay sleeping. What in blazes is
your hands off your gun belt, Burley?
By you? What's your smile for? What are you
taking you for a trip? Hit him with a gun.
No, you don't. When I came to, the blindfold was on my eyes. My hands were bound behind my back. I was in the saddle. One man was with me. I don't know how long we rode. Might have been for a day, for a week. It might have gone in circles. All I know is I was in continual darkness and that we seemed to be going up and up. The air was cold and thin. I recall that before I dropped off again. Then the next thing I knew, the horses were gone. I was standing. The blindfold was gone from my eyes. I was in a great rocky cavern. Men were all around me with black handkerchiefs on their faces. At least 100 men. There were two great fires at the far end of the cave. Between them I saw a man on a platform. He, too, was masked. Then I saw that the fires cast a shadow behind them. Flickering shadow that joined together to form a black arrow. I was in the cave of the black arrow.
We've got organization and brains and money. We're going to take over the West for ourselves. The army is scattered. They'll never know when or where we strike. Indian uprisings, stagecoach robberies, prairie fires. We'll use bad men and bankers, and no one will ever know. We're the Legion of the Black Arrow. We'll tear the stars and stripes off every flagpole west of the Mississippi. We'll build an empire of our own. Yay! Death to our enemies. Hooray! The West shall be ours. Hooray! The Legion of the Black Arrow.
Those were the aims of the Black Arrow. Murder, bloodshed, and treason. And then the meeting broke up and the men separated.
All right, Burley. Come along. Somebody wants to talk to you. This way.
I was led to a dark corner of the cave, away from the men. I could hear the rumble of a river that flowed out of one wall of the cave and disappeared in the other. I was brought face to face with a man wearing a black kerchief. He might have been the leader who spoke before. I'm not sure.
This is Burley.
Yes, sir.
Hey, look, what's this all about? Am I local?
Quiet, Burley, listen. You were brought here on our orders. For the 10 days you were in Laramie, we watched you. We decided you were the sort of man we need in the Black Arrow. You're smart, you're an outlaw, you're quick in the trigger. You want to join the Legion of the Black Arrow?
Well, yeah, I like the idea, but suppose I don't.
You join or you die.
You mean you'd murder me?
It's midnight now. Dawn will come in 5 hours. You have until then to make up your mind.
It sounds keno to me. Black Arrow.
You'll stay in this cave. You'll not go into the valley outside. Do you no good, there's only one trail out, and that's closely guarded. No one has ever escaped from here. You will have until dawn.
After he left me, I knew I had to get away. I went to the cave entrance, but I was not allowed to go into the valley. I knew he'd meant it when he said it would do me no good. For hours, I walked in the cave, trying to find a way out. Then, just as dawn lightened the entrance from the valley, I saw an underground river at one corner of the cave. As the men came toward me, I ran for it. It was almost certain suicide, but I had to take the chance.
Get him! He's trying to get out!
The river!
Shoot! Come on! We've got him. He's in the underground river. If he ain't dead now, he will be. He'll never get out alive.
Look, his body is drifting under the rock.
But somehow I did get out alive. I don't know how. I was wounded and half dead. Indians must have found me on the bank someplace miles away. I remember things only in dreams. I was delirious. All I know is I kept heading east. Always east. Oh, that's all. Then Tonto found me and the Lone Ranger brought me here. That's all, Mr. President.
Major Colonel, there's no need for me to tell you how brave you've been. I'll get some rest.
Thank you, sir. I am tired.
Come. There's a berth in the next car.
Oh, there's one thing more, Mr. President. In the cave, I noticed the members of the Legion have a black arrow tattooed on the left wrist. It might help in identifying.
Tonto! He's fainted.
Let me. I can get him to bed.
It's beginning to get light, Lone Ranger. You must be away from here by dawn.
Yes, Mr. President. I understand my mission.
The Legion of the Black Arrow has a secret meeting place and leader. You must find both. You must work alone. You report to none but me and my chosen aides. The Union must remain one and indivisible. You must dedicate your life and that of your Indian companion to this task to save your country from treason and sedition.
Tonto and I are Americans, Mr. President. I leave at once.
The masked man took his leave. Once again, he slipped through the line of sentries and made his way to Tonto and the horses. There he told him briefly what the president had said. Behind them, as they talked in low tones, they could hear the stir of the encampment.
So, that is our mission, Tonto. We must not fail.
We find Black Arrow.
We're heading west. A long way west. Scout ready?
Scout him ready.
Reveille. The camp will be awake very soon. Time to ride. After me, Kimosabe. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
That's done, sir. That's the Lone Ranger in his pie.
We're a little late, Flint. I had to be very careful leaving the train. I was able to learn enough to know that the Lone Ranger's been given a mission to destroy our Legion.
There they are against the horizon, sir. I can...
No, don't shoot, Flint.
But we
No,
are...
you'd miss at this distance. Besides, if it roused everyone, the president would wonder why I'm out here. He might get suspicious of me.
Yes, sir. What do we do?
Get your horse. Ride at once for the valley of the Black Arrow.
You mean I'm to desert?
Yes. Desert the army. Get there and report to our leader. This masked man gets around a lot. If we can discover his real identity, penetrate his disguise, it'll help us. We can use him as a decoy.
Keno, I'll pass the word. Nothing can defeat the Black Arrow. Nothing.
Are you struggling to manage your data in Microsoft Access? Do you need help designing tables, creating queries, and generating reports? Look no further than Rob, the Microsoft Access expert with 20 years of experience. With Rob's help, you can learn the skills you need to master Access and take your data management to the next level. Rob's personalized approach to teaching ensures that you get the attention you need to succeed, and with his deep understanding of database management, you can be confident that you're learning from a true expert. So why wait? Sign up for Rob's Microsoft Access course today and start unlocking the full potential of your data. Contact Rob, email b@g3pl.com or call 615-420-2040 for more information.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. During the years of unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors, and for once his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're on the tail of the Black Arrow! I'm Silver!
Armed with a secret commission from the President of the United States, the Lone Ranger raced across the plains to the west of St. Louis. His faithful Indian companion Tonto rode at his side.
Come on, Silver! Head on, Scout!
On and on they rode, on toward the hidden stronghold of the Legion of the Black Arrow, on toward danger, guardians of the future of the West. They made camp one night on the banks of the Platte, and as they prepared to mount the following morning, The sun drove away the mist, and a range of mountains loomed on the distant horizon.
The Rockies, Tonto.
Maybe we find Black Arrow Cave there.
They cover a lot of ground from New Mexico to Montana. The Hidden Valley might be even farther west, in the Sierras.
That's right.
Major Connell was drugged and blindfolded when they took him there. He was weak and delirious when he escaped. All we know is that there's a valley and a cave somewhere.
It take long time to find it.
Unless we can find someone to lead us.
How we do that?
The members of the Black Arrow must report to headquarters.
Uh-huh.
And we know that every one of them carries the mark of a black arrow on his wrist. Find one of them. Follow him. The first part of our mission has been carried out.
Then you not hunt through mountains.
It would take us years that way.
Plenty long time.
The leader of the Legion may stay in the valley. His men don't. They're working all the time to undermine the government and terrorize the settlers. No matter where we start, we're sure to find one of them. That's the first step. Let's hope we can take it soon.
Hip. Ready, Tonto?
Tonto ready.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
But during the next month, a strange quiet descended on the frontier. The most lawless towns became peaceful. There were no Indian uprisings. Road agents disappeared from the trails. The Lone Ranger rode into Fort Lincoln in the dead of night, and the guard escorted him to General Cartwright, one of the few men the president had suggested he contact. But before the masked man could bring up the subject of his mission, the general asked permission to read a part of his monthly report to the chief of staff.
My opinion, the ruling that every post must be fully garrisoned at all times can now be repealed. I recommend that the Army return to its previous practice of sponsoring expeditions to study the country and of providing a military escort for any wagon train that desires one. What do you think of that, Masked Man?
I agree, General. It's a wise suggestion.
I've written something else, so you won't agree with this. The Secretary of War has been pleased to hint there is some secret and powerful organization at work in the West. I find no evidence of such an organization. The years of bloodshed and violence on the frontier are past. The West is at peace.
You wouldn't have written that report a month ago, General.
Oh, perhaps not. But I'm writing it now.
I hope you're not mistaken.
You don't agree. I knew it. Do you know anything more about this secret organization than I do? I respect your judgment, Masked Man. And if you can give me one tangible piece of evidence, I'll admit I'm wrong.
I can't give you any evidence.
And my report stands.
But I respect your judgment, General. And I'm sure there's something you won't forget.
Why? Well, what do you mean?
There's often a lull before the storm.
Lightning flashed and thunder rolled across the valley high in the Sierras. The rain poured down, but the great cavern at the far end of the valley gave shelter to hundreds of men. The Legion of the Black Arrow had gathered to receive the orders of their leader. He stood before them on the stone dais. The lower half of his face was covered by a black cloth. His eyes reflected the light of the two fires that leaped toward the roof of the cavern on either side of him. His hands met above his head. Behind him appeared the sinister shadow. The shadow of the Black Arrow.
Legion of the Black Arrow shall triumph. Aye! The West shall be ours. Aye! Death to our enemies. Aye! We have been summoned here from all parts of the West. So far you have done your work well. But the time has come for even greater efforts in the cause of our glorious destiny. Aye! Please come up here. Tell them what happened in St. Louis.
Sure. The President sent out word to locate the Lone Ranger. And 2 months ago, they met in St. Louis. They don't know much about us in Washington. Just our name and what we stand for. It's up to the Lone Ranger to find out the rest. He's supposed to find this hideout. Let him try. Let him try.
That's enough, Flint.
I'd just like one crack at that master.
Enough. Never make the mistake of underestimating your enemies. That's a lesson you all must learn. And I'm telling you now that if anyone can defeat us, it's the Lone Ranger. Tomorrow morning, this valley and this cavern will be empty.
All of you will be on your way back to your posts. Some of you will receive new ones. You'll receive new instructions from my lieutenants. There's been a month of peace in the West. Tomorrow we declare war again. This time there shall be no pause until the final victory. The Legion of the Black Arrow shall triumph. Aye! The West shall be ours. Aye! Death to our enemies. Aye! Death to the Lone Ranger. Aye!
Torlock.
Yeah?
Now that we're out on the trail, I got a question to ask you.
About what?
Are you the leader?
What makes you ask that?
Well, I never saw him except in the cave with that black scarf over his face, but you're just about the same build and you talk something like him.
Do I?
Yeah, something.
No one knows the leader, Flint.
Not even you?
It isn't wise to ask questions. Sometimes one finds out too much. That's dangerous.
Yeah, I guess so.
We have a job to do, you and I. Let's concentrate on that until we've finished it.
You're the boss. Where are we heading?
Fort Lincoln.
The Lone Ranger's around there and General Cartwright. He's the best commanding officer the Army's got in the West.
Exactly, Flint.
Huh?
Your first job will be to round up a gang of outlaws. Men that'll do anything for money.
Well, they won't be members of the Black Arrow.
That won't be necessary.
Yeah, then it's easy. I can find plenty. What's next?
You're going to re-enlist in the Army.
I can't.
Under a different name, of course.
If they find out I deserted in St. Louis, they'll put me in jail.
You're going to jail, Flint.
Huh?
The charge won't be desertion, however.
Now, listen, Torlock.
Remember your oath.
Yeah, I know, but what's the sense of going to jail?
It isn't your place to question orders.
What good it'll do?
I'll tell you that. By going to jail, you'll bring about the disgrace of General Cartwright. He'll be court-martialed, retired from active duty. The Army will lose its most able commander.
I don't see how I can do that.
The plan's very simple. Just listen.
Halt, who goes there?
A friend.
Bring up or I'll shoot.
The general's expecting me.
You're masked.
I have a pass. Here.
You're an outlaw. Reach for the sky.
What's going on, man?
It's a masked man, General. I got him covered.
You're new here, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Everett, sir.
If you don't mind, masked man, I'll take that pass.
Here you are, General.
This was presented to you, wasn't it, Everett?
Yeah, it's too dark to read out here. Besides, I thought it was a trick. Sorry if I did wrong.
No, there's no harm done. You'll learn.
Yes, sir.
Come with me, masked man. I want to talk with you in my quarters. When Tonto rode in here the other day, I had to send for you. I had to confess I was wrong. It was the calm before the storm.
Yes, General.
You don't have to be told, of course. But there's a wave of crime and violence sweeping over the whole territory. The Indians are becoming a problem again.
They won't go on the warpath if you can keep the settlers off their reservations.
And I'm doing my best. But just in case, I'd like your advice.
What about?
The defense of this post. Can 100 men hold it?
Against any force the Indians around here can raise.
Well, that's fine. I don't want to discontinue the escorts for the wagon trains. But the country's alive with outlaws. There isn't a gold train that has a chance of getting through without a strong guard.
When does the next one leave for the east?
I don't know. We have one wagon in the fort now. The owner's anxious to get on. But so far, I've refused to allow it. There'll be others coming soon, and I hate to waste a detail on one wagon. Who's there?
It's Torlock.
Well, that's the owner I was talking about. I'll have to see him.
It would be better if he didn't see me.
You can wait in the other room.
Yes, sir.
General Cartwright.
Coming. Well, Torlock?
I'm here to demand my rights.
What do you mean?
You've held me up here for nearly a week. I won't stand for it any longer.
You're free to leave the fort whenever you want to. But I only have a certain number of men, and I can't afford to waste them.
I'm leaving here tomorrow morning, General. Tomorrow morning at daybreak.
Torlock, you don't realize...
I realize that I've stayed here long enough. If I drive out of here without a military escort, Washington will hear of it.
Good night, Mr. Torlock.
Good night, General.
The fool. Washington shall hear of it. As if they didn't know my problems. Masked man, you can... Well, that's strange. The window is open.
He's gone.
Flint.
What the...
Quiet.
Oh, it's you.
Are your men all set?
Yeah, they've made camp in the hills to the east.
Time you left here and joined them. I'm leaving the first thing tomorrow morning.
Well, you gotta wait for more wagons.
I'm not waiting for anything. Not with the Lone Ranger around.
The general won't give you an escort.
Oh, yes, he will. He won't like it, but he won't take any chance of my being ambushed. The only thing I'm worried about is your men. Can you make them attack after they've seen their soldiers with me?
They get them so filled up with stories about the gold in your wagon and attack a whole army.
Ah, good. I'll get out of here and join them.
I have to wait until I'm ready. Look, Torlock.
What?
A torch over there by the general's quarters. It's a masked man carrying it.
Yes.
He's getting mounted.
Come on, Silver.
I can't be seen with you.
Look at that horse travel coming straight toward me. What's the idea of the torch?
Look out there.
He's going to throw it.
Up there. Hail, Silver! Away!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When the Lone Ranger raced out of the army post, he headed straight for the camp where Tonto was waiting. There he told his faithful Indian companion of a discovery.
I'd never seen the man's face before, but his voice was familiar. You remember my telling you about a soldier in St. Louis?
Ah. That night you talked with Great White Father. Him get close to train.
It sounded like the same voice. That's why I threw the torch.
Oh.
Well, it startled him. His right hand was on his rifle. He threw his left one up to protect his face.
And what you see?
The sign of the Black Arrow.
You find man you look for?
We found a member of the Legion, yes. A not very important one.
You tell General?
Not yet. We don't want this man Everett to suspect anything. We let him go ahead with his plans if he has any. But keep an eye on him all the time.
That's good.
You'd better go to the post and stay there. Report to me the moment anything happens.
How to do it?
You're back soon, Kimosabe.
You saddle Silver. Ride.
Here, Silver. What's happened, Tonto?
Tonto get to fort. Him see man run away from stockade. Go to hills.
Deserter?
Maybe so.
Was he in uniform?
Ah.
Do you think you can follow his trail?
Not easy.
There's a wagon leaving the fort at daybreak. If Everett's working with the outlaws around here, he might be trying to get word to them.
And that's what Tonto think.
Or it might be someone else. We'll have to find out what he's up to. Steady, boy. Gotta tighten the cinch.
It's not long till day comes. Lighten east now.
We've got to hurry. Yep.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
As the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode away from their sheltered camp, the light in the east grew stronger. And by the time they reached the fort, they could see a great covered wagon starting out with a detachment of soldiers riding alongside. The masked man and the Indian made a wide circle of the fort and picked up the trail of the deserter at the foot of the hills. On they raced until they came to a clearing in a wooded valley.
Got a camp here, Kimosabe.
Ah.
It's a fresh camp.
That's right.
I think we were right about outlaws. Our deserter joined up with them.
Men ride that way.
Yes, to the east. The same way the wagon's heading. How many, Tonto?
Maybe 10.
The soldiers should be able to handle them, but we'll do what we can to help. Come on, Silver.
Get out, Scout.
Wagon's coming. Ready with your guns, boys.
Wait a minute, Flint.
Yeah.
You said there wouldn't be any soldiers. There's a half a dozen anyway.
We can take care of them.
I don't like it.
We'll have them covered before they know what's going on. It's worth taking a chance, Butch. Think of all that gold.
Yeah.
When I say the word, dig in with your spurs and follow me.
Up high with your hands.
Somebody behind us.
The first man who turns around gets a taste of lead. Up with your hands and ride down onto the trail.
Clint, I know that voice. It's the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger?
Yeah, we better do what he says. Come on, get up there.
Get up here. Come on, get up there.
Straight down the slope to the trail. You don't have to touch your reins. And keep your hands up.
Don't shoot, mister.
That's far enough. Gang them up, boys. Open fire.
No, it's the Lone Ranger. He's captured him.
Oh, Blackie. Whoa.
Detail, halt.
You're prisoners, Sergeant. They were planning to rob this wagon.
Well, I don't say they would have gotten away with it, masked man, but we sure appreciate what you've done.
One of them wore a uniform last night.
Everett.
Well,
wasn't there an absence without leave reported?
We left before inspection. You're all right, though. This hombre enlisted about 2 weeks ago. There's a court-martial waiting for you, mister.
Think so?
I know. You and your crooked friends are headed for the guardhouse.
Just a moment. Does this mean I'll have to turn back?
Sure. These prisoners got to be delivered to the general.
But when will we get started again?
Oh, you won't lose many hours. You ought to be mighty grateful to the masked man that you haven't lost your gold.
Oh, I am, Sergeant. I'm more grateful than I can say.
The outlaws were taken back to the post and thrown in the guardhouse. A few hours later, Torlock drove away with a new escort. And that night, Flint was court-martialed.
Is Everett your real name?
Why, sure.
The Lone Ranger heard your outlaw friends call you Flint.
Well, that's just what I told him.
Very well, we'll let that pass. You're charged with desertion and robbery armed. How do you plead?
Guilty.
And I've sentenced you to...
Just a second, General. I can't go through with it.
You can't go through with what?
Our scheme. I know you promised you'd protect me even if we didn't get the gold, but
Protect you?
Colonel Sumner, all the rest of you gentlemen. This is a court, isn't it? I got a right to speak, haven't I?
Order! Just what is it you have to say?
I'm going to tell the truth.
Swear him in, Sergeant.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Proceed with your testimony.
Gentlemen, this holdup wasn't my idea. General Cartwright planned the whole thing.
Order!
He made the proposition to me quite a while ago, before I joined the Army. And all I had to do was get a gang together and tip them off about gold shipments whenever the General passed a word along. He was to get half of whatever we took.
General.
Yes, Colonel?
May I ask a question of the prisoner?
You may.
I'm sure that I speak for all my brother officers when I say that none of us believes this outrageous charge. I demand that the prisoner give us proof of this accusation or hold his tongue.
I have proof, right here. This statement is in General Cartwright's handwriting. You can see that for yourself after I finish reading it. I was afraid he might not give me protection, and this was my insurance. Now listen. I, Leonard Cartwright, hereby admit full responsibility for the planning and execution of any and all holdups in the vicinity of Fort Lincoln, or any other post where I may be the commandant. And I also promise that if
Well, that's what was behind this holdup, Tonto. It was planned with the sole purpose of disgracing General Cartwright. You have an arrow?
Right here.
Must be black. Well, a little fire will take care of that.
And what you do?
Flint has been working under orders from the Black Arrow. We're going to change his plans. Quick, Tonto. We must go and get everything
And
ready.
I also promise that if John Everett is captured during the course of such a raid, I will see that his sentence is suspended at the earliest possible moment. It's signed, General Leonard Cartwright.
It must be a forgery.
If I'd kept quiet, he'd have kept his word. I know him. But I can't go through with it. I want to pay for what I've done, and I want him to pay, too.
Hand that paper over.
Sure. Let him see it. He can't deny it's his handwriting.
General, we'll take your word.
I never wrote this.
That's all we need.
Oh, wait. You're wrong, gentlemen.
Wrong?
I know what the General means. You haven't got the right to declare him innocent. This case must be tried in Washington.
A charge has been made. It can only be considered by my superiors.
But there'll be a scandal. If some newspapers learned of this, they'd start yelling for your scalp.
I must face the accusation unless it's withdrawn.
I'll never. What the?
What? A black arrow. It came from that window. Outside, Sergeant. Find out who shot it.
Yes, sir. Come on, there's a note. Let me see.
Hand that over.
Not till
Give me that paper at once.
Sure. You're lucky, General.
What does it say?
Plans changed. Tell the truth. Was this message meant for you?
Yep. That's why I said you were lucky. The statement's a forgery, gentlemen. I'm withdrawing the charge I made. Go ahead, General. I'm ready for my sentence.
The sergeant reported that he'd been unable to find anyone outside the building where the court-martial had taken place. A systematic search of the post was ordered by the general, and Flint was returned to the guardhouse. As the general neared his own quarters, the Lone Ranger and Tonto stepped out of the shadows.
General.
What? Masked man. I wish you could have been present at the court-martial. It was amazing. First, this Flint, or Everett, or whatever his name is, accused me of being a crook.
We heard most of it. Tonto and I were just outside the window.
Just out... What, couldn't have been you that shot that arrow?
It was Tonto.
But why?
To make Flint tell the truth.
Do you realize what it might have meant if he hadn't?
I certainly do. Disgrace and the loss to the Army of one of its finest soldiers. You're a marked man, General. It's time you learn the meaning of the Black Arrow.
At that moment, Flint heard his name called at the window of his cell.
Flint?
Torlock. I knew you must be around someplace.
I had to come back and find out how you made out.
Fine.
You told the story just as I rehearsed you?
Yeah, and then I showed everybody the paper. The General sure would have been in plenty of trouble if you hadn't changed your mind.
Changed my mind?
It was an awful risky thing to do, shooting that arrow into the room. Suppose you had to act fast, though, huh? What happened, anyway?
You've been warned not to ask questions, Flint. Just to follow orders.
That's what I did. As soon as I read the note, I told him the statement was a forgery. That was right, wasn't it?
It wasn't I who shot that arrow, Flint.
It wasn't? Well, then who was it?
Another question?
I'm sorry, but you can't blame me for being mixed up.
No, I can't blame you. You finished your work. That's all you have to worry about.
Is there any chance of my getting out of jail?
Black Arrow never forgets its members.
I hope not.
Would you like a drink, Flint?
Sure.
Here you are. You can keep the flask.
Well, thanks a lot.
I'll have to be going. Drink to the Black Arrow, Flint.
I sure will.
Good night.
So long. The Legion of the Black Arrow shall triumph. Death to our enemies.
You stay here, Sergeant. The masked man and I will talk to the prisoner alone.
Yes, sir.
If he's a member of the Legion, we'll make him tell us where the hideout is.
It won't be easy.
We'll clean them out. We've got to. This is the cell. Well, Flint?
He's asleep.
Wake up there.
Oh, wait, General. He isn't asleep. He's...
Torlock.
Torlock. Flint!
It's too late, General. The man's dead.
Do not stay long in guardhouse, Kemosabe.
We're leaving, Tonto. We're going after Torlock.
That man who drive wagon?
The man who gave Flint his orders. We'll find his trail and follow it to the end. Come on, Silver.
Hit him up, Scout. Oh, Silver! Hoy!
Are you struggling to manage your data in Microsoft Access? Do you need help designing tables, creating queries, and generating reports? Look no further than Rob, the Microsoft Access expert with 20 years of experience. With Rob's help, you can learn the skills you need to master Access and take your data management to the next level. Rob's personalized approach to teaching ensures that you get the attention you need to succeed, and with his deep understanding of database management, you can be confident that you're learning from a true expert. So why wait? Sign up for Rob's Microsoft Access course today and start unlocking the full potential of your data. Contact Rob, email db@g3pl.com or call 615-420-2040 for more information.
course with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. During the years of unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors, and for once his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're on the trail of the Black Arrow! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Ranger became convinced that a man named Torlock was one of the more important members of the Legion of the Black Arrow, and he and Tonto followed his trail from Fort Lincoln. It led them to Phillipsburg, but just as the lights of the town came into view, lightning flared across the sky, thunder crashed, and a torrential wind-driven rain lashed against them. The masked man and the Indian took cover under a rocky ledge.
This rain wash out all track?
Yes, Kimosabe. Phillipsburg is quite a large town. I think we'd have lost them there anyway.
Oh, it's plenty bad.
Not too bad. It isn't as if we were after someone we didn't know.
A railroad go through town. Maybe him get on train.
He couldn't do that. The line isn't open yet.
Oh, that's right.
But the first train is scheduled to start in less than a week. It may have been the railroad that brought Torlock here.
Maybe so. How we find out?
We'll wait here until the storm is over.
And that be 1-2 hours.
That time, the town will be asleep. We'll ride in and call on the sheriff.
You know him?
No, Tonto. But if he's honest, he'll be glad to help us.
Want to stay here?
I think you'd better come in with me. There's a light. We won't have to wake him up.
Want to see girl in room?
Yes.
Or not stay there?
Just as well. The sheriff's coming.
Him wear badge, all right.
Well, gents...
You're covered, Sheriff. We're coming in.
A masked man and an Indian.
Keep your voice down. Was that your daughter who was in here a minute ago?
No, my niece.
There's no need to alarm her.
You've got a lot of nerve. Outlaws coming right into my house.
We're not outlaws.
Then what's the idea of the mask and the gun?
I won't use it unless you force me to. Here's one of the bullets in my cartridge belt, Sheriff. Take a look at it.
Say, it's silver.
Masked friend called horse silver.
What's that, Injun?
This Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger?
Him not crook. Him look for crook.
What's your name?
Me, Tonto.
That all ties in with what I've heard. Mister, I'm sure happy to meet you. What brings you to Phillipsburg?
A man named Torlock.
Torlock?
Did you ever hear of him?
You can't say that I have.
Well, that may not be his real name. He's tall and dark. He has a black mustache. His eyes are black, too, and sharp. The eyes of an eagle.
Say.
You seen him?
There was a stranger come into town this afternoon. He looked like a gambler, but he said he was an engineer.
And he answered my description?
He sure did, especially the eyes. He seemed to look right through you. What's he done?
The man was poisoned at Fort Lincoln, Sheriff. We believe Torlock was responsible.
Murder, huh? You got proof?
No, but there's an even more serious charge against him.
Well, there can't be.
What about treason?
Plotting against the government?
Yes. I'd rather not tell you anything more about it just now. You can arrest him for the murder. He'll be taken back to Fort Lincoln and General Cartwright to investigate the other charge.
I'll sure help you all I can, Masked Man. But you won't find him in town.
He's gone?
Like I told you, he said he was an engineer. And he said he was going on the Cottonwood Canyon to take a look at the railroad bridge they built across it.
And that's where we're heading.
Now, wait. I warned this Torlock. He called himself Cavendish here.
Yes?
I warned him there might be outlaws hanging out in the canyon. He said that didn't worry him, but maybe he was going to join up with them.
It's possible.
Kimosabe. Maybe Black Arrow Cave there.
That's almost too much to hope for, Tonto.
I never heard of a Black Arrow Cave, but there's a lot of them in the canyon. It wouldn't be safe for you to go up there alone, Masked Man. There's 1,000 places where they could ambush you. Why don't you let me round up a posse and go with you?
We can't lose any time, Sheriff.
Well, I could get the men together first thing in the morning. There's a lot of heavy undergrowth in the canyon. You'd have an awful time getting through it tonight.
Just the same.
Well, you go ahead if you want to. But how about fixing up someplace where we can meet you tomorrow? Suppose Torlock joined up with the gang. Even if you found them, you couldn't round them up alone.
We'll need your help.
Then me and the boys will meet you at the foot of Eagle Point. You can't miss that. It's where the top of the canyon juts out to a point about a half mile beyond the opening.
Can you draw a map?
Oh, sure. There's a pencil and paper right over here on the table. I don't like the idea of you going up there tonight, but if you got directions, it'll be some safer.
Kimosabe.
Yes, Tonto?
Somebody riding away from out and back.
Could it be the girl?
Oh, I wonder. She took a look in here and saw you was masked. She's gone.
The window's open.
Yeah, she slipped out the window. Thought you was an outlaw just like I did at first. Now she's gone to get help. Fool kid.
Well, if she saw my mask, you can't blame her.
Well, if she looked, why didn't she listen?
There's no harm done. Tonto and I'll be out of town before she gets back.
Yeah. And if she does bring some of the boys, I can get started with my posse sooner than before.
Yes. You might even come with us tonight.
Listen, Masked Man. There ain't many hombres as brave as you. None, I guess. Me and the boys would like it a lot better if we could wait till morning. Of course, if you think we ought...
No, Sheriff. Whatever you think best. Just give us the map and we'll be on our way.
I'll finish it up pronto.
Oh, boy.
All right, boys. It's only Karen.
Put out that fire.
You've ridden hard.
Yes, I had to take the long way around. He'll be using the main trail, and I didn't want to take any chance of his catching up with me.
He's come, then.
He may be in the canyon now. That's why you can't show any light. Not tonight.
Well, out with it. Is that all you have to tell me?
No. The sheriff promised to round up a posse, but they won't leave town until tomorrow morning. They're going to meet the masked men at the foot of Eagle Point.
Eagle Point.
That ought to suit you. There's a cave halfway up the cliff. With a buffalo gun, you can...
You're very useful, Karen. I respect your brains. But don't try to make my plans for me.
There's no better place than the cave.
You mentioned a posse, I believe.
Surely you're not afraid of them.
There would be no escape from that cave.
I didn't expect you to do the shooting yourself, Torlock. And it's something new if you've developed a consideration for the coyotes who worked for you.
Keep your voice down. I never take chances with the lives of my men.
Just not enough for all of them to hear.
There's only 2 of them who belong to the Legion. Why should I have any consideration for the others?
Or even for the members? Are they any better than Flint?
It was a mistake to tell you that.
At least it's made me careful, Torlock.
You know, someday you'll regret your attitude toward me.
I take your orders. That's all I have to do.
Indeed.
Oh, stop that.
Stop what?
The way you're imitating him. You're trying to make me think you were the leader.
No. No one knows the leader, Karen.
Oh, understand this. I'd lay down my life for him. Or for anything that will help the cause.
That's admirable. I commend you.
Thank you. Let's get back to business.
You may leave the details of the ambush to me. But I have some other work for you.
Very well.
When you get home tonight, you'll tell your uncle that you're taking the morning stage for Meredith.
Why?
That's the junction point for the railroad. The two crews will be meeting in a few days. I want to know ahead of time just when the first train will leave for Phillipsburg.
They'll telegraph that news anyway.
And I also want to know who will be riding in it. We might want to wait for the second train.
I see.
Any questions?
Shall I hire a rider?
Find a member if you can. It isn't safe to trust anyone else with a written message.
If I can't find a man, I'll bring it myself.
Good. Now then?
Tolak, I still think the cave...
That's enough. When you get to Meredith, you'll hear that the Lone Ranger has been killed.
The following morning, the sheriff rounded up his posse. But they waited until the stage was ready to start for Meredith before they rode out of town. An armed escort for the lumbering coach. It was not until the opening of Cottonwood Canyon had been passed that the lawman raised his arm in a signal to stop.
Bye, Uncle Ben.
Goodbye. Are we finally heading for the canyon?
What's got into you, Hank?
The sun's been up over 2 hours. I don't see why we had to wait for the stage.
Maybe we shouldn't have. But Karen's all the folks I got in the world. You can't blame me for wanting her to get past the canyon safe.
I don't exactly blame you.
The Lone Ranger being here means we're up against some mighty tough hombres.
Sure. But if we'd gone ahead and cleaned out the canyon, there wouldn't be any crooks to hold up the stage.
It's going to take more than an hour or two to find them. There's miles of canyon. In places, it's wide as a valley.
You don't have to tell me.
Don't feel bad about this late start, men. We got the whole day ahead of us. And the Lone Ranger's waiting for us at the foot of Eagle Point. Now, let's go. Come on, get up. Come on there.
Can you see the point, Tolok?
Yes.
Any sign of the masked man or the engine?
Not yet.
I thought you said he was supposed to meet the sheriff at the foot of the cliff.
He's smart. That's open ground at the foot of the cliff.
You mean he'll keep undercover until the posse shows up?
Until he can see them or hear them, anyway.
Yeah, that ain't so good.
Why isn't it?
Well, Trigger's been waiting up in the cave for hours, but he... It ain't funny.
You know, Karen has brains.
What's Karen got to do with it?
She told me last night the cave was the only sure place to pick him off. It wasn't until after she left that I realized she was right.
Maybe so, Tolok. But if Trigger has to wait there until the posse arrives, he won't get a chance to get away. The trail from the cave leads straight up the cliff. They can pick him off easy.
And why do you suppose I gave up the pleasure of killing the Lone Ranger myself?
Oh.
Trigger doesn't belong. For the moment, he's useful. And the moment is past, what difference does it make what happens to him?
Yeah, he'll know he can't get away.
I doubt that. I picked him for 2 reasons. He's a dead shot, and he never thinks ahead.
Yeah, I can't help feeling a little sorry for the dumb-off.
Oh, save your pity. Just remember that the Lone Ranger dies, too. Yeah, there.
You see him?
The posse. I can see them at the opening of the canyon. Horses and men fighting their way through the undergrowth. It won't be long before the Lone Ranger steps into the open to meet them.
Be here in a minute, Tonto. Come on.
We leave Silver Scout here?
Yes, we can call them when we need them.
No, Tonto not like it.
What's the matter?
Tonto not know. Him feel something wrong. You wait.
We have to let the sheriff know we're here.
And his sign of outlaw around. It not good step out in open.
Hello, masked man. Where are you?
Sheriff's out in the open now. Right here.
Give us something. Look out. Oh!
Tonto!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. As the Lone Ranger stepped into the clearing at the foot of Eagle Point, Tonto called out a warning and threw himself in front of the masked man. 2 shots rang out, and the faithful Indian fell to the ground. The Lone Ranger knelt beside him as the sheriff's posse thundered to a stop.
Is he dead?
Where those shots come from?
You must stop me. Tonto see some. Shine on gun. You look up on cliff.
Up on cliff?
Yeah. There's a cave halfway up. There's somebody climbing out of it now.
Looks like a trail leading up to the top.
That hombre won't get far. Give me room, boys, so I can get a beat on him.
No, Sheriff. Don't shoot to kill.
Why not? He drilled the engine, didn't he?
Don't shoot to kill. Let him get away. I can show you another trail that leads to the top of the cliff.
What good will that do? He'll be gone by the time we
can
get
follow
there.
his tracks. They'll lead us to the outlaw camp.
That's an idea. Of course, they won't waste much time in clearing out.
This canyon's like a jungle. It's our only chance to find them.
Maybe you're right.
Keep shooting until the man reaches the top, and we'll start after him.
You heard what the masked man said, men. We can all waste a few bullets.
I'll have your shoulder bandaged in a minute, Tonto. You'll be all right.
Tonto, wait here. You go on with men.
Open fire!
Did he get the masked man?
I don't know. Posse's all around them.
What about Trigger?
He's still climbing.
Good.
What's good about it?
Maybe he'll get away.
If he does, he'll head straight for our camp. They'll follow him. That's the only way they could ever locate it.
We gotta find another spot, huh?
Not in the canyon. We're leaving it.
Where'll we go?
The Badlands. Let them try and follow our tracks on rock.
What about the bridge?
We'll be back. Don't worry about that.
Can you see the masked man yet?
Yes, he's standing up. Trigger missed him.
I'll be darned.
The Black Arrow doesn't stand for failure. He'll pay for this.
How do you mean?
Come on, back to the camp. We're leaving Trigger behind.
I never thought they'd leave the canyon, masked man.
We're getting close to the Badlands.
Yes, there's rock up ahead. There won't be any trail before long.
We've lost them.
Look.
Where?
The shadow of that rim rock. There's a man on horseback. He's riding into one of the canyons.
Let's hope it's the one the gang took. There's a million of them.
Come on, boys. After it.
Come
on, Silver. Don't shoot to kill, Sheriff.
It's the same hombre that was in the cave.
You'll catch him alive. His horse has gone lame.
Yeah. He knows he can't get away now. He's reeling up.
Don't shoot. I've got my hands up.
It's Trigger Gordon.
The ornery killer.
Pick him up. Don't shoot.
Take off that wrist guard, Trigger. Hurry up.
What's the idea?
The left one.
Sure. There you are.
I see.
I don't see nothing.
I was looking for a tattoo mark, Sheriff. The Trigger doesn't seem to have one.
What kind of a tattoo mark?
Never mind. Did the gang take this canyon?
I don't know.
And what were you riding up here for?
I had to try one of them.
Now, don't lie.
I'm not. When I got back to the camp in Cottonwood, they was gone. I followed their trail until it hit rock, and then I lost it. They double-crossed me, the ornery polecats, left me behind.
No, none of that. They told you where they'd be heading.
They didn't, I swear.
He's telling the truth, Sheriff. We've lost them. I'll take him back to town and put him in jail.
You're giving up, masked man?
Not exactly. I'm heading back for Cottonwood. When Tonto can ride, we'll start after Torlock again.
You figure he's left this part of the country?
I'm not sure.
Well, you won't leave before you say goodbye, will you?
No, Sheriff. You'll see me again before I leave. I promise. Come on, Silver.
Adios, masked man.
The railroad bridge spanned Cottonwood Canyon at its narrowest point. From the shining rails at the top to the new timbers that crossed and recrossed on their way to the canyon floor, it was the only evidence of civilization for miles. And already, just a month after its completion, the undergrowth was rising about it once again. The Lone Ranger made his camp within sight of the bridge. It was 2 days before Tonto was able to stand on his feet. But on the third day, his strength returned quickly. And that evening,
Tonto feel plenty bad.
What's wrong, Kimosabe?
You stay here with Tonto and him take long time to get strong. Maybe you not find Torlock again.
Even if you hadn't been wounded, we'd have stayed here, Kimosabe.
What you mean?
That bridge is the only thing that brought Torlock to Cottonwood Canyon.
You think him try wreck it?
It's just the sort of thing the Black Arrow would try.
Oh, him have plenty time.
He must have been waiting for the right moment.
When that come?
When he can destroy more than the bridge.
Oh, him wait for train then, huh?
Yes, Kimosabe. I'm going to leave you tonight.
Where you go?
To Meredith. I want to find out when the first train is coming through.
Here, Silver. When you get back?
By tomorrow morning at the latest. Now, if you see any men around the bridge, ride into town and at the sheriff.
Tonto do it.
Come on, Silver.
Once out of the canyon, the great white stallion raced along the moonlit trail. Mile after mile was left behind. But suddenly, the masked man reined up and swung into a grove of trees.
Someone coming, Silver. He's riding fast. We'll wait for him here and find out why he's in such a hurry. An ordinary traveler doesn't whip up his horse like that. Come on, boy, out on the trail.
Reach for the sky. Up with him.
What is this? Hold up.
Where are you heading?
Phillipsburg. You're masked.
Yes.
That horse. You're the Lone Ranger.
No, you don't. Drop that gun.
Let go my arm.
Not until I get that paper you tried to swallow.
You're breaking my wrist.
Open your hand. There. That's better. I think I'll take a look at your other wrist.
No.
Don't argue.
All right. There.
Just as I thought. A Black Arrow. You were taking this message to Torlock, weren't you?
I don't know anybody called Torlock.
And we'll see what it says. Change plans. Officials taking second train tomorrow night. Change plans. So the first train is leaving Meredith tonight, and Torlock plans to wreck it. This note would have stopped him until tomorrow. We'll act tonight.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Get moving. You're heading for town.
No, wait a minute, masked man.
Hurry up.
All right. Get up there.
Come on, Silver. Steady, Silver. Get down from the saddle. Walk in front of me up the steps.
What's all it? Masked man.
The sheriff wasn't home. I have a prisoner for you.
A prisoner?
You can't arrest me. There's nothing wrong with having a tattoo mark.
Look at it, Hank. A Black Arrow.
What's it mean?
I'll explain later. We've got to hold him until after we round up Torlock and his gang.
But I haven't got the keys to the jail.
And we'll rope him and leave him here until we get back. I'll attend to it, Hank. You get a posse together.
A posse? What's up anyway?
The first train from Meredith is leaving tonight.
Yeah, I know. It's supposed to pass through here about 4 o'clock in the morning.
Won't get this far if Torlock can stop it.
Hold up.
I believe he plans to destroy the bridge across Cottonwood Canyon.
Golly.
There. Now, hurry. Get your men.
Right.
We leave the trail here, Hank.
Swing left, boys. Head for the canyon. Isn't that somebody riding out of the canyon?
It isn't Tonto.
A black horse. Might be the sheriff.
Yes, you're right.
Hiya, Sheriff.
What's all this about?
Oh, plenty of trouble.
What brought you out here, Sheriff?
I was looking for you. Sort of worried because I hadn't heard from you.
Did you see Tonto?
No.
Then you didn't ride far enough. It's the bridge that's in danger.
Huh?
Torlock and his men are going to wreck it.
What's that?
You'll find out. Follow me.
Come on.
Hi, Kimosabe.
Have you seen any men around the bridge, Tonto?
No.
Maybe they plan to wreck the train some other place.
I don't think so. But we'll take the west trail up to the rim. And we'll ride along the tracks toward Meredith.
Hey, wait. You're right. There's a light up there at the bridgehead.
Torches.
Men, too. You see them.
We've got to hurry. The train's almost due. Come on, Silver. Now we're on level ground. Come
Come on, Silver.
There's the gang. What are they doing?
Setting a charge of powder under the bridge.
Yeah, there's the train. We'll be too late.
No, we won't. Cut them off from their horses so they can't escape. Then close in on the bridgehead.
Right. They see us. Open fire, boys.
The posse closed in on the outlaws. A desperate gun battle followed. The outlaws were driven out on the bridge. They could see the train charging toward them, and finally, in desperation, threw down their guns and, with their hands held high, ran toward the posse in the canyon's rim to escape the oncoming locomotive. But the Lone Ranger saw one man disappear below the rim, and he leaped from Silver to follow him. Down he crashed through the underbrush and found the outlaw directly beneath the tracks.
Stop that match.
You can't stop me.
This can stop you. The charge all set. He's all ready to light the fuse. This is one time that the Black Arrow failed.
Masked man, just give Hank orders to take those crooks back to town.
Aren't you going with them?
We didn't get Torlock, did we? Maybe he's waiting somewhere around here. Why can't you and me follow their back trail and see where it leads?
It's a good idea. Our job is only half done as long as Torlock is free.
All right, Hank. Move them along.
Come on. They came up the rim from the south.
You want to take the lead?
Yes. Their horses were right over here, and...
The trail's as plain as day.
Do you understand now why I called Torlock a traitor?
Sure. I understand everything.
The Black Arrow is trying to rule the West.
They will, too.
What's that?
The posse can't see us now. Don't turn around. Just heist your hands, masked man. Make one move and I'll pull the trigger pronto.
Are you struggling to manage your data in Microsoft Access? Do you need help designing tables, creating queries, and generating reports? Look no further than Rob, the Microsoft Access expert with 20 years of experience. With Rob's help, you can learn the skills you need to master Access and take your data management to the next level. Rob's personalized approach to teaching ensures that you get the attention you need to succeed, and with his deep understanding of database management, you can be confident that you're learning from a true expert. So why wait? Sign up for Rob's Microsoft Access course today and start unlocking the full potential of your data. Contact Rob, email bb@g3pl.com or call 615-420-2040 for more information.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains that led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors, and for once his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're on the trail of the Black Arrow. Down, Silver!
The Lone Ranger had discovered a plot directed by the Black Arrow Legion and summoned a sheriff and his posse to capture the bad men after a sharp battle. Then the prisoners were herded back to town by the sheriff's deputies, while the ranger and the sheriff stayed behind to look for signs of any Black Arrow men who might have escaped. But suddenly, the sheriff pulled a gun on the masked man and snarled,
"Hoist your hands high, masked man. Make one move and I pull the trigger pronto."
Sheriff, are you crazy?
No, I ain't. I had to string along when the posse was around. I even had to let the boys get captured. But I was just waiting for a chance when the two of us might be alone. Mister, in case you want to know, I wear a tattoo mark myself.
You?
Yeah. You didn't figure I was a member of the Black Arrow, did you?
So that's it.
Yeah. Not one of my deputies know it. But I'm telling you for a reason.
The Legion of the Black Arrow can't win.
You think it matters because that posse is putting the gang in jail? Only 2 of them are Black Arrow members. The rest were just hired special for the job. They don't matter a coyote's howl to us. But you do. You matter plenty.
The Army will locate your hideout.
Not a chance. It's hid away up in the mountains, high above... no, you don't. Pretty smart hombre, huh?
That depends. What are your plans for me?
Oh, we got big plans for you, mister. You'll stay alive, savvy? You'll stay alive. You'll be our prisoner. We'll get information out of you if we have to torture you to drag it out. We'll take your mask off and find out who you are. And then we'll put that mask on one of our own men to send him out in your place. That ought to work out pretty good, seeing that nobody ever saw you unmasked, huh?
You talk big, Sheriff. Or should I say ex-sheriff?
Suit yourself, mister. But we power out long enough. It's time to move along.
You got the drop on me.
Which same I aim to keep.
It only takes 1 bullet. Why don't you shoot?
Got plenty of nerve, haven't you? Oh, no, masked man. We got orders to find out what's under your mask.
You'll never make me take off my mask.
No? Well, we'll see about that. Now do just what I tell you. Keep your right hand high. Unbuckle your gun belt with your left. Move it slow.
My left hand?
No tricks. You may have a draw like lightning, but this gun's already aimed and the hammer is cocked. Go ahead. Unhitch that belt. So. Now, slide the belt off the saddle and let it drop. Well, I feel better now with your guns on the ground. I didn't figure you'd give in so easy. I always heard the Lone Ranger was a tough hombre.
What's the next move, Sheriff?
That mask. Take it off.
You'll have to make me.
Take it off. You know, mister, there ain't nobody around to stop me from shooting you.
Except your orders?
I can forget my orders. I can say I had to shoot.
You're not bluffing me, Sheriff.
I ain't bluffing. You're too all-fired calm to suit me. It's getting under my skin. Now take off that mask or I'll... What's that?
Sounded like a bird.
Yeah, a night bird. Yeah. Better do it pronto, masked man. I'll wake up more than 1 bird if I have to shoot. I'm giving you till I count 3. 1, 2...
Tommy!
What the...
Otto!
Get up, boss. Get traveling.
Tommy, him right way. We go after him, huh?
No, Tonto.
But we catch him easy.
No, let him go. I want him to lead us to the men higher up.
Oh. Tonto's happy now.
You heard the talk between us?
Not right. Me walk scout up plenty slow till we get close. Him Black Arrow, huh?
Yes, Tonto. And rather than capture him now, it's better for us to follow his trail. Let him get a good head start so he doesn't suspect we'll be after him.
You not hurt?
No, not touched. He had his gun right on me, too, but I dropped to one side of the saddle when you came in.
You hear me give bird call, huh?
Yes. I'll get my gun belt.
It's plenty good me leave posse come back to you.
If you hadn't, I might have been done for. But I heard you close by, and the sheriff didn't.
And what we do now?
Well, we'll wait till morning, Kimosabe. And we'll pick up Sheriff Brady's trail and get after him.
That good. Me fix campfire.
But when dawn came, the Lone Ranger and Tonto had to change their plans about setting out at once after the sheriff. For while their horses were being saddled...
Steady, Silver. Steady, old boy.
Scout all ready. What matters, Silver?
Stand still, old fella. The saddle. Silver, what's the matter with your leg?
Oh, him lame.
Now, let me see, old fella.
Look, there.
A bullet burned along his leg, Tonto. One of Brady's shots must have hit him.
It bad?
No, just glanced off the bone. That leg will be stiff for several days. We can't trail Brady now, Tonto. We'll have to wait.
Howdy, Torlock. Got here fast as I could.
Where's the masked man, Brady?
Well, I...
Speak up. You were given definite orders about the Lone Ranger.
They didn't work out.
You failed.
Well, it wasn't my fault. I stayed behind the posse like it was arranged for me to do. I was alone with the masked man. Had the drop on him.
Well?
That doggone redskin part of his come hightailing out of the woods. I had to vamoose fast.
Did you come straight here?
Sure.
And you were a sheriff.
Huh?
Members of the Black Arrow Legion should be smarter than that, Brady. You know, I've got a good mind...
Hey, don't pull your gun on me. What'd I do?
You neglected to cover your trail. Suppose the masked man and the Indian are after you.
Why, No, they can't be. It was dark. They couldn't follow a trail. Besides, they've been watching the back track. There's no sign of them.
All right, Brady. It's too late for talk.
Yeah. What's my orders?
Head for Montana.
Montana?
You'll go to Virginia City to the Silver Lode Bar. There'll be a man dressed in black boots, black trousers, black braid coat. He'll have a red string tie.
Uh-huh.
The left-hand corner of the bar.
What's his handle?
You'll learn his name later. You'll identify yourself to him in the usual way.
I savvy.
Frequent the bar until you meet him.
Keno, I'll head that way right now.
Yeah, mister, name your poison. You look almighty dusty.
I've been traveling far. Give me 2 fingers straight.
2 fingers. There you are, 2 fingers.
Leave the bottle.
Sure thing. I'll be around if you want me. Just holler.
Howdy, stranger. I don't recollect seeing you around, Helena.
I just got in.
What's your handle?
My name is Brady.
Brady, huh? You always stand at the left-hand corner of the bar?
I do when it's a Silver Lode bar.
Mm-hmm. Where you hail from?
Mister, I came so fast it's hard to say.
How fast?
Fast as an arrow.
An arrow? Any particular color?
Yeah, mister. Black.
That's so. You're wearing a wristlet, Brady, on your left wrist.
So are you.
You got something under it? Like this?
I have, mister. The same.
A black arrow tattooed. Well, you made good time, Brady. Get to your horse. Meet me at the first creek on the trail to Virginia City. We can talk there.
Hello.
I'm here, Brady. Waiting for you.
I was sent here by the Legion.
My name's Craddock. I've been expecting you.
I wasn't told what's stirring, Craddock.
Trouble's stirring, Brady. Trouble for the Black Arrow. Now listen close.
Shoot.
There's a meeting due to take place soon in Helena. A meeting to decide whether the territory of Montana stays a territory
or puts in a request to the United States government to become a state.
What? If Montana gets into the Union, it's going to be bad for us.
The Black Arrow's got to make sure that doesn't happen. Savvy?
Yeah. What's the scheme?
That depends, Brady. There are 6 more delegates besides me. They've been appointed by meetings all over Montana to come to Helena and decide the matter.
You? You're a delegate?
Well, sure. Why not?
But you're a Black Arrow man.
The gents who made me a delegate don't know that.
Oh, I get it.
There's 2 other delegates besides me who are going to vote against becoming a state. They're honest. I just convinced them by talking.
3, huh? That still leaves 4.
Keno. And in this case, the majority wins. Unless we do something to get a majority, the chances are mighty good that Montana becomes a state. And that's just what the leader of the Black Arrow doesn't want. Savvy?
Yeah. How about shooting?
Too much talk. These hombres are delegates.
Oh.
I tried talking to them. That was no good. Well, the next step is scaring them. The first one to tackle is a gent named Donald. Bill Donald. He and his wife are camping out in a covered wagon near South Gap Pass.
That's the way I came into town.
We can start their way now. Shouldn't take as long, and it's dark. Plenty dark.
Get up, get up.
Bill Donald.
Huh? Hey, what's that?
Riders coming up the trail from the south.
Yeah, I can just make 'em out in the firelight. Gosh almighty, Sarah, look at that white horse the big fella's riding. Did you ever see such a horse?
Hello.
Howdy.
Welcome, stranger.
Hello there, looking for a man riding a sorrel with a white blaze in his left foreleg. I wonder if you've seen him.
I was in town all day, mister.
How about you, ma'am? I believe he took this trail.
Trail plenty old, but we find it.
Why, yes, mister. I do remember a horse answering that description. He passed this afternoon. As I recollect, the man had a heavy mustache.
That sounds like Brady.
He's the law after? You a lawman?
Not exactly, but...
You must stop it.
Hello, what is...
Look out! Bill! Blaze, it's an arrow. Somebody shot an arrow right into our wagon.
Hello, that's a Black Arrow. We'll be back, mister. Come on, Silver.
Hit him up, Scout.
They're going after him. Well, what in the world can it mean? What's so particular about a Black Arrow?
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. When a Black Arrow flew through the air and struck Bill Donald's wagon, the Lone Ranger and Tonto dashed off into the darkness in the direction it had come from.
Arrow come from this way.
What's the trail, Tonto?
Me not see anything.
Right up. Stop.
Oh, Scout.
Steady, Silver. The cliff, Kimosabe. I can't see the top.
It's plenty steep. Fellow who shoot arrow. Get way, huh?
Yes, Tonto. We're heading back to the covered wagon. I want to have another talk with Donald. Come on, Silver.
Here's the 2 men that went after him, Hans.
Howdy. Getting any sign of who shot this arrow, mister?
It was shot from the top of the cliff, Donald. Whoever was up there hurried away.
Now hop off your horse, stranger. You too, Injun. I want you to meet Jeff Hansen, a friend of mine.
Glad to know you, Hanson.
Hi. Bill was telling me about you. He said, well, I'll be a Jayhawk. Donald, this hombre's masked.
What's that?
Why, so he is. Reckon his hat cast a shadow before.
Masked, huh? What are you, an outlaw?
I'm not outlaw.
That's enough out of you, Injun. You two better vamoose before I start spitting lead.
You're making a mistake, Hanson. We're friends.
Donald, are you loco? You letting this gent hoodwink you? For all you know, maybe he had something to do with that Black Arrow.
Now, hold on, Jeff. Something about this hombre. Well, I trust him. We're all going to be friends.
Donald, what does that arrow mean to you?
The arrow don't mean a doggone thing to me, mister. There was a note attached to it. I savvy that all right. Yeah, here it is.
Change your vote.
That's all it says.
Your vote on what?
You mean you don't know? I reckon you did come a long way then. Why, Bill Donald and me are delegates to the meeting in Helena.
Meeting?
That's it, masked man. There are 7 men in town here to vote on whether Montana should apply for admission to the Union as a state. That's what the fuss is all about.
The votes are shaping up 4 in favor and 3 against.
I see. Miss Arrow's a threat to change your vote and make it against statehood. Is that it?
Right, mister. Matter of fact, I got one of them Black Arrow notes myself. That's why I come over to talk to Bill.
Yeah, we've been wondering if this is a little stunt of Craddock's.
Craddock?
Craddock leads the opposition votes, mister. He's a sneaking coyote, if you ask me.
I see. Tonto, head for Helena. See if you can locate this man, Craddock. I'll follow you later and meet you at the edge of town, south of town.
Tonto Savvy. Adios. Get him up. Come.
Now, Donald, ma'am, you too, Hanson. I'll tell you about the Black Arrow. I'm sure they're at work in Helena right now. You may find this hard to believe, but that Black Arrow that flew out of the night is a sign of the biggest and worst outlaw band the West has ever seen.
Close that door, Brady. We're all here.
Yeah.
Keno, everybody sit down.
Speak your piece, Craddock.
I got just one thing to say, gents. The Lone Ranger.
Lone Ranger?
Yeah, he's right close by. You tell him, Brady.
Craddock's right, gents. The masked man and the Injun must have trailed me and got here. We know because we saw him when we called on Donald to persuade him to change his mind.
All right. So we didn't get very far persuading. Now we got to do more than just talk, savvy?
Craddock, we don't know what your game is, but we're being paid to do what you tell us. We're listening.
Keno, Red. The day after tomorrow in the morning, there's going to be a meeting.
Yeah. The vote on whether Montana has to become a state.
Right. That meeting's already scheduled. It won't be changed. There's 4 votes against our 3. You gents savvy where I'm leading to?
Yeah, but we said
We got to get 2 of those votes out of the way, huh?
Correct, Brady.
Sure they won't change?
After tonight, with the Lone Ranger egging Donald and Hanson on?
Yeah, reckon you're right.
Well, it's up to you boys.
Don't worry, Craddock. We'll get Donald and Hanson tomorrow night and keep them tied up far from town. They won't vote.
All right, Red. That's all, gents. Scatter for now. Tomorrow night, Brady will bring you word where to take them to.
Like you say, Craddock, What in thunder?
What's the matter? Why are you staring out of the window?
Thought I saw somebody peering in.
There's nobody there.
I don't see nobody.
Yeah, guess I was wrong. All right, gents. Get out the back way. I'll talk to you tomorrow night.
Right. Adios.
Adios.
Brady.
Yeah?
Was there someone at that window? With a Lone Ranger around, a lot can go wrong.
No, there couldn't have been. It must have been just a reflection in the glass.
I hope so.
Craddock, why didn't you mention the Black Arrow to Red and the boys?
We're Black Arrow men, but they're not, Brady. They're just bad men on the loose. Pay them, they don't ask any questions. You and me are the only Black Arrow men in on this setup. And we're supposed to keep that as secret as possible. Tell them. Don't be a fool, Brady.
You're a fool, too, Craddock.
Torlock, I thought you were heading for the hideout.
I've been there and back, Brady.
Torlock, we were just settling how to take care of this.
I heard you from outside, Craddock. I called you a fool because I wasn't the only one who heard you.
Huh?
You mean...
Someone else?
I saw him as he left. An Indian on a paint horse.
Tonto?
Yes, the Lone Ranger's partner.
He was the one you spotted through the window, Brady.
Yeah, jumping Mavericks, Torlock.
Yes?
If the Injun heard us, that means he knows our plan. That means the masked man will be ready for the boys when they go after Donald and Hanson.
Smart hombre, aren't you, Brady?
What are we going to do? We got to swing that vote.
Smart, but your brains won't be needed.
Huh?
I've thought of the answer already. Your gang won't go after Donald and Hanson tomorrow night.
Well, that makes sense, Torlock. It's risky.
Yeah, it's too risky.
But what else can we do? Even if the Lone Ranger and Tonto are there waiting for us.
We can do something else, Craddock. Donald and Hanson aren't the only delegates, are they?
Huh?
There are 4 altogether. What about the other 2?
Yeah, Torlock. Yeah, I think I know what you mean.
Meanwhile, Tonto reached the outskirts of the town and met the masked man.
Hi, Kemosabe. Hi, Tonto. You were successful?
Come to see Brady. Him with man named Craddock.
Tonto here plan. Tomorrow night, gang of men take Donald and Hanson away so they not vote. Tonto come past, tell you what he find out.
But Tonto did not know that Torlock, a leader of the Black Arrow, had made a change in those plans. Nor did the Lone Ranger know. When the masked man and Tonto rode back to the covered wagon where Donald and Hanson waited.
Masked man, did you find out anything?
Hanson, you and Donald must be ready. Garrick plans to have a gang of outlaws capture you tomorrow night and to hold you prisoners until after the meeting in the morning.
Mister, thanks for the warning. I reckon with you to help us, we can beat off any outlaw band.
I think we can. We'll be ready for them when they come tomorrow night. Ready and waiting.
And so the next night, Donald and Hanson sat before the fire, apparently alone. Hidden behind the canvas of the wagon top, the masked man and Tonto waited. The men talked in whispers.
Yes, man. Sure they won't spot your horses?
Silver and Scout are in the dark, Donald. They'll come when we call.
I got a feeling something's wrong. You sure of your facts, Injun?
Tonto hear what them say.
The night's dragging on. Nothing's happened yet.
Oh, you're jumping at the moon, Hanson. They'll be along.
They will, unless they've changed their plans.
Why, sure. It's a one-line cinch, Hanson. With Sarah sent away so she can't get in the way of any stray bullets, why, I'm looking forward to a gunfight. We sure surprise them.
Where's your wife go, Donald?
I sent her over to stay with Moreland and Petrie, mister.
Moreland and Petrie. They're the two other delegates who are supposed to vote with you?
Sure, same as that. The way you say that makes me wonder.
I can hear a horse, Donald. Just one horse.
Tonto here now, too.
So do I. Traveling fast in this way.
Bill!
Blazes, it's my wife. Something's up.
Bill, where's the masked man?
Right here, Mrs. Donald. What is it? Why did you leave Moreland and Petrie?
I didn't leave them. They left me and the wife.
What's that?
I come as fast as I could. Masked man and that Black Arrow outfit tricked you. Instead of taking my husband and Hanson like you figured, they took Moreland and Petrie.
2 boats. Really?
The whole gang headed along the Needle Trail not half an hour ago.
The Needle Trail? You're sure?
Positive, masked man.
Then there's still time. Tonto, call Scout. Here, Silver.
Here, Scout. Masked man, you going after them?
Yes, Donald. They must be at that meeting by morning.
They really go with you.
No, there isn't time. Your horses could never keep up with Silver and Scout. You go to that meeting.
But look here.
Go to the meeting. Try to prevent a vote as long as you can. We've got to get Moreland and Petrie away from that gang. Ready, Tonto?
Me ready.
Then after me, the Needle Trail.
Get him up, Scout.
At breakneck speed, the great stallion in the paint raced through the darkness, cutting across country to Needle Trail. Then, at a word from the Lone Ranger, the horses stopped.
Me here. Horse on trail ahead. That must be gang.
Sounds like a dozen at least, Tonto. We'll have to take them by surprise.
And what we do?
Your guns are loaded? The trail slopes upward ahead. It's getting light enough so that we can see them as they top the rise. Moreland and Petrie will be tied. They'll be in the middle of the gang. We've got to lift them off their horses and get away before we can be cornered.
That means Silver and Scout carry 2 riders.
Yes, and they've got our outdistance pursuit carrying double. It's a long chance, but it's the only one. Now after them. Don't gallop until I give the word.
We'll never get away with this, mister. We got a meeting to make this morning. We're delegates of the territory.
You won't make that meeting, missy. I reckon Montana will stay at territory.
Why, you...
Shut up. Keep your mouth closed, Moreland. They may not live at all. You rope tighter than a steer for Fred, and what the...
This way! Help!
Like a double bolt of lightning, the masked man and Tonto charged into the surprised outlaws. Before they could gather their wits, the ranger was in their midst.
Moreland, Petrie, we're taking you with us.
The rope delegates were lifted from their saddles. Silver and Scout wheeled and galloped headlong, leaving confusion behind them.
Mister, who are you?
Never mind that. We're taking you back to Helena.
Your horses are carrying double.
Our horses can outrun any in the west. We'll get you to that meeting in time. Come on, Silver.
Hit him up, Scout.
All I'm saying is we can wait a mite longer. Moreland and Petrie are delegates for this meeting. If they don't show up...
If they don't show up, it's their own fault. I demand a vote.
It's not their fault. You had something to do with this crap.
I prove that. I demand the vote.
Looks like we're licked, Donald.
Yeah, I reckon so. All right, gents. Looks like there's nothing I can do any longer to stop a vote. Looks like the will of the people of Montana isn't going to be carried out. Thanks to...
What in thunder? What's that?
Colonel Hanson, did the masked man get us here in time?
Moreland and Petrie, you got here. Gentlemen, call the vote. Montana's going to join the Union, thanks to the masked man.
Rode your horse to a lather getting out here. The Lone Ranger beat us again, didn't he?
You know about it, Torlock?
Brady told me, Craddock. But don't worry, we can still prevent Montana from becoming a state. That petition has to go all the way to Washington, remember? And as for the Lone Ranger, look there, down in the valley.
What? The masked man. Him and the Indian. Are they heading this way?
Yes, along the trail. They'll be up here in about 3 hours, Craddock. Get an ambush ready for them. And make sure you don't miss.
Are you struggling to manage your data in Microsoft Access? Do you need help designing tables, creating queries, and generating reports? Look no further than Rob, the Microsoft Access expert with 20 years of experience. With Rob's help, you can learn the skills you need to master Access and take your data management to the next level. Rob's personalized approach to teaching ensures that you get the attention you need to succeed, and with his deep understanding of database management, you can be confident that you're learning from a true expert. So why wait? Sign up for Rob's Microsoft Access course today and start unlocking the full potential of your data. Contact Rob, email bb@g3pl.com or call 615-420-2040 for more information.
Horse with a speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. During the years of unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors. And for once his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Lone Silver, go after the Black Arrow. Lone Silver, away!
The Lone Ranger and Tonto had been traveling uphill for hours. There was no trail. They had to make their way on foot, their horses following behind them. And watch each step the rock-strewn way lest they start a landslide.
None of us like this. Left the horses down below.
Maybe better we leave horse here. Go rest the way alone.
We'll push on a little further, Tonto. Stop to catch our breath.
Why we go up mountain?
The sheriff was the one who suggested it, Tonto. A gang of outlaws had their camp in a cave halfway up this mountain.
I don't know.
That gang is now in prison, waiting trial. All the gang soon hang, Vanek. Probably. The sheriff said that several men were killed by that gang trying to reach the top of this mountain. Maybe we get killed by landslide. This rock is treacherous. The man who's been killed in a landslide doesn't have bullet marks on him. Sheriff thought there might be something on the top of the mountain the gang wanted to keep secret. I don't know.
Wait, Kimasabi.
Oh, what is it, Tonto?
Look up yonder. Near top of mountain.
Looks like a house. Hard to tell from here.
All made of stone.
See the way the stone has been fitted together. That house blends right into the mountain. No one would notice the place unless they were as near it as we are.
No sign of people around the house.
We go the rest of the way without our horses.
The house was small, one story, not more than 12 feet square, but solidly built of heavy rocks which had been fitted together and the cracks packed with mud. The roof was made of thatched hemlock boughs which blended into the background. There were just 2 openings in the walls. A door which was open faced the Lone Ranger and Tonto, and opposite the door a small open window.
No one in here now.
Not right. Place empty for some time.
How long do you think it is since someone was here?
Dust on chair and dust on table. Maybe week, maybe 2 weeks.
On chair, a table, and a bunk. See what's in this cupboard. Not much of anything, Tonto. Jug, some water in it.
No one stay here long.
No, there's no sign of food or cooking utensils. No place to cook. No heat.
Bunk not used much.
Tonto, suppose this house were not here.
What then?
Man standing right where this house is would be outlined against the sky. He could easily be seen by men down below.
By feller in cave?
I mean by people in the valley. Field glass would make him visible to men in the town. I think this place was built so a man could stay here and not be noticed. A hiding place for someone who had to stand on top of this mountain.
But why feller stand here?
Perhaps to watch the country below. Look at the view from this window.
Window only on one side.
Yes.
Why feller watch on only one side?
Oh, no, what was that?
You see it?
Yes. Flash of light away off in the distance. There it is again.
Light flash on, flash off. Flash on some more.
Like a light reflecting from a mirror. Oh, no, that's what it is. The sun reflecting from something bright.
Maybe better we look round more.
All right. See what's in that barrel in the corner.
Let me take a look.
Is it empty?
Only water in it.
That light keeps flashing. Seems to me. Tonto.
What matter?
The flashes are signals. A message in code. Long flash, short, pause. Long, pause. Wait. Let me see if I can understand it. Maybe using the same code as telegraph.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto were so intent on the flashing signals in the distance that they didn't hear the almost imperceptible sound as a trap door in a corner of the floor lifted up. They didn't see the man who came up from below on a ladder, a gun in his hand, until it was too late.
Get your hands up.
What's that?
Quick up high.
We should have looked for a trap door.
Yeah, you should, shouldn't you? Now it's too late. What are you doing here? What do you want?
I want to know the meaning of those signals.
So do I. But there's a difference between us. I'm going to find out, and you're going down below. Go on, both of you, down that ladder. You'll find it right comfortable down there. Food and water, a place where you can sleep, till we're ready to let you out.
Well, that's where you live.
Hurry up, get down there. I got to watch them signals. I don't figure to shoot you yet. Just as soon. But there may be things you can tell us by and by. I will shoot if you make trouble, though.
Come along, Tonto. We'll do as he says.
Kimasabi, Tonto jump fella quick. Give you a chance to get gun out.
No, Tonto. Down you go. Hurry before he decides to shoot us after all.
You're using good judgment. Maybe you can get out of there. If you're mighty strong.
Maybe we can.
Yeah, maybe you can. If you're strong enough to stand on the ladder and lift the whole barrel of water I'm putting on top of the trap door. Even then, I reckon the ladder wouldn't hold. You'll keep till we want you. Doggone inconvenient. Maybe should have shot him. While I fired at one, the other would have jumped me. Get the barrel proof over. I must weigh 500 pounds or more. Closer to 1,000, I reckon. Ain't a man alive can push that trap door up now. Them two are there for good, and we can still get the boys out of jail.
I can still hear him moving about up there, Tonto. You just wait till he leaves.
No, he make plenty big mistake. Him not take gun.
Perhaps he thought we wouldn't have the chance to use our guns. He doesn't think very fast. Bring the candle over this way. We'll learn all we can about his living quarters down here.
Him live here alone, like hermit.
Yes, he's probably had little contact with the rest of the gang. He's here to get those messages. Perhaps to send out messages from time to time.
Him send message, too?
Not very often. We'd have this apparatus up above where it'd be handy. We could use this arrangement of mirrors to signal if he had to.
Him say, get feller out of
jail.
Yes, that's the plan.
How get him out of jail? All gang in jail but one feller.
There are other men who are willing to help that gang, Kimosabe. And in a day or so, there's going to be the biggest jailbreak this part of the country has ever seen.
How you know?
Wait a minute. Hear that?
Sound like water.
He's putting more water in the barrel. He's going to make it just as heavy as possible in case we do try to lift it.
Oh, I am fool.
Yes, Tonto. No matter how much water he puts in the barrel, we'll all run out as soon as we shoot a few holes in it. We'll wait till he leaves here, though.
What you say about jailbreak?
That message was in telegraph code. I can understand part of it. Same thing was sent over and over again to make sure it was understood. About 15 men are coming to help those criminals get out of jail.
That's plenty bad.
Compared to the number of men the sheriff has to help him, it's a regular army. He'll be shooting and killing.
Wait.
Yes, Tonto?
Feller up above. Him leaving the house.
Yes. He'll probably take the news to the men in jail.
Get up there!
You hear him?
He's riding. He must have had a horse concealed somewhere nearby.
Now we get out of here.
Right. Yeah, that does it. A few more bullet holes in the bottom of the barrel will let the water run out faster. Now, as soon as the barrel is empty, we'll be able to raise that trap door. And we'll have to overtake that man. Steady there, Silver.
Scout ready.
I know the footing on this hill is mighty treacherous. I'll have to take chances going down. You stay behind me. If I hit a bad place, you can avoid it.
Don't let Tonto go first.
No, I'll take the lead. If I fall, you keep going. One of us has got to stop that man before he gets to town. But come on, Silver. Easy, old boy.
The Lone Ranger guided the mighty Silver down the steep grade. The rock slid beneath the silver-shod hoofs. Several times the gallant white stallion nearly stumbled and fell. Only the expert horsemanship of the Lone Ranger made possible a swift descent of the mountain.
There's the man ahead of us, Silver. You'll overtake him all right. Come on, Silver.
The white horse passed the cave with Tonto riding Scout not far behind. Jorgen, the outlaw, nearly at the bottom of the mountain, cast a quick glance behind him and saw that he was pursued.
Well, they get out of there. Now I gotta shoot him. Ain't no choice but to shoot him.
Jorgen threw a quick shot over his shoulder, but accurate aim was impossible. The Lone Ranger's guns remained in his holster. He crouched low over the head of his horse and raced on, gaining with every step.
Come on, Silver. We'll have him when we hit the level valley.
It was a mad race down the treacherous hill, and the level plain of the valley was reached, and the masked man shouted,
"Well, Silver, old boy, you can really run. Stretch out those great legs of yours. Come on, Silver." Shooting at us, Silver. You can't hit a mark while he's riding like that. Right up there! 3 shots from his gun, Silver. 3 more at most, and you'll have to reload.
Get back! Leave me alone! I'll shoot to kill!
Shoot away! You're not even coming close.
I'll get you!
Not that time. Now you have an empty gun. Come on, Silver. Close in on him.
Keep away from me! Keep back, I tell you!
Rein up or I'll rope you.
No, don't rope me! You'll throw me off the horse! Oh, there, oh! I'm stopping! Oh! No, don't hurt me! I didn't do anything. Don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me.
I'm not going to. Calm down.
How did you get free? I had you fixed so you couldn't get away.
You overlooked a few things.
That is count. Don't let that redskin get me.
Wait a minute. You're not going to be hurt. You're not dealing with killers now. I'm just going to make sure you don't tell the men in jail what you know.
You give me your word you won't hurt me?
I promise.
Then I'll be your prisoner. I'm not afraid to be a prisoner. I won't stay in jail, though. My friends will let me loose in no time. I'm not fearing no jail.
What's the matter with him? I'm badly frightened, Tonto. We've taken our guns and we'd still be prisoners.
Come on, take me to jail. Lock me up. I won't be there long. Nothing can keep me in jail. We're too powerful for anybody to hold. Take me to jail. Come on.
We're not going to do that.
But you've got to take me there. That's the place for me.
That's where you'd like to be, so you could talk to the men who are already prisoners. You're going to stay here.
But I got
Stay with him, Tonto. I've got to do something to head off that band of men who are coming.
I won't stay here. You got to jail me.
You stay.
I'll go alone.
You wait.
Let me go.
Me fix rope. Sneaky fella here. You ride. Right.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger learned that 50 murderous outlaws were planning to storm the jail, shooting down all resistance. But unknown to him, these men were heading west, disguised as pioneers. some of them in women's clothing, riding in prairie schooners.
Get along there. Get up there.
Leaders sat on the high seat of the first wagon and cracked a long whip over the horses.
Get along with you.
Hang it, Mercer. I feel like a doggone fool in this sunbonnet and apron.
Never mind how you feel, Red. That sunbonnet hides the fact that you ain't got long hair, and the big apron makes it look like you're wearing a dress.
Well, why couldn't we just ride into town with our guns blazing, shoot our way to jail, then take the boys out and ride away? Why couldn't we do that? It'd be quicker and easier.
It'd be quicker and easier if we were sure that we could get away with it. But we can't be sure of such a thing.
Why not?
How do we know there's not a lot of soldiers hanging around town? How do we know the men are still in the jail in town? Maybe they've been moved to somewhere else.
We had that message from Jordan.
Ah, that half-witted fool. I don't put too much trust in anything he says.
He told how the gang was rounded up. He was right about that.
I still don't count on him. For all we know, he might never have got word to the boys that were coming to rescue him.
I still don't savvy all this disguise, traveling like a wagon train and all such things.
You don't need to savvy, Red. Just do as you're told and we'll get along first rate.
You needn't get sore, Mercer.
Well, I'm not sore. I'm just planning things so we don't have a slip-up, that's all. Now, traveling like this, we can run clear into town. We can camp right at the edge of town, and half a dozen of us can go and make out the shop for supplies while we take a look around.
How soon do you think we'll get to town?
No, not before tomorrow. Maybe late afternoon tomorrow.
That'll give us time to look around. Then we can have the jailbreak after dark.
That's the way I figure.
I hope we don't get slowed down by busted wheels or axles.
Those wagons are pretty solid.
Hey, Mercer, look ahead.
What?
There's a horseman heading this way.
Huh?
Riding hard, too. Look at that white horse traveling.
Yeah, I can see. I got eyes.
Not wasting time. Hey,
what's the matter?
That there white rider is wearing a mask.
Hey, hold there. Pass the word back to rein up.
Rein up there, rein up.
Oh, steady there. That's steady. Now, we'll just wait and see what there is about that masked rider.
Look at him come.
Now, remember, you're supposed to be a woman. Keep your mouth shut.
I will.
And keep well back. Pull the bonnet down on your face more. Women don't generally come as homely as you.
Then why didn't you wear this outfit if you don't like
Hold
it?
it.
Steady, Silver, steady. Hello there, traveler.
Hello yourself. What is this, a stick-up?
No.
What's that mask for?
I want to ask you a few questions.
Well, what's stopping you?
How far have you traveled in the past 2 days?
I don't see as that's any business of yours.
Did you come in a straight line?
Maybe so. What about it?
I'm looking for a band of about 50 men. They'll be well armed and mounted. Did you see anything of a group like that?
You mean soldiers?
No, they're not soldiers.
You were looking for them, huh?
Yes.
Now, I'll tell you, stranger, maybe we did see this bunch you're talking about. It was quite a distance behind us.
What were they doing?
Well, they was heading for the north country. They was going due north, now that I think of it. Oh, that's bad country up there, mighty bad. And if them men are friends of yours, stranger, you better warn them.
You say it's bad country north of here?
Yeah.
Mountains?
Oh, just broken up land. Sort of rocky desert. No water. That's where that pack was heading.
I see.
Now, if you cut northeast from here, I reckon you'll angle in on them.
Thanks. Your train is heading due west?
Uh-huh.
You can't make a town before tomorrow.
No, we didn't figure to. We'll make town by afternoon tomorrow, then we can stock up on things.
You'll have to be on guard if you pitch camp tonight.
Yeah? How's that, stranger?
Well, there's been a lot of Indian trouble around here.
Do tell.
You build fires, be sure you make them small and keep them shielded. Fire can be seen a long way at night.
Thanks for the information.
You're welcome. Come on, Silver.
Mercer, you heard what he called that horse?
You wasn't surprised, was you, Pete? I knowed from the minute he started talking who he was.
Oh,
None else. Somehow he must have got wind there was going to be some help for the boys in town. He was out scouting for more information. So I gave it to him.
I wondered what you was telling all that
Now,
for.
he'll head north to get a look at those 50 men, not knowing that we're right here.
Golly, now I sure admire your scheme of disguising
By the
us.
time he gets tired of hunting around in the Badlands, we'll be done with our job.
Right.
And now that we're warned, we'll be ready to give the Indians a hot reception if they try to make trouble for us. Get along there.
The jail in town was crowded. A score of killers were packed in the cell awaiting trial. The sheriff sat at his desk in the adjoining room, ignoring the muttered comments of the prisoners.
Good evening, Sheriff.
Well, it's sure good to see you. I didn't know you were still around this part of the country. Sit down.
I came to speak to you about the prisoners.
I got them locked tight and watch close.
The Lone Ranger, you wait till we get out of here. We'll square things with you for what you done. You better start and travel far and fast.
Right down in there. Make any more commotion, I'll have every one of you gagged.
Having any trouble with them, Sheriff?
None to speak of. They won't get out of jail, though, I promise you that. Not till they leave for the hanging.
What about their trial?
Well, the gang is too dangerous to take any chances with. We'll hold the trial right here in my office.
Sheriff, there's something I want to tell you.
Well?
You may have to guard those men against attack.
Eh? Against attack?
Almost everyone east of here knows about their capture. It's possible that a lynching party will come after them.
Yeah? Well, they hadn't better. I won't stand for any lynching parties.
And those men are entitled to a fair and impartial trial.
Jury might decide that certain members of the gang deserved a jail term rather than hanging.
That's up to a jury.
The citizens who have been attacked by members of the gang feel otherwise. Many of them would like to take the law in their own hands.
I won't stand for that.
You may have no choice. I heard that a big wagon train was heading this way.
Wagon train? You mean a lot of outsiders are heading here to get these men?
I'm sure that's why they're coming here, to get your prisoners. And I thought I'd tell you so you could be on guard.
I won't stand for anything like that.
Come outside with me, Sheriff. I want to talk to you without being overheard by the prisoners.
Ooh, well, all right then. Come on.
Hear that? Coming to lynch us. That'll be our finish. We got to do something. If we're held to a trial, the rest of the boys will do something to help us. We won't have a chance against a lynch mob. We got to get out here some way.
Yeah, but how?
We got to do some thinking, Ike. Sheriff's coming back.
Well, look here, you fellas. I'm going to speak with you. Where's your head man?
Here, you can talk to me.
You heard what the Lone Ranger said.
About his necktie party?
That's right. I don't want to deprive anyone of his chance at a fair trial. That's why I'm going to take you men at your word, if you'll give me your word, and help you.
Keep talking, Sheriff.
I don't have men enough around to guard you against the whole wagon train of our men. They'll get you, do some killing and doing it. Now, what you rather do? Wait here and be strung up, or have a trial?
We're going to take our chance on the trial. Why?
Suppose I was to let you men out of jail.
Let us out?
Not permanent. Just long enough for them to find out that you're not in jail here. And after they've gone, you'd have to come back. Would you give me your word that you would come back?
Sure we would. Wouldn't we, boy?
Now, wait a minute. Before I let you out, you've got to pay attention. I've got a whole trunk full of Indian feathers, war bonnets, and buckskin shirts. Now, what you've got to do is wear them. Set up a camp. You got to stay in that camp till I come for you.
Sure thing. Anything you say, Sheriff.
The reason for that is plain enough. It's the only way you could camp a few miles east of town without arousing a lot of suspicion. I'll count on you making your camp in Rush Valley. Is that agreed?
Sure. We appreciate what you're doing, Sheriff.
We'll keep our word. All right, then. I'll let you out. Now, mind, you've given your word that you won't escape.
Get that engine stuff, boy. I'll fix the sheriff.
Wait, boys, hold on.
Put his own handcuffs on him. They're gagging, too.
Throw him in a cell, lock it up.
Better to shoot him.
Hold on. What are you tying me down for? Look here, this ain't fair.
Boys, get the rifles and guns. They're all in that corner.
No, wait. You give me your word.
Nothing but a fool to believe what we said. Thanks, Sheriff. Wheel the folks here or the sheriff let us out.
I know where the horses are at.
Don't stop for saddles. Just fetch the horses.
You pack of devil cursing polecats. I should let you stay in that jail till you've got your neck straight. Throw 'em in the cell.
Lock the door and let's get out. Come on, boys.
Just after the Lone Ranger raced away into the night, the outlaws rushed from the building, grabbed their horses, and with Indian war bonnets and rifles, rode toward the east.
We'll keep riding till we meet the rest of the boys. Who are they? Shut Mercer and his men. They're stationed 2 days east of here.
What about that wagon train?
If we see a pack of lynch-crazy settlers, we'll take them by surprise and teach them a lesson. Come on, boys. Let's travel fast.
The wagon train, with Mercer's men disguised as pioneers, had guards stationed to watch for Indians. One of these guards was Mercer himself, standing at the side of the man called Red.
Well, it may be nothing but a waste of time standing guard like this, Red. But I ain't the man to take chances.
Can't afford to take chances, boss. Besides that, I'm too restless to sleep anyhow. Might as well stand guard.
If Redskins do show up, I reckon we'll give them a hot reception.
I hear something.
Look over there.
War bonnets. Redskins are coming. Come on, boys, wake up! We got a fight on our hands!
Each group of outlaws thought the other an enemy. One group was protected by the heavy prairie wagons. The other was hard to hit because of the speed at which the men rode and the way they crouched over the horses. Gunfire was wild and without effect at the opening of the battle. Then suddenly, the shrill sound of a bugle sounded above the battle noises. A detachment of cavalry broke from the nearby woods. The army men charged fast with carbines barking. Before anyone could realize what had happened, the troopers had surrounded the men in Indian war bonnets, the ones behind the prairie wagons.
What's that? Miranda, we give up. We don't shoot. Where'd they come from? Who sent the army? Here you give us chance to get the food. Hold on your guns and raise your hands.
In a surprisingly few moments, the cavalry had the situation in hand. The colonel in command ignored all explanation.
Line every last one of them up, march them to the garrison. We'll find out who they are and why they're disguised. All you men can give your explanations at that time. Forward!
I'm sure mighty obliged to you, and I'd admire the chance to repay you.
Well, Sheriff, I didn't want the Army to meet those two bands of outlaws here in town. Thought there might be a lot of shooting and people would be hurt. It's better to let the Army make the capture in the open country.
They sure did make the capture, too.
Now, both groups are in custody.
Just one thing, though. How is it the crooks will get a trial before the Army?
Because, Sheriff, their leaders are members of the Black Arrow.
Black Arrow? What's that?
If you never hear more about the Black Arrow, Sheriff, be glad of it. Ready, Tonto? You ready?
Hey, but hold on. I want to do something to repay you.
Are you struggling to manage your data in Microsoft Access? Do you need help designing tables, creating queries, and generating reports? Look no further than Rob, the Microsoft Access expert with 20 years of experience. With Rob's help, you can learn the skills you need to master Access and take your data management to the next level. Rob's personalized approach to teaching ensures that you get the attention you need to succeed, and with his deep understanding of database management, you can be confident that you're learning from a true expert. So why wait? Sign up for Rob's Microsoft Access course today and start unlocking the full potential of your data. Contact Rob, email b@g3pl.com or call 615-420-2040 for more information.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. During the years of unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors, and for once his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
One Silver, on the trail of the Black Arrow. Out Silver! Hoy!
One night, while a coyote howled from a ridge and the pale stars glittered over the western plains, two men squatted on their heels beside a buffalo chip fire. Under their weather-beaten Stetsons, their eyes were cold and sharp as they watched each other, and the holsters of their 6 guns were strapped tight to their thighs, a sure sign that neither man trusted the other.
You'd as soon kill me as look at me, Slater. I know that for a fact.
You're not exactly fond of me either, Purdy.
If you were lost on the plains and up to your neck in quicksand, and I had a rope to pull you out, I'd throw it the other way and laugh.
We understand each other.
You and me are business partners, nothing more.
Suits me down to the ground.
Till we get this deal run off, it's a truce, savvy?
Aye, savvy. Much as I dislike you, I long for cash. That's what we're after.
Keno, just so as you understand.
And get busy. Start explaining. There's a twig right beside you.
Yeah. Now, this marks the course of the Yellow Dog River. Like this, wandering north.
Yeah?
Can you make it out?
Fire's bright enough.
Now, this is us right here.
How far to the Yellow Dog?
Oh, 40, 50 miles. Now, the trail bends past the blockhouse, goes up the right bank of the Yellow Dog, maybe 30 miles.
Go on.
And this is it, Slater. Right on this spot, this is it. This is where we get that cash.
You're mistaken, Purdy. I'm counting you out. That's where I get the cash.
What do you...
Yeah, Purdy, my 6 guns. You took your eyes off me when you started scratching in the ground. You didn't even hear my gun slide out of the holsters, Purdy. But you can hear this.
Slater, don't shoot!
Tonto, there's a campfire up ahead. I can see horse stand sight fire. The trail we've been following was made by 2 riders. Where's the second horse? I do not know. Something looks wrong there, Kimosabe. What's that horse nuzzling? That dark shape beside the fire. It looks like... Tonto, that looks like man.
That man, all right.
Him dead.
Yes, not at close range. From the looks of the fire, it must have happened at least 6 hours ago.
That's right.
He wasn't alone, Tonto. Here are the marks of another man's boots.
Another man murder.
Take a look at that horse. Check his left hind shoe.
Tonto, do that. Steady. You not kick Tonto. Pony. Give Tonto hope. That it. And good horse. Kimosabe, that same horse we follow for a long time but never see. Him got broken toe and left back shoe. This man, Purdy.
Yes, the man we learned about from the mysterious girl, Tonto. We've gotten here too late.
Him not talk anymore. Him never talk.
Before he was shot, he used a twig to draw this in the dirt. Can you see it?
Not clear enough to see.
No, he fell across it. Most of the lines are rubbed out. That was a map, Kimosabe.
Not do any good now.
No. He had only...
What matter? What you stare at?
Out of his left arm, flung out with a hand close to the fire. Look at his wrist.
Tattoo mark on wrist. Marker. Black arrow.
Howdy, soldier. All right to wander into the blockhouse? I'm looking for a plainsman by the name of Decker. Had a rendezvous with him at this garrison.
Straight ahead, mister. That's him talking to Captain Wainwright.
Thanks, soldier. Hold on to your scalp.
To tell you the truth, Captain, I wouldn't give you a dead man's hand for your garrison here. You got 50 soldiers, and every last one of them's ready to desert. You're entitled to your opinion, Decker, but remember where you are.
Captain Wainwright.
Well, who's the pretty-looking lady? He rode in with the last wagon train. Sure is a humdinger.
Captain Wainwright.
Excuse me, Decker.
Yes, miss?
Reckon you didn't notice me standing here. Been expecting me long, Decker?
What? Slater. So you got here at last.
Rode all night and half the day.
Well, I'll get my horse and... Say, what about Purdy?
Get your horse and we'll discuss it later. It's better not to talk here.
Well, Slater, we're out of sight of the blockhouse.
Captain Wainwright and you ain't on the best of terms, are you?
Forget that. All he's got is suspicions.
Which same are not far from the truth, eh?
We didn't come out to talk about that. I want to know about Purdy.
Decker, it's my sorrowful duty to inform you that the Black Arrow has one less member.
He's dead?
Dead, but not buried. I didn't wait to attend to that.
You're not hurt. Purdy was right-handy with his shooting irons.
I drew when he wasn't looking.
You're a cold-blooded hombre, Slater.
So are you, Decker. Matter of strict fact, so's most of us Black Arrow men. Purdy tried to get away with that Army payroll all by himself. Instead of handing it over to the Black Arrow. So I was sent after him. And I got him. A short story with a sudden ending.
Keno, Slater. Where's the Army cash?
I haven't got it.
What?
Blacken your reins, Decker. You're getting red in the face.
That's Black Arrow money now. Slater, if you try a trick like Purdy, you'll end like Purdy.
Yeah, by whose guns?
My guns.
Keep your boots on, Decker. I'm not trying that.
Then explain, and do it pronto.
I said I took care of Purdy. Only Purdy didn't have the Army cash on him. He hid it away.
Where?
Well, that's what took me so long. I had to find him. Then I had to persuade him.
Where is it?
Last night he finally drew me a map. The cash is buried up north, Decker, at a certain spot on the bank of the Yellow Dog.
You can locate it?
Like blinking my eyes.
That's fine, Slater. Fine and dandy. Now we'll get the cash, and the Army garrison will begin to desert.
You're certain of that?
Those soldiers want their pay, and they haven't got it. So?
I savvy. They'll leave their rifles and skedaddle. That is, unless their pay arrives.
Which it won't. It takes a long time to get to this place.
I hope you're figuring right, Decker.
How do you mean?
Are you certain you know those soldiers? Maybe Captain Wainwright will hold them together.
Slater, we're going to see you down.
Oh, something up your sleeve, huh?
Yeah. But first, you and me'll head up the Yellow Dog and get that pay cash.
Yeah. Say, Decker, that girl.
Huh?
You know, the one in the blockhouse, one who called the captain?
What about her? She's nobody. Just passing through on a covered wagon, heading west.
I was just wondering. Seems to me I seen her before someplace. Back east near Pecos or someplace. Just around the time when I finally caught up with Purdy.
Captain Wainwright, I may be presuming, but I wonder if you know very much about this man Decker.
Well, not much, miss. What little I know, I don't like.
Here, glance at this.
Be it known that the bearer of this writing is
Read the closing.
marked with the great seal of the government of the United States of America and signed on this 14th day of the 3rd month of the... Signed by the President.
Yes.
President himself.
May I have that back, please?
Oh, of course. That's dangerous work for a young woman.
I serve my country.
How can I help you?
I'll be leaving here soon, Captain Wainwright. But I want to tell you 2 things. First, be on guard against Decker. I'm not sure of his exact situation, but be on guard.
I will. Anything else?
Yes. If a masked man arrives at the post, a masked man riding a great white stallion, accompanied by an Indian, don't take it for granted he's an outlaw.
Masked man, you say?
He calls his horse Silver. Captain Wainwright, that man can be trusted implicitly. He's the greatest single force for good in the West.
Who goes there? Friend, we want to see your commanding officer.
Lift your head so the lamplight will shine it. What in blazes? An outlaw! Corporal of the guard! Turn out the guard! Don't move now. Here, what's this? Begging the captain's pardon. Better stand clear. An outlaw and a renegade Indian. The guard will take care. Oh, no. Can it be that... You, mister, wearing the mask. What's the name of your horse?
This is Silver.
Private, lower your rifle. Inform the corporal that the guard isn't needed. Huh?
Look, Captain...
Those are orders.
Yes, sir.
Corporal!
Corporal of the guard. Never mind the guard.
Masked man, I'm Captain Wainwright, commanding this garrison. How can I help you in the Indian?
Does Captain trust us?
I'm at your service.
Well, you can explain your reason for trusting us later, Captain. Right now, have any strangers arrived at the blockhouse lately, say, around noon?
Yes, a man named Slater, I think. He came in from an easterly direction.
Did he look like a gunman?
He wore his gun strapped down.
And that's the murderer we're after. We want that man.
Murderer? Mister, he left early this afternoon, hours ago. He went with a plainsman named Decker. They headed north up the Yellow Dog River.
You must have me then. Wait, Tonto. Captain Wainwright, tell me first, what's your reason for trusting us?
I don't know who you are, masked man, but there was a young woman here. I have reason to believe her every word. And she said to put my trust in a masked man riding a stallion named Silver.
That girl. She wanted to help us. Captain, I'd like to meet that girl. Where is she?
She, too's left the fort.
Oh, she's gone?
Yes, headed south with a covered wagon. But with the horses you're riding, it should be easy to overtake her.
It would be very easy, but we're not going to.
What's that?
That girl has helped us many times, Captain. Our trails have crossed, but we've never met. And we can't meet this time. She heads south, the Tonto and I must go the other way. We're heading north along the Yellow Dog River. The murderer can't escape. Adios, Captain. Get him up, scouts!
Captain, sir, are you all right? The way those two hombres galloped off in such a rush,
Yes, I'm all right. But I'd hate to be in Slater's boots right now. Not with that masked man on my trail.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Advised by Captain Wainwright that the man they seek is somewhere north on the Yellow Dog River, the Lone Ranger and Tonto head that way at once. But Slater and Decker had a long head start. At dawn, they'd already met a group of Decker's outlaw band and reached the spot on the river where Purdy had cashed the stolen Army payroll.
This is Buck Slater.
According to Purdy's last words, it said. Yeah, this looks like fresh digging here, don't it?
So it does. Hand him that spade, Bowman.
Yeah. Can't be deep. Purdy was in a hurry.
Let's talk dig.
I don't favor your lingo, Decker. You want to handle this spade?
Oh, don't be so doggone touchy, Slater. Get the pay cash.
Yeah. If it's here. Spade scrapes on the gravel like...
Hey, what's that? That don't sound like gravel.
Sure enough didn't. That's the pay cash. There it is.
Take this there.
Open it up. See them silver dollars.
All right.
That's it. That's the pay cash for the soldiers. We got it. Money to spend.
Never mind that. Quiet down, you hombre.
Uh-huh. Digger, I reckon you figure it's the right time to shake out what you said you had up your sleeve, isn't it?
You're smart, Slater. Yeah. Now we got the cash.
We're listening.
See this cash, gents?
Yeah.
It's all yours. That is, providing one thing. All yours. Just as soon as that Army blockhouse gets burned to the ground.
Now, quiet. Decker hired you gents for pay. You got to do the job before you get paid.
We can't burn that blockhouse. There's 50 soldiers there. We get wiped out.
You could do it easy if there was only 10 soldiers, couldn't you?
There's 50, not 10.
But there won't be 50, Bowman. That's where you come in.
I don't savvy, Decker.
It's simple as skinning a gopher. You see this?
Yeah, it's a kerchief.
Keno. A kerchief that belonged to the gent who was driving that covered wagon. I borrowed it from him when we left the blockhouse. You're taking this kerchief, Bowen. They don't know you at the blockhouse. You'll circle around and ride in front from the south, like you was in a tearing hurry. We'll wait here for you. And here's what you're to do.
There's the man we came after. That must be Slater, the one near the fire.
Him only one wear two guns. But there may be 15, 20 others. Where'd they come from? Captain him say Slater ride north with only one man.
Then they met these others, Tonto. Look, Kimosabe. Those saddlebags slung across the branch of that cottonwood. See the markings on them?
Them Army saddlebags. Stolen pay cash.
Yes. Purdy must have stolen it first, and then Slater went after him.
Black Arrow fight among themselves. What we do now, Kimosabe?
I'm not certain. It took us some time to trail them up here. Perhaps they've been up to something in the meantime. We'll just...
Kimosabe, someone come on trail.
Listen, Tonto. We're joining the others.
Hey, Doctor! Slater! Bowman! Hey, get on your horses and wait clear. We can attack the fort.
say? Them burn blockhouse to ground. How'd they do that? There are 50 soldiers at blockhouse. That's too many.
Those outlaws would dare to attack only if they knew they could win. I don't know what it is, but they must have some trick already planned. Burn, Silver. Follow me, Tonto. Gotta reach the blockhouse ahead of the outlaws.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
Steady, Silver, steady.
Oh, Scout, oh, fella. Oh, who goes there? Well, I'll be the captain's plan. It's the masked man and his engine car.
Where's Captain Wainwright?
I thought you two headed up the river.
Answer me. There are 20 outlaws riding behind us. We got here first, but there's no telling how soon they'll be here.
Outlaws? Them come to burn blockhouse. For the supper and sassafras. Mister, we won't have a chance. There's practically nobody here.
What's that?
Yeah, a rider come hightailing in from the south. He said engine marauders were scheming to dry gulch a covered wagon that left here the day you did. Almost the whole company mustered out after the wagon.
Captain Wainwright took his company on the southern trail?
Uh-huh. They left with a fast canter. They're miles away.
He must have a man who come here not tell truth, huh?
It was a trick, soldier. Trick to lure the company out so the bad men could burn this blockhouse.
Well, we got hardly enough men to cover 4 sides of the stockade. And there's no way to bring the captain back in time.
You may be wrong about that, soldier.
Huh?
You ride on trailed soldiers?
That's it. Join this garrison, Tonto. Hold Decker and his band off as long as you can. I'll ride for the regiment.
Well, hold on there, mister. I admire what you're trying to do. But there isn't any horse that ever ate grass can bring the captain back in time.
Words waste minutes. We haven't any to spare. Adios, and do your best.
Silver him plenty fast.
Say, Injun, maybe he can do it. I never saw a horse cover ground the way that big stallion does. Why, he's faster than an antelope.
We go inside and close and bar gate. We get ready for bad men. You call soldiers.
Yeah. Hey, Johnson, Douglas, trouble coming. Make post on the palisade. Look at that masked man travel.
Into the night galloped the Lone Ranger, heading south along the Yellow Dog, the lights of the Army blockhouse fading quickly behind him. His lean body slanting in the saddle, his face close to the mane of the great horse, he urged Silver on to greater effort.
That's it, Silver. There's no horse like you in the West. I know you're tired. We've covered many trails. You've got to cover this one faster than ever before. Go on, Silver. Faster, Silver. Faster, big fella.
Are you so certain that we're in danger of Indian attack, Captain Wainwright?
We got a warrant, miss. We've ridden a long way to safeguard you.
We've seen no signs of Indians.
That's when they're most apt to strike. There's no danger any longer. I have flankers out on the slopes above this trail, and my men are ready. Once this wagon cuts out of the hills onto the plain, we can leave you and return to the blockhouse. I know these Indians. They like the hills.
Captain, you've seen the masked man?
Yes, he stopped at the post. Who is he?
That was the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger? Well, no wonder the government trust him.
He headed north.
Something wrong?
I can't be certain. There's nothing definite.
Set your mind at rest, miss. Look how fit and ready my men are. When I think the Decker said they might desert because their pay money didn't arrive. He doesn't know the quality of American soldiers.
I wish you'd been able to talk to Decker before I left the blockhouse.
I'll talk to him good if he ever returns.
I'm certain. Captain!
What in the world? There's a horseman coming up the trail behind the column.
Captain, it's the Lone Ranger. What's he doing
I
here?
intend to find out, miss. Wait, aren't you going to meet him?
It's better that he and I never meet, Captain. Much as I like to, I'll retire inside the wagon and take this, please.
Well, very well, miss.
Captain Wainwright!
Goodbye, miss. Get up, boy! What is it, masked man?
Captain Wainwright! Turn your column! Head back for the blockhouse!
Hey, man! What's that you say, mister?
Bring your column and head back. I've ridden all night to warn you. Decker's leading a band of outlaws down the Yellow Dog. Plans to set fire to the blockhouse.
We were warned that Indians were planning to attack.
Trick. One of Decker's own men did that at Decker's orders. Turn your column back to the army post.
You hear that, man? Outlaws at the blockhouse. That's right, Captain. Arm up, horse wheel. At the gallop. Follow that masked man.
Lead the way, Silver. It's the trail.
The Army blockhouse stood dark and square, its stockade barely visible against the night sky. From their position in the heavy woods that fringe the Yellow Dog River, Decker's outlaws lay in wait. They held their fire while Decker and Slater held a council.
Last time we made a sortie, I counted the rifle flashes, Decker. Can't be more than 4 of them guarding the whole blockhouse.
It ought to be dawn pretty soon.
Yeah.
Where's Bowman? I sent him to get some more.
Decker. We got piles of dry wood all cut and tied in bundles. They'll catch fire like tinder.
Tina, we're ready to start. Bowman, you and the rest of the boys pour a heavy fire from this side, savvy? Those few soldiers will come to this wall, figuring it's a big attack.
All set.
Now, where's that wood?
Yonder.
Good enough. On your horse, Slater. You and me will take those bundles of wood, circle around the far side of the bunkhouse. Light 'em and drop 'em right inside the stockade, right?
It'll be a cinch so long as the shooting is heavy from this direction.
I'll see to that. Better get moving. It'll be getting light soon.
Keno, get up, horse. You can start shooting any time, Bowman.
All right, gents, start shooting.
Flashes of burning powder speckled the darkness of the woods. The bad men poured a hail of bullets against the stockade. The heavy fire forced the defenders to leave the rear unguarded to meet the threatened assault. And meanwhile, Decker and Slater reached the other side of the blockhouse.
They're all over there, Decker. Light up those torches, in we go.
Yeah, we'll have that blockhouse blazing inside of 5 minutes.
Give me a light.
Here's a match. Head your horse for the stockade. We'll show them.
What's that, Decker? A bugle. The cavalry.
Come on, Silver! Lead them in after the others, Captain. I'll take care of these two.
Smash, man. Drop the wood and shoot him down.
Wait for them, Silver. They mustn't get away.
Hey,
The main column swept around the blockade and fell on the outlaws in the woods. The masked man, drawing and shooting from his hip, sent the guns of his opponents flying. In a few minutes, it was all over.
My hands. Keep your hands raised high. Watch your horses around to the riverside. If you try to get away, I might aim for you instead of your guns.
How'd you get them here so soon? You got us by surprise.
Silver travels fast. And so does the United States Army. You hear that bugle? Your men are captured, Decker. Your Black Arrow plan has been defeated. Just as all your plans will be defeated.
I see you got them, man. Hopkins.
Yes, Captain.
Take these two and put them in the guardhouse.
Captain, you might tell your men that they'll find these outlaws have your stolen payroll. Should be in their saddlebags.
Our payroll? Yippee! I mean, yes, sir. In the guardhouse at the W, hombres. Move along.
Kimasabi, Hunter, glad you're safe.
It's good to see you too, Tonto.
By the way, mister, this is the first chance I've had. Here's a note for you.
A note?
Yes, from the woman in the covered wagon. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll return to my post. Oh, but first, a salute. Adios.
Adios, Captain.
Kimasabi, you see that? Captain give you salute. Army salute. That's great honor.
Yes, Tonto, but look at this note. Can you make out those two words?
It's a Ghost Canyon. Ghost Canyon. Where that?
I don't know, Kimasabi. But wherever it is, that's where we're heading.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up. Silver! Holiday!
Are you struggling to manage your data in Microsoft Access? Do you need help designing tables, creating queries, and generating reports? Look no further than Rob, the Microsoft Access expert with 20 years of experience. With Rob's help, you can learn the skills you need to master Access and take your data management to the next level. Rob's personalized approach to teaching ensures that you get the attention you need to succeed, and with his deep understanding of database management, you can be confident that you're learning from a true expert. So why wait? Sign up for Rob's Microsoft Access course today and start unlocking the full potential of your data. Contact Rob, email db@g3pl.com or call 615-420-2040 for more information.
Fiery horse with a speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors, and for once his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. We're on the trail of the Black Arrow. Hail, Silver! Hey!
Mary Hamilton was the postmistress at Painted Bend. One morning, just as she had finished sorting the mail, someone knocked at the general delivery window.
When do you open up here?
Oh, right away. What was it you wanted?
I was wondering if you had some mail for me.
What's the name?
Jim Hamilton.
Jim Hamilton? Oh, my goodness, it is you, Jim.
Hello, sis.
Oh, your face is so dirty I didn't recognize you. And you're clothed. Come around and back so I can get a good look at you.
I can't climb through this window.
The door's over to your left. I'll unlock it. Come on in. You can sit down in that chair.
No, thanks. I'd just as soon stand. I can't stay long.
You can't stay long.
You're looking fine, Mary.
Well, I can't say the same for you. Where have you been? What have you been doing? Why haven't you let me hear from you?
Oh, I'm no hand for writing letters.
Well, you used to be a pretty fair hand at washing. You look like an outlaw, Jim.
Do I?
I'll give you the key to my cabin. You go over there and get cleaned up. And you must have some better clothes with you.
I'm sorry, Mary. That don't fit into my plan. You see, I just as soon folks didn't recognize me.
You what?
And I guess I can get by all right. Even you didn't know it was me for a minute.
Jim, is something wrong?
Plenty.
What? What have you done? Are you mixed up with the law some way?
I can't tell you much, sis, but I guess the answer to that is yes.
Oh, Jim.
There's no need to get excited about it. I'm not going to stay in town.
Well, if you've done something, it won't do any good to keep running away. You've got to stand up and face the music.
You let me handle it my own way, sis. I'm heading for Ghost Canyon.
Why Ghost Canyon?
It's a nice, quiet place.
Well, they say there's outlaws there.
Do they?
And things happen. Do you remember the big house up on the side of the canyon?
Ned Rockwell's place? Where I used to live when the mine was going?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember. What about it?
Well, Harry Starr was riding along the South Trail the other night, and when he was passing the opening of the canyon, he could see the house. There was a funny blue light in one of the windows. Well, it's no laughing matter.
Those old Indian stories are coming back to life, huh?
Harry isn't one to imagine things.
Maybe not.
And he heard a cry, like a wolf, only there was something human in it.
Mm-hmm. Has the story gone the rounds yet?
Well, naturally, everybody in town has heard it. They believe it, too, after what happened last week.
What happened then?
The sheriff found a dead man at the opening of the canyon. Not a mark on him. And no papers either, nothing to tell who he was. The doctor said it was heart failure, and the folks that saw him said there was an awful look on his face, like he'd seen something horrible.
So they're all steering clear of the canyon?
Naturally.
Well, what about the outlaws?
Oh, that was a while back. Jed Hawkins saw a band of men with bandanas over their faces. It was up by the old mine.
Near the house?
Yes, but when the sheriff got up a pulse, they went after them, they were gone.
Well, I ought to find it mighty peaceful in the canyon.
You can't go there.
I've got to.
Oh, no, you haven't. I wouldn't care if the canyon was safe and the best place to hide out in the whole country.
You aren't aiming to turn me over to the sheriff, are you, Mary?
I couldn't do that. You're my brother. But if you've done something wrong, you have to pay for it, Jim. You can't run away.
You won't tell anybody about my coming here, will you?
Now, if you say I shouldn't.
Then don't. I wouldn't have tried it if I didn't think I could trust you.
Oh, Jim, at least tell me
I'll tell you this. If you should happen to see me in town, pretend you don't know me. That's important. And don't worry too much. I hope it won't be long before
Anybody here?
Somebody at the window.
I'll let myself out the back door.
Is anybody here?
I'm coming.
Good morning, miss. Or should it be ma'am?
Miss is right. What can I do for you?
Well, I just rode into town and... Ah, there it is. Postmistress, Mary Hamilton. How do you do, Miss Hamilton?
How do you do?
I wonder if you can give me some information.
I'll try.
How do you get to a place called Ghost Canyon?
You are... I mean, you...
Don't tell me a sensible-looking girl like you believes in those stories.
What made you say that?
Well, your face, you seem to be afraid.
Oh, not at all. But there is something to the stories they tell, and don't fool yourself about it. I wouldn't go near Ghost Canyon.
Well, I've got to, Miss Hamilton. This is business.
Well, I don't see how that can be. There's nothing there but trees and rocks, a tumble-down old house and an old mine.
That's it.
What?
The mine. I'm an engineer, and I've got to take a look at it.
Oh, what for? That mine hasn't been worked for 5 years.
4 years and 11 months, to be exact. Well, here's the situation. Ned Rockwell held that claim under the old law. If 5 years pass without any work being done on it, the claim goes back to the government. And it's open for prospecting once more.
Ned Rockwell's dead.
Yes. Right now it's his nephew that holds the title.
Oh. He sent you to find out if the mine was really worked out?
Oh, I sent myself. I'm the nephew. My name's Ned Rockwell, too.
Oh, I see.
There's no point in letting the mine go if it's worth anything. How do you get to the canyon?
Well, you're a stranger around here. You might lose your way.
You think I ought to get the sheriff to take me there?
Oh, no. No, I guess it isn't as hard as all that. Just take the south trail out of town. The trees are pretty thick at the opening of the canyon, but if you look sharp, you can find it.
Well, thanks a lot. I suppose it's a waste of time.
Oh, I'm sure of it.
It wasn't any waste of time coming to Painted Bend. Even if the mine don't amount to anything, I'm going to do some prospecting around here. I aim to stay for a long time.
Really?
Say, did anyone ever tell you you were the prettiest girl in the whole United States?
Well, if anyone ever did, I'll put him down for loco.
Well, you can add my name to the list, Miss Hamilton. And it won't be the last time I'll say it.
Is that all, Mr. Rockwell?
That's all for today. See you tomorrow.
Jim must be on his way there. I'll have to warn him not to go near the mine. The post office is closed for the next 2 hours.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto had received a note from the mysterious girl, and in it were 2 words, Ghost Canyon. Without question, they had headed north to investigate, and they reached the canyon that night. Beyond the tangled opening near the south trail, the trees and undergrowth disappeared, but the walls rose sheer on either side, dark and forbidding. Then farther on, the rocky ground sloped more gradually toward the top of the ridge, and it was here that Ned Rockwell's mine was located. The Lone Ranger and Tonto reined up below it.
Steady, Silver, steady, fella. Hold down. Ghost Canyon, Tonto.
It's plenty dark.
Is that a coyote or a wolf?
It not sound like either one.
You're right. There's something strange about that cry.
Indian tell many story about this canyon.
Yes, I've heard them, Tonto. But we aren't interested in spirits. We're looking for men.
Maybe Black Arrow used this place for hideout.
The girl wouldn't have sent us here without a good reason. We've got to find out what it was.
Kimasabi, you look.
What?
There's light.
Yes. Someone's inside the house.
That
sounds like a cry for help.
Come from house?
We're near it. Let's go.
Get him up, Scout. Up the hill, Silver.
Watch your step, Tonto. Some of these boards may be rotten. The door's open.
That's right.
Can't see any light now.
Plenty dark.
Yes. Much darker inside here. I'll light a match.
Nobody used this room for a long time.
The kitchen must be that way.
Why you want to go to kitchen?
Because I can smell cooking.
Oh.
Wait a minute now. I'll light another match.
There's a lantern on table.
Yes. Now we'll be able to see what's here.
This is kitchen. There's stove.
Still warm. There's a skillet. It was used tonight.
Marks in dust and floor, plenty fresh, too.
Someone cooked supper here tonight. And then, listen. Come on the back porch. Man, Kimosabe. He's unconscious.
There's water in here. Tonto, get it.
He hasn't been wounded. At least there's no... Oh, here's a nasty cut. Someone hit him over the head.
Here, water. You take bandana, washcloth.
Yes. And he's coming around.
Oh, don't.
This might have been made by a gun butt.
Maybe so.
See if you can find any tracks, horses or men.
Time to do that.
What happened? Someone hit you.
Your mask. You're an outlaw.
I never mind that. We were down below when we heard you cry out. Haven't you any idea what happened?
There was a wolf.
Yes, we heard that too.
I went out on the porch. Sounded awful close, but when I stepped through that door, something jumped on me.
Something? You mean someone?
I can only tell you what I thought. Of course, I'd just heard the wolf, and I had a feeling it was an animal. I tried to free myself. That's all. Everything went black.
And you were hit by a man. Who are you?
Ned Rockwell. This mine belongs to me.
How long have you been here?
Since noon today. I wonder if there is something to those stories after all.
What's howdy?
Did you find anything, Tyler?
Place where horse was tied.
Over there by the big pine?
That's right.
Well, that's where my horse was. Isn't he still there?
No, horse not there.
Were there any tracks?
No. Ground plenty hard.
Oh, wait a minute. A masked man and an Indian. Maybe you've been using this place for a hideout. You didn't like me coming back here, so you tried to scare me out.
That isn't true, Rockwell.
No. Masked friend help you. Bandage him.
Sure, after he hit me. Just so I'd hightail it back to town and stay out of the canyon.
You're making a mistake about us. But as for the rest of it, well, you may be right.
Huh?
You understand, Tonto?
What we do?
We search the canyon. We can leave Rockwell here and...
Kimatabi.
Yes, I heard it.
You heard what?
Quick, Tonto. Come on in now.
You heard what?
A noise inside the house. There's someone in there.
I didn't hear anything, and I still think this is a trick.
It may be, but we didn't plan it. Now, you stay here and try not to make any noise. Let's go, Tonto.
You have gun ready.
Did you locate the sound? Any idea where it came from?
Maybe front room.
That's the way it seemed to me.
Door closed.
We didn't close it.
That's what we heard. You think wind?
There is no wind. Well, here goes.
There's a little light behind you, mister. One more step and I shoot.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. As the Lone Ranger opened the door from the kitchen to the front room, he stood outlined by the moonlight, and a voice from the darkness ordered him to stand where he was.
Don't reach for your guns. Just unhitch your belt.
What if I refuse?
I'll have to let you have it.
I know where you are now.
Yeah?
You're close to the front door.
Maybe. You'd still have to guess a little. And me, I can see you. Don't forget my gun is drawn. It's leveled straight at you.
So you don't think it would be a good idea to try and draw?
It'd be the easiest way to commit suicide I ever heard of.
Why are you here?
You answer that question.
We heard someone call for help.
We? Who's with you?
No one. Not now.
So you got a partner somewhere around.
Somewhere.
Go on. I'm not saying I'll believe this, but I'll listen. You heard a cry for help and you rode up here.
That's right. I found a man out on the back porch. He was unconscious. Hit over the head with a gun butt.
Ned Rockwell.
Oh, so you know him.
I knew he was here. Hey, where do you keep your matches?
My shirt pocket.
Reach for one. I'll light it. Slow, mister. Hold it closer to your face.
This way?
Yeah. A masked man, huh?
Yes.
Let's get rid of that belt.
I've heard your voice before.
Seems to me I've heard yours. Say, that white horse outside. What do you call him?
I call him... Get him, Tonto. He's right in front of you.
How to do it? Oh, he got you,
I'll get his gun. You can let him go now, Tonto.
Well, I guess that proves what I wanted to know.
What's that?
You're smart. Your partner was in back of you when you opened that door. You kept me talking so he could slip around to the front door and grab me.
Yes. Now it's your turn to answer questions.
You mind if I light a match?
No.
I hope my disguise isn't too good.
Hello, Jim.
I came pretty close to messing things up, didn't I?
Hi.
Howdy, Tonto.
Why are you here in Ghost Canyon?
The same reason you are, I guess.
The Black Arrow?
What's that?
If you don't know, never mind.
The sheriff reported there were outlaws seen here about a month ago. And then just last week he found a dead man at the entrance of the canyon. The doc reported the death was from natural causes. But some of the details made me suspicious, so I decided to investigate.
Well, that's the reason for your clothes.
Yeah. If there were outlaws hanging around, I figured I might join up with them and find out what they've been up to.
There are outlaws, all right. One of them hit young Ned Rockwell over the head. I believe it had something to do with the mine.
That's possible. The mine belongs to him, you know.
Yes.
He came here to see if it was worth holding on to. The land's open to new prospectors if the mine isn't worked within the next month.
They may be trying to keep everybody away from it.
Yeah.
We better take a look at the mine first.
Kimasabi.
What's the matter, Tonto?
Light in kitchen.
It's Ned. He's got that running.
Where are you, masked man?
I didn't hear.
I can't help it myself. I can hardly stand up. But even if you are a crook, you've got to do something.
Help whom? What are you talking about?
There was a girl outside just a minute ago.
Take the line in, Tonto. Here. Put it in this chair. Go on now.
There's a girl named Mary Hamilton. She runs the post office in town.
That's my sister.
Are you Jim?
Yeah. Was Mary outside?
No, another girl. I couldn't see her face. She kept in the shadows, but she called me by name.
What about Mary?
This girl said she was waiting at your camp. But there were outlaws near there, and they might take her prisoner.
Where's your camp, Jim?
Not far. On the other slope of the canyon.
Come on. You rode over here, didn't you?
Yes. Who could this girl be? The one who brought the message.
We don't know, but she's helped us before. It was her note that brought us here. Steady, Silver. Lead the way.
Right.
Get up, boy. Go, Silver. Come up, scout.
Well, we ought to be hitting the main tunnel pretty soon now.
Yeah.
And where?
To the left.
That's heading for the main entrance, isn't it?
Yeah. There's a place where the tunnel broadens out. That's where the boys are.
Are we in the mine now?
Never mind the talk, sister. Just keep moving.
Does my brother belong to your gang?
You're the postmistress, aren't you?
Yes, but from the way Jim talked, causing me not to using his right name.
I thought you said that was your brother's camp where we found you.
That's where he was camped today.
No, sister. We saw that hombre. He isn't a member of the gang.
Oh, thank goodness.
You'd be better off if he was.
To the left here, huh?
Yeah.
What are you going to do with me?
It depends on how nice you act. Maybe we'll let you pay us a nice long visit.
There's a light.
Sing out to them so they'll know who you are.
Don't shoot, boys. It's Jake and Mark. We got a prisoner.
Hombre, you went after?
Yes, sister. That's almost as good.
Sister. Let's have a look at it.
You can look while you're tying her up. Hands and feet.
Keno. How about the man in the house?
Knocked him out like you said. That was right, huh, Matt? Yeah. We'll scare him out if we can. If he's still around tomorrow morning, we'll let him have it.
And leave him outside the canyon.
Did you have to tie those ropes so tight?
Sit down. Don't kick while I'm tying your feet. You said it was almost as good getting the girl as the man. I don't savvy. We left our horse at the camp on a trail that anybody can follow from there to here. He'll come after her.
Well, you're loco.
We'll be waiting for him, Sam. In about 5 minutes, these lanterns go out, and then we'll...
I hear somebody now.
Yeah, made it fast. Out with the lights and quiet everybody.
Don't let the girl make any noise.
I got it.
He's carrying a lantern.
Yeah, the fool. Keep back to the sides. Up with him, mister. His gun, Jake. I got it. The lantern, Sam.
That isn't my brother.
This the hombre from the house, the one we knocked out.
What made you come in here?
It's so light. You had to find out what was going on, huh?
I found out plenty. You've been working this mine. You've hit a vein of pure gold.
That cook's your goose.
The mine belongs to me.
You're Ned Rockwell?
Yes.
It won't be yours in another month.
Oh, yes, it will. You've done some work here. That saves it for me.
Who's gonna know we done any work?
I saw it with my own eyes.
We'll close them for you. Close them for good.
You can't murder him.
It's easy. Just one bullet.
Go ahead.
After we get the girl's brother. I don't want any shooting to warn him off. Tie up Mr. Rockwell, boys, and then put out the light. We'll wait for our other visitor.
This isn't the entrance by the house.
It's a new one.
Lots of fresh gravel around.
Mine's being worked. They've been using this tunnel instead of the old one.
Tonto not like it. Trail too easy to follow.
We aren't stopping here, Kimosabe.
Crook wait for you inside mine.
We'll have to have some kind of a light to go in there.
We'll pick up a few pine branches.
Here. Here one.
Yes, here's some more. We won't use these until we have to. I'm worried about the other entrance.
What do you mean?
They can escape by it. And you better go around there and stand guard, Tonto.
Tonto do it.
Come along, Jim.
Just a second while I get this lit.
Not yet. We can follow the tunnel without a light for a while. Come on.
What's the matter?
Feeling the walls.
Well?
We've hit another tunnel at right angles to this one.
Which way do we turn?
The front entrance would be to the left. Let's try that.
This must be the way.
Yes, better be quiet. Hold it. You all right?
I just stumbled. I ought to learn to pick up my feet. You suppose anybody heard that? Yes, man, that was a woman. My sister.
Steady. She isn't far away. We'll go on.
What? A bird? Inside the mine?
That was Tonto. About 100 feet up ahead. They're between us and him.
Yeah.
Now the time to light our torches.
They'll start shooting then.
I'm going to light it fast and throw it up ahead. It may show us where they are.
If it doesn't go out too fast.
The wood's dry. And over this way a little, so they won't be able to see the match.
Right. It's catching.
Throw it. There.
As the torch flared through the darkness, the outlaws opened fire, and almost at once they lost their momentary target. The torch continued to burn where it had fallen, and the figures of the gunmen became more distinct. The leader moved quickly.
Don't shoot. I'm using the girl as a shield. Stay right where you are.
We'll go out the front way.
Right.
Get moving.
You can see her back there, can't you? If you shoot, you'll hit her.
What?
What's the matter?
Nothing happened to Sam. I can't see, but I heard him get out.
What's going on there? You let go, girl.
Good work, fellow. Come on, Jim. Are you all right, Mary? Are you hurt?
You stand still. Had to get away and try to hit you like others.
Stand back, fellow. He's got a gun.
Oh! Oh, not good. You shoot gun out of hand.
Now you can talk, Mary. Are you hurt?
No. Ned Rothwell's over there.
Time to cut rope. Take off, gang.
I guess you saved my life, Jim. But I don't know whether I'm grateful or not.
What do you mean by that?
I can see what your friends are like now. A masked man and an Indian. You are an outlaw.
Now, don't judge your brother by the company he keeps, Miss Hamilton. He's a United States Marshal.
Uh-huh.
You can handle the prisoners, can't you, Jim?
Sure thing. They're in no condition to make trouble.
And Tonto and I'll be on our way.
Rothwell, all right. I sure am.
Adios.
So long, masked man.
Front entrance, Tonto.
Did I hear right? Are you really a marshal, Jim?
Yes.
Then I guess you're the one to tell. Those crooks were trying to keep folks away from the canyon because they found a new vein of gold and they wanted the mine for themselves.
Still belongs to you, doesn't it?
Sure does. Won't be long before I can think of getting married.
Never mind that.
Give me a hand here, Ned. We've got to get these crooks tied up.
It's a pleasure.
I still can't understand it. How can a United States Marshal be friends with a masked man?
I wish he hadn't been, that's all. Maybe you can tell her who he is. I got an idea. There isn't a crook in the West who likes to meet that particular masked man, sis. And this hombre's right. It was he and Tonto who saved your life, not me. All I did was take orders and help as much as I could.
Well, who is he?
There. We'll leave your feet untied. You've got a long walk ahead of you, mister.
Who is he, Jim?
Why, I'm almost ashamed of you, Mary, that a sister of mine could be so plumb ignorant.
Well, how should I
That
know?
was the Lone Ranger.
Are you struggling to manage your data in Microsoft Access? Do you need help designing tables, creating queries, and generating reports? Look no further than Rob, the Microsoft Access expert with 20 years of experience. With Rob's help, you can learn the skills you need to master Access and take your data management to the next level. Rob's personalized approach to teaching ensures that you get the attention you need to succeed, and with his deep understanding of database management, you can be confident that you're learning from a true expert. So why wait? Sign up for Rob's Microsoft Access course today and start unlocking the full potential of your data. Contact Rob, email b@g3pl.com or call 615-420-2040 for more information.
lights, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. During the years of unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors, and for once his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're on the trail of the Black Arrow. Hail, Silver! Away!
On the trail from Painted Bend, heading west toward the Sawtooth Range, the Lone Ranger and Tonto were galloping along when they suddenly saw a giant tree ahead of them crack and start swaying, just as the solitary rider and his horse stumbled beneath the tree.
That rider dropped to ground. Tree come down plenty quick. His horse is out of the path of the tree, but he's lying on the ground. Hi! Danger! Are you shouting, Tonto? He's stunned. Ride for it. Come on, Silver. Look out for tree. I'll try to drag him away. Steady, Silver. Watch tree. Now, come on, Silver. Are you all right? Steady, Silver. Steady, boy. You take care of this range rider. You're not hurt? No, Tonto. Silver's speed carried me past the falling tree by inches.
You drag man away plenty quick. Your arm take all his weight. Him plenty heavy.
I got his belt in my hand, Tonto. My arm's a little sore, but it'll pass.
Silver go like racing wind. Scout not able to keep up with him. We have to stop another side of tree.
Where's my pony? Easy, mister. Tonto, is he all right?
Me see. What happened? Him not hurt. Him hit ground plenty hard, that all.
Where's my pony? Must have stepped into a gopher hole. Your horse was tripped. Huh? The rope was stretched taut across the trail. When your pony's hoofs hit it, that tree started falling.
What tree? You mean a jumping Mavericks? Was I lying under that? Mask sprang right hard. Get you out just in time.
Said I had a nasty accident. It wasn't an accident. That tree had been cut through and propped up with a sturdy branch. But the rope would pull the branch away and bring the tree crashing down. It was deliberately set to kill you. You rode into a deadfall.
A deadfall? Well, mister, I'm sure obliged. Your mask. You're wearing a mask.
Who did this to you?
That all depends on where you were, mister. You and the engine. Outlaws, huh? Maybe you fixed up that deadfall for me.
Stop acting that way. We're trying
to...
Yeah,
I know. You're my friends. We'll stow it in your saddlebags. Gary Reynolds ain't got no friends. The next time, don't try this old dodge of saving a gent from a trap you fixed yourself just to win his confidence. I'm wise to your schemes.
You're suspicious?
Mighty suspicious. And I aim to stay that way. Once burned, twice shy, masked man. Adios and no thanks to you. Get along, pony.
Him not think you saved his life. Doesn't look as if he wants company, Tonto.
Let him go. Him not want to help to find out who said deadfall. That's his business. We go back along trail, huh?
That depends, Tonto. We might try and go...
Look out! Look, Kemosabe.
Somebody shoot arrow from other side of canyon. It hit tree.
There's a note fastened to that arrow.
Huh. It's not black arrow. It's plain arrow.
The note says keep after him.
Huh?
Must mean Gary Reynolds.
Not right, but who shoot arrow from? Tonto see. Black horse on the other side of canyon. Right out from behind rock.
It's a mysterious girl. The girl who's helped us before.
She send note by arrow. We go after her, huh?
No, Kemosabe. Too far to see her face, and we'd have to take the long way around to reach the other rim of the canyon. She'd be gone by then.
That's right.
Besides, she wants to stay unknown. We must respect her wish. Here, Silver.
Oh, Scout.
Hey, Silver. We'll head along the trail. Gary Reynolds may not want our help, but wanted or not, he's going to get it. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
The little town of Sawtooth stood at the base of Clawhammer Mountain, highest peak in the Sawtooth Range. Several hours after dark, two men rode into town and hitched their horses at the rail of the Blue Star. One stayed outside, the other entered through the back door.
Who's that? Speak up and reach for your guns.
Sure fancy the dark, don't you, Slade?
Oh, it's you, Dorgan.
Yeah. I left Latigo outside. We didn't get Reynolds. A masked man on a white horse saved him.
So the Lone Ranger's meddling again, eh?
That's who it was, Slade. I wonder how come he happened to be around that spot.
That's past and done with. No sense wondering. What troubles me is what's going to happen from now on in.
Lone Ranger don't leave things half finished, Slade.
Yeah, I reckon the Black Arrow better get busy, Dorgan.
Anything you say.
We've been doing all we could to keep Reynolds from marrying Sally Blake. We ain't killed him yet, but otherwise we're doing all right. You're a smooth-talking hombre, Dorgan.
Sally thinks I'm right pleasant company.
Dorgan, I reckon you better mosey over to the Blake Rancho. Get there early in the morning. I got some things I want you to show, Miss Sally.
Morning, Miss Sally. Fine day, isn't it?
Rod Dorgan. Howdy.
I just rode out from Sawtooth to pass the time of day. How's everything?
Who's that? Who is... Oh, howdy, Dorgan.
Howdy, Mr. Blake. Wonder if I could see you private like.
What about?
Well, I got something wrapped up in this here blanket you might be interested in.
Oh, thunder. Branded irons.
Slipped. I didn't mean for Miss Sally to see them.
They're running irons, but why shouldn't I see them? Is there any reason?
Keno, I reckon there's no use telling you to close your eyes now. Mr. Blake, I don't know how you regard Gary Reynolds, but this here's going to be bad news for you, Miss Sally. Reynolds is a no-good coyote.
Howdy, Miss Sally. Howdy, Mr. Blake. Sally, I come back to tell you I'm right sorry. Reynolds, turn around and get off my spread. Huh? Did you say that? Vamoose, hightail out of here and don't ever come back. Oh, now, wait a minute. I don't savvy. Gosh, Sally, all we had was a little quarrel. An argument doesn't mean we got to break up.
There's no use talking about it. I never believed you were a cattle rustler, but...
Cattle rustler? Me?
Not half an hour ago, someone came here with proof. 2 branding irons with our brand on them and your gloves. They were found in our range. Father wanted to turn you over to the sheriff, but I asked him to just let you go because I... You'd better go. Go now.
Oh, Sally.
Go before Father changes his mind. Go.
Adios. Come on, boy.
Oh, Father.
Reynolds go this way long trail, huh?
There's a ranch up ahead, Tonto. You ought to be there by now, and then... Tonto.
Huh?
Rain up. There's Reynolds now.
Him ride from ranch and him ride fast.
He didn't stay there very long, did he?
We go off trail?
No. Wait for him. Wait right here on the path.
What do you want?
Hello, Reynolds.
The masked man. Mister, I owe you and the Injun something.
You not thank us before.
Not thanks, I owe you, Injun. I just come from the Lazy Bee Ranch. Miss Sally and the father consider me a cattle rustler. Not an hour ago, they were given a couple of branding irons and one of my gloves. Those branding irons were used to change brains to rustle Blake's cattle, and with my glove.
That's evidence that you're the guilty one?
Who took that evidence to Sally's father, mister? You or the Injun? Never mind. I reckon it must have been the Injun. You're masked. But even if it was the Injun, you're the one behind it.
You're making a mistake, Reynolds.
What are you trying to do? Force me to turn outlaw like you are?
Him not outlaw.
Now make me bust out laughing, Injun. Not an outlaw. Look, mister, maybe you planned that deadfall back in the trail and then rescued me to make me grateful to you.
You're wrong again, Reynolds. You're so mad you can't cease.
Yeah, mister, I'm mad. I'm plenty mad. But savvy this. I ain't being pushed around because things have been fixed to make me look bad in Miss Sally's eyes.
I ain't going loco and turn an outlaw just because folks don't trust me. And I can still see straight enough to shoot.
You not pull gun.
Wait for your shooting irons, masked man, before I blast you out of your saddle.
Don't be a fool.
You asked for it, I warned you. You shot the guns right out of my hand.
Tonto, pick up his guns and give them back to him.
Tonto, do it. Here, guns. And you not try to use them.
Keno. Mister, you beat me to the draw this time.
Him got fastest drawing west.
Maybe he has now, Injun, but I aim to practice up, Savvy.
Call it quits, Reynolds. We didn't set that deadfall, and we didn't plant that evidence against you. Let's join forces.
Nothing doing, not while I'm alive. I'm saying adios to you, but I ain't forgetting. We'll meet up again, Savvy. We'll meet again, and when we do, there'll be another gunfight. Next time, it'll be me that's faster on the draw. Get up, pony.
Not plenty bad. Him got plenty bad temper.
Yes, Tonto, a hair-trigger temper. Tonto, I wonder who's behind all this.
That's enough, Dorgan. I said that's enough.
Sure, Slade.
So you saw Reynolds beat the Lone Ranger, huh?
Yeah, that's what started me laughing. Reynolds is acting loco, he's so mad. He had a shooting scrape with the masked man.
Believes the Ranger and Tonto framed him, huh?
Reckon that's the way of it, Slade. Sure leaves us riding high and handsome, doesn't it?
With Reynolds forbid to trespass on the Lazy B spread, I don't think it should take long before you get to be foreman there, Dorgan.
Too bad Abner Blake didn't call the sheriff.
Never mind. Maybe it's better this way. Maybe Reynolds would kill the Lone Ranger and save the Black Arrow a job.
Once I'm foreman, we can run those cattle off at a dozen.
Yeah.
I'll get a cowhand job for Latigo, so he can help me there.
Yeah. Where's Latigo now? Outside?
Yeah, out the back door. Want me to fetch you?
Come along. I want to go for a ride anyways.
Hey, what's that?
Sounds like Latigo. Yeah. Wonder what the ruckus was.
Didn't get nothing much. It was over almost as soon as it started. Latigo!
I don't see him.
I told him to stay put. Latigo usually obeys orders. I can't understand
Hey,
what...
Dorgan, looky here.
Huh?
I found it right here on the ground, right beside the hoof marks of a horse.
You mean?
I mean Latigo was yanked off his feet by a man riding that horse. He was taken away from here.
Who could have done it?
Don't be a maverick. Use your eyes. Look what I'm holding.
A bullet.
A silver bullet, Dorgan. It was a Lone Ranger.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. Holding Latigo in an iron grip, the Lone Ranger guided Silver up the slopes of Clawhammer Mountain till he reached the spot where Tonto had made camp. Then, while Tonto stood grimly by, the masked man shot question after question at the outlaw.
Oh, senor, I have nothing to do with it.
No use talking that way. I looked in the window of the Blue Star before you saw me. That man inside was Slade. Who was the other man?
He got the name of Dorgan.
Does he have anything to do with the Lazy B Ranch?
No, senor.
Will he have anything to do with it?
How much you hear, huh?
Enough to know when you're not telling the truth.
Oh, see, masked man. Latigo talk. Dorgan, he will perhaps be segundo for Lazy B.
Huh?
Segundo, foreman.
I see. Slade is an outlaw who specializes in cattle rustling.
You got knowledge of many things. See, that is so.
That's the reason for the attempt on Reynolds' life?
See, he was foreman at the rancho.
To get him out of the way so Dorgan could get the job.
That's right.
How did Reynolds' glove get mixed up with those running irons?
Dorgan, he's friend of Reynolds.
Oh, friend, huh?
See.
Him not friend, him enemy.
Sometime Reynolds is going to find that out.
Him got head like bull. Him stubborn, not listen.
You believe what he sees with his own eyes. Look at this man's wrist, Tonto.
What's the matter? I have nothing on wrist.
You let me look. No mark on wrist.
Only Slade and Dorgan, they...
Go on. They what?
See, on wrist. They got tattoo mark of little black arrow.
Tonto sure of that.
Senor, what that arrow means, huh?
If you don't know, you can count yourself lucky.
Oh, and I don't ask, huh?
I have one more question. Slade doesn't stay in town. Where does he camp?
Senor, I must not tell.
Where?
Well, a little bit more up mountain. Slade got camp.
A camp up on Clawhammer Mountain?
See.
Tonto will tie you up. We're keeping you a prisoner.
You're not put me in jail.
You'll go to jail when we get Slade and Dorgan in as well. And that shouldn't be very far off.
The following day, Rod Dorgan met Slade on the edge of town. Slade had just ridden down from his camp up in the mountains.
I got news, Dorgan. On the way down the mountainside, I happened to notice smoke rising through the trees. I left my horse and investigated.
What was it, somebody's camp?
Not somebody's. It was a masked man.
Lone Ranger?
Yeah. Latigo was there in the engine, but the masked man wasn't there.
Wonder where he could be.
I don't know, but he'll be back in camp come nightfall. Heard the engine say so. You know where to get a hold of Reynolds?
Reckon I can.
Tip him off where the masked man is camping. Tell him if he gets up there tonight, he'll get the masked man sure.
I'll tell him, but it's more likely the masked man will get him.
Only savvy this, Dorgan, it'll be dark. In the daytime, the masked man can aim good enough to shoot a gun from a man's hand. But in the darkness, he's just as apt to miss a gun and hit Reynolds.
That's right, Slade. There ain't many got eyes like yours that can see in the dark.
Get traveling. Talk to Reynolds. He thinks you're his friend. And work on that temper of his, savvy. Get him so mad he'll hit straight for the masked man's camp just as soon as it gets dark.
Father, I hear a horse coming.
Now, Sally, don't you go thinking it's Gary Reynolds coming back just because
I'm going to find out. Oh, I thought you might be.
You're Miss Blake, aren't you? You thought I was Gary Reynolds.
Yes, I did.
You don't know me, Miss Blake, but I've just learned that Gary Reynolds isn't the rustler your father thinks he is.
You wear a mask, but I already know who you are. And I know that Gary isn't guilty.
You already know?
Yes. I spoke to a girl on a black horse, mister. She was waiting near the spring.
A girl on a... Did you see her face?
No, she was hidden behind a branch of the tree. But she told me that a masked man riding a white horse might come to the ranch, and that he'd be the Lone Ranger.
And she convinced you of Reynolds' innocence?
I reckon I was easy to convince, mister. I love Gary.
Maybe you're convinced, Sally, but I'm not. I need more than the word of a mysterious girl, and I need more than the word of this masked man.
Mr. Blake, the men who have been rustling your cattle are Slade and Dorgan.
Yeah, then prove it.
That's what I'm here for. Will you ride with me to locate young Reynolds?
Well,
Please, Father.
After we talk to him, then we'll go after Dorgan and Slade. Well, how about it, Blake?
Keno, mister. I reckon Sally won't rest till this is straightened out. We'll get her horses. Won't be a minute, masked man.
Heading back toward Sawtooth, Abner Blake went ahead into town, while the Lone Ranger and Sally Blake looked around outside the town. Toward evening, Blake returned with word of Reynolds' whereabouts.
It took a while, mister, but I finally got some information from the barkeep at the Blue Star. Reynolds is staying at an abandoned line shack near Clawhammer Creek.
There's still time to get there before dark. This way. Come on, get over there.
Gary, it's Sally. Where are you?
And there's no light and his horse is gone.
Hey, Reynolds. He isn't here, masked man. He's pulled up stakes. And where can he be?
Blake.
Huh?
Come here and look at these tracks. How many horses did Reynolds have?
He only had one.
That's right, mister.
And he already had one caller today, and not long ago. Here are the hoof marks of 2 horses.
You're right. And this one here is Reynolds' horse. I can tell. Mister, it looks to me like he started traveling mighty fast.
He's headed up the mountain.
What does it mean?
I'm not sure. Too late to follow his trail. It's getting dark and the ground turns rocky. But I have a camp up on Clawhammer Mountain. Suppose we go up there.
Anything you say, mister.
We better move pronto. Steady, Silver.
Get up the ladder.
Get along, Whitey.
Come on, Silver.
Morning, we look for Reynolds. Fix everything, huh?
I hope we locate him, Tonto.
There's a lot of space on Clawhammer Mountain, mister.
Slade and Dorgan have a camp further up the mountain.
Kimasabi.
Yes? What is it, Tonto?
We walk over to near horses down.
Something to tell me?
That right.
Blake, will you keep an eye on our prisoner?
I sure will, mister. I'll keep the Higo occupied.
Yes? What is it, Tonto?
When you leave, somebody comes spy on camp.
What's that?
Oh, Tonto see sign.
Who was it, Kimasabi?
Tonto not know. Rider go away before Tonto find tracks.
It's bad. Might have been Slade.
Maybe Dorgan.
Either one, that means they know where we're camped, and we don't know where they are.
We maybe find trail in dark.
Possible, but it'll be difficult. As long as we're cautious and make sure nobody attacks our camp during the night,
You
we
said
can...
those words too late, mister. I was told I'd find you here.
It's Reynolds.
Reynolds, we've been looking for you. How did you find my
A
camp?
friend of mine named Dorgan told me about it. He said I'd find you here, and he was right. Now,
You must have him reach for gun.
Gary, don't.
Drop that gun. Don't be crazy, Reynolds.
I swore I'd shoot you the next time in a minute.
Gary, look out!
Chappie.
Gary, you shot him. He fell to the ground.
You hot-headed young fool. He's your friend. He's the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger? But I thought...
You thought. You didn't have time to think. It was Dorgan and Slade that fixed it to make you look guilty.
Dorgan was my friend.
He wasn't. He just pretended. Tonto was the masked man. Is he?
No, Tonto, not sure. You bring torch. Tonto see a bullet hit him bad.
Gary, what have you done?
Shots down the mountain. Did you hear him, Slade?
Yeah, I heard him.
That was Reynolds. Either he's finished or the masked man is.
Scatter that fire.
Huh?
I hear something. Scatter the fire.
Somebody coming.
Get busy.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot you can see in the dark.
Stand next to the horses.
I hear him coming this way. You can still spot the embers glowing, Slade.
As long as you don't spot us. Dorgan.
Yeah?
How long has it been since we heard those shots?
Half an hour, maybe.
Half an hour, right? Better make it about right.
Right for what?
Give this hombre time enough to get up here. It's either the masked man or Reynolds.
Getting off his horse.
Yeah.
Must be walking toward the embers. I can't see him.
I can. It's Reynolds.
Reynolds, huh? That means he got the mask man.
Quiet. Don't want him to hear you.
Fire's been scattered, but I'll
Reach
get
those
him.
stars, Reynolds.
What the...
Walked right in, didn't you? Forgot I could see better than most folks in the dark. Take your shooting irons, Dorgan.
You know.
You're as dumb as a pack mule, Reynolds. That is, when you let your temper get the best of you.
I know all about it. You two coyotes are the real rustlers. You frame me, not the masked man.
Masked man's dead, ain't he? You shot him, did you?
Yeah, I shot him, and I ought to...
You was told what a fool you were, so you come up here to make amends by getting us, huh? You know what we're gonna do?
You're gonna go to jail.
That's so as you'd notice. They're gonna give you the same thing you gave the Lone Ranger. I'm gonna pull the trigger on you, Reynolds, and you...
Oh, what in blazes?
You're not the only one who can see in the dark, Slade. Don't reach for those guns.
It's a masked man. He's alive. Shoot him down, Dorgan.
Strike him down, Silver. Where is he? You're shooting well, Dorgan. Take this.
Hit!
Now, don't move, Slade.
My hands down. You shot the masked man. You...
Stop whimpering. You weren't touched. Reynolds, build up that fire.
Mister, you're alive. But I thought...
One of your bullets grazed my forehead. I was unconscious for a few minutes.
You mean after I galloped out of camp to get these lying hombres?
Yes, Tonto bathed my wound, and I woke up. And we came after you. Some wood on the fire so the others can see. Aye! Aye, Kimasabi!
I see you got him, mister. Is Dorgan shot up?
Him not shot. Masked friend hit Dorgan with fist, huh?
Yes, Tonto. Blake, will you see that these two get what's coming to them?
I sure will, mister. Don't you move a muscle, Slade.
Ready, Silver? We can go then, Tonto. Adios.
Adios.
And don't you worry about a thing, masked man. From now on, Reynolds is going to be like one in the family.
Adios.
Is that right, Gary? Will he be like one of the family?
Gosh, Miss Sally, I've been a bull-headed idiot.
You certainly have.
Tried to shoot the masked man. Twice I tried to. Then he turns around and saves my life. And collars these hombres in the bargain. Oh, I reckon I'm just a pure skunk.
Gary, you're a man who admits his mistakes. And I don't think you'll make any more. Somehow, when the Lone Ranger trusts a man, you can't help feeling that man is all right. Just like you're going to be all right, Gary.
Well, Tonto, which way do we go from here?
We take Overland Trail. We go to Majorville.
What's that? Why Majorville? What makes you sound so positive?
Well, Miss Sally, she tell me mysterious girl go to Majorville. Take Overland Trail. Tonto sure you go that way, too.
Tonto, wherever the mysterious girl goes, we always find Black Arrow outlaws to deal with. If she took the Overland Trail, so will we.
Get 'em up, Scout.
Are you struggling to manage your data in Microsoft Access? Do you need help designing tables, creating queries, and generating reports? Look no further than Rob, the Microsoft Access expert with 20 years of experience. With Rob's help, you can learn the skills you need to master Access and take your data management to the next level. Rob's personalized approach to teaching ensures that you get the attention you need to succeed, and with his deep understanding of database management, you can be confident that you're learning from a true expert. So why wait? Sign up for Rob's Microsoft Access course today and start unlocking the full potential of your data. Contact Rob, email b@g3pl.com or call 615-420-2040 for more information.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. During the years of unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors. And for once, his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Run, Silver! Run the trail of the Black Arrow! Run, Silver!
The Lone Ranger and Tonto circled Majorville and picked up the Oberlin Trail to the east of the town. Then, as they swept to the top of a rise, a strange sight met their eyes. At the side of the trail, a sorrel Mustang reared on his hind legs. The figure of a man lay prostrate on the ground. It seemed that the horse turned outlaw was trying to kill his master. The masked man and the Indian urged Silver and Scout to their greatest speed.
Faster, boy. Man's life is at stake. Get him up, Scout. No, Tonto. Okay. The horse isn't trying to kill him. He's trying to get away. That's Tonto, see now. That's right. Give me a hand here. We're coming. Hold on to those reins. All right. You can let go now and get hold of his bridle.
Thanks a lot.
Steady there, boy. Steady. Quiet down. You're all right now.
You sure named him right when they called him Imp. You ever see such a temper?
You have to expect it in these half-breed Mustangs from California.
Well, what do you know? That's the first time anybody spotted where Imp came from, just but... Hey, wait a minute. You're masked.
You're a Pony Express rider, aren't you?
I got a gun, mister. You aren't going to get away with...
You lie still. That's Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger? I beg your pardon, masked man. I should have guessed it from that white stallion. What are you doing there?
Slipping a rope over Imp's neck.
Ground hit him, huh?
No, I'll just make the other end fast to my saddle. Silver will make sure he behaves himself.
Your Mustang's thrown a shoe.
So that's what happened.
What do you mean?
He went down, and I went over his head. But I managed to keep a hold of the reins. And I tried to stand up. I just couldn't.
Well, how about it, Tonto?
Ankle not broke. It only sprained.
Well, if that's all, will you lift me into the saddle? I can't let a sprained ankle make me late.
Just see left arm.
Oh, that's all right. I just fell on it. It's a little sore.
Well, you let Tonto see.
No, there's nothing wrong with the arm.
You aren't moving from where you are until Tonto has a look at it.
All right, it's busted. But I don't need two arms.
How far is it to your next station?
Only about 5 miles. The Two-Sister Ranch.
Brad Wilson's place?
Yeah. Either one of his daughters can fix up my horse. That suits me. As long as they don't keep Larry waiting for the mail.
Hello. See if you can find the shoe the Mustang lost.
How to do that?
I'll lift you in the saddle, Johnny.
Say, I know I don't weigh an awful lot, but you're carrying me like I was a tumbleweed.
Steady, Silver. Up you go. Hang on to the pommel with your right hand.
I got it.
Steady, Silver. Ready, Tonto?
Me find shoe. Here.
Slip it in your saddlebag. I want to look at it when we reach the ranch.
You give Tonto rope. Me lead him.
Here you are. Come on, Silver. Get him up.
Scout.
At the Two-Sister Ranch, Brad Wilson, his two daughters, June and Claire, and Larry Dunn, who rode the next pony to the east, were waiting outside the ranch house. Larry's Mustang was already saddled, and the boy looked at his watch and smiled.
He's late.
Let me see.
1 minute late now, and he isn't even in sight.
I think your watch is fair.
Oh, you just don't want Johnny to lose his bet.
I'm the one who's the judge. What's your watch say, Paul?
Hey, still got 5 minutes, according to me. But if we don't see some dust at the top of the rise right now, he sure won't make it.
Johnny's never been late.
He will be this time.
He is. It's going to seem mighty funny to me. The first trip after he made the bet with you, and you were the one who suggested it, too. The first one who was late to pay the other one $50. I wouldn't be surprised if you did something.
Oh, Claire, honey. We know you like Johnny a lot. Maybe you're disappointed. But getting the mail through means just as much to Larry as it does to Johnny. He wouldn't do anything to interfere with that.
I should hope not.
What do you think I could do?
You've been waiting around here for the last 3 days. You took a ride to the west yesterday.
I was looking for engine signs.
Maybe you found some.
And didn't say nothing about it?
I don't know what you got on your mind, Claire, but I never thought a sister of mine would talk about a friend of the family like that.
Like what?
Like Larry might hire some renegades to ambush Johnny.
Well, I'll be dogged. Is that what you're thinking?
I didn't say so.
Johnny's a pal.
Oh, I guess I'm just worried. I'm sorry.
Just on the rise. There he is.
Thank goodness.
I sure have to travel if he wants to make it now, though.
I don't care if he loses as long as he stays.
There's more than one horse, Brad.
3. Johnny's Mustang, a pink and a white.
Johnny isn't riding the inn.
No, the white horse is carrying double. And look at him travel.
Couple of minutes to go. He'll be here on time, Larry.
Oh, you know that white stallion.
I can't see who's riding with Johnny.
That's an engine on the paint. And look, just above Johnny's head.
The mask.
It's the Lone Ranger.
Something must have happened to the boy on the trail. The masked man gave him a lift.
Get ready to ride, Larry! Bring it in, boy!
Johnny!
He couldn't keep up with those 2 horses if he was carrying anybody.
Stand back, girls. We'll make a fast change.
The mail bag's on the imp.
I got it.
Anything in the way pocket for me?
Nope. Slap it on your saddle, Larry.
Right. Steady, boy. I'll be back in 3 days. Get up there, boy!
Bye.
Now then, Johnny, slide down.
Keno.
Johnny, what's wrong with your arm?
Hello, Claire. Oh, it's broke a little, that's all.
Can you walk into the house?
Sure. The ankle isn't so bad.
Just lean on me.
What happened?
The imp lost the shoe.
Then he took a tumble.
Easy now, Johnny.
Oh, I wish we had a doctor here.
Hano can set the arm. Kimosabe. Bring the horseshoe into the house with you.
How to do that?
What are you so interested in the horseshoe for?
I may be wrong, Johnny, but somehow... Here, I'll carry you up the steps.
Well, somehow what, masked man?
Somehow, I don't think your fall was an accident.
Johnny's arm was set and his ankle bandaged. Then he was left with the 2 girls, and the Lone Ranger and Tonto went out to the blacksmith shop in back of the ranch, where Brad welcomed their help in shoeing the imp. It was necessary to throw the fiery Mustang, put a rope around each foot, and stake them out. Then Tonto had to sit on his head and the masked man on his body before Brad was able to trim the hoof and nail on a new shoe. At last, however, the job was finished, and the Mustang was turned into the corral.
It's a mighty ticklish chore. Just can't be done any other way. Takes at least 3 men.
How long has it been since the imp was shot?
Oh, about 6 weeks. Slim and Shorty from the Bar X were here. They give me a hand.
And the shoe he lost was put on less than a week ago.
Oh, you're wrong, mister.
Oh, here it is.
Let's see.
Well?
It must have been Hank did it. I know I didn't.
Hank? Hank who?
Hank Meredith. He's got the station about 20 miles west of here. The first change on the way to Majorville.
The imp is only used between here and Hank's place?
That's right. Mighty funny.
What is?
Well, Hank don't often have visitors, and he couldn't have done the job alone.
We'll have to believe he found help somewhere. But, you haven't finished with that shoe. Heft it. Feel the way it's weighted.
It's a bad job. No wonder the horse stumbled it. What's his?
I thought you'd notice it sooner or later.
Only 3. How does he expect the shoe to stay on with only 3?
Perhaps he didn't. But I had a look at the imp's hoof just after it lost the shoe. The job was so bad that it must have been deliberate.
Deliberate?
Brad, what happens if Johnny can't ride?
I've been thinking about that. When Larry gets back from Osage, he'll have to ride on to Majorville. Johnny's got a substitute rider there called Bill Lacey, but there's no way to get word to him before he has to.
Do you know this Bill Lacey?
Never saw him alive. Johnny's never been laid up before.
Now, what do you know about Hank Meredith?
Oh, nothing much. He's sort of new. I can't understand why they hired him if he can't do a better job of showing than this.
Remember what I said, Brad. This might have been deliberate.
A Pony Express rider depends on the station men to keep his mounts in good condition. Why, Johnny might have been killed.
Exactly. Now, when does Larry get back with the mail from the east?
Oh, 3 days.
He won't have to ride all the way to Majorville.
There's no other way. You don't expect me to leave here, do you?
No, Brad. Tonto and I will carry the mail. But before Larry gets back...
That'd be Wednesday.
Before Wednesday, we're going to ride over to Hank Meredith's station and have a talk with him. There are a number of questions I want him to answer. Steady, Silver.
Hold on.
We're too late, Tonto. The buildings have all been burned to the ground, and the horse is driven away.
Isn't that right?
May have been an Indian attack.
Oh, Tonto not know.
But whoever did this, they couldn't have hidden their trail. We'll pick it up and follow them. Come on, Silver.
Get him up. Now.
Steady, boy. What is it, Kimosabe?
You look at track. Many horse go that way to north. One horse go that way. Head west for Majorville.
One horse wouldn't have left the cabby, a band of horses without a rider.
Isn't that right? Now, which trail we follow?
We're following the cabby. The little horse, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Trail's leading down into the valley.
This only way to get in valley.
I know that, Tonto. Won't be long before we know who burned those buildings and drove off the horses.
Maybe so.
Rein up. Steady, boy, steady. Oh. Well, we can see the whole valley from here.
No, it's not big.
There are all the horses from the station.
Tonto not see man anywhere.
That's because there aren't any.
And what you mean?
Remember those tracks we saw back on the trail? The man who rode toward Majorville was the one who set fire to the station.
Oh.
And that man was Hank Meredith.
And we go after him?
No, Kimosabe. We've got to get back to the ranch in time to meet Larry. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
On Wednesday morning, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, Johnny, and the Wilsons were waiting for Larry to ride down the trail from the east. Johnny objected to the masked man's plan.
I don't like it.
It's too late to argue now. Here comes Larry.
You'll be all right for the first stage, but what happens when you change horses? Our Mustangs aren't big enough for you and Tonto.
We'll ride Silver and Scout all the way.
I'm well enough to ride myself.
That isn't true. You won't be ready for another 2 weeks. Hello, Larry.
Howdy. Bring her in, boy.
Oh, boy. Whoa, there, boy.
You're right on time.
What do you want me to do? Ride on to Majorville? Well, why haven't you got fresh horse saddle for me?
Lone Ranger and Tonto are taking Johnny's place. Let me get the mailbag going, Silver.
Oh, wait.
Oh, what's the matter?
I got a note for you. Girl slipped it to me the other night in Osage. Here.
Kimosabe, it's same writing.
Yes, Tonto. An important message heading west on the next mail. The Black Arrow will try to get it.
Black Arrow?
And Tonto, Hank Meredith is a member of the gang. Steady, boy.
Come on, Silver. Get him up, Scout.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. continue our story. Through the rest of the day and the night that followed, the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode toward Majorville. Without a change of mounts and avoiding those stations where they were not known, they kept on and on. But the great horse Silver and Scout were more than equal to the task. They reached the town at 4 o'clock in the morning and raced along the deserted main street to the express office.
There's no one around, Tonto. Oh, maybe somebody in office. We'll see.
Don't think we're late, Tonto.
We travel plenty fast.
Howdy, gents. What's on your minds?
We're looking for Judd Carter, the Pony Express agent.
Why, he's home in bed, but if I can... What the...
Don't go for your gun.
You're masked.
This isn't a holdup. We brought the mail through from the Two Sister Ranch.
What's an outlaw doing carrying the mail?
Judd Carter knows me. I'd rather explain to him.
Judd knows you?
Yes, sir. Where can I find him?
You don't have to do that, mister. I'm beginning to get it. A masked man and an Indian riding a white horse in the paint. You're the Lone Ranger.
That's right.
Something's happened to Johnny, and you've taken his place.
He has a broken arm and a twisted ankle. Well, why isn't someone here to carry the mail on?
Because you're 4 hours ahead of schedule, that's why. Grant won't be in from Platte City till 8 o'clock. That's when Johnny's do. They usually switch bags here and start back the way they came.
Oh, I see. We were told that Johnny had a substitute rider here called Bill Lacey.
Sure, that's me. I'll take over for him.
Well, if you don't mind, we'd rather turn the mail over to Judd Carter.
I'll go and get him.
There's something else we have to report.
What's that?
One of your stations has been burnt out. One of your men has disappeared.
More trouble, huh? Which station? Who are you talking about?
The one closest to the Wilson Ranch. Hank Meredith.
Leapin' cactus. You wait right here. I'll get Judd.
Hello. As soon as we report to Carter, we won't have to worry about the mail anymore. We'll camp outside of town until Silver and Scout are arrested. Then we'll go after Hank.
You think maybe him here?
He was heading this way. Wherever he is, we've got to find him.
It was on the morning of the following day that Bill Lacey raced up to the Wilson Ranch. Larry was waiting. The mailbag was switched, and then when Larry had swung into the saddle and headed down the trail to the east, Johnny introduced Bill to the Wilsons.
Goodbye, Larry. 3 days.
Bill, this is Brad. And Claire and June. Howdy.
Howdy, Bill.
I'm pleased to meet you. June, say howdy.
Oh, howdy, Bill. I'm sort of worried about Larry.
Hey, how come you never worry about me?
Claire does enough of that for both of us. But I got a special reason. You remember what the masked man said about an important message from the East?
Yeah?
Well,
What about it?
it'll be in the mailbag on Larry's next trip. You heard him just as well as I did. He said the Black Arrow was after the message.
What's the Black Arrow?
I don't know. Some outlaw gang, I suppose. They might try to ambush Larry.
He can take care of himself. And even if he doesn't, the masked man knows what's going on.
But he's in Majorville. Isn't he, Bill?
To tell the truth, I don't know. We didn't see him after he delivered the mail. I guess he'd have to stay there for a while, though, to rest up his horse.
You see, Johnny? I got a right to worry. And I'll keep right on until Larry goes up there Monday.
The following day, Bill Lacey rode away from the ranch. He told the Wilsons he wanted to look at the country. But from the way he followed the trails, it was soon apparent that he knew it well. Without any hesitation, he turned north at the creek and only reined up when he reached the sheltered valley where the Lone Ranger had seen the cavy of horses from Hank's station. The cavy was gone, but 3 men had made camp there. They jumped to their feet as Bill rode toward them.
Don't get excited, boys. It's only Bill.
Oh, there. Howdy. I want to talk with you, Hank, alone.
Sure thing. Take a ramble, boys. Bring some water from the spring.
Where are your horses?
Over here in the trees.
What happened to the ones you drove off from the station?
How should I know? They're half wild. They might be up in the mountains by now.
You should have made sure they headed that way before you left them.
Why?
Because the Lone Ranger saw them here.
Here in this valley?
That's what he told Judd Carter. And he saw your tracks heading for Majorville. Now, there's nobody thinks Indians wiped out that station. That means nobody's going to blame them when the mail is robbed.
But if you tell them that...
I won't. You got to change our plans some.
Why can't you tell them it was Indians?
When nobody else has seen any in this part of the country, you're loco.
We got to get that package.
You've got to get it. And you're not going to take it away from me.
What do you mean? I get Johnny hurt, you're taking his place, and now you want to double-cross us.
You're not going to take it away from me. Just get that straight. You've got to make it a real holdup.
I don't savvy.
Larry, you fool. Fix up an ambush somewhere to the east of the ranch.
Oh, yeah.
He's due there just at daybreak on Monday.
Keno, Bill.
Now, don't let him get away. If he does, keep after him.
There's no chance. But what if he does get to the ranch?
And maybe I'll have to tip off my hand.
The old ace in the hole, eh?
We may need it. The Lone Ranger's in on this.
He don't worry me none.
Listen, mister. If we could get both him and the package...
You don't have to tell me. We'd be sitting pretty.
We'd be on top of the heap. If you see him, shoot to kill.
Early Monday morning, Larry was urging his mount along the trail to the east of the ranch. It was still dark, but a faint rim of gray in the sky behind him gave promise of the dawn. Suddenly, 2 horsemen rode out on the trail. Larry went for his gun.
Oh, shoot, Larry. The masked man. Whoa there, whoa, boys. Oh, steady there. Sure glad you called out, masked man. I was going to let you have it.
You're riding straight into an ambush, Larry.
What's that?
Hank Meredith and 2 other men are waiting for you on the trail up ahead.
Hank Meredith?
Yes. We found their camp and then we followed them.
You sure he's an outlaw?
I'm positive.
Well, thanks for the warning. If I can't outrun him, I'll outshoot him.
I can't let you take the chance, Larry. Those papers you're carrying are more important than you can imagine. They're dispatches from the London Admiralty for their Far Eastern fleet.
From the London... You mean they're using the Pony Express?
Yes, Larry. And Washington wants to make sure they get through safely.
But all across the country, the Indians and outlaws...
It wouldn't make so much difference if the Indians got them. Black Arrow's a different matter. I can't let you ride on.
Well, you're not asking me to turn back.
Not at all. Just cut away from the trail and make a big circle until you reach the ranch.
What about you and Tonto?
We'll see if we can handle Hank and his men.
That's good enough for me. Get up there, boy!
Here he comes.
Yeah.
You see, Julie was foolish of you to worry.
No, it wasn't. He isn't following the regular trail, and he wouldn't have cut away from it if something hadn't happened.
Maybe there was a washout
In
someplace.
this weather?
Hey, don't matter now. You'll sit right, Bill.
Sure am.
And stand by.
Bring her in, boy! You hear the shooting?
Shooting? Did he say shooting?
What are you talking about, son?
Whoa, boy, The Lone Ranger and Tonto are trying to round up Hank Meredith, and the hombres has got working with him. They warned me about an ambush, so I circled to the north.
This Black Arrow gang was after the mail, huh?
I guess so.
Well, you can tell them about it afterwards. Get that bag onto my saddle, and I'll be hightailing it out of here.
Nothing doing, Bill.
Why not?
I got stopped again. Just the other side of that rise.
More outlaws?
No, June. This time it was the girl. You remember the one who sent the note to the Lone Ranger?
Of course.
She told me not to let this bag out of my sight till I saw the masked man again.
You're going to hold up the mail just because a girl told you to?
That's right, mister.
Oh, yeah? Well, I got something to say about that. You're all covered.
Bill. Oh, that's it. You're a crook, too.
I'm taking that mail back. It goes where it belongs, across my saddle. Now toss your guns over here, belts and all. Hurry up.
You're in with Hank.
Never mind the palaver. I want those belts. Let's have them. Come on there, Larry. He's right with me. But before I go, I'm going to make sure nobody follows me.
You don't mean...
A bullet through your pa's leg and one through Larry's. I guess Johnny's enough of a cripple now.
I won't let you.
Stand back, sister. You'll get it. Get up there, you mangy tiger. Get up.
All right, Hank, off your horse. Same goes for your men.
The Lone Ranger got him, Clarence.
Stop, man. Your work isn't finished. Bill Lacey's the worst of the bunch.
He's rode off with the mail.
And he wounded both Larry and Paul before he left.
Bill Lacey has the mailbag?
That's right.
I'm leaving these prisoners with you, Johnny.
Just let me have a gun.
Here you are. Hold them until we get back. Come on, Silver, hit him up. Steady, Silver. Top of the ridge, Kimosabe. We're on the right trail. We should be able to see him.
You look down below.
Yes, Tonto.
Him come round turn.
If we go straight down this bank, we'll be able to catch him.
Trail narrow down there. Bank steep. It's plenty hard to stop.
Silver can manage it. Over we go, boy. We'll catch him on the trail below. Brace yourself, boy. We're coming to the bottom.
Look out, Lacey, shoot.
You hit his gun. Don't let him get away. Use your rope. That does it. The game's up, Lacey. That mail's going through. We may be a little late getting to Majorville, Johnny.
Not so much. And if it hadn't been for you, this mail bag would never have got there.
All right, Lacey. You ride in front. The rest of you follow him. Keep a close watch on them, Tonto.
Tonto, do it.
Get him up, Scout. Come on, Silver.
Adios.
Goodbye, masked man. Just think, Johnny. If it hadn't been for him,
I know, Claire. I guess there's a lot of people in the West who've said just that.
But none of them could mean it more than we do.
Look at him ride.
You and your Pony Express riders. So there's nothing can touch you, huh?
Well, shucks, honey, he's carrying the mail, isn't he? That sort of makes him an honorary rider, doesn't it?
Yes, Johnny. Only...
Only what?
It's hard to say. He's cleaned up the outlaws around here, so even if Pa and Larry and you are hurt, we feel safe. But him, I'll never feel that he's safe. He'll take those crooks to Majorville, but he won't stop there. He'll go on and on, fighting for justice, facing danger until he reaches the end of the trail.
Are you struggling to manage your data in Microsoft Access? Do you need help designing tables, creating queries, and generating reports? Look no further than Rob, the Microsoft Access expert with 20 years of experience. With Rob's help, you can learn the skills you need to master Access and take your data management to the next level. Rob's personalized approach to teaching ensures that you get the attention you need to succeed, and with his deep understanding of database management, you can be confident that you're learning from a true expert. So why wait? Sign up for Rob's Microsoft Access course today and start unlocking the full potential of your data. Contact Rob, email b@g3pl.com or call 615-420-2040 for more information.
Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. During the years of unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors, and for once his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Run the trail of the Black Arrow! Out, Silver!
While the night wind stirred the trees, the dark forms of two men made their way toward a small cabin built many years ago by a hunter. The cabin had been abandoned for some time, But on this particular night, it was a meeting place, and a dim light shone in one window.
That's the place. Reckon the rest of the boys are there already.
Looks that way, Truck. Just what's the reason for this meeting?
You don't know?
I don't know a thing. I'm never told what goes on. All I ever get told is who to rob or who to shoot. Do what's told me and get paid according.
Maybe you're invited to the meeting tonight to be made more of a member of the outfit.
Not me.
Why not, Butch?
I'm satisfied with things as they stand. I do my work and collect my cash. I'd as soon not be a full member of the gang. I've known too many members that have been killed off because they knew too much.
Here we are.
Secret way of knocking on the door, huh?
Come on in. Go ahead, Butch.
Hey, what's that man got his head covered with that sack for?
He's the boss. You want us to know who he is. Sit down here.
You left your horses back where you were told to, didn't you?
Sure. Quiet down. We're going to start the meeting. Now then, for some time the Lone Ranger has been in our way. Now he's going to be gotten rid of. That's why this meeting was called. I've had word there's a girl who helps him by getting information. We've at last learned one thing about that girl. She's living in or near the town of Clifton.
And that's how our last plans got out. She heard of him and told the Lone Ranger.
That's right.
He spoiled everything for us and landed some of our men in jail.
So that's it.
Butch, quiet.
That's why I didn't get the chance to earn my shooting money. That's the reason. And that's why my pal Juergens landed in jail and why he's there right now waiting to be hung. Look at here, mister. You're the head man, and I want you to know one thing. Well? I've got a score to settle with this here Lone Ranger. And if a girl helped him, I've got to settle with her, too. A girl helped him, we're sure of that. I'm not one of your outfit in the true sense of the word. I just do special work for you from time to time. But I got a score to settle. My pal Juergens is to hang. I've got to get them that are responsible for it. Now, wait a minute. This meeting wasn't called to hear you talk. Let me finish. I'm almost done. I'll be quick. Just let me know who the girl is. Let me know where to find the Lone Ranger and that redskin named Tonto, too. I'll drill all three of them, won't charge a thing for doing it. I called this meeting to outline my plan to get the Lone Ranger. I expect he'll be here tonight. I let the word go out that we were to meet at 10 o'clock. I figured the girl would hear of it and let the Lone Ranger know. He's to think we've got some special plans to go over. After you'd all heard of the meeting for 10 o'clock, you were told very secretly to be here early. I figured that we'll have time to get ready for the Lone Ranger's call. When he comes, I'll drill him. You listen to me. If he's shot or captured here, his horse and that Indian might escape. But we'll at least have the Lone Ranger. I want more. I don't know how much information he has about us. He may have considerable. We'd like to get away from him. He might have it in his pockets, or it's more likely he'll have it in his saddlebags. Maybe hidden in his camp. I want him to come here, think he's outwitted us, and ride away. Get away? Quiet. He won't get away for long, I'll promise you that.
Hey, boss. What sort of information do you think he'd have?
I don't know. For one thing, he might have something that would tell us who the girl is. He might have some letters that would tell us who else we've got to be on guard against. Maybe he doesn't have anything. But I'm going to find out.
As the hour of 10 drew near, the Lone Ranger and Tonto guided their horses slowly through the woods toward the cabin.
Air light and window.
Tonto, I wonder how long it can last.
How long? What last?
This mysterious girl has been a great help. Sooner or later, she must be found out by the outlaws.
Uh-huh.
Then what?
Me not know.
Not knowing her, how can we help her? We don't even know what she looks like.
Girl not want us know.
There's only some way that we could guard her. Whenever 3 or 4 days go by without word from her, I wonder if she's fallen into the hands of our enemies.
Shimasabi, look yonder. See through window.
Men sitting around the table. Rein up, Tonto. I'll go ahead on foot. You bring the horses up slowly.
Uh-huh.
The information we received is correct. Those crooks are meeting to discuss some new instructions they've had from their headquarters.
Not right.
I want that information. Someday, if we can learn the identity of the leaders of the Black Arrow, we'll put an end to it.
Hunter hope so. Shimasabi, wait.
What's the matter?
Someone come this way. We get him now.
Wait.
You not get away from me.
Let me speak.
Nah.
Don't make so much noise.
You come this way.
Well, I gotta speak to the Lone Ranger. I wasn't sure this was him.
Who are you?
Oh, let me get my breath.
I'm almost mashed in from the way Tonto jumped on me.
Here, you in the underbrush.
I've been waiting there. Listen to me. What I got to say is important. A girl sent a message.
What's that?
Be careful. They'll hear you. You've got to get away from here. Turn back and travel fast. It's a trick to capture you.
Who did you say sent you here?
A woman. She just says, tell him the girl made a mistake. The crooks met early to set a trap for you.
Didn't she give you a written message?
No. She said you couldn't read it in the dark, and if you struck a light, the crooks would shoot you. Turn back. You got to do it.
When did you get this message?
Tonight, just a little while ago. I had to ride hard to get here before you did.
So the outlaws have a trap?
They have. I don't know what kind of trap it is, but they're scheming to get you. Tonto, too.
Take charge of him, Tonto.
Tonto, do it.
No, wait, please, believe me.
When we leave here, we're going to take you with us.
Oh, I'll go with you. I'll be glad to. Only get away from here now.
We'll get away as soon as I get what I came after. Better get a rope on him, Tonto. What's your name?
I'm Jack Fulton. I live in Clifton.
Did you see the girl who gave you the message?
Yes, but it wasn't
Good.
fun.
I'll have some questions to ask you later.
Well, she said you would.
Oh, she did?
Yes. Ow. The rope is tight.
You loosen it. Not want to hurt you. Only make sure you stay with Tonto.
I'll be back in a few minutes, Tonto. Have Silver ready for a quick getaway.
Oh, but Mister, you
Thanks for the warning, Jack. I'll be on guard.
We'll just talk along now and see if the Lone Ranger shows up. Remember what I said.
We won't forget, boss.
Now, these papers I've got in this envelope are the most important ones we ever had. We had a hard time getting them here, but they're here. That's all that counts. When I've passed them around so you all can read them, you'll see what I mean by saying they're important.
I'm sure anxious to have a look at him.
Why don't he pass them?
Shut up, Butch. He's only waiting for the Lone Ranger to show up, that's all. He don't intend to pass him around at all.
As I said a minute ago, these papers, and there's quite a pack of them in this envelope, are mighty important. Fact is, we'd be just about done for if we were to lose them.
Don't move.
Hey, what's that?
Sit still. Keep your hands on the table.
Lone Ranger.
He's the one. He's the one that's to blame for jailing my friends.
Keep still.
I won't keep still. That's the Lone Ranger. You don't know me, do you? Well, I'm called Butch. My pal Jurgen is in jail right now.
That's where he should be.
And if it wasn't for you, he wouldn't be there. You caught him. He's going to hang.
Yes, for murder. Too bad he can hang but once.
Well, he's going, but you're going first.
Butch, stop it, crazy fool.
I'll show you. Oh, my hand! My hand's hurt.
Anyone else ready to draw and shoot?
Do something, my hand!
Your hand's all right. My bullet hit your gun.
No more shooting. Every one of you, keep your hands on the table like that man said. What do you want here?
Toss that envelope to me. Throw it at my feet.
Here. You got what you came after. Now, if you want us to take these covers off our heads, you come take them off.
No, I won't do that right now. It'd be very handy for several of you to jump me. Remember this. Otto is outside. If anyone tries to follow me out the door, you'll wish he hadn't.
Done it.
Let me go after him, will you? Let me go after him. Now I got another score to settle with him. Look at my shooting iron, that handle without a
Quiet.
knife.
Well, Butch, you very nearly spoiled everything with that gunplay of yours.
I've got to get that masked man. I've got to do it.
We'll get him, but not that way. No man alive can expect to draw and shoot faster than the Lone Ranger. Anyhow, that wouldn't help as much as my plan.
He got the envelope and got away, boss, just like you figured.
Sure he did. And what he sees in that envelope won't do any harm to us. Now, where's he likely to go with it?
Where? Golly, I don't know.
To his camp, isn't he?
Reckon so.
Wherever it is, that's where he'll go. And we'll follow him. We'll get in there and find everything he's got together about us. Then when he's shot down, there won't be a lot of evidence for someone else to use against us.
Yeah, I still say we should have drilled him when he was here. How can you follow him to his camp?
Because I planned on it. I had stuff spread all over the ground on the approach to this place. I don't care how far the Lone Ranger rides. His horse will leave a trail that a good hound won't have any trouble following. That's why I didn't want you boys to bring your horses here.
Why, Juniper, the boss is sure smart. Yeah, but where will the hound you was talking about come from?
We've got one all lined up. We'll have it here inside of an hour. And by daybreak, we'll have the Lone Ranger surrounded.
When we get to our cave, Tonto, we can get some light and see what this envelope holds.
That's good.
Are you all right, Jack?
I'm all right, but the trap the girl told about might still be set.
I think I know what the trap was. Some of those men had bags over their heads. They knew I wouldn't shoot them if they refused to take them off. They knew the only way I could see who they were was to remove them myself. Well, if I'd tried that, they could have jumped me.
Well, look, I got one more question. You know the message I brought you?
Yes?
The one a woman gave me?
Why, didn't a girl give it to you?
No, it was an old woman. Do you know who she is?
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The wind had died down by the time the outlaws left their hideout in the woods. They rode across the open plain, following a dog.
Kid, trapped right in the boss right with us.
He never does. He makes the plans. We carry him out.
Never once showed us his face. Well, I'd like to know who he is.
Yeah, it's good sense not to be curious about some things, Butch.
Oh, only wondered, that's all. Wonder how far this trail goes.
I don't know.
Slick idea to have that strong-smelling powder spread on the ground so the Lone Ranger's horse would walk in it.
The boss is full of slick schemes.
Remember, I'm the one that's had the first chance to shoot the Lone Ranger. My hand still hurts from the way he shot away my gun.
You'll get your chance. You'll get it before daybreak.
Golly, this is sure a big cave. You brought the horses right in with you.
High and wide, Jack, but not very deep.
Need pig slide.
All right, Tonto. I'll take the rope off Jack's hand. I don't think you'll try to escape, Jack.
Well, I should say not. I don't want to escape from you. I want to help you.
I wouldn't have tied you in the first place, but well, we can't take chances. There you are.
Thanks.
Your wrist hurt?
No, that rope wasn't tight.
Bring the candle to the rear, Tonto. We've got to see what's in the envelope.
Maybe ask question, too.
Yes. Jack, what did you mean when you said the message was from an old woman?
Well, she was an old woman. Her hair's snow white and her face was all sort of wrinkled. What I could see of it under the bonnet she wore.
Her voice. What was her voice like?
Well, that was like an old woman's. All sort of cackling and cracked. And that reminds me.
What?
She told me that you'd probably ask some questions about her, and she said that I should hand you this note if you doubted that I'd talk to her.
Why didn't you tell me you had a note from her?
Well, she said to wait till you ask questions. Oh, here's the note.
Tonto, you getting out the information we have on the Black Arrow?
Me have it ready plenty quick.
What does she say? Great pains to disguise myself. Boy thinks I'm an old lady. I see. So she knew I'd try to learn about her from you.
Huh?
Jack, the woman you saw was a girl, all right. She was disguised, so I couldn't learn anything about her from you.
Oh, gee. I'm sorry.
Funny.
What's the matter?
This envelope didn't come from the east. At least it didn't come by mail.
What's inside?
You'll know in a minute.
I sure hope so.
Oh,
What matter?
blank paper. Look at this.
No word on paper.
Not a thing, Ellis.
What you think?
Here, take this sheet. I'll take another. Hold it in the heat of that candle. See if there's any secret writing on it.
Well, what's that for?
Now, sometimes notes are written with a chemical that won't show until it becomes warm, Jack. The system has been used to send messages through armies or through men in prison.
No word showed yet?
There's no question about it. The paper has no writing.
But what does that mean?
That's what I'd like to know. That sounds like a hound.
That bloodhound.
Drop that candle.
It sounds like Bill Tatum's dog.
Who's Bill Tatum?
Well, he's the lawyer.
Horse come this way with dog.
Jack, keep well back in the cave.
Dog not come near now. Him stop.
Looks as if we've been trailed here. I'll get the papers hidden. We may have a fight on our hands.
Hey there! You in that cave?
Almost.
We know you're in there. Speak up.
Yeah, I'll answer them.
What do you want? We've got that cave surrounded. You can't get out of there. What about it? You can take your choice. Come out one at a time with your hands up, or come out fast and get shot. What if we don't come out? Then you can stay there till you starve. We know there's only one way out of that cave. We've got a dozen guns pointed at the opening. If you want it, come and get it.
You must have him right. There's no other way out of cave.
Yes, I know it.
Maybe Tonto make break. Try to run through.
No, you wouldn't have a chance, Tonto. They made their plans well.
Let me try and get out. They won't shoot me.
Those men? They'll shoot anyone who stands in the way of their plans.
But what are they after?
And they want Tonto and me and the evidence we have here, Jack. If we surrender as they ask, they'll shoot us just as quickly as they would if we went out fighting.
Dirty crooks.
Imasabe, look over there.
They're starting a fire.
Planning to smoke us out. Tonto, pour hot water we have in the canteens over our bandanas. Protect Jack when the smoke starts rolling in here.
Oh, never mind me.
Keep face close to ground.
We'll stay here as long as we can.
Truck and the other outlaws built a huge smudge fire where the wind would carry the smoke into the cave. In spite of all the Lone Ranger could do, the smoke tortured everyone in the cave. From time to time in the next half hour, Truck called out,
You can still surrender. Walk out one at a time with your hands high.
The reply was always the same.
If you want it, come and get it.
Just keep piling stuff in the fire, Butch. I can't stand the smoke much longer.
Even if he does come out with his hands up, I'm going to shoot.
You do what you're told. I'm in charge now.
Hey, someone's coming.
Now, where? Hey, keep that dog quiet.
Yonder, you can just make out the rider. He looks like a wagon.
Yeah, it is. The team and a buckboard.
I'll shoot.
No, wait. Let's see what it is.
A woman's handling the reins.
Yeah, sure enough. Stop right there.
That's what I'm doing. You're in charge here, eh?
What do you want? Where you from?
From town. I got orders from the boss.
Yeah?
You want that masked man out in the cave, don't you?
Well,
All right, I'll get him out. He won't draw a gun on an old woman.
we're smoking him out.
He'd suffocate before he'd surrender. Now, stand aside.
You say that you got orders from the boss?
How else would I know what to do?
Who is that old woman?
I don't know. You heard what she said.
How'd she know where to come?
I suppose the boss told her.
Yeah. Well, answer me this one then. How could the boss tell her where to come if he didn't know himself?
Huh?
He had to have the bloodhound so he'd know where to come, wouldn't he? And he went to all the trouble of planning tonight's business, just so the Lone Ranger would lead us to where he hides the evidence he's collected. And if the boss knew where this place was, we could have just come here.
Why, thunder, that's right. Well, it don't matter. The woman is trapped now. She can't get away. We'll capture her as well as the Lone Ranger and Tonto.
There was ample room in the cave for the newly arrived horses and wagons.
Tonto, you and Jack tie wet cloths over the nostrils and eyes of those horses, the same as you did with Scout and Silver.
Me figure.
Protect yourselves the same way. Here, get close to the floor. Air is better. Why did you come here?
I had to warn you.
How did you know where I was?
Isn't it obvious that I keep informed about you?
Yes, it is. But you sent Jack to warn me.
I learned more of the scheme. There was an envelope supposed to be the plans. The plans are fake, part of a scheme to trap you.
The envelope held blank paper. The gang probably thought I already had some evidence against the Black Arrow, and they wanted to know where it was hidden. They let me take the envelope so they could follow me here. Now, you've come right into the trap.
I don't count. By the time I realized the cave was guarded by those crooks, it was too late to turn back.
Those clothes.
For the time being, I can't let you know who I am.
And white hair.
A week.
Smoke's getting worse all the time. We're going to get out of here. Tonto, unhitch those grays. Put Scout and Silver in the traces.
How to do it? I'll help.
What's your plan? How can you escape?
I don't think the outlaws will notice the switch of horses in the darkness. At least not until we're close to them. You're going to take their reins and leave this cave slowly.
Yes.
If we can just catch those men off guard for a split second, we might get through. Stay down now. We're ready. I'll help with those horses, Tonto.
Cave now. Come ahead real slow. We want to question you. What, you keep a gun on her? Best you keep watching that cave.
Right.
All right. Rein up right here.
The wagon halted. Truck and Butch advanced, their guns leveled. But suddenly a voice rang out from the rear of the wagon.
We're the ones you want. What the... Oh! Sit down, I'll take the reins. Stop them.
Get him, boys. Let's try a gun.
Come on, Scout. Come on, Silver.
You made it.
Keep your head down. They're still firing.
They're getting the horses now.
Scout and Silver can pull a wagon and still outrun their fastest horses. Come on, boys. Faster! Faster!
The light wagon bounced crazily behind the racing horses with a familiar voice of the Lone Ranger shouting,
Faster, Scout! Come on, Silver!
Then, when the outlaws had been outdistanced, the pace slowed to a steady lope.
We're nearly to town. If you'll stop, I'll go the rest of the way on foot.
We're going right into town.
But you needn't. You can unhitch and take your horses. Leave the wagon.
We have work to do. I want the leader of that outlaw band.
But he's not known.
Jack said it was Bill Tatum's hound that led the outlaws.
I know, but... Well, that wouldn't...
I have other evidence. I want to see the sheriff.
Sheriff, I want to speak to you.
Bill Tatum. What the Sam Hill do you want at this time of night?
Come on, get your boots on and get to your office. I've been robbed. I want a posse sworn in at once.
Now, hold
I
on.
know my rights. Don't forget I'm a lawyer.
What have you lost? What's been stolen from you?
My team of grays, my light wagon, gone right from my barn.
You don't say. You got any ideas who took them? What the?
Never mind your gun.
Mask, who are you?
Glad you're here, Tatum. Saved going after you.
What are you doing here, anyhow?
Sheriff, this man is the one who's been directing the work of a gang of thieves and murderers. He keeps his head covered when he meets them.
Well, that's not true.
This paper and envelope came from your office, didn't it?
Yes, but
You supplied it to set a trap for me. You didn't think I'd live to use it against you. The hound your men used belongs to you.
Well, the paper was likely stolen from me. So was the hound. I meant to tell you, Sheriff. My hound was stolen, too. My team, my wagon, and my hound.
You'll find your team where you sent your men. Your wagon is outside. I came here in it.
What?
Sheriff, I've accused this man. Search his home and office. If you don't find the sack with holes cut out for the eyes, the sack he used to hide his face when he met his men, he can bring charges against me. You're a lawyer, Tatum. You know I've got to make my charges stand. Will you let the sheriff search your house?
No. Well, I...
What's the matter with you, Tatum? You look downright flabbergasted.
Some man, speak up. Is there any reason why you won't permit a search?
Sheriff, I'll admit it. This man is right. I'll plead guilty to his charges.
Well, I'll be doggone, Tatum. You a lawyer, not even arguing.
I'll tell you why.
You will not.
He doesn't want his place searched. He'd sooner plead guilty to one charge than have a search made. He's afraid of what else might be found.
Sheriff, I'll plead guilty. That ends it.
Not by a jug full of don't end it. I'll put the handcuffs on you, Tatum. And then when you're in jail, we'll see what else can be turned up.
No, don't, please, Sheriff. I beg you. Don't do any more. Please don't, please.
Stop
Sheriff,
your
please.
sniveling, Tatum. It looks to me like the law will have a plenty to do with you before we're through. Now, where'd that masked man go?
Are you struggling to manage your data in Microsoft Access? Do you need help designing tables, creating queries, and generating reports? Look no further than Rob, the Microsoft Access expert with 20 years of experience. With Rob's help, you can learn the skills you need to master Access and take your data management to the next level. Rob's personalized approach to teaching ensures that you get the attention you need to succeed, and with his deep understanding of database management, you can be confident that you're learning from a true expert. So why wait? Sign up for Rob's Microsoft Access course today and start unlocking the full potential of your data. Contact Rob, email b@g3pl.com or call 615-420-2040 for more information.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors. And for once, his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
One Silver, on the tail of the Black Arrow. One Silver, away!
In the woods near the town of Clifton, Butch Williams and a man named Truxton sat huddled in their camp close to a well-hidden fire.
Butch, you and me have a big job on our hands, but we can do it.
I got only one thing to do. That's to get the Lone Ranger. That's all I'm thinking about and hoping for.
That's the job I mean.
Well, then I'm with you, Truck. I'm with you from the word go. What's your plan? You got any ideas?
You bet I have. The Lone Ranger's life was saved by that girl, wasn't it?
Yeah, I reckon so.
Well, he'd give his life to save her, wouldn't he?
I reckon he would. He's that kind of man.
If he'd do that, we'll get him. We've as good as got him right now.
Truck, don't be too sure of it.
This is one time when I'm dead sure of what I'm saying. We've as good as got the Lone Ranger right now.
How's that?
Because, Butch, I know how we can capture that girl.
Yeah, that's big talk. We don't even know who the girl is. All we saw was somebody was dressed in heavy clothes like an old woman wearing a big bonnet on her head. We never even saw the girl that helped the Lone Ranger.
That don't matter. I still say the same. I know how we can capture the girl. Then when we've got her captured, we'll make a deal with the Lone Ranger. His life for her.
Even if he was willing, the girl wouldn't let him save her. Not if it meant giving up his life.
She won't have anything to say about it.
Right now, I can't get over much enthused about your scheme. Maybe if you tell more, I'll see it different. Sounds to me like you're tackling more than we can handle, more than the whole gang could handle before we got busted up.
Well, listen.
Well, in the first place, how'll you locate the girl?
Remember the bonnet we found by the campfire?
Yeah, but I mean now.
We know that she's in the town of Clifton, don't we?
Well, that's where she's likely to be.
She'll hear about anything that happens in town.
Sure.
Now then, who was in the jail in Clifton?
Our boss.
Bill Tatum.
Yeah.
Tatum's a lawyer. He knows the law backwards, forwards, and upside down.
I sure was surprised when I found out that he was the one who'd been giving orders to the gang all this time.
Well, anyhow, he's in a calaboose, but he's not worried none. He knows enough of the law to know that he'll figure out some way to go free when he comes up for trial by jury.
I wasn't worried none when I last talked to him.
Let me go on. This girl knows Tatum led the gang, the same as everyone else knows it. She'd also know that Tatum is a lawyer and likely to talk his way out of trouble. Now, don't it seem like good sense for her to take the law into her own hands?
Yeah, maybe. But she probably won't. Tatum needn't worry about her.
Tatum better worry about her.
I don't follow you, Truck.
Bill Tatum will never see another sunrise.
What?
If he tells what he knows about us when he goes on trial, we'll be done for. We've got to get rid of him to keep him from squealing on us. The girl gets charged with what we do. The law locates her for us, and then we capture her.
But how can you fix it so the law will blame her?
You leave that to me. Come on now. We've got things to do.
Bill Tatum was in jail, but not asleep. He could hear the measured pacing of the special guard outside his window. His mind was busy with plans for his defense in court.
I'll beat the law on my day in court. Those local fools will hear of laws they never knew existed. Sure, they have evidence against me. But how'd they get it? They took it from my house. They didn't show me any search warrant. The law says that's illegal seizure. Evidence must be ruled out. My confession? A man can't be made to testify against himself.
Woman. What do you want?
Someone outside.
Well, what's the matter with you? You lost your tongue? What do you want? Hey, you run.
Wish I could see. Something happened there. Can't quite make it.
The prisoner pressed hard against the bars of the window, straining to see the corner of the building where something had happened. Then the door behind him opened. He turned, stared at the figure in the moonlit cell, and then...
He's dead. Knife. You sure got him sudden. Where was the guard? Who done it? Something said about a woman. Where is the sheriff? Anyone gone for him? What about the guard?
Let me through there. What's going on?
Sheriff,
Bill Tatum got knifed.
Yes, Sheriff, he's dead. Get back. Don't touch things. Where's the guard? Where's Hank Loomis?
Sheriff, I'm here. I got knocked down by that old woman.
Hank, what happened to the prisoner? Who knifed him?
Great guns. I didn't know he got knifed.
Well, look at him there on the floor.
I just come to. It must have been the same woman.
Who?
Hey, the door's unlocked, too.
Where's your keys?
Keys? My keys, let me see. What? Well, they've been stolen.
While you were sleeping off that blow on the head. What kind of a guard are you anyhow?
Sheriff,
you say a woman done it?
Yeah, it was.
Who?
I don't know. She wore a big bonnet that hid her face. She come up to me, not saying a word. I asked her who she was and what she wanted. Still, she didn't say anything. Then all of a sudden, she raised her hand, holding a hunk of wood or something, and clouded me alongside the head.
Letting a woman do that. And you carrying a rifle.
She didn't give me no chance at all, Sheriff.
Some of you gents get more light in here. We gotta look for clues.
I'll fix them. I know where there's a lamp.
Fine thing. Prisoner getting knifed when he's here in the jail. Well, I'll find who done it and hang him.
But I tell you, there's a woman.
Is that all you can tell me about her?
I didn't get a good look at her, Sheriff.
Sheriff, I found something out in the road. Look at this.
What's that?
It's a woman's bonnet.
Sheriff, that's like the one she wore. Let me see it. Why, sure, it's the same one. I bet money it is.
Now we got something to go on. Hey, bring that lamp over here. Hurry.
Coming. Here you are.
Anyone know who owns this here bonnet?
Why, it's Mrs. Penny's. I've seen her wearing it.
Mrs. Penny, are you sure of that?
Dead sure.
Come to think of it, I've seen her wearing it.
But hang it all, Mrs. Penny wouldn't knife a man. She'd walked a long way around to keep from stepping on the cockroach.
Hold on, Sheriff. I just thought of something.
Speak up, then. What reason would Mrs. Penny have to do a thing like this?
Mrs. Penny wouldn't have a reason, not her. But what about that girl that lives with her? That youngish girl. The one that nobody ever seems to know much about. Maybe she borrowed the old woman's clothes.
Hank, maybe you got an idea at that. I reckon we'll have a talk with Ma Penny. Right now.
The Lone Ranger, on the fringe of the crowd, heard the declaration of the sheriff. He hurried to the home of an elderly couple.
This is where the Pennies live, Silver. I never suspected that the girl lived here, too. Not much time. Sheriff will soon be here.
Yes? A masked man.
Please wait. Don't close the door. Listen to me.
What's wrong?
Are you Mrs. Penny?
Yes, but I've got nothing worse to speak
Please,
than...
Mrs. Penny. Believe me when I tell you I'm not here to rob or harm you. I'm masked, but not because I'm hiding from the law.
Of course. It's White. You were the one.
Has she told you about me?
Yes, you're the Lone Ranger.
Where is she now?
Who?
The girl.
I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know anything. You better go.
Wait. You just said she had told you about me.
No, that was a mistake. Please, mister.
But I must speak to her. The sheriff is coming here. He'll be here at any moment.
I can't tell you anything. I give my word. I mustn't say any more.
Then listen to what I say. Last night, a man in jail was killed.
That's got nothing to do with me. Go away.
Your bonnet was found at the jail. The guard was knocked down. He described the dress and the bonnet of the one who knocked him down.
Oh. Go on. Then what?
That's better. The sheriff thinks the girl who has been here with you borrowed your clothes and wore them when she stabbed the prisoner.
She didn't do it. She didn't do it, I tell you. She didn't have any part in it.
I'm sure she didn't. But have you any idea who did?
No. I don't know anything about it.
Do you know who could have borrowed your dress and your bonnet?
I won't say another word. Go away.
Won't you let me speak to the girl?
She's not here. She's gone.
When did she go?
During the night. I don't know when. I found out this morning she hadn't slept in a bed, and that's all I can tell you. Will the law charge her with murder?
I don't know. There's no way of telling what the law will do.
Mercy. Here comes the sheriff now, and a lot of men with him.
I can't lose time answering questions now, Mrs. Penny. We'll see each other again. Ready, Silver?
Oh, dear me. Now what'll happen to all of us?
Oh, Silver!
Some of you men get after that masked man. Fetch him back here so I can ask him a few questions.
All right, Sheriff, we'll get after him.
Don't you go inside, Ma Penny. I want to speak to you.
Well, I'm here to speak to, but make it short. I got bread in the oven. What's the matter with you, Sheriff?
First of all, I want to ask if you ever seen this bonnet before.
Of course I have. It's mine.
That settles that then. Now, when did you wear it the last time?
When?
That's what I said. When?
Last night.
Do you hear that? Be quiet, Hank. What time last night did you wear it, Miss Penny?
I don't know the exact time. Why are you asking all these questions anyhow?
I got more to ask. You had a girl here living with you, didn't you?
What of it? She didn't bother anyone, did she? She hardly ever showed herself around.
Maybe she kept herself scarce so she wouldn't be found so easy when she finished with Bill Tatum.
Who's he?
That's the prisoner that was in jail. He was knifed last night.
Knifed? Well, I reckon he must have had it coming to him.
Oh, Penny, you're a hard woman to talk to. But you'd better help the law. I know you didn't kill Tatum, so it must have been the girl who wore your bonnet when the deed was done. Now, if she's innocent, the thing for her to do is show herself and prove it.
I always thought it was up to the law to prove a party guilty, not up to the party to prove herself or himself innocent.
Only so far, the proof is that she's guilty. If she don't have something to say, we'll have to place the charge against her and find her.
She's not here now.
No? Well, maybe you can tell us where she is.
I don't know.
What's her name?
Sheriff, all I know is the name she used here isn't the right name. She said I could call her Jane, and if I wanted two names to make it Jane Doe.
Well, Ma, I'm sorry you won't help us out more than this.
I'm sorry I can't. Good day to you, Sheriff.
Oh, I'm not leaving here unless you make me go back to my office and get a warrant to search this house. I'll do that if need be, but I'm hoping you'll save me the trouble by letting us go through the house without a warrant.
Search my house?
Yeah.
I told you the girl's gone.
I never can tell. She might have left some clues around. Maybe something in the shape of a letter or a note, or something that would give us a hint as to where she went.
She didn't leave anything.
And then you sure can't mind if I have a look.
You can't go in there.
Oh, I'll get that warrant if I have to.
You don't need to hunt for that girl. She didn't have anything to do with the murder of Bill Tatum.
You speak as if you knew something.
I know she didn't do it.
How can you be so sure?
I know who did.
You do? Well, do you hear that, Sheriff? Who done it, Mrs. Penny? Who killed that prisoner?
I can't tell you that. Please, Sheriff, please. Take my word for it. The girl didn't do it. I know she didn't because I know who did.
Oh, the only way you can convince me that that girl is innocent is by telling me who's guilty.
You found the bonnet? It's mine. I admitted as much.
Who wore it last night?
I did.
You mean you confessed to that murder?
What else can I do? Take me away if you must. I'm ready.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. The sheriff heard Ma Penny's confession, but instead of arresting her, he chuckled.
Oh, Ma, that's too thin. I sure take my hat off to you. You've a heap of spunk. But I know better than to believe any such yarn as you just told me.
What do you mean you don't believe me?
Just that. You didn't get Bill Tatum. You confessed to it so he wouldn't search the house. You did it to shield that girl. Well, that makes us all the more sure that she's the guilty party.
No, Sheriff, please.
Hank, yeah? You mosey back to the office and get a search warrant. We'll have a look around here.
While the sheriff searched Mrs. Penny's house, Butch and Truck compared notes.
Look, it's working out just like we planned. They'll all capture the girl, all right.
I hope so. The thing that riles me is that we went to all this trouble and then found that the Lone Ranger was right here in town while the crowd was around the jail.
Yeah, that don't matter. We'll get another crack at him as soon as the girl's arrested.
I hope she is.
You think she's in Ma Penny's house?
I doubt it. I'll bet there's something in that house that'll tell where she is, or Mrs. Penny wouldn't have tried so hard to keep the sheriff from searching.
Well, there's nothing more that we can do.
Nothing till the girl is found and put under arrest. Let's go to the cafe and wait till the sheriff's done with his searching. And we'll find out what he's learned.
Inside the house, Mrs. Penny followed the sheriff and his deputy from one room to another.
That there? That's my bedroom. You don't have to go in there.
I sure hate to be so insistent, Ma Penny, but I'd be neglecting my duty if I didn't make the search complete. Open the door.
But, Sheriff...
Ma, I am asking you as few questions as possible. Now, just open that door, and I'll continue to make things as easy as I can.
Oh, all right. I'm going to open the shutter to let more light in.
Just a minute, Ma Penny.
Now, what's the matter?
You know as well as I do. You grabbed something from the table and tried to get it in your apron pocket. I'll have to have a look at it.
It's nothing.
Let me see, Ma Penny. Let me see. Hand her over.
It's just a message. You can see it's got my name on it.
Uh-huh. Open it up. Or should I?
It's mine. It's personal mail.
That's not mail. It was written by that girl and left there for you to find. I reckon that was why you didn't want me to go through here. You knew it was here, but you didn't get the chance to read it.
I wish women could vote, so I could vote again you next election.
Well, another message inside it, all sealed up. I'll read that. Please hand the enclosed envelope to the masked man who rides a white horse when he comes here to ask questions.
Is that what it says?
That's what it says.
Oh, great day he was here. Oh, if I'd only had the chance to read that.
Well, now we'll see what this girl says to the masked man that rides the white horse.
Me take that.
Huh? Sheriff, a redskin. How'd you get in here?
Me come back door. Me listen. Watch when you find note.
Put down that gun, Indian.
Me take letter. That's for Lone Ranger.
I don't care who. Shut up, Hank. The Lone Ranger, huh? All right, Redskin. Take it to the Lone Ranger. Sheriff, you gonna let him have it? You're doggone right I am, Hank. And then we'll wait and see what happens.
When Tonto joined the Lone Ranger in camp, the masked man said,
I had to ride in a roundabout way to get here, Tonto. The deputy stayed behind me for quite a while.
Maybe this message important.
Addressed in the girl's handwriting. Where did you get it?
In house of Mrs. Penny.
Good for you, Tonto. The girl wasn't there?
Her not there. Me not know where girl is.
I wonder how she learns as much as she does. Tonto, this will solve the murder of Bill Tatum.
Girl not do it?
Of course she didn't.
Sheriff think girl guilty.
The sheriff will change his mind before sundown. Come along, Tonto. We have things to do.
What to do?
First, we've got to fix a disguise, then we've got to ride to town again.
Later in the day, shortly afternoon, the cafe was a beehive of activity as men gathered to discuss the death of Bill Tatum and the suspected girl who had disappeared.
Yeah, they tell me the sheriff has a dozen men out looking for her. I heard he had more than that.
He's being mighty mysterious about the whole thing. There's Hank, the deputy. Hey, Hank.
Yeah? What is it, Jens?
What's the latest on the missing girl?
Boys, I sure admire this kind of weather, don't you?
Which means you won't talk about it. Oh, come on, Hank. The sheriff is holding out on us.
Jens, it cost me my job if I said anything.
Hey, Deputy, we ain't you know about the sheriff's plan.
You do, huh, Butch? Who's that with you?
Oh, Truxton, you know him. We heard the sheriff didn't tell all that he knows about things.
If you want to know anything, you go ask the sheriff. If he wants you to know, he'll tell you.
Come on, Butch. We're wasting time here.
Where's the sheriff that's hunting a murderer?
You heard that, Butch?
Yeah.
Oh, what's that, stranger?
I want to talk to the sheriff. I understand he has about a dozen men wasting their time hunting for someone that can be proved innocent.
That's pretty big talk, stranger.
I guess no one took the trouble to look around the jail for clues after the bonnet was found. That is, no one but me.
Well, you looked around, huh?
Yes, of course. One of the things they know where I came from is to look for all the clues.
Oh, where you came from, huh? Where's that?
Another thing, they teach law officers to tell nothing.
Now, we know the sheriff, stranger. Now, he wouldn't pay attention to anything that you might tell him. You're a stranger, you see.
Yes?
Now, if you'll tell us, maybe we can get him to pay some attention to what you found.
It doesn't matter whether he pays any attention to it or not. But I guess he will when he sees what it is.
What is it?
Evidence that will hang a man.
Oh, you're joshing.
Do I look like a man that makes jokes about murder?
No, you don't. And I'll tell you what, mister. We'll go along to the sheriff with you. We'll tell him he better listen to you.
You know where he is? He wasn't in his office when I went there.
Oh, we know where you can find him. We'll take you right to him.
That'd be mighty nice of you.
Yeah, we don't mind. Fact is, we'll be glad to do it. Say, where did you find this evidence you speak of?
Near the scene of the crime. I guess the crook doesn't know he lost it, or he had gone back after it.
Well, maybe it was something he wouldn't have missed.
Maybe.
Look, stranger, could it have been a vest button or something like that?
Well, it could have been, but it wasn't.
Mighty close-mouthed, aren't you?
Mighty.
Now, you sit right there for a minute, mister, and we'll be right back. I want to speak to my friend a second.
All right.
Come on over here, Truck.
Don't let the deputy know about this stranger. He'll want to come along with us.
I know. Truck, what did I lose? I can't figure it out.
I don't know, but whatever it is, we're going to get it. Can't have things spoiled now.
I know.
We'll lead the stranger to a good place, and then you follow my lead.
Suits me. Come on, mister. We're ready to take you where you want to go.
I'm with you.
You won't need your horse for this.
That's good. How far is it to where the sheriff is?
It won't take long to get where we're going.
We got to go this way. Just lead the way. I'm right with you.
The Lone Ranger, walking between Truck and Butch, left town and headed for a small clump of trees just beyond the last of the buildings on the main street. Little was said during the walk, but Butch and Truck exchanged meaningful glances behind the back of the disguised man.
Is the sheriff in those cottonwoods?
That's where we're going, mister, right there.
Sheriff is likely to be doggone near any place, you see.
Only you won't talk to no sheriff today.
What's that? Why won't I talk to him?
This is a gun that's prodding your spine, stranger. Now keep walking.
What sort of a trick is it?
Just keep walking.
Let's see here.
We'll talk when we get in them trees. We're most there now, and anything you've got to say can wait.
You won't get away with it.
No?
We'll see about that.
You're not going to take me to the sheriff at all.
That's one time you're dead right.
You want the evidence I have for yourselves. You want to collect the rewards, huh?
We'll be rewarded, all right, when we get whatever you found. Stop right here. This is good enough. I'll keep a gun on him, Truck, while you search him.
He don't have a gun on him.
I reckon he's one of these hombres that counts on his wits, huh? Is that it, mister?
Yeah, I guess so.
A gun wouldn't do you no good anyway when you deal with men like us.
I don't find anything like evidence on him, Butch.
You must have it somewhere. You tell us what you found and be quick about it.
All right. I'll tell you the evidence that will hang the murderer. The fancy pin, the kind that is usually worn on a man's neckerchief. It's shaped like a horseshoe, made of imitation diamonds. It has the initials TM on it.
What?
Your feeling of the one you wear.
You never found any such thing.
No? Because you're still wearing it. So you're the murderer. I thought that little trick would make you show your guilt.
Well, you're wrong. I didn't do it.
But when I tell the sheriff what I saw just now, he'll suspect you. Maybe when he...
You won't tell nobody nothing.
And when I also tell how you brought me here at the point of a gun to make me hand over what evidence I have, it'll be doubly convincing.
I'll deal with him, Truck.
Just a minute. I don't want you men to think I haven't told the truth. I said I found evidence near the jail. Well, I did. The evidence was a deputy who had been knocked down. A girl could not have struck that hard.
That's talking enough.
Wait a minute. I've already pointed out two things that will swing a jury against you. Now, if you try to kill me so I can't tell how you brought me here to steal the evidence, it'll be just about all that's needed to hang you.
You're out of the way. You won't be able to tell anything.
Go ahead, Butch.
I wouldn't do it, Butch. If Truck is a killer, let him try to shoot me.
Go on. He's talked too much already.
Why should you do Truck's work for him?
I'm doing my own work, and I'm doing it right now.
Not today, you don't.
Huh?
Drop that gun.
Hello.
Hey, don't get me.
He got him in the leg, Sheriff. You, Butch, drop that gun.
I got my hands up. Don't shoot.
Hank, put the handcuffs on this big one. You two got a rope on that one that's falling on the ground.
I didn't do it. It was Butch. He's the one.
Listen to him squeal. He was in it as much as I was.
I guess the two of you will get all that's coming to
A
you.
frame up, huh? That slick-talking critter. Only had another chance on him. There's two men I gotta get. That one and the Lone Ranger.
Well, your getting days are all over with, Butch. And maybe it'll make you feel good to know that your scheme worked out real slick. You tried to frame a girl for a crime so the Lone Ranger would come to help her.
I'm not hung yet. I'll get another chance.
Your plan worked out real slick. The Lone Ranger did come.
What's that?
Only you didn't know it when he showed up. Look over there, where a gent has taken off a fake mustache and black hat and put on a mask and a white hat instead.
There he is. Why, that's him.
That's right, Butch. That sure enough is the Lone Ranger.
Are you struggling to manage your data in Microsoft Access? Do you need help designing tables, creating queries, and generating reports? Look no further than Rob, the Microsoft Access expert with 20 years of experience. With Rob's help, you can learn the skills you need to master Access and take your data management to the next level. Rob's personalized approach to teaching ensures that you get the attention you need to succeed, and with his deep understanding of database management, you can be confident that you're learning from a true expert. So why wait? Sign up for Rob's Microsoft Access course today and start unlocking the full potential of your data. Contact Rob, email db@g3pl.com or call 615-420-2040 for more information.
speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. During the years of unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors, and for once his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Run the tail of the Black Arrow! Silver! Away!
The sun was setting beyond the distant hills. The wagon train, under the leadership of Jeff Penrose, was getting ready to make camp for the night. But before the great circle could be formed, a band of Indians swept over the rise. They seemed to be Apache from their war paint. Instantly, the alarm was shouted from wagon to wagon. Instead of following their usual tactics, the Indians headed straight for the largest wagon in the train. Part of the band held off the settlers. A few of them overpowered the driver and threw him to the ground. Two jumped up, picked up the horses, and drove off. When the wagon was out of range, the rest of the Indians followed it. The whole engagement had lasted less than 5 minutes. Jeff Penrose called all the men together.
Quiet down, boys. Quiet. Quiet there now. How many have been hurt?
2 Summers boys and Johnny Marsh.
Bad?
Well, Johnny's done for, but we got one of the Indians. That makes that score even.
How about Ed?
He got hit over the head and his arm was broke when they pushed him off the wagon. We're going after him, aren't we, Jeff?
I don't see how we can.
Well, all our gold was in that wagon, under the false bottom in the back.
It wouldn't do any good for just a few of us to go. And if we all went, we'd leave the women and young ones unprotected.
What are you waiting for?
That's it.
Jeff, what are you standing around like this for? Why don't you go after him?
That was just a raiding party, Ed. The Apache camp might be close. We wouldn't have a chance against all of them.
You gotta do something.
We can't leave the women folks alone. I know it's a hard thing to lose our gold, but you aren't losing any more than the rest of us. The safe thing to do is
Don't
just...
talk to me about safe. And don't talk to me about gold. What about my boy?
Your boy?
That's what I said. Buddy was in the back of that wagon.
In the back of the wagon?
Those savages got him prisoner. And if you ain't going after him, I am.
You can't, Ed. You got a broken arm.
Hey, look, Jeff, along our back trail. There's 2 hombres riding toward us.
I see him. Ready with your guns, men.
A white horse and a paint. An Indian and a masked man.
Hold your fire.
They're outlaws. They must be.
I said hold your fire. Most of you folks are new to the West. If you weren't, you'd know who that masked man is.
Well, if he's honest, what's he wearing a mask for?
That's his business. Oh, I'm telling you, we're mighty lucky to have him show up now. That's the Lone Ranger. Now, just stand by and let me do the talking.
Steady, Silver. Hello, Jeff.
Howdy.
Fellow and I saw the attack from the ridge. Was anyone killed?
They got one of our men, and we got one of theirs.
I never saw an Indian attack like it. They went straight for one wagon and drove it off.
That's right. As luck would have it, that was the wagon we had all our gold stored in.
Then luck had nothing to do with it, Jeff. You say one of the Indians was killed?
Yeah.
Where is he?
Over yonder, under that blanket.
Take a look at him.
Tell him about my boy, Jeff. Sure, Ed. Buddy Chalmers was in the back of the wagon that took Masked Man. We can't let those savages keep him prisoner.
Well, they may have been savages, but they weren't Indians.
Huh? Well, sure they were. Here, you can see for yourself.
That's Apache war paint.
Yes, Jeff. But that still doesn't make him an Indian. His body's been stained.
Ah.
Look at his wrist, Tonto.
Black arrow.
What's that?
You were attacked by a band of renegade white men. They knew where your gold was, and that's all they were interested in.
Shall we go after them?
No, Jeff. I think Tonto and I better trail them alone. Here's the look. Scout. You go ahead and make camp.
What about my boy?
Chalmers, if your boy is still alive, we'll bring him back to you.
That's a promise?
That's a promise. Ready? Come on, Silver. Get up, Scout.
The outlaws trailed across the rise to the west and then headed into the foothills. With the tracks of the wagon and all the horses, it was easy for Tonto to follow, even in the gathering darkness. And at last, some higher ground had been reached, and the Lone Ranger and his space with his companion rode along the edge of a deep gully. The masked man raised his arm and signaled to stop.
Down below in the gully, Tonto. Then hit the horses from the wagon and push it over the edge.
It's wrecked now.
Yes, but we'll take a look at it. There's just a chance the boy may have been inside.
You think Outlaw will want to kill him?
He couldn't have fit in with our plans very well. Down the bank, Silver. Get him up, Scout.
Sign of boy, Kemosabe?
No, there was a false bottom to the wagon, and they ripped it up to get the gold. Where did they get all their information?
Maybe they're crook and wagon train.
We'll have to check on that later. There's a moon, Tonto. Can you still follow the trail?
You go up into the mountain.
The closest spring is in Crystal Canyon.
Maybe that's where gang make camp.
If that's true, if their tracks lead into the canyon, we'll take the upper trail to the ridge above.
That way we see camp, and them not see us.
That's the idea, Steady. Come on.
Get them up, Scout. Right camp. You look there. I'll wash off stain.
Yes.
What do we do now?
I'm still looking for the boy.
Tonto not see him.
They didn't get rid of him on the trail. He must be down there somewhere. Look, to the right of the campfire. A dark shadow.
Maybe that blanket roll.
No, it's moving, Tonto. It's rolling away from the fire.
That's right.
It's a boy. Must be Buddy Chalmers.
Then stop him now. Pull him back. Make him sit up.
I told his father we'd bring him back if he were alive. Now we've got to find some way to keep that promise.
It'd be plenty hard.
The boy comes first, the gold afterwards.
What's wrong with Silver?
Someone may be coming. Otto, hurry. Circle around and back.
Me go.
Who's there?
I got a gun lever to our head. We're trying to make a move on fire.
Who are you?
They used to call me Tombstone. This ridge belongs to me. I don't like trespassers. You can get back to your camp and tell whoever's in charge you can't post any lookouts up here.
I was just leaving.
You're leaving my way.
How do you mean?
Take one step back.
If I did that, that'd be over the edge of the cliff.
Yeah. You'll get back where you come from plenty fast.
I wouldn't be able to repeat your warning.
You might be. There's ledges. You might be able to grab a hold of something on the way down. But that don't interest me much. All I want you to do is step over the edge.
I refuse.
And I open fire. I don't like outlaws.
You're making a mistake. I'm not an outlaw.
I don't like arguments. You aren't gone by the time I count 3. I got some hot lead here to help you. 1, 2...
All right, Tonto.
Got him, baby.
Good work, Tonto. I've got his gun.
All right, mister, you win. I didn't see your engine par there. Well, what are you going to do now? Push me over the cliff?
You said you didn't like outlaws.
I don't. And whatever you do, you can't make me change my mind about that. Go ahead and kill me. I won't knuckle under to any of your breed.
We don't belong to that gang down there.
I don't care what gang you belong to.
We aren't outlaws.
You're wearing a mask.
This Lone Ranger.
Huh? Say that again, Indian.
This Lone Ranger.
Well, what do you know? I might have guessed it. That white horse, your mask. Oh, if there was more men like you in the West, men who got a sense of fair play and justice, I wouldn't be living like a hermit up here in this ridge. You're out to capture the gang. That it?
They just held up a wagon train, took all the settlers' gold, and took one of the men's sons a prisoner.
A young'un?
About 10, I'd say.
The yellow polecats.
We want to rescue him first, and you may be able to give us some information that will help.
I'll be glad to.
The canyon's blind. Now it ends just beyond their campfire.
That's right.
And if we ride into the canyon from the north, we'd have to cover a lot of open ground.
Be hard to get close to the camp without being seen or heard.
Next to impossible.
On the other hand, if we
You
knew...
don't have to go any farther, Masked Man. I see what you're driving at. That cliff beyond the camp has got plenty of cover.
Many trees grow there.
You'd like to find a trail down that to the bottom.
Is there one?
Yep.
Wide enough for the horses? We need them down below.
They're pretty sure-footed, ain't they? And they can make it easy. You just follow me and I'll show you.
We'll leave the horses here, Tonto.
There, boy.
We must find something to draw their attention to the other side of the fire.
Tonto do that.
How?
Me sneak round there. Keep behind trees, not to shoot at them.
It might work. I can keep under cover until I'm only a few feet away from the boy. Just empty your gun and start back for the horses.
Them find boy gone plenty quick.
They may be glad to get rid of him. And if they do follow us, I have a plan.
Not good. Tonto start now.
Don't cry out, buddy. Your father sent me.
Take that bag, too. It's part of the gold.
Right.
Look at that, man. He's got the boy. That's part of the gold. We'll get after him. Them pine trails now. Start up after it.
You can get away from them.
We want to capture them, buddy.
But there's only 2 of you. There's about 20 of them.
What's your plan?
I'll explain when we get to the top.
That'd be plenty soon now.
Yes. There's Tombstone waiting for us near the big pine.
Yippee! You made it! You better keep quiet.
I'm glad we don't have to look for him. Steady there, Silver. Hold steady, boy.
Better not stop here long. I've been looking over the edge. They're on their way up.
Can we leave the boy with you, Tombstone?
What's that?
We've got part of the gold. They'll try to get it back, and we may be able to lead them into a trap. But I don't want to put the boy in any danger.
Sure you can leave with me. I got a hideout that nobody can find.
Help him down, then. He's still bound.
Come on, Sonny.
I want to go with the masked man.
You'll be safer here.
I want to go with you.
Well, that's impossible, buddy. Believe me. We'll be back for you shortly.
I'll cut your ropes here. What's your idea, Masked Man?
Well, it's fairly open country all the way down the mountain. We can let them keep us in sight and still keep out of range.
Where'd you lead them?
You'll leave me at Rocky Ford, Tonto, and head for the wagon train. And by the time I've led the gang to Laurel Pass, you'll have the men there waiting for us.
Me do it.
Hurry up, Tombstone. Get the boy under cover.
This way, Sonny.
I don't want to go with you. I want to go with the masked man.
Hear them, Tonto?
And get near the top of trail.
And let's go.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Oh, Silver! Oh!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. As the Lone Ranger and Tonto neared Rocky Ford, the masked man urged Silver to greater speed.
Faster, Silver. Faster. Get him up, Scout. You go this fast. Outlaw not keep up.
I don't want him to see which way you're heading when you leave me.
He turn off trail up there.
By those big rocks, yes. I'm waiting here. Steady, Silver, steady.
Get him up, Scout.
Good. Can't be seen from the other side of the rocks. Steady, boy. We've got to wait. Here, I'll just lift this. There they are, rounding the bend up above. Wait, Silver, wait. You aren't trying to get away, old fella. We've got to lead them to Laurel Pass, and we've got to take a long time doing it. All right, boy. Now you can travel.
in the wagon train went to bed that night. They sat around a small campfire, their rifles close at hand. Hardly a word passed between them. The hours dragged on. Then suddenly, the sound of hoofbeats in the distance, they were on their feet to a man.
Now, don't get panicky, boys. It might be the Lone Ranger and Tonto. Only one horse. It's the Indians. No sign of my boy. Oh, you don't have to tell me. They killed Buddy and they got the Lone Ranger.
Oh, that's not right. Him lead gang to Laurel Pass. You get horse gun, follow me.
He's leading the gang to the pass. Don't ask questions. Do what he says. We'll have an ambush waiting for us. Where's Buddy? Have they still got him?
No, we got boy. We leave him with Hammett up on ridge. Him safe.
Thank goodness. That's it, boys. Into the saddle. Let's go. All right, Tonto. Lead the way.
Get him up. You look up ahead. Past McTurn.
Yeah?
Them come round there. We wait here.
Whatever you say, Tonto.
Half your men that side, half this side.
You hear what he says, boys? Sam, you take half of them. Get on the other side of the trail. Jake, Pinky, all of you to my right. Stay here. What about the horses?
Let us stay on horses. Outlaw and not get way there.
Get moving, boys. Been here most half an hour, Tonto.
Master friend make sure we get here for him start for pass.
Yeah, I suppose he would. So he's got part of the gold, huh? And they figured they can get it back from him.
That's right.
Come on, Silver. Listen.
Tonto here.
It won't be long now.
How about it, Jeff?
Here comes the masked man. He'll give us the word.
Hi, Kimasabi.
Good work, Tonto. I'm glad you made it, Jeff.
How far back are they?
You can hear their horses. Wait until they all get around the turn before you close in.
Wait for the masked man's signal.
All right, Jeff.
Now, let him have it.
As the men from the wagon train closed in on every side, the outlaws realized there was no chance for escape. Only a few shots were fired before they threw down their guns and raised their hands to the sky. The whole gang was captured. And as the settlers broke them, the Lone Ranger questioned the leader.
What's your name?
What difference does that make?
Answer me.
Some folks call me Nick.
I notice that you're the only one who has a black arrow on his wrist.
That's right. These boys just work for me.
Well, from now on, they'll be out of a job. I'm up on a...
We'll get you yet, masked man.
Jeff.
Yeah?
You'll be making camp near Pleasantville tomorrow night, and you can turn most of these men over to the sheriff there. But Nick will have to travel with you as far as Clarksville.
Well, what's the idea of that?
That's the first place you'll find a United States Marshal.
Oh, he's a sort of special crook, huh?
Yes, he is. Is Buddy's father around?
Well, he couldn't ride hard with a broken arm. We had to leave him back with the wagon.
Did you see him, Tonto?
Me tell him boy safe. We leave him with Hammett up on ridge.
We'll be riding back there to pick him up, Jeff. The rest of the gold must be still in the camp. We'll get that, too.
Well, I could send a few men with you.
Oh, that won't be necessary. Nearly daybreak. You'll want to get the wagons rolling. We'll catch up with you.
Why you laugh?
I just got it. A hermit up on the ridge. That's the richest thing I ever heard in my life.
What do you mean?
So you think the kid is safe, huh?
Why shouldn't he be?
Well, this is one time you slipped up, masked man. That hermit. Did he have a black beard and black eyes, or sort of a hook nose?
Well, we couldn't see his face very well.
A big ombre and hands like ham?
That's right.
And he called himself Tombstone?
Yes, he did.
Well, he's got a right to that name.
Him not look like outlaw.
Surely don't. We know him for what he is. There ain't an outlaw in this part of the country who wouldn't shoot him on sight. And the kid's safe with him.
You mean he's a killer?
Well, there's only one way he kills. He likes to see men go over that cliff. And he stands up there and laughs. Oh, no, he ain't an ordinary killer like me and Blackie. We gotta have a reason, but Tombstone likes it. He starts staring mad.
Steady, Silver. We're riding up the mountain tunnel.
Come on, Silver, let him up the tunnel. Buddy. It's getting light. Time to get up.
Oh, hello. Has the masked man come back yet?
No, not yet. There's a bucket of water over by the door. You go splash some on your face, and we'll have some breakfast. I've cooked some biscuits, and we got bacon and beans.
Gosh, smells good.
Are you hungry?
I sure am.
Thought you might be. We're pretty high up here. The mountain air gives you an appetite.
Yeah. You live up here all by yourself, mister?
My name's Tombstone.
You mean Mr. Tombstone?
Yep.
Isn't it awful lonely?
Oh, I don't mind it. And every now and then I have a visitor. Like you, buddy.
Have you got something I can dry my face on?
Just use that flour sack hanging on the nail.
I can't reach it.
Yeah, I'll get it for you. There.
Thanks, Mr. Tombstone.
Now, come on. We'll get to work. You sit here. I'll sit by the stove. Well, pile in, buddy.
That's what I aim to do. There's the sun.
What?
The sun. It's shining in the window.
Yeah, much later than I thought.
The masked man will come back, won't he?
Why, sure he will.
I couldn't understand the plan he was talking about.
That's because you don't know the country. He'll come back, don't you worry. Maybe your pa will come with him.
Gosh, I hope so.
I tell you what, buddy. They'll have to ride into the canyon before they can get up here. So after you finish eating, we'll take a walk over to the edge of the cliff.
The cliff?
Yeah. That way we can see him a lot sooner. Would you like to wait there?
Uh-huh.
All right, then. Hurry up and eat your victuals.
Steady, Silver. Oh, fellows. Oh, where we left them last night. Their footprints. Then go that way. We talked about a hideout. Perhaps the cabin. Maybe so. Come on. Let's hope we're not too late. Get him up, Scout.
Pretty up here, Mr. Tombstone.
Yep.
You feel like you're on top of the world.
I guess you do. I guess that's why I've always liked it so much.
Is that the cliff up ahead?
Uh-huh.
How far is it down to the canyon?
Well, you rode up from it last night with the masked man.
Yeah, but I mean straight down.
Well, must be close to 1,000 feet.
Gosh,
What's the matter?
I don't know. I always get sort of dizzy when I'm up high. Just thinking about it makes me dizzy.
You aren't scared, are you? Big fella like you?
Just no.
Then come on.
Can't we see the entrance to the canyon from here?
Well, how about it?
I guess not.
Nope. We gotta walk right over to the edge before we can do that.
All right, Mr. Tombstone. Just a second while I get my breath.
Easy, fella. You find him?
No, Tonto. He ate here not long ago.
Their footprints heading for the cliff.
Steady, boy.
Come on, Silver. Hit him up, Scout.
How do you feel now, buddy?
Fine.
Got your breath back?
Sure. I wasn't scared, you know.
Oh, of course you weren't. You just take my hand and we'll sort of balance each other.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I can see down the canyon now.
Oh, not all the way to the entrance.
Are we going right to the edge?
Right to the edge.
Isn't this far enough?
Nope. Right to the edge.
It's just a few more steps now. Can we take them sort of slow?
Just as slow as you want to. Here we are. It isn't so bad, is it? Look down, buddy.
I don't want to.
Hey, what's there?
A rope.
Silver.
It's the masked man. These ropes are close together.
He won't get me.
Don't, masked man. You'll pull us off our feet.
That's far enough, Silver. Now back to the edge.
No use trying to get loose, Mr. Tombstone. What's the idea, masked man?
It was just a trick, buddy. You can see my gun, can't you, Tombstone?
I see it.
Gotta get away and I'll use it. All right, Silver. Here's the rope, fella.
What's the idea of roping us? And why are you pointing that gun at Mr. Tombstone?
Now, don't worry about it, buddy. You're going back to your father, and Tombstone's going on to Clarksville. That's where he's going to live from now on.
Oh.
You run along to Tonto. You're going to ride on Scout.
Yes, sir. Howdy, Tonto.
Tie. Well, are you going to make any trouble, Tombstone?
No. No, I'm all right now. I'm glad you got here in time. Just put me somewhere where I'll be safe, where I can't ever do anything like that again.
Don't worry. That's where you're going. Well, I think you'd better mount first.
Right.
You'll see your father in less than an hour, buddy.
Let's hurry.
All right, come on, Silver. Hit him up. Come on.
Get along there, boys.
Whoa, there goes a masked man in town. They're riding ahead of the train.
They got the hermit with them?
Nope, there's just two of them.
There here comes Jeff. We'll ask him about it. Rein up, Jeff. How come the masked man's leaving without the hermit, Jeff?
We're taking charge of Tombstone. There was a girl rode up to the camp this morning and left a message with Mrs. Summers. It was for the Lone Ranger. He just got to read it.
Must have been important from the way he's hightailing it out of here.
I reckon.
Gosh, Paul, look at them travel.
Uh-huh. Mighty fine sight, buddy. Mighty fine sight.
Are you struggling to manage your data in Microsoft Access? Do you need help designing tables, creating queries, and generating reports? Look no further than Rob, the Microsoft Access expert with 20 years of experience. With Rob's help, you can learn the skills you need to master Access and take your data management to the next level. Rob's personalized approach to teaching ensures that you get the attention you need to succeed, and with his deep understanding of database management, you can be confident that you're learning from a true expert. So why wait? Sign up for Rob's Microsoft Access course today and start unlocking the full potential of your data. Contact Rob, email bb@g3pl.com or call 615-420-2040 for more information.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. During the years of unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors. And for once, his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Run the tail of the Black Arrow! Silver!
The Lone Ranger and Tonto headed south from the Sweetwater. Near Bitter Creek, they saw a cloud of dust ahead of them. A word from the masked man, and Silver increased his speed with Scout keeping his place beside him. Now a herd of cattle could be seen moving toward the opening of a canyon. A solitary horseman rode the point. With But just as the opening was reached, the leaders of the herd swung aside and headed for the rider. Then suddenly they broke into a run.
Tonto, it's a stampede. That's the girl in front of the herd. Come on, Silver. We've got to hurry. Get him up, Scout.
Swiftly, the Lone Ranger and Tonto cut in front of the herd. The girl ranged alongside. Desperation sounded in her voice as she urged her mount on.
Come on, Blackie, run! They're gaining on us!
Swing to the right.
Keep away from me!
Don't fight your horse. Let him swing to the right. Your only chance.
Blackie, run!
Come on, Silver.
Keep away from me!
To the right. The herd's swinging toward the creek.
The what?
You'll make it now. Lean forward. Let your horse have his head.
Run, Blackie!
Come on, Silver. Get him up, Scout. You can rein up now. We're out of danger. Hold Scout. Go, Betty, Silver. Steady, fella.
I suppose I ought to thank you.
That isn't necessary.
You take plenty big chance. Try to drive herd into Canyon Lone.
I wasn't doing that.
It looks as if you were.
What do you take me for, tenderfoot? Well, if they ever got up into the hills, nobody could round them up for a month. I was trying to turn them aside from the canyon.
I see.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing.
Don't you believe me, last man?
I was wondering if you'd noticed my mask.
Well, I noticed it, but I know who you are. I heard what you called your horse. Don't you believe me?
And you're right, of course. It'd be almost impossible to round up the herd if they ever got into the hills. There ought to be a fence across the opening of that canyon.
There is. There was, anyway. Somebody broke it down.
Rustlers?
How should I know? You saved my life, and I'm grateful. Guess that's all I got to say to you. Goodbye.
Just a moment.
Get up, Blackie.
Kimasabi. It not look like her trying to stop herd.
It didn't look that way to me either, Tonto. I'd say it was just the opposite.
Why you do that?
I don't know. I think we better stay close to Bitter Creek until we find out. When we make camp, then you scout around town.
Aye. Steady, Scout. Steady.
What did you learn in town, Tonto?
Cattle belong to a young rancher called Ted Donovan.
Donovan, huh?
Circle D.
Yes, I noticed the Circle D brand.
Him sell ranch and cattle plenty soon. Go into freighting business.
The freighting business?
Ah. Me here talking cafe. Him talk with big man. Father girl we see.
Well, Ted, is your mind still made up?
Yep. And I got another good reason for quitting as a rancher.
What's that?
My main herd stampeded this afternoon. They didn't pull up till they got to Willow Grove.
Well, you can drive them back, can't you?
I reckon, but it won't be long before I'm driving them to market.
The market? What's the point of that? Why don't you just sell the cattle with your ranch?
Because I can't find a buyer. Now, I'll have to keep the buildings and the land. But once I get my money for the herd, I'll buy wagons and oxen, hire men, and start asking for freighting contracts.
You'll get them, of course.
Sure I will.
It's a mighty dangerous trail from here to Cheyenne.
We've got to have supplies around this part of the country.
You know what happened to your brother?
Angus, why do you suppose I'm going into this thing? I'm hiring more than just drivers. There'll be a guard on every wagon. And I'm hoping that the gang that wiped out Johnny and his men try it with me. We'll be waiting for it. We'll be ready, too.
Well, I guess I ain't done my best.
Nothing or nobody can change my mind, Angus.
I wish Janet could realize that.
What you been saying?
Oh, the usual. You're loco to try something like this. Getting yourself killed won't bring Johnny back.
Somehow I haven't got any choice. There's something inside me that keeps saying, if you don't do it, you're a coward. You got to pick up the reins where Johnny dropped it.
That's what Tonto here.
But Tonto, how do you know that this man called Angus is the father of the girl we saw out on the range?
Yes, barkeep about girl first.
I see. This young rancher can't go into the freighting business if he doesn't sell his cattle.
That's right.
The girl was trying to drive them up into the hills.
That's right.
That answers one question. This freight train being wiped out, when did that happen?
1 week ago.
Well, we were up on the Sweetwater.
Ah.
How far away from Bitter Creek?
Maybe 100 miles east.
Any landmarks?
Ah. Barkeep say outlaw raid in Midnight Pass.
That's where we're heading, Tonto. Midnight Pass.
3 weeks later, Ted Donovan had reached Cheyenne with his herd. Beef was bringing a good price, and in less than an hour he had closed the deal. When he returned to the hotel with more than enough in his money belt to start out in the freighting business, he found an old friend waiting in the lobby.
Janet, what are you doing here?
Hello, Ted.
You mean to say you've come all the way from Bitter Creek alone?
No, Paul's here. But I would have come alone if I'd had to.
What for? What's the idea?
Well, it isn't going to make much sense to you, Ted, but a girl told me to.
Girl? I should say it doesn't make sense.
You won't listen if I tell you you're in danger, will you?
It won't make any difference to my plans. It can't. But I gotta admit I'm curious. Who's this girl you're talking about?
I don't know her name. I never saw her before. As a matter of fact, I didn't see her very good that night. It was awful dark down by the corral.
This is getting worse instead of better.
Suppose it is. Guess there isn't any sense in my going on. Anyway, I didn't come here to see you. There's another man somewhere around Cheyenne that'll listen to me, even if you won't.
No, honey. That's no way to talk. You know I love you, and I'll listen to you all day long. But I'm going after the crook that killed Johnny.
Ted, didn't you ever realize you being Johnny's twin and looking so much like him that even I found it hard to tell you apart? Didn't you ever realize that those crooks might...
What's the matter?
Over there, with the scar on his face. He was looking at you.
Where?
He's gone now. He went up the stairs. Oh, Ted, I'm afraid. I'm afraid to say anything for fear of what you'll do. I'm afraid if I don't, I won't find the masked man in time. Oh, I'm afraid.
Who's there?
Oh.
Wait a minute.
Mike, you gotta believe me.
I gotta believe what?
I haven't touched a drop today.
And it's almost noon. That's a miracle.
I want you to know that I'm telling the truth.
Yeah, that'd be another miracle.
Oh, listen, Mike, this is straight. I just saw Johnny Donovan downstairs.
You what?
I did. With my own eyes, I saw him. He was standing over by the desk talking to a girl. She caught a sight of me, and he started to turn around, but I ducked up the stairs.
It can't be.
Oh, all right. Don't take my word for it. Go down there and see for yourself.
How could he be alive?
Red got plugged 9 times down in Tombstone, and he's alive.
Yeah.
Maybe he's talked already.
No. They'd have come after us long before this.
What would stop him?
Carol, of course. He figured she was mixed up in it and laid off for her sake.
Would he do that after what happened?
Maybe he's out to get us himself.
Yeah, he turned around and he fast he was.
We gotta get him first, that's all. Too early for Carol to be at the cafe. We'll find her at her house.
Why do we want her?
She made the mistake in the first place. It's up to her to fix things up. Come on.
She going out?
Don't worry, we'll slip out the back of the hotel. Johnny won't catch you just yet. I ought to slap your face.
I don't care. I'm glad.
All right, you're glad. Maybe you won't be so happy when I get through.
You're not going after him again.
No, Carol, I'm not going after him again.
Good. He proved he couldn't go to the law. Besides, what if he did? What could he prove?
We're not going after him again, Carol. But you are.
No, Mike. You wouldn't ask me to do a thing like that. I couldn't. Don't you understand? He trusted me, and I double-crossed him. All right, that's bad enough. You can't expect me to do anything more. I won't, Mike. I tell you, I won't.
You know what the choice is, Carol. Do you follow orders or don't you? Quiet, Silver. Follow. Yes, you're right. Someone riding with him.
Found a fine girl in town, Kimasabi. Bring her here.
The girl?
Masked man, I'm Janet McLean. Don't you remember me?
Of course. I thought at first Tonto meant someone else.
I know who you mean, and I have a message from her.
You have?
She couldn't come to Cheyenne herself, and she asked me to come instead. She wanted you to know the truth about Johnny Donovan's death.
The truth?
Yes. I had to tell it just the way she told it to me, because there's some parts I don't understand. She said you would.
Please go on.
Well, in the first place, Johnny was in love with a girl named Carol.
Her work in Palace Cafe.
Through Carol, Johnny met some men who had a business transaction they wanted to talk over with him. This is the part I don't understand. Those men were members of the Black Arrow.
Well, that's all right. Go on.
Whatever the transaction was, Johnny wouldn't have anything to do with it. That's why he was killed.
We were right, Tonto. They rode out of town ahead of him and waited at the pass. What are the names of the men? Could she tell you that?
Just one of them, Mike Rafferty.
Tonto know him.
Now, that's fine. We may be able to get proof against him through this Carol.
But Don't you understand? The kid's in town. He's in danger every minute.
Have you told him all this? Is he going after Rafferty himself?
No, I was afraid he'd do that, so I haven't said a word to him.
And I can't see why he should be in danger.
They may think he's Johnny.
Why should they?
Ken and Johnny were twin brothers. They look exactly alike, didn't you know?
Here, Silver.
What are you going to do?
Twins, he is in danger. We've got to find him. Steady, Silver. Hip. Let's hope we're not too late. Get him up, Scout. Silver!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. As the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Janet were heading for the town, Angus McLean and Ted Donovan met on the porch of the hotel.
This is a fine time to be coming in, Donovan.
Hello, Angus. You're up sort of late yourself.
Why shouldn't I be? Where's Janet? Is she going to the room already?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't know?
Oh, why should I? I haven't seen her since supper.
You mean to say she didn't go riding with you?
Why, no. I had some business with a man named Smithers. We've been talking for the last 3 hours.
Yeah, but she told me that... Well, did she?
Did she what?
She said she was going for a ride, that I shouldn't worry. She had plenty of protection from the man I trusted. I thought she meant you.
Well, if she had, she'd have said so, wouldn't she?
She was smiling. I figured she was just being cute. It wasn't you she was talking about, though. It was a masked man.
The masked man?
The Lone Ranger.
What's that?
That's why we're here. She's trying to find him. But if she went riding by herself outside the town and missed him, there's no telling what might have happened.
You sure she hasn't come back?
I've just been taking a turn up the street. She might have slipped in. Come on, we'll ask the clerk.
He knows.
Lone Ranger.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Who's the old gent?
His name's McLean. It was his daughter that saw me.
She's the girl they were talking about, eh?
Yeah.
Well, what about it? Has she come in? You're following orders. You've been sticking close enough to porch to see everybody that come in.
I didn't see her.
They're asking the clerk.
Why should we worry about the girl? We got to find some way to get Donovan away from the hotel.
This is it, Scar. Look, they're going upstairs. They're going to try her room.
Yeah?
I guess the clerk wasn't sure, but as long as you are.
Yeah, I know.
All we have to do is leave a message with the clerk before they come down. There he is, Carol. Come on, Scar. Getting back to the hotel and fix up our alibi.
Back way, huh?
Now, hurry up.
Good thing we left the horses out back here.
Johnny, why'd you have to come back?
Open up.
Hello?
Hello. Is Janet McLean here?
Won't you come in, Mr. Donovan?
Where is she?
Haven't you got anything to say to me?
Well, I got your message. I came as fast as I could. Where's Janet?
Is that all you can say?
Of course, that's all. What is this? A trick of some kind?
Well, you might tell me a little bit about it. Are you going to get married?
What business is that of yours?
You don't have to feel that way about it. We could still be friends.
Still be friends? Are you loco?
Not anymore. I guess I was for a while, but I'm getting over it. I'm getting over it awful fast. Why don't you sit down for a minute and have a drink?
You answer me just one question. Is Janet McLean here or isn't she?
You see her?
There's another room.
Well?
No, I knew this was a trick. I knew it the minute I saw your face. What would a girl like Janet have to do with someone
That's
like...
enough.
A gun.
You're going to be sorry you said that, mister. I can understand part of it. You think I had something to do with you being ambushed. I don't blame you for being sore. That part of it's all right. But nobody's going to talk to me like I'm dirt and get away with it.
Wait a minute. Something wrong here.
For the first time, Johnny, I'm going to be glad to pull this trigger.
Well, you called me Johnny.
I apologize, Mr. Donovan.
But I'm not Johnny. I'm his brother, Ted.
What?
It's my turn to apologize. I didn't realize you were a friend of Johnny's. But do you mean to say... Hasn't anybody told you that Johnny's dead?
It's true. I can see it now. But you're so much alike.
We were twins. Now, steady there.
I'm all right. Just to lose hope and then hope again and then find out after all.
You were going to shoot me.
My call to turn. I was jealous.
You were in love with Johnny then.
Yeah.
I see. Maybe you'll be glad to know this. I'm not going to rest until I find the men who killed him.
It's better for you to go home and forget all about it.
Can you do that?
It isn't the same.
You want those crooks to get off scot-free?
No, I don't.
They can't. That's all there is to it. They've got to pay. I'll find them and
I'll help you, Ted.
You what?
I'll help you. And you're going to be mighty surprised at the help I can give.
Lige, did Donovan get the message I left for him?
For sure. I had to tell him how to get to Carol's house, but he left about 15 minutes ago.
You had to tell him.
Quiet.
It's mighty funny. Johnny's old girl and Ted's girl getting together that way.
Ted's girl, you say?
Sure. He and Janet's going to get married pronto.
Hey, let me get this straight. Who is this Ted?
But Ted Donovan, Johnny's brother. You know, the fellow you left the message for.
So Johnny had a brother.
A dead ringer for him. If you knew Johnny, you couldn't miss the resemblance.
Well, don't forget, I didn't have a look at him.
Well, just stick around.
We can't do that tonight. Come on, Scott.
Brother.
Why didn't you find out what his first name was?
Well, you saw him out here on the porch. You didn't bother to ask any questions. Well, did you?
This way, back to Carol's.
Hey, what if she's drilled him already?
I hope she has, but she won't. Talking to him face to face, it wouldn't take her long to find out the truth. And I don't trust her. Come on.
He may be at the hotel.
That's it up ahead, isn't it?
Yes.
We'll stop there first. You wear masks. That can't be helped.
I'll answer for him.
Come on, Silver. Hit him up.
That's the whole truth, Ted. I swear it. I didn't have anything to do with the ambush. And as for the rest of it, well, you'd have to know a lot more about the Black Arrow to understand how you can get mixed up in it without really wanting to.
You must feel bad enough, Carol. You're getting punished for your part in it.
I am.
So they wanted him to smuggle rifles to the Indians. And he wouldn't.
I thought he could say yes or no, and that's all there'd be to it.
Well, it doesn't interest me much what led up to it. Mike Rafferty killed my brother.
Ted, you promised. You promised you'd go to the sheriff.
He can't shoot any straighter than I
No,
can.
you've got to listen to me. There's nobody in Wyoming got a faster jaw than Mike.
It's my job. Just tell me where I can find him.
Scores with him all the time. You'd end up the same way Johnny did.
Where can I find him?
Howdy, Carol.
Mike, I want you to meet Johnny's twin brother. This is Ted Donovan.
Where's Ted Donovan?
Your mask.
It's all right. This is the Lone Ranger. Is Ted here?
Why, no, Miss McLean. He went after you.
After me? Where?
Carol's place. Mike Rafferty brought a message you were there and wanted to see him alone.
Mike Rafferty?
Where is this place? Are you talking about a cafe?
No, it's her home.
Hunter know where that is. Good. Come on.
Miss McLean, your pa's been looking for you.
We can't stop. This is a matter of life and death.
What's the matter, Carol? You seem to be kind of nervous. Why don't you sit down?
I'm not nervous.
Shut the door, Scar.
Yeah.
You're standing right in my way, Carol. I can't see Donovan's face.
I want you to get things straight. It isn't Johnny. It's Ted. Hadn't you better leave?
Get out of the way.
Go ahead, Carol.
I thought so. You've been talking too much, haven't you?
No.
Always knew you were soft, and now you've double-crossed.
You're the one who's talking too much.
Well, maybe so. I won't waste any more time. If you don't get out of the way, I'll shoot you first and him next.
What happens then? They'd hang you, sure. You'd never get away with it.
It's his life or mine, and you know
Look,
it.
Mike, without me, he hasn't got any proof. Shall we make a deal? Let him go, and I promise, I swear I won't say anything.
There's only one way I can be sure of that.
All right, then. Go ahead and kill me, but let him go.
One murder's as good as another as far as he's concerned. If I killed you in front of him, he could turn me in for that.
Tie him up. Leave him here. Take me with you.
You can't make any proposition like that with me around. Stand aside and I'll shoot it out with him.
You wouldn't have a chance.
Here goes, Carol.
Wait, there's somebody else there. The lamp. Get out the lamp,
Get down, Ted.
Up
Hold your hands, Mike.
It's a Lone Ranger in the doorway. Let him have it.
I got him. I saw him fall.
No, he ain't there now. He ducked into the room. He's coming toward us.
Keep your back to the wall. Shoot wherever you hear sound. You're making a lot of noise.
Over there. Do you hear anything?
Nope. He must be done for. I gotta reload. That's what I've been waiting for. What does it do me?
Mike!
Don't shoot, Scar. You might hit me. He's got my arm so I can't move him. But I've got a gun hand free for you, Scar.
No, don't shoot.
Let's hear your gun hit the floor.
There.
Ed, where are you?
I'm afraid he's unconscious. I pushed him down when the shooting started, and I think he hit his head on the table.
How about another lamp?
I'm lighting one now. Here you are.
All right, Tonto. Tie these two up. How to do that?
Kid, are you hurt?
Oh, I don't think so. Just my head.
I'll help you stand up.
If you turn us over to the sheriff, you got to jail her, too.
I'm ready to go.
Did you help plan Johnny Donovan's murder?
No. But I've been working for the Black Arrow.
You can't put her in jail. It's her evidence. We'll send these two to the gallows.
Are you willing to give it?
More than willing.
Will you help the government against the Black Arrow?
All I can.
She won't live to do it. Yes, she will. Get them moving, Tonto. We're heading to the sheriff's office.
You promised me.
What did you tell them, Carol?
I can't answer that. But it was all I knew. Certainly need a masked man and Tonto leave in a hurry. Just look at them ride. I hope they get there in time. Is it a long way? Yes. And the odds will be against them.
That won't matter. Not even if they were 100 to 1. My bets are on the Lone Ranger.
Are you struggling to manage your data in Microsoft Access? Do you need help designing tables, creating queries, and generating reports? Look no further than Rob, the Microsoft Access expert with 20 years of experience. With Rob's help, you can learn the skills you need to master Access and take your data management to the next level. Rob's personalized approach to teaching ensures that you get the attention you need to succeed, and with his deep understanding of database management, you can be confident that you're learning from a true expert. So why wait? Sign up for Rob's Microsoft Access course today and start unlocking the full potential of your data. Contact Rob, email b@g3pl.com or call 615-420-2040 for more information.
Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. During the years of unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors. And for once, his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Oh, Silver! From the tail of the Black Arrow! Oh, Silver!
As the Lone Ranger and Tonto raced through the pass, the men on top of the ridge opened fire on them. But Silver and Scout's speed carried them out of danger. Once through the pass, they cut away from the main trail and finally reined up in a grove of trees not far from the river.
Steady, Silver.
Red River Valley, Tonto. Oh, we finally got here.
It's plenty long ride.
Still another 2 weeks before the election. We'll have plenty of time to look around.
You think men on ridge crook?
Well, they were ranchers. That's all we can be sure of.
Well, then shoot.
Well, after all, I'm wearing a mask. You can't blame them for thinking I'm an outlaw. We know the reason for that guard on the ridge. The ranchers don't want any more homesteaders in the valley.
How you find out which rancher member Black Arrow?
I don't know yet. The first thing... You're right, Silver. The first thing is to get that saddle off and give you a good rub down.
That same day, the stage from the east broke down just as it entered the valley. The driver and the guard were finding it hard to make the necessary repairs when a young cowboy rode up and lent a hand. Mary Seaton, inside the stage, watched him admiringly as he shouldered the brunt of the work, and when the stage was ready to roll once more...
Howdy, ma'am.
How do you do?
If you don't mind, I've hitched my cayuse on the back, and I'd like to ride with you away.
I'd be glad to have the company.
Why, it's fine. Let her rumble, boys. Get up there, boys. Come on, get up there. They tell me you're the new school teacher at Bryanville.
Yes, I am.
You think you like it out here?
I don't know why not. It's beautiful.
Yeah, the valley is kind of pretty this time of year. Especially where it hasn't been spoiled.
Spoiled?
Well, I guess I better not talk that way to you. You'll be teaching the homesteaders kids, won't you?
What do you mean?
Well, just take a look out the window. The grass as far as you can see. That's what I call pretty. But where they've dug up the sod and there's nothing but bare dirt around, I don't care much for that.
Did you ever see a field of rice grain?
Yep. I like grass better.
Well, we won't argue. But I can't believe you're like some of the ranchers I've heard about.
What have you heard?
That they're wild and lawless, and that they don't have any regard for the rights of other people.
Meaning the homesteaders?
Meaning the homesteaders. The ranchers would like nothing better than to drive them out of the valley.
That wouldn't be such a bad idea.
How can you say such a thing? They've settled on government land, and they have a perfect right to stay there.
Cattlemen were here first.
There's plenty of room for both.
Well, like you said, ma'am, we won't argue. I'd just like to know where you get your information about the ranchers.
From Jeff Bryant.
Oh, him.
Don't you dare say anything against Jeff. He's a very good friend of mine. If you must know, he asked me to marry him. And I think I'm going to say yes.
No, you couldn't do that.
Why not? He's a fine man. He's intelligent, and he's strong and tall, and he's every bit as good looking as you are.
There's just one awful thing about him.
There's nothing awful about
You
it.
can't deny he's a farmer.
So we're back to that again.
Yes, ma'am. It's sort of in the air out here.
Well, if you can't talk about anything else, I'd rather not talk at all.
Would you mind telling me if Jeff has any special complaints?
A few.
For instance?
Well, there's a crazy young rancher named Kit Thompson, for instance. He thinks it's smart to get drunk and come riding into a peaceful little town like Bryantville and shoot up the place. Do you work for Chick Thompson?
No, ma'am.
Jeff told me all about him as a sort of warning. What I'd have to expect out here. But I'm not afraid of men like that. I'd like nothing better than meet him face to face and tell him what I think of him.
Yes, ma'am.
And, when is the election you're going to have?
Oh, we mentioned that, too, huh?
Of course. He didn't want me to come out until it was over. Can you give me one good reason why the ranchers want to get rid of a fine lawman like Sheriff Cameron and elect a ruffian like Red Gordon in his place?
We're partial to our friends, ma'am.
The sheriff's never been unfair to the ranchers. He enforces the law, that's all. And this Chick Thompson.
Back to him again, huh?
Do you know him?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you deny that he's been threatening the homesteaders, trying to scare them out of voting for Cameron?
Well, maybe you're right about Chick. I guess he does drink too much. And when he drinks too much, he talks too much.
I despise a man like that.
My ranch is just over that way. I guess I'll be leaving you now. Rein up, Bill. Oh, boy. Oh, there. Oh.
I don't see any buildings.
They're over the rise.
Oh.
That writing pad you got there, ma'am. Could I borrow your pencil and a sheet of paper?
Of course.
Here.
Thanks. You see, being new out in this country, you might need a friend sometime. I want you to know where you can get hold of me. Here you are.
That's very nice.
Adios.
Goodbye. Let me see it.
Just a second while I this page, Bill. You know, Jake.
He isn't very good, but Chick Thompson. Circle T Ranch.
Adios. Get up there, boy. Come on, get up there.
That night, Chick rode over to Ben Chalmers' Bar X Ranch. He opened the front door without knocking and walked into the big living room. Red Gordon was sitting at the table.
Hello, Chick.
Howdy. Where's Ben?
The kitchen. He'll be back in a minute. I think he's gone.
About the same, I guess.
What are you doing tonight after we get through with Ben?
I figured I might ride into Bryant's.
But at the homesteader's town. Whatever the county seat with me.
No thanks, Red.
Well, if you have to go to Bryantville, shoot it up a little before you leave.
Uh-huh.
Here's Ben
Hello, Chick. I just been hiring a new cook. It's the first time I ever took on an engine, but beggars can't be choosers.
You got any orders for me?
Nothing special. Just keep up the good work. Pay a few more calls on the homesteaders and show them how straight you can shoot.
You figure that does any good?
Well, sure it does. The more we drum it into them that Claiborne is a cattle town and homesteaders aren't safe there, the better off we'll be on election day.
Sure, Chick. They got to go to Claiborne to vote. And we got to keep them away.
If all the homesteaders vote, Red hasn't got a chance.
Well, if that's all.
Have a drink before you go.
No, I'm cutting down.
That's a good idea. I wish I could persuade Red to do the same.
So long, Jen.
So long, Chick.
See you tomorrow night.
Yeah. So long.
Red.
Yeah?
Where's he going?
Bryantville.
You don't think he's getting friendly with the homesteaders, do you?
Oh, no. What gave you that idea?
I didn't like what he said. What's more, I didn't like the way he looked when he said it.
He just asked if you thought it did any good.
I heard him. But you know where we'd be if we lost him. Chick Thompson's the only reason we got the cattlemen solid behind us.
No. You don't have to worry, though.
You get over to Bryantville yourself tonight. Watch him close. I want to know everybody he talks to and everything he says.
Keno, Ben. I'll watch him like a hawk.
It was an hour later that the Lone Ranger, without his mask but wearing a disguise, reined up on the outskirts of Bryantville. He left Silver there and then started down the main street. Ahead of him, he saw a young couple come out of a small white cottage and turn toward the center of town. He slowed his walk in order to keep behind them. Their conversation reached him clearly.
Oh, I'm proud of you, Jeff. This is really your town. The stores and the new school and all the homes.
Well, you're giving me too much credit, Mary.
No, I'm not. It's yours, all of it. You led these people out here and you showed them how to start a new life.
The only thing I'll take credit for is my farm. I wish we could have driven out there before dark.
You can come and get me tomorrow, can't you?
Sure thing, bright and early. Oh, do you like your cottage?
Perfect. But you shouldn't have gone to all that trouble. I could have boarded with someone and then, well, it won't be long before we get married.
Oh, it's good to hear you say that. But you've got to make sure you like the West first.
Oh, I love it.
Bryantville isn't the West. We tried to make this just like any country town back east. But all around us, and it's different. Take Claiborne, for instance.
I'll be living here, not in Claiborne.
Where, I know.
Oh,
What's the matter?
that man standing out in front of the cafe.
Oh, yeah. I wrote you about him. That's Chick Thompson. Would you like to cross over on the other side of the street and
No,
avoid...
Jeff, I think you're wrong about Chick.
What's that?
I met him today. He helped the driver fix the coach when we broke down, and afterwards he rode a little way with it. We had quite a talk.
I'm not wrong, Mary. There's nothing I've told you that isn't the truth.
Not about what he's done, perhaps, but about the sort of man he is. You may be mistaken there.
Actions speak louder than words.
Well, decided to join you, Chick. Come on in. Ain't a matter, Red. We have Thursday.
That was our candidate for sheriff, Red Gordon.
Good evening, Miss Peyton.
Hello, Chick. I was a little surprised when I found out who you were.
That's all?
You acted like a gentleman.
Oh, I always try to act like a gentleman when I'm talking with a lady.
You see, Jeff? I don't know whether you two have ever met socially, but I don't see how you can stop me from introducing you.
Mary.
Jeff, this is Chick Thompson. Chick, Jeff Bryant.
Howdy. Howdy.
Aren't you going to shake hands?
There's no sense to that.
We just as soon not.
I realize that one of you's a rancher and the other a homesteader, but if it weren't for that, I think you two could be good friends.
I don't see why you should let a difference of opinion stand in your way.
It goes a lot deeper than that, Mary.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
I wonder if you'd still think so after you've eaten some of my apple pie.
Huh?
I want you both to come to supper at my house tomorrow night.
Mary, you can't ask a no-good owner.
I'll be glad to come, Miss Eden.
What about you, Jeff?
I'll be there. Don't you worry about that.
That's fine. I'll expect you both at 6 o'clock.
What are you wasting your time with that trash for?
Easy there, Red. Watch your talk.
Foreman for snickety school man. You got a look on?
Shut your mouth, Red, or I'll shut it for you.
Yes.
That's just what I've been waiting to hear. Now that you got a girl in your arm, you got to stop crawling and start talking big. All right. Talking means shooting to me. Go for your gun.
It'll be a pleasure, but not when Miss Eaton's around. Mary, I think...
We aren't waiting for nothing. Go for your gun.
Look out, Jeff. Where'd that shot come from? It knocked the gun right out of his hand.
Get on your horse and get out of here, Red. You're covered. Into the saddle.
Chick.
You had it coming, Red.
I'm not waiting much longer.
All right, I'm going. You'll be sorry to mind your own business, stranger. I won't forget this.
See that you don't.
I'm going to be the new sheriff of this county, see? And all you gunmen will end up on the gallows. Get up there. Get up. Get up.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. As soon as Red galloped down the street, the Lone Ranger turned on his heel and left the little group in front of the cafe. Once outside the town, he mounted Silver and rode back to camp. There he found Tonto waiting for him.
Steady, Silver, steady, boy.
Aye, Kimasabi.
You've been gone a long time, Tonto.
Me get job at Bar X. Cook.
That's fine. Did you find out anything about Chalmers?
Me see black arrow on wrist. Him man you look for.
Is Red Gordon a member, too?
Well, me not know about him.
Well, he must be. Otherwise, Chalmers wouldn't be trying to get him elected sheriff.
Well, Tonto here ranchers do what Chalmers say. 'Cause young fella named Thompson tell him.
You mean the only hold they have on their ranches is through Thompson?
That's right.
That explains why Red didn't want him to get friendly with Jeff Bryant.
Why is that?
They had a little argument in Bryantville. Mary Seaton, a new school teacher, is trying to bring Jeff and Chick together. If she manages it, Tonto, Cameron will be reelected. We won't have anything to worry about. The only trouble is that Chalmers will do everything in his power to stop her. That means the girl will be in danger from now on.
Maybe so.
There's no doubt about it. Here, help me get rid of this disguise. Afterwards, you'd better go back to the ranch.
What you do?
It's time we took Sheriff Cameron into our confidence. Silver and I are heading for Claiborne.
The following evening, Ben Chalmers paced the floor of his living room. Red Gordon sat near the window.
Oh, it's 7 o'clock. Is there any sign of him?
Nope.
That means he isn't coming. I told him it was important.
I knew he wouldn't be here. He's having supper with a school teacher, Jeff Bryant.
Yeah.
And that would have said, Ben. I was standing just inside the cafe door. I could see the way he was looking at her. He's in love. You can't blame him much. The girl's a looker.
She's going to marry Bryant, isn't she?
Well, a chick might figure he can change her mind.
There must be some way out of this. There must be some way to keep him from making a fool of himself.
What I'm worried about is his making a fool out of us.
Now, let's see. The girl. If something was to happen to her...
That wouldn't do any good. He'd just be driving Chick and Jeff together.
Now, wait a minute. I haven't finished. She disappears, and Chick Thompson disappears with her. Now, shut up. I'm getting it. Jeff would think Chick had kidnapped her.
You get all the farms together and then...
Get Cameron, too. Let's search the country and find him. The girl will tell the truth. You say it wasn't Chick who kidnapped her.
She couldn't say that. If she was dead, they'd take Chick a prisoner and put him in jail. When the ranchers got wind of that, there'd be a fight. That's as good a way as any of clearing out the extra homesteaders.
There's one angle you got to work out still.
What?
They find the girl. She's dead. They find Chick at the same time. But he'd have to be tied up. When they see him that way, they know
They don't find him at the same time. They just disappear at the same time.
Oh, yeah. It don't make any difference what Chick says. They won't believe him.
Aquino, you can't have any part in it, though.
I got some in camp beyond the valley. They can take care of Chick. But like you say, the girl won't be able to talk afterwards. Why can't I take care of her?
You can. Get moving. This has to be done tonight.
You're sure, Tonto? You sure they mean to act tonight?
Red Leaf Ranch, 1 hour ago.
We can't take any chance in the girl being hurt. But we may be able to use their plan in a different way. Yes, boy.
Home! Get him up, Tonto.
Steady, Silver, steady, boy. Girl is here, Sheriff. We don't have to fight in this, so you better go first.
Why should
My
I?
mask.
I forgot. It's late. She must be asleep.
It can't be too late. Gordon had to get his men and they were camped outside the valley.
Who's there?
Sheriff Cameron.
Just a moment. Are you sure you have the right place, sir?
Yes, Miss Seaton. May we come in?
That man with you is masked.
This is the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger.
You may not have heard of him, but you can take my word that he's honest. He's working for the law, not against it.
Remember, I mean, that I don't understand. Why did you come here?
Your life is in danger, Miss Seaton.
You're joking.
No, he isn't.
You've done more to bring about a better understanding between the ranchers and the homesteaders in 2 days than the sheriff has in 2 years.
If Jeff Bryant and Chick Thompson are on speaking terms, I'm willing to admit it.
They shook hands tonight.
My hat's off to it.
There are crooks that don't want peace in the valley. And that's why you're in danger.
They want to kill me?
Now, there's no chance of that now. But if you'll do as we say, we may be able to put those crooks where they belong. In jail.
I know your voice, masked man. You're the stranger who saved Jeff's life. You didn't give me a chance to thank you then, but if there's anything I can do, I'm willing.
Then listen.
Steady.
She's got the door bullet. Nope. So far, so good. There's enough light from the moon to see pretty good. This must be the bedroom door. Nobody here. Bed's been slept in, but she's gone. Something's wrong here. I'll light a lamp and see. It's propped up on the table. A note. Dear Jeff, I've gone out to Mrs. Shannon's farm. She's been taken ill. That's fine. It'll be easy to get her out there. Just take the note with me, and the job's as good as done.
Hey, Bird, what's the idea? What have you come back here for?
Change of plans, that's all. The girl's out at Mrs. Shannon's farm. I'm going after her.
What about your men?
They're getting Chick at 3 o'clock. You better ride over there and make sure everything goes smooth.
You gave them their orders, didn't you?
I mean, check on their getaway.
Oh, Keno.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Chick Thompson stirred uneasily in his sleep. Then suddenly he sat bolt upright.
What? Steady, mister.
He felt the cold steel of a gun muzzle pressing against his temple.
Don't make a move or I'll squeeze the trigger.
What is this?
Get him, boys. Gag him and rope him good.
Hey, oh! Mary and Mrs. Shannon were waiting in the front room of the farmhouse. The old woman was nervous and could hardly control her hand as she lifted a cup to her lips.
There now. Did you ever see anyone more clumsy than I am? I've spilt it. I'll wipe it up, Mrs. Shannon. It's only a few drops. I can do it myself.
You know, this wasn't my idea in the first place, Mrs. Shannon. If you'd rather have me go, I will.
You stay right where you are. I know whose idea it was, and I've never felt more safe in my life. It's just this Wilton that gets on my nerves.
He shouldn't be long now.
Shouldn't I be in bed, though, if I'm supposed to be sick?
You don't have to pretend at all.
That's a blessing. Black-hearted villain. The mere sight of his face will put such strength in my tongue and my arm, there'll be no controlling them.
But you must control them.
I'll do my best, that's all I can promise.
Listen.
One horse. Which is no doubt.
I'll answer the door.
You do no such thing. Have you forgotten your instructions? That's the one moment. It's Maggie Shannon that'll open the door.
Hello, Miss Shannon.
Hello, Red. What do you want?
Miss Seaton's here, isn't she?
She is.
Well, I'm glad to see you looking so well. She's got to come back to town right away.
Well, I don't think she has any intention of doing that. But I'll let you talk to her yourself. Come in.
Thanks.
Mary, it's Red Gordon. He says you've got to go back to town.
Why, Mr. Gordon?
I got bad news, Miss Seaton. There's a friend of yours been hurt bad. He's at the doctor's.
A friend? You don't mean Jeff, do you?
That's it. They don't know if he's going to pull through or not. If you want to see him alive, you better hurry.
This is no time of night for a young girl to be riding a trail alone.
I'll be with her.
That's worse than being alone.
You keep out of this.
Mrs. Shannon's right. I'll wait until morning before I start.
Did you hear what I said about Jeff?
I heard you, Mr. Gordon. But I don't believe a word of it.
Huh?
You see, I know exactly what you're up to. You plan to kill me.
That's why she came out here, where she could be safe.
You picked a mighty poor spot, sister.
At the least, she's got me to protect her.
That's funny, that is.
And I might not be able to stop you, but you'll hang for it, that's sure.
I got a bullet for each of you.
Oh, now it's going to be wholesale murder.
Just one thing I don't get, Miss Seaton. If you was warned, why didn't you go to Jeff's farm?
Because Jeff had something better to do than take care of me.
What do you mean?
Your gunmen were planning to take Chick Thompson a prisoner tonight.
How did you know about
And Jeff had to get all the homesteaders and the ranchers together to stop them.
that note? You left a note for Jeff.
Wrong again, Mr. Gordon. I left a note for you.
What the? If that's Sam... Ben, hurry up. What's the matter?
You men have been captured. They're sure to talk. We got to clear out of the county.
Now, wait a minute.
Wait, nothing. The ranchers and farmers are riding together. The game's up for good.
I'm not leaving before I finish these two off.
We'll make it fast.
Okay.
Up with him, Talman.
Masked man.
The Lone Ranger and the sheriff. They've been waiting in the kitchen with the door part open. They've heard and seen everything.
Oh, my hand.
This has happened before, Red. You should know your hand isn't hurt.
You.
Yes, the stranger.
Gordon, you and Chalmers are under arrest. But I've been told you won't hang here. There'll be soldiers coming to take you to Fort Union.
I just want to make sure of you, Gordon. I see your wrist. No. A black arrow.
Stick out your hand.
Somebody else riding up.
Larry!
It's Jeff.
Are you all right?
Jeff and Chick.
Together. I like the sound of that.
Larry! Are you all right?
Of course I am. Didn't Carl tell you there was nothing to worry about?
Oh, I couldn't help it.
It's good to see you.
Have you noticed the prisoners, Chick?
Yeah, those handcuffs look pretty good to me, too.
How do the ranchers feel about the homesteaders now?
Just like I do. There's one thing certain, Sheriff. Nobody's going to run against you for a long, long time.
That means the homesteaders will get protection.
They got a right to it.
Oh, Chick.
Mary, if I ever said anything against Jeff, I take it all back. There's only one thing I'm hoping, that he'll let me be the best man at your wedding.
You got your wish, mister. And the wedding's going to be tomorrow.
Tomorrow, is it? Could I...
Team is Tonto.
What is it, Tonto?
Tonto meets Indian outside the town. Him carry message from Padre.
From the Padre?
Ah. We get that plenty fast.
Steady, boy. Steady, Silver.
Come on, Silver. Get him up. Come. On, Silver! Away!
Are you struggling to manage your data in Microsoft Access? Do you need help designing tables, creating queries, and generating reports? Look no further than Rob, the Microsoft Access expert with 20 years of experience. With Rob's help, you can learn the skills you need to master Access and take your data management to the next level. Rob's personalized approach to teaching ensures that you get the attention you need to succeed, and with his deep understanding of database management, you can be confident that you're learning from a true expert. So why wait? Sign up for Rob's Microsoft Access course today and start unlocking the full potential of your data. Contact Rob, email b@g3pl.com or call 615-420-2040 for more information.
with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. During the years of unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law, or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors, and for once his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Run the tail of the Black Arrow! Hail, Silver!
The rain, whipped by the wind, beat hard against the face of a slender girl who fought her way toward the small one-room telegraph office.
This is a little more than I bargained for. Can't complain, though. Waited a week for the storm. Blast.
Hey, shut that door. Sakes alive, things are... Well, golly, lady, I couldn't know it was someone like you. Sorry I spoke that way.
Oh, that's all right.
I thought it was one of the boys that generally drops around to talk a little evenings. Rotten night.
Oh, terrible.
You're soaking wet. My sakes alive. Here, sit yourself down by the stove. We've got a pot of coffee here. It's all you ought to might.
Oh, it is pretty cold.
Yeah. Take this blanket and wrap it around your shoulders. Get a chill, it's likely to give you a bad cold. Got some cold medicine here.
Oh, no, I'll be all right, thanks. I saw your light.
You don't live in Ashton, do you?
No.
I didn't think I'd seen you around. Ashton's just west of here. Can't see it on a night like this, of course.
I want to get to Ashton. I'll go on.
Well, you better wait a while, get dried out, and then I'll take you into town when I shut down the office. You riding?
No.
Afoot?
That's right. Oh, that fire feels good.
I don't mean to be curious, miss, but how far you traveled on foot in this storm?
Oh, far enough to be dog-tired and soaked through and through and cold.
Yeah, poor young'un. Here, now, drink this.
Oh, thanks. That tastes good. This must be a pretty tiresome place to work. All by yourself all the time.
Oh, the boys drop in to talk. I'm not alone so much.
I suppose you get some pretty strange messages on that telegraph.
What made you say that?
What made me? Why?
I've been having the doggonest time figuring out what some messages mean. Funny part of it is I don't even know who they're for.
Oh, you don't? Well, then how can you deliver them?
It's trouble. I can't.
Oh.
It's only a week ago I was complained about it to the line boss. He said he didn't know what to do about it. Just hold them here till they're called for. That's all I can do.
Well, I heard of a man in Asheville that was waiting for word from the east. Maybe the message should have gone to Asheville instead of Ashton. This man's name was,
dear. What was it?
Larrabee?
That doesn't sound familiar. What's the first name?
Tolman Larrabee. That's who these messages are for.
Oh, no. That wasn't the man.
I don't expect you know anyone named that, do you?
No. What are the messages about?
Well, that's the thing of it. The doggone things are just a jumble of words. Don't make head nor tail. They're as mixed up as a needle in a haystack that's caught up by a hurricane.
Oh, they couldn't be that bad. Maybe they're in a code of some sort.
I thought it might be something of that sort. I can't make it out, though. Here, I'll show you the last one that came in. Showed it to several of the boys that came in here, but none of them could make sense out of it. Hey, let me take a look at this.
Thanks. I'd like to.
While the girls studied the message in the telegraph office, two men were talking in the back room of the cafe. The smaller one seemed to dominate his big, burly, bearded companion.
I'm giving the orders, Red. Get that through your thick head.
Oh, no, Mr. Doon, I didn't mean to make no argument with you. But if it's just a capture of a girl, one girl, Jiminy, I can do it.
Yes? Well, a girl with a brain can outwit a dozen big hulks like you. That's why I want the whole gang rounded up.
Well, are you sure that you read the right meaning in the last message that come through from the east?
I'm sure.
I only asked,
The head of the Black Arrow learned that this girl is out here to try and discover who he is.
Why is she here instead of where he is in Washington?
Because the Lone Ranger's here. She's supplying him with information all the time.
Oh.
What's more, the girl is likely to learn about the telegraph.
Mr. Dorn, she couldn't learn about the way we get messages, could she?
That statement proves that you're a fool. No one but a fool underestimates an enemy.
I know, but
if she hears that messages in code come through the Ashton office, she'll investigate.
But even so, would Lefty tell her about the messages?
That operator isn't one of our men. He'd tell if she was clever in the way she questioned him, and she will be clever.
But, Mr. Dorn, even if she's seen the messages, they wouldn't make sense to her.
She might decode them. I'm not going to waste any more time talking to you. I want you to get the men together and surround that telegraph office.
Starting at daybreak, huh?
Yes.
You can count on us.
Very well. You sit still, Red. Yes? Who's there?
I gotta see you straight.
Just a minute. Where did you leave Jake?
Jake? He rode east to visit a friend of his this afternoon. He was going to come back tonight.
Why does he want to see me?
Golly, Mr. Dorn, I don't know.
Boss, you better hurry. Let me speak to you.
Come in here.
I have to hurry here.
How you think?
Hello, Red.
What do you want?
Going. I come by the telegraph office on my way from calling on a friend.
Well?
You know what that last message said? One that came in yesterday about keeping an eye out for a girl.
Yes?
Well, there's a girl talking to Lefty right now.
What?
Yeah, I peeked into the window as I come past. Figured I'd stop in and keep up a friendly relation with Lefty. When I seen her, she was reading telegrams.
What were the telegrams?
I don't know. I couldn't see that close.
What was being said?
I couldn't hear. The wind and rain was howling something fierce. But I thought you should know what was going on.
You get over there right away.
Who, me?
Yes. Red, you get the rest of the boys. Some are in the other room playing cards. The rest will be in the hotel. Get them together and capture that girl.
Right now, huh?
At once. And you, Jake, get back to that office. And don't let that girl escape.
Leave it to me.
She and the Lone Ranger stand between success and failure of the Black Arrow. I'll get going.
You ever see such a mixed-up message?
No, I better be going now.
Going. If you wait just a little longer, I can see that you get to town.
No, I can find the town.
The storm's as bad as ever, though. You'll get
I
over.
don't mind, really.
Now, you hold on, miss. You read something in that last message I showed you.
Whatever gave you that idea?
I watched your face and went pale for a minute. Now you've got to leave here in a hurry.
You'd better stick to your telegraph and not try to be a detective.
I note things, miss. I noted just what I said. I want to know what was in that there message. Things have been too... That door,
Don't move.
A robbery.
Hey, Jake, what's the matter?
That ain't enough, Lefty. This girl's a criminal.
She is?
There might be a reward for her capture. If there is, I'll see that you share in it.
You don't say, well, I never...
You know that isn't true. Lefty, is that what they called him?
Mm-hmm.
Listen to me. Don't believe what that man tells you. Let me show you what I have
Better
here.
stand still, miss. I got my orders.
And so have I.
Jumping juniper. Well, miss, looks like you carry a gun, too.
I do, and I can fire just as fast as you can.
I reckon so. Sort of a stalemate, huh? We got the drop on each other, but that's only because I don't like to shoot a pretty girl.
Well, I'll shoot if I have to. I'm leaving here,
And you haven't the nerve to shoot me.
I don't have no shooting in my office.
Lefty, listen to me carefully. I can't prove it now, but I'm on the right side, and this man is not. You aren't in league with him and his friends, or he wouldn't have told you that you might share in the reward. He wouldn't have had to tell you that I was a criminal.
Doggone, I don't know
Listen,
what...
I tell you. There is someone you can trust. I'm giving you a message. A message only you will be able to understand, in your own code.
You better not.
Stop me by shooting if you dare. But I'll shoot at the same time.
Up there. I think he has a drop on her, and she has a drop on him. He's sending the message with that telegram. Get in there fast. You two go to the rear door, we go to the front. Hurry and get her before she tells all she knows on that telegram. Come on. Grab the girl. Take her gun. We'll get her straight. Come on, boys. Get her. You'll talk and we'll know the reason why. Come on, Lefty. Speak up and save yourself a lot of trouble.
I told you, man, I've got nothing to say.
That girl sent a message on the telegram.
Ask her what she said if you want to know.
I'm asking you.
Where'd you take her?
None of your business.
You tell what she said or I'll... Rick, don't be a bigger fool than you already been. I'm a Western Union man. I don't tell what goes over my wires.
What that girl sent didn't go over the wires. I saw the switch. She sent a message to you and to no one else.
Then ask her what it was. I wasn't paying particular attention. I was watching Jake with that gun in his hand, getting ready to duck as the shooting started.
You're sure about that?
I'm not sure about anything. I thought you fellas were my friends, coming here to talk from time to time. Now, doggone it, I don't know what to think. Why'd you capture that girl? If you're on the level, why don't you let the law take charge?
Don't you ask questions, Lefty.
Then leave me alone.
He's right. Come on, boys, leave Lefty alone.
Several days later, and some distance to the north, the Lone Ranger and Tonto raced toward a small mission.
There's a mission, Kimosabe. Pretty hard ride the whole way here. The summons from the Padre was urgent. That's what the Indians say.
The Padre often gave aid to the Lone Ranger. When he had information for the masked man, he passed the word to friendly Indians. Like magic, then, the news traveled far and wide in ever-expanding circles until the Lone Ranger was notified.
Steady, Silver. Steady, boy. Let's go. At last. Gate open now. Padre?
Glad you came at last. I hope it is not too late.
Too late?
It has been 2 days since I sent the first word.
We were far from here, Padre.
You must have been. Come, though. Come in.
Me take horse. All right, Tonto.
Tonto, you know where to find food and water for the horses.
Me know.
You come with me, son.
Padre, why did you send for me?
Come inside. We can talk as well while you're resting.
You know what I've been doing for these past weeks?
I know. I pray for your success. What I have may help bring that success.
What is it, Padre?
Wait until we're inside. Come. Sit down. I'll get food for you.
Not now, thanks. First tell me what happened.
Very well. The other day, a man came here. He asked if I knew anyone who was called the Lone Ranger.
Who was he, Padre?
He told me that he operated the telegraph near a town called Ashton.
Yes?
He showed me a ring. Not a valuable ring, but an interesting one. Here, let me show it to you.
Gold. It has a United States emblem on it.
Yes. Have you ever seen it before?
I once knew a man who... Yes, a ring like this. It can't be the same ring.
Why can it not be the same ring?
You mean... Padre, is this the ring?
See?
Yes, it is. It's the same one. Where can I find the one who owns it?
I do not know. But find that one you must, if it is not already too late.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
now to continue our story. When the Padre showed the Lone Ranger the ring that Lefty had brought him, the masked man recognized it at once and demanded further details.
Padre, tell me all you can.
But first, my boy, I must know where you last saw that ring.
On the finger of one of my closest friends, a Texas Ranger with whom I used to ride. One of several Texans who were murdered from ambush.
Was he wearing the ring at the time of the massacre?
No, he hadn't worn it for some time prior to that day. But it was his. An Indian made it for him. And there couldn't be another ring like it. Seeing it now is like seeing a part of the past. Tell me, where did it come from?
Please sit down. My story may not be as brief as yours.
Very well.
I told you that the man who does telegraphy near Ashton brought it here. He came a few days ago. His manner was uncertain when he first came in.
I don't know just where to start, Padre, but I had to come here.
Start anywhere. You'll find it easy to continue.
Well, it's this ring. I was told to bring it here to you and ask you to find the Lone Ranger and give it to him.
The Lone Ranger?
Have you heard of him?
Yes.
Well, can you get this ring to him?
It is possible. But tell me how you got the ring.
Well, a girl came into my office during a heavy storm. I thought at first she'd come just to get out of the wet. But the more I thought about it, the more I was sure she'd come to ask questions.
Questions?
About some telegrams I'd had, coded ones. I showed them to her, and she got pale. She was about to leave in a hurry when men came in and captured her.
Padre, did this operator say the girl had been captured?
Yes.
Several days ago?
Several days ago, my friend.
And I should... But you have more to tell. The ring.
While the girl's captors held a gun on her, she tapped out a message on the telegraph sounder. She told the operator that she was leaving a ring on the table. He was to bring that ring to me and ask me to hand it to you. I have done so.
Couldn't the operator tell me more?
No. I've told you all he said.
I've got to speak to him. Otto, don't unsaddle. We're riding again as soon as the horses have been fed. I don't know who the girl is. I've never seen her face. Padre, she's been helping me. She's been against the Black Arrow and all its dangers as much as I have.
If she had the ring, she must be someone near and dear to your friend.
Yes. But how did she know I'd recognize the ring? Does she know who I am?
If she does, and I doubt it, your secret is safe with her. But your horses are tired. Do you want to borrow fresh ones?
No, thank you. Silver and Scout will carry on. Padre, did that operator return to Ashton?
I assume he did. He said nothing of doing otherwise.
Then the sooner we can get there and question him, the better.
Horse ready now.
Good. Padre, do you mind if I take this ring with me?
Take it. Wear it until you can return it to the owner.
I hope that will be soon.
I hope it will be. Goodbye, Lone Ranger. Until we meet again.
Goodbye, Padre, and thank you. Come on, Otto.
You ready?
And let's go.
Get him up, Scout. Help him there. Hurry!
God bless him.
As the days passed and the telegraph operator did not return to Ashton, Dorn's anger had increased. He paced the floor of his room in the hotel, and when he spoke to Red, his voice was almost a snarl.
You don't do anything till I see Lefty.
All right, boss. I was only asking, that's all.
Who's watching the office now?
Oh, Jake's there. I was to take his place at sundown.
I want Lefty here as soon as he gets back. Why was he allowed to leave in the first place?
Well, golly, Mr. Dorn, no one said anything about not letting him leave.
No one does any thinking. Pack of dull-witted fools, that's what I've got to work with. The girl's being watched, I hope.
Oh, sure, Mr. Dorn. We got a heavy guard around the cabin day and night.
If she escapes...
She won't.
Who is it?
Mr. Dorn, I've got Lefty here.
About time.
Now we'll learn a few things.
Here he is.
This is pretty high-handed, Mr. Dorn.
Shut that door. Where have you been?
I don't know if that's any of your business, Dorn. I took a few days off. My helper ran the office. Telegraph company don't complain. Don't know as anyone else should.
Sit down there. They call you Lefty, don't they?
That's right.
Perhaps my men were a little crude in bringing you here.
Yeah, that galoot was standing in my office. He drew a gun on me as I came up.
Jake, you should know better than that.
Yeah,
Enough.
Yes, what do you want of me, anyhow?
I didn't have a chance to tell you, Lefty, about the girl who was taken into custody in your office.
Yeah, where is she?
Oh, she's been turned over to the law. Federal prisoner. You see, Lefty, we have to work in a mighty different way than the local law officers.
Are you trying to hint that you're law officers?
Well, not exactly.
Dorn, just what do you want of me?
When that girl was captured, she said something to you in code on the telegraph. You left town for a few days right after that. I want to know what she said and where you went.
So that's what you want to know, huh?
I can pay you for the information, Lefty.
I'm not interested.
But if you...
For the time being, I'll keep my information to myself. I'll tell you one thing, though.
Well?
I wouldn't advise you to have your men get rough with me. Just remember that the whole of the telegraph company's behind me.
I'm sorry Jake treated you like he did.
And there's one other thing, Dorn.
Yeah?
I aim to find out more about that girl. I won't ask you because I don't know as I could believe anything you told me. But I'm going to have a talk with the sheriff now that I'm back in town, see what he thinks. That's all. Unless you figure to keep me here at the point of a gun.
Oh, of course not. You can leave any time you want.
And I'm leaving right now.
Got to be careful how we handle him. He was right when he said the telegraph company stood back of him.
But he's going to talk to the sheriff.
That's why I didn't press matters. I've got the sheriff in my pocket. He'll tell Lefty that whatever I do is all right.
We've got to find out what the girl told him when she used the telegraph.
If I can't find out any other way, I'll make the girl herself tell us.
But will she?
She will. If she thinks Lefty's life depends on the telling. I'm going to keep her nearby until I'm convinced that she's told us everything we should know.
Lefty talked with the sheriff, but when he had finished, he was more confused than ever. He considered the contradictory facts as he walked toward his home.
Sheriff says Dorn's all right. That mean the girl's done something wrong. Doggone it, I can't believe that. She seemed to figure the Lone Ranger was on her side. The Lone Ranger wouldn't be on the side of anybody the law was after. Yeah, you gotta do plenty of thinking on this. Plenty of thinking. Mustn't make the wrong move. I'll get to bed and sleep on it.
Lefty found a candle on the shelf beside the door. But before he could light it, a voice stopped him.
Are you the telegraph operator?
What the...
Take it easy. They call you Lefty, don't they?
Yeah.
Go ahead and light the candle. I'll talk to you.
Yeah, but who are you?
Candle, Lefty. That's it. I'm over here near the window.
May I ask you?
I brought this ring with me.
The Lone Ranger.
Later that same night, Dorn was pleasantly surprised to see Lefty at his door.
Why, come in, Lefty. I didn't expect to see you again tonight.
I had a talk with the sheriff.
Oh, so I heard. I guess he set you right, didn't he?
You still want to know what that girl said to me the other day?
Oh, if you want to tell me. Sit down.
Thanks. She asked me to get word to the Lone Ranger.
She did?
Yeah, that's why I left town for a time.
Did you get word to him?
Not only that, he's coming here. If you're on the level, Mr. Dorn, I sure had the wrong idea about the Lone Ranger.
When is he coming?
Real soon. He's going to have men enough to take that girl away from me.
He is, huh? Does he know how many friends I have to help me?
Well, I guess he does.
That's different. I don't like that.
Yeah, but look here, Dorn, if you're sort of working for the government, the soldiers would be on your side, wouldn't they?
Soldiers? Is that what he's
going? Hold on. Doggone it, you look downright scared. You've been lying in your teeth. You're not on the side of the law at all, and the Lone Ranger is. I'm going to tell him where you've hid the girl and
Get
tell
your
him...
hands up. Up with him and hurry. Jake, come in here.
I heard him, Mr.
Out the back way with this man. Take him with us.
You better watch yourself, Dorn. Remember that I have the Western Union back of me.
Never mind what stands back of you. You blundered into something and the cards are down. I'll get going and we'll pour lead in you.
Do what he says, Lefty. Get going.
Lefty was taken out the rear door of the hotel, then forced to ride between Dorn and Jake. Outside of town, Dorn stopped at a rambling ranch house.
All right, inside with you. Take him in, Jake. Call them in together. There's no time to lose. Now, all of you, listen to me. The Lone Ranger's coming here with the cavalry.
I never said that.
Too late to deny it now. This man's too dangerous for us. He's got to go with the girl. Get that rope tighter, Jake.
I'll try. But it's a plenty tight now.
What are we going to do now?
We've got to get the girl Lefty out of here.
Kill him, that's what I say. And leave evidence like that? Leave proof that the girl was on the right track? No, you fools. She can be valuable. We can make her write letters and reports. That'll throw everyone off the trail. We can make Lefty send messages that will help us.
What do we do?
Red, Jake, you two will stay and help me. The rest of you ride out to meet this band. Hold them off for 1 hour. That'll give us time to get a head start. Get moving now. Hurry up,
boys. They leaped to their saddles and rode on to the north trail. Dorn, meanwhile, packed saddlebags.
I'll be ready in another minute. Jake, you keep watch on Lefty.
I will.
Red, take this key. Unlock the door of the girl's room.
Good enough.
Get her hands tied before you let her out. If she makes any trouble, hit her on the head with your gun.
You won't make trouble. I'll be ready.
Get those hands up.
He's here.
Lone Ranger.
I'll show you.
Get him. There's a redskin, too.
That's some fellow.
Here, one for Redhead.
Good going, Red.
Oh, you don't.
This for you.
Fight.
This for you, Dorn.
Well, doggone if I didn't knock him down.
Good work, Lefty.
I couldn't do much with my hands tied this way, but I did get the chance to charge that rat-faced Dorn with my shoulders.
I didn't dare fire at their guns. See, I didn't know where the girl was.
In that there room, Red was just opening the door.
Fellas all knocked out. Set ropes on them, Tonto. With some of the gang are at large, we have these three for prisoners. Dorn, I think, is one of the ringleaders of the Black Arrow. Here, I'll cut those ropes, Lefty.
That crook can tell plenty. By ginger, it sure worked out just right, just like you hoped. Dorn's scheming mind filled in the spaces I left, and he sent the gang to meet you. Then he never stopped to wonder how I could know where the hideout was. He just brought me here so you could follow.
We got that sheriff, too, but first The girl isn't here.
Yeah, she was there.
Oh, wait. She left a note.
She must have slipped out while we was fighting. Hey, what's the note say, eh?
Keep the ring. Dorn can name... Tonto. Dorn can name the leaders.
Dorn not talk now. Him dead.
Dead?
I didn't hit him that hard.
Let me see.
I just shouldered and knocked him down.
No marks on him. He must have had a weak heart that couldn't stand the excitement.
Doggone.
Another trail to the head man clothes.
I hate to think I'm the cause of Dorn dying.
Now, you aren't, Lefty. If his heart was bad, any excitement might have had the same result.
Now what we do?
Well, two of these men are alive to be jailed. I'll go for the marshal.
And me wait here?
Yes, Tonto. I'll be back soon.
I'll stay with Tonto.
Very well, Lefty. Steady, Silver.
Maybe these polecats will get conscious before you get back, and I'll have the chance to tell them what I think of them.
Are you struggling to manage your data in Microsoft Access? Do you need help designing tables, creating queries, and generating reports? Look no further than Rob, the Microsoft Access expert with 20 years of experience. With Rob's help, you can learn the skills you need to master Access and take your data management to the next level. Rob's personalized approach to teaching ensures that you get the attention you need to succeed, and with his deep understanding of database management, you can be confident that you're learning from a true expert. So why wait? Sign up for Rob's Microsoft Access course today and start unlocking the full potential of your data. Contact Rob, email b@g3pl.com or call 615-420-2040 for more information.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. During the years of unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors. And for once, his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Run the trail of the Black Arrow! Out, Silver!
The small fire in the Lone Ranger's camp in the woods had burned to glowing embers when the masked man wakened. He was unable to decide for the moment the reason for his waking. Then he noticed that Tonto had roused too, and though motionless, was keenly alert.
That's Silver's warning, Tonto. Someone is nearby.
Me no. Me listen. Me not hear sound.
I don't hear anything.
Not even cricket. That bad sign. Cricket katydid stop sound when man come near.
The Indian slipped from his blankets and with typical cunning squirmed along the ground toward a thicket. And suddenly he leaped to his feet and charged.
Got him. Hey, look out! Don't shoot! You watch for others.
Good work, Tonto.
You're busting my neck the way you hold me. Go easy till I you tight.
I'm ready for anyone else.
I'm alone, mister. Tell this redskin that my neck breaks easy, will you? Stop dragging me. I'll come.
Me got this feller. Don't be too rough until we find out who he is.
I'm a friend. I don't mean no harm.
All right, let him go, Tonto. He won't get away now.
My sakes alive. I'm most stove in from the way Tonto tackled me.
You'd better have a good reason for sneaking up this way. What do you want?
You, that's all.
Go on.
Dad Ratted, I didn't mean no harm. I was only trying to get close enough to see if you was wearing a ring on your finger.
A ring? What do you know about a ring?
I was told to be careful and to make no mistake. And if you didn't have a ring, I was to sneak away again. Fine chance I'd have to get away. Does that Injun have eyes in the dark?
Who sent you here?
Now, that don't enter into it at all. You're the Lone Ranger, you wouldn't be wearing the ring. I can see it now in what light there is. What's more, no one but Tonto could have took me like I was tooken. I'm satisfied that you're the right party.
Get to the point.
I will. Just tell Tonto not to treat my poor neck like it was a pump handle. All I'm to do is to make sure you wear the ring that you didn't get the chance to return to a certain party. Then hand you this here letter.
A letter? Why didn't you say so in the first place?
It is.
When did you get this?
A couple of hours back.
In town?
That's right.
How did you know where to find us?
Now, look at here. I can't answer a lot of questions. I was
How did you find us?
I'll tell. She rode with me to the edge of the woods, then told me to follow her trail till I see the light of your campfire, which I done. She left and rid off toward the north.
Get some more wood on the fire, Tonto. Light enough to read.
I'll give you a hand. Tonto, sorry about your neck. Oh, that's all right. Thunderation, I reckon I'll have something to brag about to the boys when I tell them that the partner of the Lone Ranger liked to tie a knot in me. I'd sure as shooting hate to have you really mad.
That brush make quick firelight. That's enough, Tonto. I can read. This, good friend, is the most dangerous task you've ever had. An army may depend on your success.
Legion of Black Arrow is somewhere in the woods south of Powder River. Woods are very large. There are hills and valleys. Colonel Moffat's troops
In the south will enter the woods. An ambush is planned. Colonel Moffat's troops? Ambush? Tonto. What we do? Break camp at once. We're through with rest and sleep. We've got to ride again and faster than ever before.
Great day in the morning.
Here, Silver. Steady, boy. Steady. Steady there while we saddle up.
What can I do to help?
Roll up that blanket and hand it here.
Sure thing.
Tonto, leave the canteens aside. We'll empty them on our fire.
Here's the blanket.
Thanks.
Now,
1 minute. You said you saw the light of our fire. That fire was mighty well concealed. What kind of eyes do you have?
Well, I didn't exactly see it. The girl gave me pretty definite instructions. I know this wood, you see, and she said you'd be near Overhang Rock.
She certainly is well informed. Ready, Tonto?
All but fire. Put it out?
Yes. And then we'll ride.
When the Lone Ranger and Tonto left the camp, the man who had brought them the girl's message watched and listened until he could no longer hear the hoofbeats of the horses. And he started back to town on the aged horse he had left at the edge of the woods. He saw a figure on horseback in front of him. He noticed that it was the girl.
I circled back after I left you, Amos. I wanted to be sure you delivered the letter.
I sure did, ma'am. Now, if there's anything else I can do, you just name it.
Did the man you gave it to have the ring on his finger?
Yeah, he's well on his way by this time.
Oh, good. Thanks a lot.
Crackiness, don't thank me. I'm the one to thank you. Wait till I tell the colonel that I met up with the Lone Ranger. Last time I see him, he was telling me about that masked man.
The colonel?
Uh-huh. He's a sort of distant relative of mine. Third cousin or something of the sort.
I'll ride back to town with you, Amos. I thought I'd better meet you and make sure you deliver the message.
I can hardly wait till the day after tomorrow when the colonel gets to town.
That'll be nice.
Yep. Had a letter from him last week. He said it was coming by stage. It's been a long time since we've seen one another. Fact is, it's been 5 years when I left his cavalry on account of getting on in years.
Is he still in the cavalry?
Sure is. Fine soldier, too. Reckon they don't make him no finer. Give him another 5 years and he'll make the name of Moffett mean something in the West.
What's that?
Huh? Why I was stopping.
What did you say the colonel's name was?
Colonel Moffett. Why? You heard of him?
Isn't he with his troops north of Powder River?
No. The troopers are there, but the captain's in charge. The colonel's been east on some special business.
Oh.
Why, what's the trouble, miss?
Are you sure the colonel has been east?
Sure, I'm sure. What about it?
Listen to me. You said you'd been a soldier.
I was. I was a good one, too, if I do say so myself.
Then you've got to help me further. The Army needs you again.
Huh?
There's a big woods between here and Powder River.
I know that woods. It's big and sprawling over mountains and valleys.
A huge gang is there, waiting to ambush Colonel Moffett's men.
You don't say. Why, the ornery coyotes. Moffett's men, you say?
Yes. They're going to come through the woods to get here. This is to be their new station.
Cracky, I didn't know that.
The letter you took to the Lone Ranger told about the ambush. The Lone Ranger is riding to warn Colonel Moffett. But you say a captain is in command now.
Sure, that's right.
The colonel would know the Lone Ranger. He'd listen to him, believe what the Lone Ranger said.
Sure he
would. He is in
but
command. This captain may not know the Lone Ranger. He might think the mask means outlaw. He might put the Lone Ranger under arrest. If the Lone Ranger can't convince the captain that there is a trap in the woods, the whole detachment might be wiped out.
Jumping Juniper. We got to do something about that. Just you say what, and I'll do it.
You've got to ride. Ride hard and long and try to overtake the Lone Ranger.
Overtake him?
Hopeless though it seems, you've got to try. If you can't overtake him, you'll have to keep going until you meet the troops. Tell the captain... Oh, wait. There's one thing. The ring.
The ring? You mean the one the Lone Ranger's got on his finger?
Yes. Get word to the Lone Ranger. Tell him to open the ring. Remember that. Open the ring.
I'll do it. I'll start right now. It'll take till tomorrow night to reach the woods, and I'll make my way through in the dark. Get to Powder River, and then shove on till I find the army camp. I'll get what grub I need as I go along.
Remember the message, Amos. Open the ring.
I will. Go on there. Get up there.
Amos pushed his horse to the limit. For long hours, he rode steadily through the night. At dawn, he paused briefly, let the horse drink and graze for a minimum of time, then once more pressed ahead. By nightfall, the exhausted man and horse had reached the vast stretch of woods near Powder River.
Now we're in for hard travel, old horse. Got to go due north by instinct, and what little we see of the stars. Get along, boy. If we got luck on our side, we'll be at the Powder River by sunup.
An hour and then another passed, while horse and rider continued through the trees. Low branches slapped at Amos' face, and rough bark raked the horse's sides. It was almost midnight, and the center of the forest had been reached. Then suddenly...
Hey, up there! Stop! We want you! Hold up when we drop here! Go until we know you're right!
Hey, easy there! Don't you hurt my horse!
Take him out of that saddle! Take him off, boys! Hold him down!
Hey, this is just an ordinary cowhand.
Sure, that's all I am. Let me go. I don't mean no trouble.
Where are you going?
North of the Powder River.
For what?
Look, mister, I didn't do anything. I don't know who you are, but if you think I'm an outlaw, you can search me.
Why are you riding north at this time of the night? What's your name, anyhow?
Amos. I'm riding north to meet my friend.
Take him to the headquarters.
Please let me go.
Slade, the headquarters a long ways off.
Yeah, that's right. You gotta stick around here. Rope him to a tree. That'll keep him for time.
No, don't do that. I gotta get north.
Shut up. You're lucky to be alive. Rope him.
Right. We'll rope him.
Tightly tied to the large trunk of a great tree, Amos could see the vague figures of the men who moved in the midnight darkness of the woods. He knew there were a lot of them, but there was no way to count the exact number. His spirit sank to low ebb. He had failed in his all-important mission. The words of the girl echoed in his ears.
Tell him to open the ring. Tell him to open the ring.
Can't tell him. Can't help now. They'll be licked. The army. My army will be licked.
The whole detachment may be wiped out. Tell him to open the ring. Open the ring.
And I failed them. Maybe they've got the Lone Ranger a prisoner, too.
Meanwhile, the Lone Ranger and Tonto continued through the woods.
Blackest part of woods behind us now.
Hope those outlaws are behind us.
That's what Tonto think.
Do you, Kimosabe?
Long time back, we ride in wide circle.
That was when you told me not to speak and had our horses travel very slowly.
And that's where Tonto think outlaw wait.
Tonto, look ahead of us.
Oh, that's good. That's where woods come to end.
Powder River.
That right?
Another few seconds and we'll be out of the woods.
And then we cross river.
Then, Kimosabe, we can really travel.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. The masked man and Tonto reached the river and splashed into the water. The stream was shallow, and in a moment the hoofs of Scout and Silver clattered on the dry bank, the north bank of Powder River. Ahead the land was level, free of trees and lighted by the moon. The Lone Ranger cried out, "Come on, Silver! Get him up, Scout!" Both horses leaped ahead. They seemed joyous that the woods had been left behind. Mile after mile the mighty Silver paced the sturdy Scout. The moon sank and the darkness grew more dense. Again the hearty voice rang out, "Come on, Silver!" Then the first gray light of dawn. It grew, and then a reddish hue came from the east to paint the land ahead. On through the dawn the horses ran. Then far ahead, just as the sun's rim showed a tiny arc above the horizon, the faint notes of a bugle sounded above the clatter of the horses' hoofs.
The army, Tonto! There it is! Steady, Silver, steady, boys.
Hope on our home.
Halt! Who goes there?
A friend. I want to speak to your commandant.
You're a mask.
Yes, will you summon the commandant?
Very well. Corporal of the guard. Corporal of the guard.
Very well. Our horse is very tired, Tonto.
And make plenty long run.
They've earned a rest, and they're going to get it.
Maybe the army goes south right away.
That's all right. We'll not have to go with it. As long as we inform the colonel of the situation south of here, he'll take matters in hand. He went into the woods unaware of the danger. He might be overpowered. If those outlaws don't have the advantage of surprise, the army will have the situation in hand from the start.
Not many soldiers here, Kimosabe. And plenty outlaw in woods.
Odds mean nothing to the army, Tonto. As soon as we've seen Colonel Moffat, we'll find a place to camp.
The corporal of the guard will tell Captain Blake about you.
But I want to see Colonel Moffat.
He hasn't been here in weeks.
Hasn't been here?
Captain Blake is in command. And he doesn't like masked men.
Captain Blake joined the sentry at the army camp. and with a deep frown on his face, studied the Lone Ranger.
What, sir, is the meaning of this? You come here masked.
I came to speak to Colonel Moffat. I understood he was in command.
He has been away for some time.
You're Captain Blake?
I am.
If the Colonel were here, he would know who I am.
I propose to find out who you are. Please remove that mask.
Just a moment, Captain Blake. You wouldn't have any idea who I am by seeing my face.
No? Well,
I don't expect that my efforts in this part of the country have made you familiar with the expression, the Lone Ranger.
I've been here but a short time. I'm from Ohio. I must insist that you unmask, sir, and account for the wearing of that mask.
Captain,
This part of the country has been placed under what amounts to martial law.
Tonto and I have been traveling hard to bring a message to you, to your men.
I said, sir, unmask. Do so at once or I'll have it done for you.
Just a moment, Captain. You're traveling south. You're going to the woods south of Powder River.
You know a great deal about Army maneuvers. Too much, I would say.
Captain, have you heard of a powerful gang of outlaws around here?
So you seek further information?
I do nothing of the sort. I'm trying to give you information.
False.
The truth. The woods south of Powder River hold an army of outlaws. More of them than you have soldiers. They know you're coming. They're waiting for you.
Indeed.
Yes.
This is probably the poorest effort and strategy I've ever seen. Naturally, the outlaws don't want the army to take over control south of the river. The bandits down there have had things their own way. They don't want us there. So you come here. You expect me to believe you despite that mask. You tell of the size of the outlaw army in the woods. And I dare say you expect me to remain here rather than go and confront those outlaws.
Captain Blake, I'm trying in every way I know to state the situation to you.
What would you suggest, sir?
That you start now, at once. Get through the woods in daylight. And, be prepared to fight.
Thank you for the suggestion. My information, however, is different. Therefore, I will proceed along the lines originally planned.
And, break camp tonight?
Yes, I have no apprehension of going through the woods in darkness. I've been informed that the men we seek are beyond the woods. If I follow your suggestion, we'll come out of the woods in the south at night. And that is where we expect to meet our opposition.
What can I do to convince you I'm not in league with those outlaws?
You can't convince me. Place this man under arrest.
Yes, sir. You stand back.
So?
I'm not going to be placed under arrest.
Fast draw. 2 guns, huh? Well, that serves to verify my suspicions. If you were what you claim, a friend of the army, you'd be quite willing to submit to arrest, unmasking, and investigation.
Captain, there are reasons you can't possibly understand why I cannot be unmasked.
I'll signal.
That'll bring men.
If I'd been the outlaw you accused me of being, I'd never let your guard fire that signal.
You can't escape. Fire your guns or you'll be riddled with bullets. Turn from here to ride and we'll bring you down.
Blake, I've got to do this, much as I hate to. I'm leaving, and you're coming with me.
You can't
watch those others, Tonto.
You watch them. Unhand me. Let me go.
I'm sorry. Up you go. You're riding on Silver with me. Steady, boy.
Let him go, and I'll fire.
Fire, and you'll hit your captain.
Hold your fire. Don't shoot the captain.
You'll hang for this.
You change your mind about that. Oh, our horses are tired, but they've got to do it. Get going.
Get him up. Away! Mount up. Bring the horses. He's got the captain. Hurry up. He's making for the south.
In a few seconds after the Lone Ranger dashed away with the captain, the troopers were in their saddles, racing in pursuit.
That white horse can't hold the pace for long, carrying double like that. Keep him in sight.
Silver, already exhausted, called forth reserve strength from his great heart to obey the command of his master. This was no ordinary incident for the Lone Ranger. It was the climax of all his efforts of the past.
Come on, Silver! Call him your silver heels!
The masked man felt the ultimate defeat of the whole Legion of the Black Arrow. The terrorist band of outlaws, plotters against the flag, depended on the next few hours. He was ready, even glad, to offer his own life if by so doing he could smash the menacing organization that threatened the very foundation of the nation.
Blake, where we ride, you've got to listen. There was no other way than this.
You'll hang for this. My men don't shoot you.
My life doesn't matter. The life of your troopers is what counts. They must not be massacred. They must carry on.
They'll carry on long after they dispose of you.
Well, the river's just ahead. On the far side, I'm going to let you to the ground.
You'd better.
But not until we've penetrated the woods a little way. Far enough to prove to you that I have told the truth. Otto!
Now, what you want, Kimasabi?
You've got to stay with the captain. I'm going on alone.
Aye, you stay. Counter go on.
No, follow orders, Kimasabi.
The river.
We'll cross. Just a little deeper into the woods, Captain. I'll leave you in Tonto.
My men will overtake you in a minute.
They won't need to. Steady, Silver. Steady, boy. Now, down you go.
Take over, Tonto.
No. Tonto got gun on Captain.
Blake, I'm going on ahead. Those outlaws want me just as badly as they want you and your troopers. I think they're not far ahead of us. Perhaps when they open fire on me, you'll believe what I told you. That this is where your danger exists.
I'll see you. Stay here.
Adios, Tonto.
Let me join you by and by.
Come on, Silver. This is the last effort, Silver, old boy. I know you're tired, but so am I. But that doesn't matter now. Only we can draw enough gunfire to show the troopers where those killers are. Only the first shots don't get us.
Are you all right, sir?
Put that Indian under arrest. Let me take a horse.
Here, sir. I brought your own.
Search these woods for that masked man. Spread out.
No, not spread out. Go on. Find outlaw.
We'll find the outlaws beyond the woods.
You hear?
One shot. Fired by the masked man to lure us on. He's desperately anxious to have us go on through the woods now and arrive at the other side after dark.
Firing again.
Outlaw there.
Fire it out, men. Close in on him.
All no shots, not one man.
There does seem to be a lot of shooting.
Now, wait. One of those reports are rifles. The masked man had no rifle with him.
You think he was telling the truth, sir?
Let me listen.
Did you hear that, sir? Someone called out.
Now, wait, let me listen. Someone said, get the Lone Ranger.
Black Arrow, pay handsome to the man that drew him.
The Black Arrow? Pay handsome.
I heard that. He was right.
Man, listen to me. The Black Arrow's ahead of us. Hear that? The Black Arrow. Them got more men than you have here.
More men? What of that? We're soldiers. We're fighters. Come on, let's go get them.
At last the captain believed. He led his men, saber flashing in the sun as it glinted through the trees, pistol in the other hand, barking at the first of the outlaws who came before his sight. Trained soldiers, experts at grim battle, charged the scattered outlaws who were taken by surprise. Gunfire that was devastating lashed at the Black Arrow. The outlaws were gripped by stark panic when they faced the army. Their shots were wild, erratic. Some tried to flee without success. Others sought the protection of trees. But the well-trained horses of the troopers leaped over obstacles, dodged around the underbrush, and kept a line of fire on every man. And through it all, one man yelled triumphantly,
"Atta boys! That's the right spirit! That's the way we always done it! Cut them down! Wipe them out! That's doing it! Show them what the army men are like when they get right mad! You do, Lone Ranger! They'll get what's coming to them!"
He was lashed to a tree, but feared none of the wildly flying bullets. He saw the army, his army, fighting as never before.
Then the fight was over. I'll cut the ropes, Amos. How did you get here?
The polecats catched me. I was trying to get to you.
There now. Rub your wrists.
Me, I'm all right. Did the troopers get them all?
They're tying the prisoners now.
Golly, I wanted to tell you about Colonel Moffett. When the girl heard that he wasn't in command, she sent me after you. It was about the ring.
The ring?
And she thought you might have trouble convincing the captain in command that he was to believe what you said. But you didn't have no trouble, I guess. You fetched them here all right.
Yes, I brought them here.
I'm glad you did.
What about the ring?
She says to tell you to open the ring.
Open the ring?
Just that. That's what she says. That and nothing more. Open the ring.
I didn't know it could be opened. In fact, I've hardly had a chance to examine it closely.
Shimasabi, everything all right now?
Tonto, this ring is supposed to open in some... Oh, there it is. There's a secret compartment here.
Now, what do you know?
Tonto, this explains one thing more about the girl. Where's Captain Blake?
Let him come.
Captain Blake.
So they call you the Lone Ranger. Now, sir, I understand what that means.
I'm sorry for the way I had to take matters in hand.
Sorry, man alive. I'm proud to have been taken in hand.
Look, I didn't realize it, but I had this with me all the time.
What's that?
Very small bit of thin paper on which is written a message. You see, this message will assure anyone who sees it that the bear is acting at the personal request
of the President. Is this your ring?
It wasn't mine, but, well, I was told to wear it.
Now we go make camp, huh?
Yes, Tonto. The army will take care of the prisoners. See, Silver. With your permission, Captain, we'll leave.
That's all right.
I'll go back to town with my old regiment and tell the girl that everything's all right.
I don't think you'll see her to tell her, Amos.
You don't think I'll see her?
I think she'll drop out of sight until she's needed again.
Good luck, Lone Ranger. Adios.
Adios. Got it, Tonto?
Get him up, Scout. Get him up. From Silver. Forward!
Are you struggling to manage your data in Microsoft Access? Do you need help designing tables, creating queries, and generating reports? Look no further than Rob, the Microsoft Access expert with 20 years of experience. With Rob's help, you can learn the skills you need to master Access and take your data management to the next level. Rob's personalized approach to teaching ensures that you get the attention you need to succeed, and with his deep understanding of database management, you can be confident that you're learning from a true expert. So why wait? Sign up for Rob's Microsoft Access course today and start unlocking the full potential of your data. Contact Rob, email b@g3pl.com or call 615-420-2040 for more information.
With the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. During the years of unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors. And for once, his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! From the tail of the Black Arrow! Out, Silver! Hooray!
Two men crouched in the shadow behind the hotel for a long time before they made their stealthy way toward a window. A tiny flame from a low-turned wick of an oil lamp served as their beacon. The window was open.
I guess we're all right now. No one saw us come in.
Save your breath and get inside.
I'm in. Shut the window behind you. Well, is anyone here to meet us?
I'm here.
Huh? Oh, I didn't see you in the shadow there.
My name is Sidney Drake. You two have been told to take instructions from me.
Yeah, we was told.
Which of you is named Vine?
That's me. This other gent is Zeke.
Obviously. You've doubtless been told you'll be paid for following instructions. And for not following them, you'll go to jail with the four already there.
Yeah, I sure hope there'll be some way to get those four out of jail before they're hanging.
You'll help in an indirect way.
How's that?
One of my spies overheard a conversation between the Lone Ranger and his Indian friend. You've heard of the Lone Ranger?
We sure shouldn't have.
One of the things I want you to do is to spread a story. Tell everyone you see, in a confidential way, that the ring which the Lone Ranger wears has been stolen.
That'll be easy enough, but what's the point?
Do as ordered without question.
Oh, all right, Mr. Drake.
Your second assignment is to be carried out at once. You will ride to the bridge over Arrow Creek.
We know where that is.
Weaken the bridge.
Weaken it?
I want that bridge to collapse with the weight of the first man and horse to cross.
There's a falls a little downstream from the bridge.
I know it.
If the man goes over the falls, he won't have a chance.
I don't want him to have a chance. Neither do I want his death to look like murder. It must look like an accident.
We can fix that.
After you weaken the bridge, remain on guard and don't let anyone cross until the United States Marshal arrives.
Oh, it's a marshal you want, eh?
Yes.
Yeah, we can handle that all right, can't we, Zeke?
Sure thing.
You want us to start for the bridge right away or stay around town and spread the word that the Lone Ranger's ring has been stolen?
Start for the bridge now. I'll start the story of the theft of the ring.
Right.
Open that window again.
I'll get it.
Now, go.
About us getting paid for our work.
Later.
I'm out, Vine. Go on, I'll give you a hand.
I can make it all right. Golly, Zeke, I never.
He's closing the window.
That Mr. Drake gives me the creeps. I never seen anything to equal him for looking through a man.
No more did I. Dark as it was in that room of his, I felt that he was seeing every thought we had. Them eyes of his seemed to fairly glow in the dark.
I wonder just who he is.
Make up your mind that he's the most important crook that's been around here.
I'm sure of that, Zeke.
And another thing, he knows plenty. That man's smart. Why, I wouldn't no more try to double-cross him than I'd try to fly. He'd know it, I tell you, Vine. He'd have a way of knowing it the minute you so much as thought of trying to put one over on him.
Don't even talk of such a thing, Zeke. Let's go and start on that there bridge.
It even proved to me that you're the man you say you are. The girl who sent me to meet you told me about you.
That will save time.
I would like to see the real face of the Lone Ranger. You ever take that mask off?
I wear it, Marshal, to hide my face.
I know. Well, I came to this woods to meet you. Now start talking. I've got another call to make tonight.
Tonight?
Yep, a special one. I might learn more about the Black Arrow because of it.
Tonto, throw a little dry brush on the fire so I can show the Marshal the ring.
Tonto, fix it. What ring you talking about?
Yeah, you can see it now. Take a good look at it.
Yes.
Never forget it.
I never will. It's different than anything I ever saw before.
I have to use a disguise, Marshal. I have it ready to put on. You see, there's a chance that you'd confuse me with other men. That's why I want you to remember the ring.
What other men?
There are 4 crooks in jail. I want you to put me there with them.
You're choosing mighty unpleasant company.
I hope it'll be worthwhile.
Did you know that those 4 are to be moved to San Lomé?
Yes.
Do you know why?
Yes, they're to be sentenced to death by hanging. Execution is to be carried out in San Lomé.
Yes.
That's why there's so little time to learn what we can from them.
Maybe they don't know anything. They were offered the chance to talk when they were on trial. They could have escaped hanging if they'd squealed, but they didn't.
I know they didn't. Yet I'm sure they could tell a lot if they wanted to.
You think so?
Those men are members of the Legion of the Black Arrow. They know who some of the leaders are. They know where the main headquarters is located. See, there's just one reason why they didn't save their worthless necks by squealing.
Why?
They're counting on being rescued.
That's what I figured. That's why I arranged to have them transferred to San Lomé. They can be closer watch there.
There are 2 reasons why I want to be with them.
Yeah?
I might be able to learn who the organizers of the Black Arrow are and the location of the headquarters. I might also be able to spoil any plans to save those crooks from hanging.
Well, I'll change you if that's the way you want it.
It is.
But I'll tell you right now, Lone Ranger, the days between now and when those men hang won't be pleasant ones.
You'll have to take certain precautions.
How's that?
Well, you'll have to make out papers to send to San Lomé so the record will show 5 men instead of 4.
Yes, I reckon so.
The Black Arrow has spies everywhere. My arrest is not made to look bona fide. These spies might find out our trick.
But it's risky. Mighty risky.
Perhaps.
But if something happened to me, I'm the only one that knows the truth. If all the records are fixed up so you're in with a force later to die and those records aren't changed back again...
There's more risk in not changing the records.
I don't know about that.
The chances of something happening to you are less than the chances of the Black Arrow having access to the records.
Maybe.
If I'm in jail unarmed with 4 murderers... But come, Marshal. Make me your prisoner and let's get to town. Here, Marshal, are my orders from the President. I kept it in a secret compartment of my ring. If anything should happen to me, it would be invaluable to the Black Arrow. I don't want it to fall into their hands, so guard it with your life.
Yeah, all right, Lone Ranger, I will.
Now, change this entry in the ledger.
See, 5 instead of 4.
Well, everything's done. Lock me in with the others.
I'll have to ride hard to get to the meeting.
And let's not waste more time in your office.
idea waking us up like this?
Get in there, you ornery murdering crook.
Hey, this jail's crowded as it is.
Shut up.
Yeah, can't even be left alone in jail.
Yeah, that'll hold you till morning.
Couple of whacks more and she'll be fixed. That'll do. That'll do, Zeke. This bridge will go down to the weight of a man alone to say nothing of a man on a horse.
All we gotta do is stand here on the bank and make sure the marshal is the one that gets the fall.
I sure hope he comes along real soon. I'd like to get a little sleep before sunup.
Sleep don't mean nothing to me now. Not when I think of the 4 that are in the calaboose. Lucky we're not there with them.
Doggone lucky. Lucky we're not the marshal, too. Listen to that falls downstream.
I hear someone.
Coming from that way. Get back here, maybe we can see who it is.
Better get a rope ready. It's the best way to stop anyone that's coming.
I sure hope it's the marshal. How Mr. Drake know he was riding here?
The chances are it was Mr. Drake that sent him here.
That's so. Boy, I don't savvy, though.
Wait, Vine. He's getting in sight now. That's our man, all right enough.
Good. Now we'll be saved the trouble of waiting around here.
He's loping along at a good clip.
Better get low so he won't see us.
There he goes. If the bridge holds up, we'll have to do some fast talking to Mr. Drake.
It won't. Watch now, it's real close.
He's on the bridge. Look, it's wobbling. There. What's this? He's going. Listen.
Well, Zeke, that's that. Our job is done.
Sitting alone in his hotel room, Sidney Drake mused for a long time, leaning back in his chair. And once more he turned his attention to a letter which he'd written in code. Get them out of jail? They'll not get out of jail. They'll hang. Better by far to lose those 4 and have the Lone Ranger die with them than rescue them. Most ironic of all is the fact that the Lone Ranger will die at the hands of the law, executed as the worst kind of criminal by the very people he wanted to help. One man alone might have saved his life, but that man is dead. The long hours of the night dragged slowly for the 5 men in the cramped quarters of the jail. For these, there was no sleep. They sat in the dim moonlight that filtered through the bars.
Well, if you want to be close-lipped, go ahead. We don't give a hang if you don't want to be social.
Why should I be? I don't know anything about you 4.
Well, you know as much as we do about you. Say, what are you here for, anyway?
For the night. I'm being moved in the morning.
Yeah? So are we. Where to?
San Lomé.
No, is that so?
Well, don't believe it, then.
Well, that's where we're going.
You? No, not you. You 4 will stay here.
Who says so?
I do. Men who go to San Lomé are slated to hang.
You think we're not?
All 4 of you?
All 4 of us.
They don't hang petty sneak thieves and prowlers.
What's that? You call us sneak thieves?
That's what I said.
Now, listen, hombre, you better think different. Maybe you think you're mighty tough.
No one was able to make me tell what I knew.
Who made us? No one.
Likely because you didn't know anything. I did. I knew where there was a hideout that the Lone Ranger's mighty anxious to find.
Who'd you say?
They call him the Lone Ranger.
What do you know about him?
More than I'll tell you.
And what was that about a hideout?
Now, they put you in here to pose as a crook and try to pump answers from me, huh?
You're loco. I was here before you were, all 4 of us.
All right. I'm still not talking.
Now, look, let me show you something. You see this mark on my wrist? Come here, get close where the light falls on it.
Sure, I see it. A black arrow.
That mean anything to you?
What if it does?
Oh, now, look here, mister. If you was to thaw out a little, maybe we could exchange ideas and get somewhere.
We'll see. First, you've got to convince me that you 4 are on the level.
Hey, look at all the men outside. This time of night, too.
Well, let me see.
Hey, you guard. What's happened? What's all the excitement?
The bridge at Elk Creek caved in. A couple of men seen it happen. And the United States Marshal was on it when it happened. He's dead.
What's that? The United States Marshal is dead.
curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. While the Lone Ranger was in jail, hoping to learn something from the 4 condemned men who were with him, the news came that the United States Marshal had died when a bridge collapsed. The Marshal was the only person who could prove that the Lone Ranger was not sentenced to hang with the other prisoners.
So his nip's got his. That's good. Good. Serves him right. I'm doggone glad of it. I wish all the marshals could be on a bridge when it caves in. All the sheriffs, too.
Hey, Sam, maybe now they won't move it to San Lame in the morning.
Stop your laughing.
Who, me?
You heard what I said.
Well, all right, then. You needn't be sore at me, though. I didn't make the marshal fall off on the bridge.
I understood that the bridge caved in.
Oh, same thing. He fell, didn't he? Hey, what's the matter with you, mister? You act like the death of the marshal was mighty glad news to you.
It's risky. Mighty risky. What if something happened to me? I'm the only one that knows the truth.
Hey, can't you speak anymore? Running through your mind. You got ideas of some sort?
I was just wondering.
Well?
I didn't come here expecting to hang.
You think we did? Not on your life.
How do you figure to avoid it?
We had promises, that's how.
Who made them?
Now who's asking the questions?
Look here. The death of the marshal changes things. You were asking questions a little while ago. There were things you wanted me to tell you.
Yeah, about that there Lone Ranger.
Yes. Now, there are a few things I'd like to know.
Fair enough.
I can show you the Lone Ranger if we're out of this jail. Have your friends outside?
Say, maybe you figured on a marshal to let you escape.
To be honest with you, that's just what I figured.
Crackety. I never would have suspected that he could have been bribed. Now you're in for keeps, huh?
Unless I know enough to interest the right people in getting me out.
Maybe we can do business.
Start talking.
We've got a good friend here. A mighty powerful friend, too. He's from the East.
From Washington?
How'd you know?
That's where the most powerful leaders of the Black Arrow are, isn't it?
Reckon so.
Which of the leaders came here?
Did you ever hear the name Drake?
Drake?
Sidney Drake. Keep it under your hat now. When I can get word to him, I'll let him know that you can take us to the Lone Ranger. If you're let out along with us. You sure you can do it?
I'll show you the Lone Ranger.
You must have been working some distance from here, or we'd have knowed you.
I've been getting instructions from a different source than you.
That's what it must have been. I reckon we're all working to the same end, though.
I wonder who found out about the marshal.
I don't know.
Hey, someone's coming to our door.
Yeah, I hear him. Maybe this is when we're let out to escape.
I'm moving you now instead of mourning. I warn you, there's 10 men with rifles watching you, so don't try nothing.
They're moving us where?
San Lame. The marshal's gone. We don't hanker to have the responsibility of you 5. Sheriff Force will be in charge at San Lame, and no one ever escaped from his jail. Come on now, it's your move.
The wagon in which the 5 tightly bound men rode was guarded by horsemen on the way to San Lame.
Open us like cattle to be branded. Sure don't take chances.
How far we got to go?
2 more hours to reach San Lomé. We'll get there around sunup.
Do you think Sidney Drake will know about the plans being changed?
Sure he will.
Time to get us free?
I'll leave things to Drake. He'll take care of them. Our names don't show on any hangman's rope. Doggone this rope. Hey, you guard.
What's the matter?
These ropes are too tight. They hurt.
Don't pay no attention to them. They won't hurt long. Not near as much as your neck will hurt at sunup.
Sunup?
The execution's been moved ahead. Well, I'm letting you talk all you want. This is the last night on earth for all 5 of you.
Mr. Drake will get us out. We can count on him.
Meanwhile, some distance away, a man lay on a bunk in a small cabin. In his semi-conscious state, he repeated one word.
Oh, me here. You listen. Me, Tonto. Me hear you.
Tonto.
Tonto did everything he knew to restore the marshal to consciousness, but without success. Then as he heard a horse stopping outside, he went to the door.
Tonto, have you talked yet?
No, him not talk. Only say Tonto. Him got hard bumping head from falling river.
But he must talk. I've just come from town, and the word has already gone around. The marshal was on the bridge when it collapsed. They don't know that you rescued him before he was washed over the falls.
Who tell that?
Sidney Drake started the story. Those 2 fiends you captured were working for him.
Drake?
Yes, and Tonto, the hanging has been changed. They're to hang this morning. They're already taken to jail. They're on their way to San Lomé right now.
Oh, that bad.
We only could have known what the plans were. You could have watched those 2 men instead of following the marshal.
That's right.
And then if you only hadn't had to fight those 2 before you went to Arrow Creek, you guessed the marshal. Well,
Maybe Ring help Lone Ranger.
Oh, but it won't. That's why this man Drake is so smart. He knew all along the Lone Ranger was to be in prison with those 4 criminals. That's why he arranged to have the marshal killed.
But Ring and Lone Ranger think
Drake
that...
told about that ring. He already said the Lone Ranger lost the ring, but it was stolen from him. Now, besides, we found that paper from the president on the marshal. The Lone Ranger has no way of stopping the execution. Now, if he shows the ring, it'll just be evidence that he did steal it, don't you see?
The law can't hang Lone Ranger.
There's no way to prove that he's the Lone Ranger. He hasn't his horse, his mask, not even a silver bullet. As for his disguise on his face, if he removes it, it won't help. No one knows his face.
Tonto.
The marshal spoke.
And that's all him say. Only call Tonto. But wait.
What is it?
Tonto.
Me got plan. That wagon near here. Maybe he'd scout Silver to wagon. Put Marshal in.
But if the marshal can't speak...
Maybe 1-2 hour him speak. Here it's too late to help. If him and San Lomé, then it's not too late.
That's it, Tonto. Where's the wagon? Hurry and get it. Hurry. Every minute counts.
While Tonto used makeshift harness to fasten Scout and Silver to a rickety wagon, the girl made the injured marshal as comfortable as possible. And while she pillowed the man's head in her lap, Tonto leaped to the back of Scout and cried,
Get him up, Scout! Come on, Silver!
The mad race began. The opposition was time. It was lucky that Tonto had dragged the marshal from Arrow Creek on the south shore, or it would have been impossible to get back to the town except by a long and roundabout route. In the dead of night, the wagon dashed through town, then on towards San Lomé. Sidney Drake was sleeping and didn't hear the passage of the wagon through the town. He was wakened by 2 men who held rifles.
Wake up, Drake. We want to talk to you. Who is it? Come on, get up.
What's the meaning of this?
Who are you? Lawman. What do you know about this?
How do I know? What is it?
This is a note that was found in the jail.
I don't know anything about any notes you find in jail.
This one has got your name signed to it.
My name?
Looks like you sneaked it to the 5 prisoners there. It tells them to keep their chins up, that they'll be rescued from the hangman's noose.
No, I didn't write that.
Then why is your name on it?
I don't know. You can be sure I'll make no effort to get those killers out of jail.
We know you won't. We're watching them mighty close. In fact, they're most to San Lomé by this time.
I'm not interested.
No? Well, you wouldn't mind us staying there, would you?
In my room?
We'll be right outside the door and window, just in case you did have any ideas about helping those 5.
It should be clear to you that one of those 5 has a grudge against me. Merely tried to put me in a bad light.
Maybe so. But if there is any play to get those 5 out of jail, you'll have some explaining to do.
I must say the Lone Ranger has courage. He surely knows of the marshal's death and realizes that he'll hang with the others. The others must have told him they expect to go free. Yet the Lone Ranger leaves a note which would frustrate any attempted jailbreak. Now, I can't help admiring his courage.
5 men are destined to hang in San Lomé. A small group of official witnesses and a scattering of morbid spectators grouped around the scaffold. A stir swept through the assemblage as the condemned men were led from the nearby building. One of the 5 was silent, for he knew that there would be no rescue. The other 4 hung to their confidence in Sidney Drake.
Something will happen now.
Better happen quick.
Couldn't happen before. This is the right place for the boys to come and get us away. No jail doors to bust down.
Ready.
Something's happening right now. Look yonder, wagon is coming close to the crowd.
Maybe this is where we get free.
Come on, Scout!
The boys thrilled the Lone Ranger, but the guard cried out,
Get that wagon away from here! Hey, don't let that in here! Put that redskin under arrest! He can't do that! You come! He talks! You listen!
Excitement swept the crowd. Something unusual, something extraordinary was taking place.
That's for us. Come on, boys, climb on board. There'll be guns there for us.
Where's the gun?
No gun for you.
Better tell you ornery killers.
The marshal!
Tonto, Marshal, you're not dead.
What is this? Hey, Marshal, you here?
I've got things to say. There's one man you don't hang. The man that wears the ring.
Here's the ring.
But that ring, I was told...
Whatever you was told is a lie. I'll prove it. Here's your order of recognition by the president.
Thank you.
Here, take this shirt.
I've got it.
There's your mask.
Mask? What's the marshal doing anyhow?
While the crowd watched in amazement, Tonto unhitched the horses from the wagon. The marshal tossed shirt, mask, hat, gun belt at the 5th condemned man.
I changed the records to show 5 men instead of 4. The 4 can hang as originally planned. But the 5th was there to be sure they didn't escape. If you want to be convinced who that man is, just look at him now.
That mask.
Yes, Silver.
No white stallion. Name is Silver.
It's the Lone Ranger.
Marshal, you were
I was
supposed
more dead than alive up to a few minutes ago. The polecats who tried to kill me are hog-tied there out creek, waiting to be picked up. Maybe they'll name the man that hired him, and Sidney Drake will be jailed along with him. Moose done in.
Marshal, steady there.
Him all right. Need plenty rest. That all.
It's the excitement. I'll be all right soon. One thing, Lone Ranger.
Yes?
The girl. She left the wagon when she saw that I was ready to talk. She sends her best to you.
Thanks.
And another thing. Did you learn something worthwhile?
I did. Sidney Drake is one of the men from Washington who is a leader of the Black Arrow.
Good. Then we'll smash him.
Lock those 4 up again. We'll postpone the hanging 1 hour when things are quieted down. Take him to jail for an hour. All right, guard. Come on.
Will they be all right, Tonto?
Him be all right. Him in good hands here with friends. We go back to Aracrica.
Very well.
Yes, go there, Lone Ranger, and bring in Tonto's prisoners. Oh, one thing more. You still got that disguise on your face under your mask.
I'll take it off when I have the chance.
You better, Ed. It makes you look mean and crooked. And you sure aren't either one.
You ready now?
Ready, Silver. Ready, Tonto.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up, Silver, away!
Are you struggling to manage your data in Microsoft Access? Do you need help designing tables, creating queries, and generating reports? Look no further than Rob, the Microsoft Access expert with 20 years of experience. With Rob's help, you can learn the skills you need to master Access and take your data management to the next level. Rob's personalized approach to teaching ensures that you get the attention you need to succeed, and with his deep understanding of database management, you can be confident that you're learning from a true expert. So why wait? Sign up for Rob's Microsoft Access course today and start unlocking the full potential of your data. Contact Rob, email b@g3pl.com or call 615-420-2040 for more information.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. During the years of unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law, or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors. And for once, his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're on the trail of the Black Arrow! Come, Silver!
The marshal was furiously angry at what he considered carelessness and negligence. He paced the floor of the sheriff's office, expressing himself in no uncertain terms.
Well, brain, walking in their sleep. I've still got to be convinced there wasn't bribery and conniving then.
Well, that's a strong charge.
Strong, eh? Well, I'll use stronger language before I'm through. Never in all my years as United States Marshal have seen a man slip away as completely easy as Sidney Drake. What'll I tell the Lone Ranger?
Golly, I don't know.
What can I tell him?
I don't know.
If you listen to me.
Well, I am.
You know what the Lone Ranger went through to get the goods on Drake. You don't answer me. I'll tell you. He went to jail. He risked his life. He covered in the split hair being hung to get proof from those killers that Drake was a head man in the Black Arrow. And he got it, didn't he?
Well, yeah, I reckon so.
And then what? He was going to make Drake tell where the headquarters is located. All you had to do was hold Drake in jail. Just hold him, that's all. Now what happens? Drake slips out, escapes. Hang it all, what's the use?
I swear I didn't do it o' purpose. That man's clever. He's slick. He's like a ghost or something. And hang it, he even looks like one.
Let me line my sights on him, and I'll make him a ghost. Here, I'm to meet the Lone Ranger tonight and try to make Drake talk. Drake is gone.
Marshal,
Stop talking. I don't want to hear you. If only we had an inkling of where the headquarters is.
Marshal.
Yeah?
The Lone Ranger.
I can hear you talking. Drake has escaped. How did that happen?
Ask him.
The guard made a mistake, that's all. Drake told him he had something to whisper. The guard went close to the bars in the jail door. Drake reached out and choked the guard senseless and then took the keys from his pocket.
How long has he been out?
Long enough to get away.
The guard didn't come to for some time. When he did, he couldn't find me to tell me about it until a few minutes ago.
Yeah, we scoured the town, but Drake is gone.
Well, come on. Let me have it.
Let you have what?
The marshal's lambasted me. Now you may as well tell me what you think of me. I reckon I got it coming.
I don't think any great harm has been done. We hoped Drake would tell where the headquarters is. But I don't think he could have been made to talk.
No, maybe not. Drake wasn't the kind that gives in.
I have a general idea where the headquarters is.
You have?
Here, take a look at this wall map. I'll draw a circle on it. The headquarters is somewhere inside that circle.
Jumpin' Juniper. You know what you circle?
Yes, Marshal. The big forest in the country north of it.
North of the big forest is a high cliff. The forest itself covers mountains and valleys and streams and gullies. Why, a whole army could hide there.
An outlaw army has hidden there. And for all we know, the headquarters may be north of the forest, somewhere beyond the cliff.
Well, we can organize a posse to search the forest, but...
Men from town won't be of help to us. They might walk right over a trail and never see it.
And who are you
We
going
need men who know the woods and the trail signs.
But where are you going to
We
get...
need men who can make a broken twig tell a story. Men with eyes so keen that they can follow a trail no matter how difficult. They must be men without fear. They must find the trail and be ready to fight to a successful end no matter what the odds.
Well, I don't know who you can get.
There are men like that.
Around here?
How about Bill Cody?
Well, a man like that...
Bill Hickok.
Well, sure, but that...
Dan Durgan. Arizona Pete, Jim Sherman.
If you could get one or two like that...
We'll have all of them, and others equally experienced. Those men helped when we first started on the campaign to smash the Black Arrow. They're ready. Glad to ride again when they got the call.
Can you find them?
Yes, Sheriff.
Hello, you ready?
We're starting out.
Here, Silver.
Let me know when you need me. I'm ready.
I will.
You hear those names, Sheriff?
I heard them.
There never was such a pack of hard-fighting men brought together in the history of the West.
Ready, boy.
Let's go, Tonto. Get him up.
For the first few miles, the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode together. Then they took different directions, each knowing where he headed and whom he sought.
Get him up, Tonto. Get him up.
The steady pound of hoofs sustained throughout the hours of darkness.
Home, Silver!
At dawn, a rancher and his wife went to their door at the sound of approaching hoofbeats.
Well, look, Ma. The horse is Snow White.
Steady. Tell Bill Cody to meet me in Grand Pass.
Cody! Come on, Silver!
The morning activity of an Indian village was halted by the sudden arrival of Tonto on his strong paint horse.
Keep thundercloud. Uncle Go Hoy. Grand Pass. And off
The Lone Ranger and Tonto rode all day and part of the night that followed, spreading the word in ever-expanding circles to reach remote places in the hills and valleys. Then one at a time, men rode into town. Strong, grim-faced men, some of them in buckskins, men whose keen eyes missed nothing. Woodsmen, plainsmen, hunters, and scouts whose lives depended on eternal vigilance. Pioneers and Indians who were ready to assemble at the word of the Lone Ranger. Meanwhile, Sidney Drake had gone through the big forest to the cliff that bounded on the north. He passed through a narrow cleft in a sheer wall of rock to a hidden valley, a sort of basin which was surrounded by cliffs. At the far end of this, Drake entered a vast cave. He identified himself with the men in the cave, and then...
Which of you is named Carver?
My name's Carver.
And who are you?
Me? I'm called Strangler Grimes.
Grimes.
I'm in charge of what are left of us.
How many are left?
Well, you know how the Black Arrow organization was set up. There's about 150 men that wore the tattoo mark. Each of them was in charge of a separate gang.
Yes, I know. Each gang worked as a unit. Some gangs were made up of savage Indians. Others of ranchers and other people who had been won over to our cause. But how many are left?
We've got about 50 men here in the cave right now. We can bring 40 or 50 more here in a couple of hours' time.
Close to 100 men also.
About that.
Good enough.
We'd had a lot more if it hadn't been for the Lone Ranger. He's made a plenty of trouble for us. He fixed a couple of traps so the whole army was against us, capturing our men by the dozen.
The Lone Ranger's going to learn a few things about traps.
He's got out every trap we've fixed so far.
Well, he's playing right into our hands now.
How's that, Mr. Drake?
He's getting a group of men to come into the woods south of here and search for the trail that leads to our headquarters.
They won't find this hideout in 5 years of hunting.
Grimes, it's that sort of reasoning that has made you fail.
What do you mean?
You think this place can't be found. If it were found, you'd be unprepared.
Oh, but how
I
can
know
you...
the type of men the Lone Ranger will have helping him. They're men who will not miss the slightest clue. Any one of them might find this place.
Well, what can we do about it?
Take advantage of our opportunity. That's what we can do about it. The Lone Ranger is bringing together every man in this part of the country who's dangerous to us.
An outfit like that would be tough to beat.
It will, if we're unprepared. But let's assume they will find this hideout. Let's plan on their finding it. And in one stroke, wipe out all our dangerous enemies.
How?
A trap.
Huh?
The Lone Ranger wants to find this cave.
Well, he's got to find the opening in the cliff and find the valley first.
He'll find the opening in the cliff, and the valley and the cave. I'll see to that. And we'll plan a hot reception for him. Not only for the Lone Ranger, but also for every man he has chosen to help him fight us.
Golly, if we could clean them all out, we'd have clear sailing.
We could repair the damage the Lone Ranger has done to our organization. Then nothing would stop our march to success.
But if he finds our valley in the cave, he'll figure on fighting a lot of us, won't he?
That's where the planning comes in. I'll make the Lone Ranger think he has only a few men to face. We'll let him capture those few and think we're conquered. Then overwhelm him.
The Lone Ranger divided his men into pairs and assigned each pair a route to follow through the forest. And just as he and Tonto were about to start on their own route, a note was handed to the masked man.
I picked this up when we were searching the hotel room where Drake had stayed. It's addressed to the Lone Ranger, so I brought it to you.
Thanks, Marshal. Well, it's the same handwriting.
Eh?
I don't suppose you saw the girl who left this note.
I didn't know it was a girl that left it. I just found it there.
I can't figure this out.
It won't change your plans?
No. Come along, Tonto. Goodbye, Marshal.
Goodbye, and luck to you.
There go slowly, Tonto. Take no chance on missing a track in the woods.
We watch plenty close.
The other men will do the same. If we all move at about the same pace, we'll keep within gunshot of the men on our left. When we or anyone else find the trail, 3 shots will signal the others. signal will be relayed all the way through the woods.
Ah. Your note come from same girl?
Yes, Kimosabe, the same girl. I wonder what she means. Why did she send me this message?
The days that followed were uneventful. The Lone Ranger and Tonto went through the woods until the cliffs on the north obstructed them. Then they recrossed the forest at a slight angle, constantly alert for the slightest sign of a trail.
Maybe Drake not go through woods at all.
I'm sure he did, Tonto. I'm also sure that Drake wouldn't have the ability to hide his tracks the way the other members of the Black Arrow do.
We keep on hunt.
I can't help wondering why the mysterious girl sent me that message when we started out.
Where message now?
Here, in the secret compartment of my ring.
You keep it there?
Yes. I don't want to lose it. It must have some significance. I'll read this to you, Tonto. In Sidney Drake's room, there were makeup materials such as actors use. Drake may be skilled in the use of disguise.
That all?
That's all the message says.
Well, if Drake leaves stuff in room, him not got it now.
He may have some makeup material with him, but it wouldn't matter.
No.
Makeup on his face wouldn't hide his footprints. We're looking for footprints.
That's right.
If we find a man who doesn't resemble Drake, we can make sure it isn't Drake in disguise. That may be why the girl sent this message to us. Yet, Tonto, I can't get rid of the feeling that there is... Silver, what is it?
Someone ahead.
Come on. There in those bushes.
Me see him.
Steady, Silver, steady. Hold a gun on him, Tonto.
Me got him.
I'll have a look.
Help me.
You're covered. Come out of those bushes.
Yes. In the name of goodness, help me. Help me.
Why, it's Sidney Drake. But, Tonto, what's happened to him?
The Lone Ranger will find Drake all right, Barry. You needn't worry about that. I guess you're right at that, Carver. Drake will fix it so the Lone Ranger will find him. And when that masked man does find him, it'll be the beginning of the end for the Lone Ranger.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto examined Sidney Drake, whom they found badly bruised and battered, with clothing torn by thorns and brambles in the underbrush.
There's no serious injury, Tonto. No bones broken.
No. Plenty scratch and plenty bruise. That all that's wrong.
Weak, barely conscious. Probably from lack of food and water. Maybe he got lost and couldn't find the headquarters of his men. Here, Drake. Water. Follow some more water. You're not badly hurt.
Help me.
Where have you been? What happened to you?
Men in cave. Double-crossed me. Won't trust me.
Your own men, huh?
I just managed to escape.
So you've been to a cave. The headquarters of your Black Arrow.
Water. More water.
Here you are. Now, Tonto, we'll signal the others. And if the members of the Black Arrow hear the signal, they can consider it the opening gun of the last battle.
3 shots. The signal. East of us.
That means the Lone Ranger's found the trail. Relay the signal.
3 shots. The signal. East of here.
Come on.
Mount up while I pass the word with gunfire.
Shots rang through the woods as each band of hunters heard the signal and then fired. The end of a long search at hand, hard-riding men broke through the woods, heading for the meeting with the Lone Ranger.
You got one of them, huh? Great work.
He came from the cave. We can follow his back trail.
Good. We passed the word. The others are coming. But what about all the gunfire? Want to put the crooks on guard?
Let them know we're coming. It won't matter. Now keep away from Drake. I don't want him to know how many men we have. If he thinks we have more than we really have, so much the better.
Here comes Bill Hickok.
Oh, there. Oh, boy.
Here we are.
How soon can we start the fireworks?
Before sunset, the men were assembled apart from the place where Drake had been tied. Tonto returned from a survey of the trail and reported to the Lone Ranger.
Sorry. Trail plenty clear.
Good. You think we'll be able to follow it all the way?
Tonto thinks so.
We still have about 2 hours before darkness. Maybe we can finish this job tonight.
You can finish it.
What?
I know when I'm beaten. You might as well know all I can tell you.
We don't need your help, Drake.
But if you're conquered by the men in the headquarters, in the cave, I'll die too. I'd sooner take my chance in court. I want to help you. Maybe the law will be lenient with me.
I'd like to untie your hands and call on you to shoot it out. But I expect you'd be too yellow for that.
Bill, I want you and Tonto to keep Drake between you. I'll go first. You follow right behind me. The others will come after you. It'll be just as well if Drake doesn't know the size of our group. He might yell a warning to the others.
Right.
In fact, that might be the reason he's here.
You got the right idea, Lone Ranger. Don't take any chances at all with a polecat.
But I
You
want to
shut up. What you want doesn't count. Get going.
The band advanced until it reached the north edge of the forest, where the steep cliff rose to form a sheer background for the trees. To everyone's surprise, there was a narrow cleft in this wall of rock. Beyond the cleft, there was a valley, a regular basin walled by cliffs with trees at the base.
Never knew such a thing as this was here.
I always thought that this was tableland.
A regular lost valley. It's like a basin gouge right under the cliffs.
The Lone Ranger continued along Drake's back trail, which led among the trees that were thick at the edge of the basin. Meanwhile, Drake was secretly well pleased.
The plan is working perfectly. Following my back trail to the cave, they'll be thrown completely off guard. They'll walk right into the trap.
The cave of the Black Arrow opened in the far end of the basin-like valley. Nearly 100 men were there listening to Grimes.
Well, we've got to check up and make dead sure everyone understands the plans. Drake will bring those men here just as he said. He'll get the Lone Ranger to listen to him, and he'll make believe to squeal. He'll tell the Lone Ranger about men lying in wait in the brushwood near the mouth of this cave.
And the Lone Ranger's men will capture those men.
That's it. They'll think they got all of us. Then come in here to search the cave. When they're all inside, we open fire. Keep back against the wall. I'll give you the word to open fire. 100 rifles blasting at one time will sure make the lead fly thick. Get ready now.
Right.
The Lone Ranger walked ahead through the trees at the edge of the valley. Drake was kept between Tonto and the man in buckskins, while the rest of the grim-faced men followed in single file. During the march, the masked man still wondered about Sidney Drake.
Theatrical makeup. Wonder why Drake had it. Never used it to our knowledge. I can't get rid of the feeling that it's important. Something seems to keep telling me.
Lone Ranger,
What do you want, Drake?
if you keep going, you'll be defeated by those men at the cave. They're expecting you. They've got a trap for you.
We'll have to take chances on their trap.
But those killers will get me again. They'll kill me. I don't know how many men you have, but no matter how many, it won't be enough.
We know we're going against odds.
Now, wait a minute. Don't go any nearer till you listen to me. Odds don't matter. The fact is, you only have to face 5 or 6 men. But they're ready. They're
Drake,
ready.
I wouldn't believe anything you said.
But you must see that my life is at stake. Would I lie to you now?
Signal a halt, Tonto.
Wait up.
Now, let me tell you. You can easily find out if I tell the truth. Let me tell how the 5 men plan to get all of you.
Go ahead, Drake, but talk fast. You say there are just 5 men at the cave?
5 or 6 at the most.
The Black Arrow has been all over the West. There must be hundreds of members with that tattoo mark on their wrists. There are only 5 or 6 in the cave. Where are the rest?
Maybe I can explain that.
Go ahead, Cody.
Each of these divisional leaders of the Black Arrow had his own gang. Now, lots of the men that worked with the leaders weren't really bad. They were just plain folks who were misled by what the Black Arrow meant. Others were forced to help by threats against their families.
Yes, I know that. Most of the people who helped the leaders will go back to their farms and ranches, as they should. But we want all the divisional leaders.
You overestimated the number. Listen to me. Those men count on you rushing the cave at the trail's end. They're not in the cave. They're waiting in ambush near the entrance.
They are?
You can prove this. You can come up behind them and catch them. That will prove I'm telling the truth.
Did the 5 men think they could get all of us?
Yes. They figured on setting off a blast when you were at the entrance of the cave.
I wonder if the polecat is telling the truth this time.
You've nothing to lose by checking what I said.
Very well. There's water there. You men stay and let the horses drink. Cody.
Yes?
You and Hickok come with Tonto and me. We'll find out about those men in ambush.
On feet that made no sound, the quartet crept up behind 5 men hidden in the brushwood near the mouth of the cave. It was hard for the Lone Ranger to believe that Drake at last was speaking truthfully, but the evidence was there before him. He raised his hand to signal Tonto and the others and then called,
Take them! Get your hands up! We're trapped! They come us from behind! We can run, don't you? Don't you? Take this wheel on us, a dirty snake!
Get them ropes and go back to the others. Now we'll be able to search that cave.
Get going, you crooks! You can hang alongside of Drake! Get going! On your way!
Inside the cave, Grimes whispered,
All slick and according to the plan. Now, boys, be ready. They'll be coming here to the cave in a few minutes.
Got all 5 of them without firing a shot.
Great work. Now we can see what that cave holds and learn all about the Black Arrow.
That's right, that's right.
While the friends of the Lone Ranger made sure the prisoners were securely tied to trees, the masked man stood apart. Something vague, intangible, kept gnawing at his mind. He couldn't rid himself of a peculiar feeling of apprehension.
There must be something. It was too simple, too complete. Drake squealing, capturing those men. 5 men. The Black Arrow is stronger than that.
The Lone Ranger toyed with the ring on his finger, thinking of the girl's note of warning he kept in the secret compartment.
Makeup in the hotel room. Theatrical makeup. Never used it. Drake is a far-sighted schemer.
Wasabi. Now all men tied to tree. We search cave?
I don't know, Tonto.
How about it, Lone Ranger? There's nothing to hold us back, is there?
I guess not.
You've got them all now. Now they can't murder me. You can get all the evidence from the cave. I'll take my chance in court.
Wait. Tonto, take Drake to that stream of water. Wash his face and wash it good.
No, the bruises, the cuts, the scratches.
Scrub it and scrub it hard.
No, don't let him. He's inhuman.
What's the idea of that?
Cody, I don't think Drake was beaten by his own men. He didn't run from them to save his life at all. He wasn't injured as badly as he tried to make us think. He recovered his strength too quickly. How about it, Tonto?
Bruise and scratch all wash off.
Sure enough, look, Drake's not hurt at all.
He wanted us to find him, Cody. He wanted us to follow his back trail and find that cave. He wanted us to trust him and tried to win our trust by telling of the ambush.
But he told the truth.
And why? So we would go to that cave not looking for more men. He wanted us off guard. I think there are more men inside that cave. Lots more men. Follow the Black Arrow. Build fires, smudge fires, lots of them. We'll send so much smoke into that cave that they'll have to come out of there.
In no time, great fires were built. Huge clouds of smoke rolled into the cavern, choking and strangling the outlaws.
I can't stand it. Let me out. Boys, we gotta make a rush. It's our only chance. Get your guns in. We'll rush that bunch.
Let him have it, boys. There's the Black Arrow.
It took but a few moments for the crooks to realize that their fight was a hopeless one. Half blinded by smoke, they were quick to throw down their guns and fire.
Take him up! Stop shooting! We got him licked!
Put down your guns and come forward with your hands up.
They double-crossed us, the dirty schemer. He squealed on us.
Quiet, Grimes.
Quiet my eye.
You won't talk yourself into getting a light term. Listen to me. Drake is one of the 6 men that directed the hold of the Black Arrow. There's 5 more of them. If Drake is going to get off easy, I am, too.
You crazy fool, be quiet.
I won't. You listen to me. I'll name the others. Kimberly, the railroad man, is one. Webster, the fur trader, is another. There's Steele, the cattleman. Drexel of the gold syndicate. And Page, the army contractor. Get them, too. You'll find proof against each one of them inside that cave.
Get those men tied.
We sure will. Where are you going?
Here, Silver. I'm going to get the sheriff and bring him here with wagons to carry everything away from that cave. This is the end of the Black Arrow. Steady, boy. Well, Silver! Away!
Are you struggling to manage your data in Microsoft Access? Do you need help designing tables, creating queries, and generating reports? Look no further than Rob, the Microsoft Access expert with 20 years of experience. With Rob's help, you can learn the skills you need to master Access and take your data management to the next level. Rob's personalized approach to teaching ensures that you get the attention you need to succeed, and with his deep understanding of database management, you can be confident that you're learning from a true expert. So why wait? Sign up for Rob's Microsoft Access course today and start unlocking the full potential of your data. Contact Rob, email b@g3pl.com or call 615-420-2040 for more information.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, the cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! We've got to hurry! Oh, Silver!
When the secretary opened the door of the study, he could see the president at his desk, a hand shading his eyes, the paper still in front of him. The secretary murmured to himself.
Half an hour. He hasn't moved since I left him.
He walked across the room to the president's side.
Mr. President.
Names, Carter. Nothing but names.
They're amazing names, sir. What a bombshell it would be if you made that letter public.
We can't do that. Not without evidence.
The girl is here, sir.
She is, and show her in at once.
Yes, sir.
The secretary left the room.
When he returned, the slim figure of a girl followed him. She sat at the left of the president. The light from the desk lamp fell on her slim white hands, left her face in shadow.
We'll get to the point. You've seen this list.
Yes, sir.
John Kimberly, one of the biggest railroad builders in the country. Jacob Webster, with a fur empire that's nearly as large as the Astors. Benjamin Steele. Well, his power is a little more obscure.
He holds the cattle market in the palm of his hand.
I wouldn't go quite that far, but he tries to control it, that's certain. Bronson Page, politician, financier, army contractor.
It's shameful.
And Clark Drexel, gold and silver. What do you think of it?
I can't understand anyone being a traitor, but these men, when one thinks how much this country has given them, wealth and position, and it's unbelievable.
It's true, though. We must face the fact.
I know.
This paper's been on my desk for 3 days now. Have you thought it strange nothing's been made public?
No, sir.
You realize we can say nothing. A name isn't proof.
I realize. But at least you know who they are. You can get proof.
How? Can you answer me that?
No, sir.
It must be done, and it shall be done. But how? They know their organization has been destroyed, so they get rid of every scrap of evidence that ties them up with it. How can we make them pay for what they've done and what they tried to do?
I have an idea, Mr. President.
By all means, let's have it.
These men are unscrupulous. They won't change. And if it's impossible to convict them as leaders of the Black Arrow, we might be able to give them enough rope and let them hang themselves for some other crime.
That's possible. Carter, get Jameson.
Yes, sir.
Mr. President.
Yes?
Jameson may be the man to handle this in the East, but what about the West? Each of the 5 has big interests out there, and that's where they spend a great deal of their time. Jameson would be helpless west of the Mississippi.
I don't think we have to discuss the man for the job in the West.
Glad you agree with me.
I'd like to talk with him again. How soon can it be arranged?
You'd have to give me a month.
Very well. A month from today in St. Louis, I'll meet the Lone Ranger.
And so it happened that a private car was drawn up in a siding outside of St. Louis. Shortly after dark, a masked man reined up half a mile away. He left his white horse in the care of the Indian who had been riding with him, and then started toward the train. He slipped like a shadow through the trees, past an infantry encampment, and onto the tracks. Carter was pacing up and down outside the private car when suddenly...
Who's that? Is that the guard? No sentry was to be posted this close to...
Not the sentry.
Oh, you've come. The president is waiting for you. Mr. President, the Lone Ranger.
That will be our plan. In a way, this would be more difficult than rounding up the members of the Black Arrow. They had placed themselves outside the law, and you could use the army and the local sheriffs against them. As far as we can prove, these 5 are honest and public-spirited citizens. So you must work alone until you obtain the evidence we need.
I understand.
Let's take the names one by one.
I know where John Kimberly is.
You do?
Yes. He's in Omaha.
It's strange.
Well, he's a railroad man.
But it's the Southern and Western that's building out of Omaha. He has no connection with that.
He may want one.
Yes, that's true. He tried to get the franchise, but Miles and Warren won out. And John Kimberly doesn't like to be beaten.
I'll start with him, Mr. President.
There couldn't be a better choice. Your task is a hard one, but remember, the future of the West may depend on your bringing these men to justice.
John Kimberly and his right-hand man, Bill Haywood, had followed the Missouri to the north until they reached the Niora. Then they headed west until Gene Cardwell's lumber camp was reached. There they introduced themselves to the young lumberman and were made welcome.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Kimberly.
Make it John, please.
Oh, yes, sir. Naturally, I've heard a lot about you, but, well, I have to admit it's a surprise.
What is?
Seeing you out here in the wilderness.
Why, Gene, this country's practically civilized. When I first came out here, it was really a wilderness. I'm an old-timer, you know.
And I'll match your knowledge of the West against anyone.
Oh, you can't go that far, Bill.
Me, I'm from Michigan. Most of my crew is, too. You know, maybe you could give me some good advice.
I got one piece of advice I hope you take.
What's that?
Sell out your contract to me.
What?
I want to buy all your equipment and give you a bonus besides.
Well, no. I couldn't sell.
Why not?
Well, I stand to make about $20,000 on the job. You wouldn't give me that much of a bonus.
I'd give you $10,000, and you wouldn't be taking any risk.
Well, I've got 2 months to get the logs down to Omaha.
And if you don't?
Well, that's plenty of time.
If you don't, you lose money on the job. My way, you can be sure of a profit.
Would you mind answering a question?
Not at all.
Well, a logging contract like this must be pretty small potatoes for you. Why are you interested?
That's a good question.
Let me tell him, John.
Go ahead. Bill knows all about my business, Gene.
You've got to understand how John feels about the Southern and Western First. He's dreamed about this road for a long time. He's the one who should have got the franchise to build it. There's just some men I could mention who are better politicians than he is, that's all.
Oh, yes. I know all about the franchise going to Miles and Warren, but I still don't understand.
This road means so much to John that he's just got to have a part in building it.
You can't build a railroad without ties.
So you want to see to it that the logs reach Omaha?
I want that to be my contribution.
I can't sell. This job means too much to me. It isn't just the extra $10,000. Well, that's important, of course, but, well, maybe I feel the same way about the railroad you do. It's more than just a job. It's doing something big for the whole country. Isn't that the way you feel, John?
Yes, it is. But are you sure you're being wise?
Your offer isn't very wise. No, I can't sell. It's the same way with me as it is with you.
Very well. We won't talk about it anymore.
Sorry you came all the way up here to listen to me say no.
Our trip won't be wasted if you grant me a favor.
What's that?
Let us stay here. Let us help you in any way we can.
You mean?
As interested friends.
Why?
Is that your answer?
I admire you, Mr. Kimberly. It's only a big man who could make an offer like that. You're welcome to stay just as long as you want to.
Well, he's got a good crew.
Yeah.
Boy knows his business, too. He'll deliver the goods.
Sure he will. That's the second raft I've seen start down the river today. Wait till they get working at top speed.
Mm-hmm.
What's $10,000 to you? Why didn't you offer him 20 and get the contract?
For one thing, it might have made him suspicious. Might have made other people suspicious if he talked about it. And what would stop him? I offered all I could.
Maybe.
Miles and Warren, for instance. They know me as a businessman. If I started being charitable, they might even send troops up here.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
But there are other ways. We don't have to be running the job to delay it.
You got any ideas?
It's up to you to work out the ideas. I'm staying here to help Gene.
And when I get hold of something, shall I just go ahead?
No, Bill, I think you'd better tell me all about it first.
Say, look.
Where?
Gene's cabin. There's a girl knocking at the door. Where'd she come from?
Past a cabin on the high bank.
That belonged to a trapper.
Well, there's no law that says a trapper can't have a family.
Gene's letting her in.
Come on.
What for?
That girl was crying. Something's wrong.
Oh, don't, please. I can't help you if you don't tell me what's the matter.
Anything we can do, Gene?
I don't know. Opened the door and said hello, and this kid started to cry.
What's your name?
Joan,
Where do you live?
our cabin's on the high bank.
What's wrong?
My pa.
What about him? Is he hurt?
No. He swears he's going to kill you.
Me?
Uh-huh. He says you're cutting down all the trees and driving all this game out of the forest. And he says nobody can take his living away from him like that.
But Joan, he ought to realize that there's no way you can stop progress. If he wants to keep on trapping, you'll have to move farther west.
He's going to kill you.
Oh, I think I'd better take you home and have a talk with your pa.
No. He swore to shoot the first one of you to come near our place.
This is a fine thing, Joan. What can we do?
Well, nothing much. I'd send the girl home and post a few guards around the camp in case her father tries to carry out his threat.
Oh, wait. I've got to thank her for warning me.
Bill.
Yeah?
This ought to help you. Whatever you decide on could be blamed on the trapper.
Yeah. Anything at all. Even murder.
Well, there you are. Where you been, Joan?
Nowhere, Pa.
You been up the river.
Well, maybe.
If you've been talking to any of those lumberjacks...
All right, I have.
You what?
I've been talking to the man who runs the camp, and I told him. I told him what you said.
Joan.
So now you can't do it. If anything happens to him, they'll know it was you. They'll come and get you and take you away to jail, and then they'll hang you.
You've done this to your own pa?
But it's just because I love you that I did it.
It's a fine way of showing it.
I don't want anything to happen to you. And I don't want anything to happen to him either. He's a nice man. He talks real kind to me. You can't go gunning for him.
Well, maybe not. Maybe it'd be too risky.
Of course it would. Even if it weren't so wrong and awful.
There's nothing awful about a man protecting his livelihood.
We can move farther west. There's plenty of game there.
No. This is my cabin, and this is my property around here. It's our home, Joan, and this is where we stay.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto reached the Niora River at a point where the banks were nearly 100 feet high. They could see two men guiding a great raft of logs down the fast-running stream below them.
How far camp now?
I don't know, Tonto. We'll follow the river for another mile or so and then cut back into the forest.
We find spring. We stay there.
Just long enough for you to help me with the disguise. I'm going to ask Gene Cardwell for a job.
And that way you find out what Kimberly planned, huh?
He may not be planning anything, but if he wanted to make trouble for the railroad, well, this would be a fine place to start.
Maybe better we turn into forest now.
Why, Kimosabe?
When you look by Cottonwood up ahead, their cabin.
Yes, I see it now. It's almost hidden in the trees. The trapper's cabin.
You want to go find out how far camp?
That might be dangerous.
Oh, need be careful.
All right, then. I'll wait here for you. It would be hard to explain my mask.
Get him up the cow.
Steady, boy.
Pa, you can't.
You gave him fair warning.
But that man isn't coming from the camp.
Stand back, Joan.
It's an Indian. He's raising his hand. Don't you know what that means, Pa?
It's a trick.
He's friendly.
I swore it. Anybody who sets foot on my property stops lead.
No, Pa, don't. You can't. It's murder. You can't kill a man like that. You killed him. You killed him.
I only aim to wing him.
Quick, turn him over.
A bullet creased his scalp, that's all. He ain't dead.
We've got to get him in the house. Pa, look.
A masked man.
You haven't got your rifle.
I got a 6-gun. No. Oh, my hand. Steady, Silver.
I'll take that gun.
Oh.
You aren't hurt.
Tonto.
Kimosabe.
There now, Tonto. The wound isn't much. We got it taken care of right away.
I got everything you need in the house. I'll get it ready.
You, march on ahead of us. Don't try anything.
I won't.
Come along, Tonto. I'll help you. How do you feel now, Kimosabe?
Time to feel good.
And we'll get to the bottom of this shooting. What's your name?
Jed Torrance.
Didn't you see Tonto's arm raised?
Yeah, but I
You
didn't...
knew he was friendly, and you still shot at him. Why?
It's because of the lumberman, mister. Pa's mad at him, and he swore he'd shoot the first one to set foot on his property.
But Tonto doesn't belong to the lumber camp.
I tried to tell him that.
Hey, mister, you've been calling this Injun Tonto.
Yes?
You call your horse Silver, and you wear a mask. You're not an outlaw.
No, I'm not.
Joan, I almost made the worst mistake of my life. This here is the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger?
Oh, I'm sorry, Masked Man. I'll do anything I can to make up for shooting at your friend.
Then answer a few questions, Torrance. Why are you mad at the lumbermen?
What right have they got coming up here, cutting down all the trees and driving all the game away?
You know why they're doing it, don't you?
Sure, for the railroad. Well, the railroad don't mean nothing to me.
You only think it doesn't. When it's finished, you'll be getting a higher price for your pelts. And you won't be paying as much for your supplies.
Eh?
That's true.
This land belongs to me. I got a right to keep folks off it if I want to.
You should give them a warning.
Joan took it on herself to do that the other day. They know how I feel about them. They can stay where they belong.
Just the same, I think you'd better put up a no trespassing sign.
I aim to.
And think twice before you shoot next time. Is your head clear enough to ride, Tonto?
And
I'll help you out.
Oh, Tonto walk good.
All right, then. Let's go.
Pa, stop him.
Hey, what for?
Call after him.
Masked Man!
Oh, dear.
It's too late. What are you so anxious about?
This ring, Pa. Isn't it beautiful?
Hey, where'd you get that?
The Lone Ranger took it off when he was bandaging Tonto's head. He left it on the table, and then he forgot about it.
Oh, that's too bad. But he'll be back for it. He'll remember where he left it.
I hope so.
It was late that night that Bill Haywood entered the cabin he was sharing with John Kimberly. There was a smile of satisfaction on his lips as he sat across the table from the older man.
Well, you seem to be happy. I am. The boys are here.
Well?
Camped out in the woods.
All right. What have you got in mind?
Blasting powder.
How are you going to use it?
You know where the trapper's cabin is?
Yeah, on the high bank.
Well, the river's cut underneath that bank. A few charges of blasting powder can send 100 tons of dirt and rocks down into the river. Plenty to dam it, John.
Dam the river?
Well, why not? It's the only way they got to send the logs down to Omaha.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, it's up to you. But I got it all worked out. Just where to place the powder and everything.
Does it have to be right at the spot where the cabin is?
Almost.
What about the trapper and his daughter?
Well, I figured we wouldn't say anything to them at all.
They'd be killed in the blast.
Well, sure they would. They won't be able to talk when they get blamed for it.
If they get blamed for it.
They will be. I already mentioned it to Cardwell that I saw a lot of blasting powder around the cabin. He didn't pay much attention at the time, but he'll remember it all right.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we go ahead?
There's only one thing you must remember, Bill. If anything goes wrong, I had no part in this. I want those logs to get to Omaha on time. And if anybody tries to stop them, I'll have the law on them.
You can have the law on the trapper and his daughter.
If anything goes wrong...
I know. That's what you're paying me for, John. If anything goes wrong, it's me that goes to jail.
Of course, you might not stay there for long.
You'd certainly be slipping if I did.
When will it be?
Just at dawn. We got plenty of time to get everything set.
Go ahead.
Tonto was awakened by Silver's whinny shortly before dawn. When he rolled out of his blanket, he saw the Lone Ranger throwing his saddle on the great white stallion.
You ride plenty early, Kemosabe.
I haven't been able to sleep. Once when I awakened, I thought I heard men moving through the forest a long way off.
Maybe it's animal.
It's possible.
Where'd you go?
Back to the Torrance cabin.
Tonto go with you. Here, Scout.
And you better get some more rest, Tonto.
Tonto feel fine.
Very well.
You stand still, Scout. Tonto saddle you.
I know now why I've been uneasy, Kemosabe.
What you mean?
I've lost the ring.
Oh, that's plenty bad.
Helped us out so many times, I'm beginning to think there's a good luck charm connected with it.
When you have ring last?
I took it off as I was bandaging your wound. I don't remember picking it up again. That's why we're heading for the cabin.
Tonto feel like you do about ring. We'll get it back plenty fast.
Are you ready?
Be ready.
Steady, boy.
Come on, Silver. Get him up to Scout.
There. That's fine.
Why can't I light the fuse now?
You'll wait until you get a signal from me. I want all the blasts to go off at the same time. We haven't set the one closest to the cabin. You understand?
Yeah.
I'll just wave my arm like this. It'll be light and you can see.
You know.
Hey, now, Tonto. Steady, Silver. It's getting light. I can't be sure, but aren't those men near the cabin?
Maybe so.
What are they working at?
And pigs.
I don't like this, Tonto.
Maybe good thing you lose, Ring. Bring here in time.
In time for what? That's what we've got to find out.
There, man. Wave arm.
As if he were signaling. He's looking upstream.
Tonto see man up there. Him run.
Tonto. A blast. They put a charge of blasting powder over there.
Part of bank fall into river.
That's what they're doing near the cabin, too. They're lighting the fuse. Come on, Silver. Get him up, Scout. It goes off and wrecks the cabin. And kills Piper and Carol. Faster, Silver, faster.
The little group of men near the cabin started to run as the Lone Ranger and Tonto raced toward them. The masked man knew the fuse had been lit, but not for a moment did he stop urging Silver to his greatest speed. Straight toward the sputtering fuse he rode, and at last...
Steady, boy. There. It's out. There's no more danger here.
There, men downriver. Open fire.
They have another charge set. Hey. After them. Get them up, Scout. Whoa, Silver.
The fuse on the downriver blast was never lit. The outlaws scattered into the woods, but the Lone Ranger caught sight of one of the men just as he was mounting his horse.
Tonto, over there. I know that man. He works for John Kimberly. We've got to catch him.
Get him up, Scout.
All right, boy.
Bill Haywood cut away from his men and tried to lose the masked man and the Indian. He spurred his horse on desperately, but the thunder of hoofs behind him drew closer and closer.
I've got to shoot, but I can't slack up any. Trust to luck. It's no good. I'll stop, and I'll let him have it. Oh, boy. Oh.
Bill pulled his mount to a stop, and he turned in his saddle and raised his arm to fire point blank at the Lone Ranger. But before his finger could squeeze the trigger...
Oh, all right, Silver. Steady.
Oh, Scout, hold on a hole.
Get the gun, Tonto.
Let me get it.
Well, Haywood, what's the explanation of that blasting powder?
You're the Lone Ranger. That's right.
Out with it.
I got nothing to say.
You wanted to kill Torrance and his daughter. You wanted to block the river so no more logs could be sent down.
You'll have to prove that.
That won't be hard. We're taking you to the lumber camp. And we're getting Cardwell's men, and we're going after the rest of the crooks. You won't talk. They will.
We got them all rounded up, and they've been talking plenty, masked man. The whole scheme was just like you figured it.
Why them want to kill Trapper?
So he'd be blamed and wouldn't be able to defend himself.
He seems friendly now.
Yeah. He changed his mind about lumberjacks since we got those crooks.
I think I can leave them in your charge.
They'll get to jail, don't you worry.
That includes you, Haywood.
I got nothing to say.
You might get a lighter sentence if you told us who hired you.
Nobody hired. Someone must have. Then find out for yourself.
I had an idea it might be you, Kimberly.
Masked man, I don't blame you for saying that. Bill's worked for me a good many years, and I've trusted him. We've been very close. It'd be natural for you to assume that I had something to do with this.
Yes, it would.
Believe me, that isn't true. It's hard for me to express myself at the moment. This has been a great shock. My trust in a friend has been destroyed.
A friend? Well, I've been stealing from you for years.
You don't have to make it any worse. It's enough that I found out your true character. I am going to make it my business to see that you pay the full penalty for your crime.
Take him away, boys.
What is it, Joan? Oh, thank you. You know, this ring saved your life.
Honest?
It's what brought us back to your cabin this morning. I'm more convinced than ever that there's a good luck charm connected with it.
Don't lose it, masked man. You need your luck.
Most people do.
Silver, Kimasabi.
Yes, Tonto. We'll be on our way. Steady, Silver. Steady, boy.
I hope to see you again.
You will, Kimberly. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up. Oh, Silver! Forward!
Are you struggling to manage your data in Microsoft Access? Do you need help designing tables, creating queries, and generating reports? Look no further than Rob, the Microsoft Access expert with 20 years of experience. With Rob's help, you can learn the skills you need to master Access and take your data management to the next level. Rob's personalized approach to teaching ensures that you get the attention you need to succeed, and with his deep understanding of database management, you can be confident that you're learning from a true expert. So why wait? Sign up for Rob's Microsoft Access course today and start unlocking the full potential of your data. Contact Rob, email bb@g3pl.com or call 615-420-2040 for more information.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, the cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger.
During the years when the first railroad was being built in the West, the country was wild and lawless. Both Indians and renegades attacked the construction crews, and the great task might never have been accomplished if it had not been for the masked rider of the plains. His great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness blazed the trail for progress and finally made possible the winning of the West. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. We're heading for the open range. Tonto's waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver. Away!
The advanced construction camp of the new Southern and Western Railroad had been set up in Warren City, and almost at once the little village became a boom town. Not only railroad men, but gamblers, confidence men, even outlaws thronged the main street. Matt Kirby, in charge of company stores for Warren and Miles, had found a cottage for his mother on the outskirts of town. And one evening, as they ate their supper together...
What's the matter, son?
Nothing, Ma.
You don't seem to have much appetite.
Sure have. Just eating slow because I'm thinking.
What about?
Ma, I don't think it's a good idea for you to stay here.
Oh, so you want to get rid of me.
Oh, no. You know it isn't that. But a railhead town can be mighty rough and disorderly.
I lived in them with your pa, and it never hurt me any.
Warren City may be different.
In what way? Don't look any different to me.
I got a feeling there's going to be trouble.
Oh, if you mean fights and a little shooting, things like that, I don't call it trouble.
That isn't what I mean. Things have been happening to our supplies. There was a whole boatload of them destroyed by fire on the docks at Omaha. That isn't all. There's something or somebody behind it. I was talking to Mr. Warren just this afternoon. And if the guess he made is right, we're in for plenty of trouble.
What did he guess?
I'd rather not say.
Oh, you better. You can't get me curious and then shut up like a clam.
Well, there might be somebody who don't want us to get the road built as far as the junction by October.
Oh, but you've got to do that. Warren and Niles lose their government subsidy if they don't.
You don't have to tell me. They wouldn't be able to go on. Don't you see, Ma? If that's the case, we're going to have a fight on our hands. And Warren City won't be any place for a woman alone.
Well, I'm not alone.
I'll have to be in Omaha a lot. I can't stay here all the time.
Whether you're here or not, I won't be alone.
But you don't know anybody else.
Oh, yes, I do. I had to call her this morning.
Who?
A girl named Mary Hamilton.
Mary Hamilton came here?
What's wrong with that?
Did she tell you where she worked?
She's a singer at the Silver Trail Cafe. What about it?
But, Ma...
Maybe you think she isn't good enough to call on me.
I think she's the sweetest girl in the world.
Uh-huh. I know you do. After talking to her, I'm inclined to agree with you. You see, Matt, I'm the one who asked her to come here. I figured it was about time I got to know the girl my son was going to marry.
But, Maud... Well, I've asked her, sure, but she hasn't given me an answer yet.
Well, I won't warn her against you.
But it doesn't make any difference? Her working in the Silver Trail?
You ought to give me credit for having more sense. I'm proud to call her a friend. I'll be even prouder to call her my daughter.
Gosh, Ma. That's swell.
So you see, I won't be alone no matter how much you're away.
I wish both of you were back in Omaha.
Well, we aren't. And we don't want to be. So you might just as well get used to it. Now eat your dinner.
I can't.
What?
It's 7 o'clock. I gotta get down to the station.
They can unload that train without your help.
I gotta see Carlin.
Oh.
So long, Ma. And don't wait up for me. I may be awful late.
When Matt reached the station, the supply train from Omaha was just pulling in. He elbowed his way through the crowd on the platform, and when the train finally stopped, the single passenger coach was directly in front of him. Steve Carlin was descending the steps.
Howdy, Matt.
What happened?
Nothing.
The train's half an hour late.
Well, we did have to stop once, but didn't amount to much.
Something go wrong with the engine?
Well, not with the engine. It was engines.
Engines? Between here and Omaha?
Yeah, they dropped a tree across the track.
The Army's got to be warned about this.
Oh, no, Matt. There are only a few of them. They didn't have any rifles or nothing. When we opened fire, they jumped on their ponies and hightailed it.
I want a complete report.
You're the boss.
Thanks for the ride, Carlin.
That's all right, Mr. Kimberly.
See you later, Steve.
You know, Ross.
John Kimberly and Ross Chalmers. How come they're riding the company train?
Well, I didn't exactly know what to do, Matt. Kimberly came up to me just as we were ready to start and asked if he could ride to the railhead. I knew he was an important man. I was afraid to say no. Thought Mr. Warren and Mr. Miles might be sore.
You've got your orders. No one rides the train without a pass.
Well, he said he had some business with him.
Don't you realize they're competitors? Kimberly wanted to build this road himself. He bid against him.
I didn't know what to do, and you've got to admit he's important.
What about Ross Chalmers?
Well, he wanted to see Mr. Warren about a job.
You swallowed that?
He sounded convincing.
Ross Chalmers never did an honest day's work in his life. All he wanted was a ride. And if you're getting friendly with men like him, I don't like it.
I'm not getting friendly with him.
Well, this much is certain. If there are engines between here and Omaha, we've got to post more guards along the tracks. And Mr. Warren's got to be told that Kimberly and Ross Chalmers are in town. We'll have them watched every minute. You get over to your cabin, write out a full report. I'll see to unloading the cars.
You're the boss.
Later that night, the Lone Ranger, without his mask but wearing a disguise, was watching the crowd in the Silver Trail Cafe. His faithful Indian companion, Tonto, was standing beside him.
Who's the girl who just sang, Tonto?
That's Mary Hamilton.
Oh, yes. Young Matt Kirby's girl.
Ah.
Who's that man that's walking toward her?
Don't I not know him?
I've seen his face before. Get over closer so we can hear what they're saying.
Ah.
Long time, Mary, but I hope we're still friends.
I don't know whether we are or not, Ross.
Still like me, don't you?
You're taking that for granted, of course, aren't you?
Maybe.
You shouldn't.
Well, I haven't changed much, have I?
If you haven't, then there's no chance of our being friends.
Oh, now, Mary.
I mean it. It's been a year, hasn't it? Paul was still alive.
Yeah.
I thought you were wonderful then. When Paul told you couldn't come to the house anymore and told me about the men you were running around with, I just couldn't believe it.
Paul was awful set in his ways.
I took after him, though.
You do?
And somehow I still think you're wonderful anymore. You see, I've met someone who is.
Oh, so that's it.
That's it. You could be a fine man if you wanted to. And I hope you will be someday, but until you go to work and settle down, there's no chance of our being friends.
You still like me.
Hmm.
What's that mean?
I used to like that carefree look in your eyes. I used to think you were dashing and heroic. Now I think you're conceited.
Ouch.
I'm sorry, Horace.
Now listen, Mary.
There's someone trying to get your attention.
Where?
By that door leading to the back room.
Oh. Oh, yeah. You'll have to wait.
Before you go, Ross, I want you to answer one question.
So I'll be back.
I'll be gone. I'm going over to Mrs. Kirby's. I want you to answer me right now.
Well,
Did you have anything to do with that attack on the train this afternoon?
I was riding in the passenger coach.
That doesn't answer my question.
Of course not. Well, how could I? You're making me out a lot worse, hombre, than I am.
I hope so, Ross.
Why will you go around the back of cafe?
I want another look at that man who signaled to Chalmers.
And go in the back room.
Yes. I'm wondering if there's anyone else in there.
Maybe so.
That's the window. Up ahead. Quiet now. Only the two of them.
I do not know other fella. Him look like outlaw, though.
Yes, he does.
Give me something. Daughter room open.
I see it. Someone else coming in. Kimberly. Kimberly in Warren City. The attack on the supply train this afternoon. If we could only hear what they're saying.
Window close. And talk low.
Who has charge of the supply train, Tonto?
That's Kirby.
And we're going straight to him. First, I'm getting rid of this disguise and putting on my mask.
That's plenty dangerous.
I've got to warn him. I've got to let him know who I am. What?
Steady, boys. Got home.
That light in front room. Want to see Matt and girl. Him come to door.
The older woman must be his mother. Good evening.
Howdy, stranger. What can I... Your man.
Easy there.
You'll not go for gun.
We're coming inside.
A masked man.
This Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger. You got a mask, all right, and there's an engine with you, but how
You look out window. There's Silver.
Of course.
If you're really the Lone Ranger, I know how you can prove it.
I'd rather do that for the news I've brought to Matt.
They say you wear a ring, a gold ring with a secret compartment.
Here.
That might be it. I've never heard what it looks like. What about the compartment?
It works like this.
Oh, he's telling the truth, man.
I'll say he is. That horse out there must be Silver. What do you want, masked man?
He said he had some news for you, man.
Shoot.
I'm afraid you're in for some trouble.
I've guessed that already.
John Kimberly will be responsible.
John Kimberly? You don't mean to say he's a crook, do you?
Until just recently, he was one of the leaders in the plot to overthrow the government.
What?
But we can't prove it. Right now, he's trying to slow up the building of the railroad and send Warren and Miles into bankruptcy.
Can you prove that?
Not yet.
What makes you so sure?
There was some trouble up at the railroad's lumber camp on the Neora.
I heard about that just a month ago.
Kimberly was behind it. One of his lieutenants took all the blame and went to jail without talking.
We were in Omaha when he was tried.
Kimberly testified against him, masked man.
And it doesn't make any difference. How don't I know that he's guilty?
I'll take your word for it. What's he up to now?
It looks to me as if he's trying to hold up your supplies. We saw him in the back room with the silver trail less than an hour ago. He was talking to a man with a scar on his face. Another man called Ross.
Ross Chalmers?
That may be his last name. We couldn't hear what they were saying. We believe there'll be another attack on the train. Perhaps tomorrow.
At Willow Creek?
They may pick a different place. I'm not sure.
Doesn't matter. We'll be ready for them.
Make sure the train's well guarded. Otto and I are heading for Willow Creek right now. We'll pick up the tail of the party that attacked the train today.
Those are renegade Indians today.
If that's true, we'll find their camp and get word to the fort. Soldiers will round them up. Now, here's what you must do to guard the train.
3 men had noticed Silver and Scout outside Matt's house and had reined up in the shadows across the street.
That white stallion belongs to the Lone Ranger boys, I'm sure of it. You'll never get another chance like this one.
Don't worry. We'll plug him as soon as he steps through the door.
If you don't, he may stop you from earning that 1,000.
We'll get him.
Nobody will blame you. A masked man is an outlaw.
Who lives there? Matt Kirby.
That ought to prove what I said.
I just saw a girl at the window. It looked like...
Mary Hamilton. She and Matt are going to get hitched.
Look out. Here he comes.
That horse warned them. They jumped down from the ford. And they're keeping the horse between them and us. Open fire. What's the use? They're riding with one foot in the stirrup and hanging on by the pommel. They still got cover. Let them have it.
I'm not shooting any horse.
Now they're swinging into the saddle. Open fire.
curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When the Lone Ranger and Tonto reached Willow Creek, they picked up the trail of the party that had attacked the train and followed it across the prairie for several miles. And then on the edge of the Badlands, they reined up.
Steady there, Silver.
Many men may camp here.
Yes, Tonto, but the men weren't Indians. They left their clothes. They were all around here.
And here, Pan. This stain them put on.
They washed it off in the creek before they put on their own clothes.
That's right. Want to know, plenty long time them not Indian. Their horse not make same mark like Indian pony.
Come on, Silver. I'm trying to pick up the trail where they left camp.
And leave horse here.
When they rode away, they... Up ahead, Tonto. The tracks are clear there.
Plenty clear. Them head for Warren City.
For Warren City. They were outlaws then, not Indians. That man with the scar must have led them.
What we do?
We've got to find the gang before we go for the soldiers. They can't guard the whole stretch from Warren City to Omaha.
That's right.
We've got to find the man with the scar and follow him. Steady, boy.
Go on, Silver. Hit him up, Scout.
Gosh, Matt, you sure got me up early this morning. Train don't leave for Omaha until 8 o'clock.
Schedule's being changed.
What's that?
We're leaving at 7.
We? Does that mean you're going along?
Yep. And you've got plenty of work to do between now and then.
You're the boss.
The train may be attacked again today.
Oh, I don't think so.
I do. I don't know whether it'll be on the way to Omaha on the way back this afternoon. But we've got to make sure the supplies get through.
Yeah.
That means we've got to be ready for a fight. I want you to round up 50 men to ride the passenger coach.
That's a lot.
We may need them.
Anybody in particular you want?
I want men who shoot straight. The rest is up to you.
You know, boss. I'll have them for you in half an hour.
As far as we go, Scott?
Yeah.
It's a good place for camp.
Yeah.
Plenty of cover. We'll light a fire and cook some grub.
You might as well. It's almost noon.
When'll the boys be showing up?
They won't be.
Huh?
Our plans were changed just before the train left this morning.
What's the idea? Why didn't you tell me? Why should we ride way out here if we aren't going to...
We are gonna.
Not just you and me.
All we have to do is tear up a few rails at the top of Lookout Hill.
I don't get it.
So just keep your shirt on and I'll tell you. 6 o'clock this morning, Matt Kirby told Carlin to round up 50 men with shooting irons and load them on the passenger coach.
Well?
Those 50 men are working for us.
They are?
Sure. Carl knew where to find them, and he went and got them. Then he vouched for them to Matt, and that's all there was to it.
You mean Carlin's working for Kimberly, too?
I sure do. You'll get to know everybody in a little while.
Why didn't you tell me this in town?
Because I saw you talking to Mary Hamilton last night, and you seem to be right friendly.
What's that got to do with it?
Matt Kirby's riding the train, Ross. When the train stops on Lookout Hill, he'll stop the first bullet.
Huh?
It's got to be that way. He'll be in the passenger coach, and the boys will have to get him before they go after the crew.
I don't like it. 50 men against one.
I didn't think you'd like it. That's why I didn't tell you. You're friendly with Mary. Mary's getting hitched to Matt. I figure you might be friendly with Matt, too.
Oh, that's got nothing to do with it.
I'm sorry, I figured right.
50 against one. Why, it's just the same as dry gulching him.
You aim to do anything about it?
I sure do.
I'm going to ride on to meet the train and warn him.
You're through, Ross.
Huh?
I said you're through.
Otto, that shot came from the hollow.
Man was scarring Ross there.
We've got to show ourselves. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout. Now one of them. It's Ross. Him get on horse.
Stand where you are.
Him raise hand, not go for gun.
All right, boy, steady.
He's got hope on a hole.
Who fired that shot?
It was Scar. He creased me, but all it did was knock me down.
Which way did he go?
That way.
You watch this from Tonto. I'll go.
No, wait. I've got to tell you what it was all about. You've got to listen to me.
The outlaws are on board the train.
Yeah. 50 against 1.
I believe you're telling the truth, Ross.
I swear it.
Star must be captured before he can tear up those rails, and then Matt must be warned.
Well, don't make any difference about the rails. They got enough men to take over the train whenever they want to.
But they won't try it until they get to Lookout Hill. That's one thing in our favor.
I've been wondering, though. What can you two do against so many?
There'll only be one of us. You'll have to ride to the fort and get the soldiers, Tonto.
Let me do that.
You?
I'll be glad to. I want to.
Until Scar shot you, you remember the gang.
Well, it hadn't been for long. I didn't know the kind of polecats I'd lined up with. Besides, I got a personal friend who thinks an awful lot of Matt. I don't want anything to happen to him for her sake.
I see. Very well, Ross. You can take our message.
Well, the colonel doesn't know me. You better write it out.
That won't be necessary. Here, just wear this ring. He'll know you come from me.
Good.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
We're ahead of him, Tonto.
Him not no shortcut through canyon.
Rein up. Steady, boy.
Hope on a hole.
We'll be riding that train in a minute now.
Try to hear him now.
Rein up and reach.
Him go for gun.
We're going to rope you and leave you here, Scar.
Do it plenty fast.
All right,
Get up, Scout. Get up. What's the idea? You get off, horse.
Did Kimberly hire you to do this, John?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're on your way to Lookout Hill to rip the rails and stop the train.
Prove it.
That won't be hard after your men are captured.
Don't make me laugh.
You may get off easier if you tell the truth about Kimberly.
I never heard the name.
Not get away now.
All right, Tonto. We can't waste any more time here. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Halfway down the hill, Tonto. Faster, Silver.
Here comes train.
We'll stop here. Easy, boy. Easy.
Don't get down.
Those trees will give us cover until the engine and the freight cars have passed Kimosabe. When the train gets this far up the hill, it won't be going very fast. We'll ride out, and I think I can get aboard the platform of the last car.
You get on board?
The only way. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
All right, boy. Here we go.
You watch out when you jump.
It won't be hard. Closer, boy. Closer. That's it. Open your hands, all of you.
It's all right, boys. It's the Lone Ranger. What's the idea of the gun?
Come here, Matt. Make it fast.
Sure thing. There's no need of a gun.
I'll explain later. Get up that ladder to the top of the car.
What's that?
There's no time to argue. We've got to get up to the front of the train and protect the fireman and the engineer.
Matt followed the Lone Ranger's instructions, and soon the two men were on top of the passenger coach. And they started forward, jumping the space between the cars. The masked man explained the situation as they ran. And at last they reached the open car where the wood for the locomotive was carried. Slipping and sliding over the logs, they hurried on toward the cab of the locomotive.
You'd better explain to the engineer. He won't understand my mask.
Judge! Al! There's going to be some shooting pretty soon. But you keep that engine ramming till I tell you to jam on the brakes. Don't ask any questions. Just tell me your job.
This is far enough for us. I'll leave long enough so we'll have more cover.
Make ourselves a fort, Al.
We may need it.
You can't see the tops of the cars from here.
They'll be coming after us. You can be sure of that. Got to keep them back from the edge of that next car so they can't get a shot at the engineer or the fireman.
There's the first one.
I'll take care of him.
The Lone Ranger shot the gun from the hand of the first outlaw as he came into view on the top of the next car. After that, the outlaws crawled to the edge of the car, but time after time, Matt and the Lone Ranger drove them back. The train reached the top of the hill and picked up speed as it headed for Warren City. On and on, mile after mile, and still the gunfight went on.
Good work, Masked Man. That'll hold them for a while.
Hey, Matt, look up ahead. Are those more outlaws?
Horsemen. How about it? Are those more outlaws?
No, Matt. Those are soldiers from the fort. Tell the engineer to stop the train.
Stop the train, John! It's the cavalry!
The train was brought to a stop just as a troop of cavalry raced alongside. When the outlaws saw the uniforms of the soldiers and realized there was no chance for escape, they threw down their guns, and Carlin was the one to set the example. Afterwards, they were being herded back into the passenger car.
Tell the truth, Carlin. It was Kimberly who hired you to do this job?
I took my orders from Scar. I never heard of Kimberly. You won't get any more out of him, Matt.
All right. Into the car.
We still have one chance, Matt. Scar won't talk, and neither will Carlin. Ross Chalmers must know enough.
Sure. The armory that went after the soldiers. Where is he?
Well, I thought I saw him right up with him, but there.
What?
There's a man lying on the ground over there. Looks like Ross.
What's the matter with him?
No, there wasn't a shot fired after the soldiers came.
You don't look healthy to me.
Howdy. Howdy, Masked Man.
Ross, how did you get hurt?
That was Scar's bullet. He creased me a little deeper, and I let on.
Why didn't you tell me? You think I'd have let you ride all the way to the fort?
Nope, that's just why I didn't say nothing. Here, Masked Man, here's your ring. It was an honor to wear it.
Golly.
Hurry, Kimasabi. How to bring it. Oh. What's wrong here?
Kimasabi, it's too late to do anything.
I'd like to shake your hand, mister.
Are you Matt Kirby?
Yeah.
Gladly, partner. Take good care of Mary.
He's gone, Masked Man.
Yes. He may have made mistakes. The way he died wasn't one of them. Otto. It was Kimberly who killed him. Kimberly even more than Scar. Someday he'll pay for it.
That's right.
Steady, boy.
Home, Silver. Get him up. Shout. Home, Silver. Home.
Attention all business owners and aspiring database wizards. If you want to take your data management to the next level, G3PL.com is your ultimate destination for expert Microsoft Access support and training.
That's right. G3PL.com believes that every successful database journey starts with a dedicated individual guiding you to success. That's why we're proud to introduce G3PL.com, a Microsoft Access expert.
Whether you're just starting or looking to enhance your access skills, G3PL.com's personalized training will set you on the path to mastery. G3PL will be with you every step of the way, providing hands-on guidance and real-world examples.
But don't just take our word for it. Hear what a satisfied client has to say.
Thanks to G3PL.com, I've become a Microsoft Access Pro. The personalized training was exactly what I needed. I learned to create and optimize databases, run powerful queries, and automate tasks with VBA. Now, I'm confidently handling complex projects with ease.
It doesn't stop there. G3PL.com is your go-to for top-notch support and solutions.
Exactly. If you're struggling with your existing database, G3PL will troubleshoot, optimize, and fine-tune it to perfection.
G3PL.com designed a custom database that transformed our business operations. We needed a streamlined system to manage our services and customer data. Their expertise delivered a tailor-made solution that exceeded our expectations. I can't thank them enough.
G3PL.com understands that every project is unique, and we're here to offer individualized attention to your specific needs.
So, why wait? Take the leap into the world of Microsoft Access Excellence with G3PL.com.
Contact G3PL today and embark on your database journey with an Access expert.
Send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark to learn more and get started.